Welcome to CCT Series 5. I'm Tea Time with Tultros. We're heading into the playoffs. Tultros, you've been on the group stage a little bit more. So how are things looking? How are things going?
Well, I mean, I've mentioned this previously, but this CCT is actually one of the most competitive CCT series so far, and I have to say I'm absolutely excited. You have the likes of the invited teams such as Team Abulus and Team OneWin, two rising star teams that have had a meteoric rise since they first formed in 2020 earlier this year. If we look towards Team Abulus,
did you just forget what year it is?
Almost. Listen, man, I work in the hospital, so like I've literally forgot what day it is. Okay, but coming back to Abulus and Team One, well, let's give them some love because Team Abulus have recently qualified.
Let's come back to that in a second. Let's talk about the format first because I don't want you to be running away with your love for some of these teams, right? Let's remind everyone about what's been going on. It's a group stage. It's a playoffs. Group stage is straightforward. Playoffs are straightforward. It's two groups in the group stage. We had three teams coming forward after a round robin stage. And then immediately after, obviously, the playoffs coming through, we have a double elimination bracket. 8 teams, 6 of those have qualified. 2 of those are direct invites. The direct invites are the ones that Tultros won't shut up about. But what are they all competing for? Why don't we take a look at the prize pool? Big money. Big money right there. And do you want to continue to, wind up your point about the invited teams before we go on to the rosters of today? Let's finish that one off, shall we?
Yeah, definitely, man. I have been having an itch about talking about this particular CCT series, and in particular, some of the teams that are going to be showcasing their talent and what they've got. You have over on its side of Abulus, they've recently managed to beat both Tundra and Team OG. Of course, they did lose against Team Liquid in a very close, nail-biting performance, but they've qualified for the ESL Bangkok. And meanwhile, over on the other side, you have Team OneWin, who certainly don't need any special introduction. One of the only team in the CCT series who actually competed in this year's international. So they're one of the best teams in the world, and the showdown between Team Abulus and Team OneWin is going to be spectacular. But of course, let's not count some of these other teams out, right? Because if we look towards today's schedule, you have Mouse versus NAVI Junior, two very star-studded teams themselves. You have Abulus versus Passion UA. That's going to be a kind of a David versus Goliath kind of matchup, where Passion UA is definitely going to amp up. It's gonna be like Kratos versus Zeus, right? And over on the third side, you have One Move versus DMS, and to close it up, you're going to be having Team OneWin versus Dragon Esports, who are the defending champions of last CCT.
Of course, and before we get to those last two, let's get to the one that we have over here. It's Mouse Sports versus Navi Junior, right? And it is a very interesting lineup because obviously both of these teams come through as stark contrasts of each other very often. When you're looking over towards the Mouse Sports side, you obviously have to take into consideration this is a team that has been having some roster issues, right? They've been trying to swap out their position 5, trying to find replacements. Recently, they obviously have added Toby in their most recent campaigns, but it feels like it's a team that hasn't necessarily found the most success. And you do have to ask the question, it's a non-traditional leadership structure, right? Ulnat is a captain. He plays position 1. Most of the time in Dota, you're looking at in these position 4, 5 older players who are veterans who are taking up the captaincy figure. But now you're trying to integrate in a position 5 who maybe is more of a hands 5 because you already have the brains coming in 1. It's interesting. It's a different dynamic. And then on the other hand, you've got Navi Junior, who are one of the most stable teams in the circuit. Navi's obviously taken a big risk with this team 2 years ago now at this point. And it's insane to think that they've only had one roster move since then. For a team where every single one of these players is under 20 years old, this is the definition of stability.
Yeah, and if we look towards the side of the Navi Junior roster, and I think we should, get used to calling them Navi because they've kind of replaced the whole primary Navi role. You have got the Juice on that position 1, Nico on that position 2, and of course PMA and Days playing on that position 2 and 3, and Ridis on that position 5.
And this is obviously where, sweet dreams are made of this. This is very much the dream team, in my opinion. This is what you're looking back to the good old days of Dota 2, where you had the friendship core and you talk about, these guys are on the come up together. And it is very impressive what they've actually managed to accomplish in these past few months and, realistically years of being together. Mouse Sports, on the other hand, though, they come in with a lot more. Expectations. This does not have an academy tag next to it. This does not have a junior tag next to it. These are players that have been on the come up consistently, that have been attempting to make it through and break it into tier 1. And unfortunately, they've just not been able to do so, right? end up qualifying to a few of these bigger events. We saw them at Wallachia. We obviously saw them over at Dacha as well. But whenever they have qualified forward, it's last place or close to last place finishes. This is not a team happy with it. When you're looking out towards the kind of star power they have in Supreme, one of the most mechanically celebrated mid laners out there right now. Obviously, position 5 now bringing in Toby. He's role swapping over as well. I believe he used to play mid before to being a position 5. So this is a very mechanically put together team. But is it really put together overall?
I mean, if their past performances are any indication, it is a bit of a disappointing overview, right? 7th to 8th position in the qualifiers of the Western Europe, for ESL Bangkok. In Betcum, Dacia Belgrade, they had 9th to 10th position, and the PGL Wallachia, as you mentioned, they finished nearly at the bottom of that leaderboard. So they haven't had that much success, not to mention benching Benjin, who, in my opinion, was one of... is one of the better players in the Tier 1 season. So really, there are some problems that this team is having, right? And those problems, they're really going to need to figure it out, because through the past, right, they've gone up against Team Abulus and they've lost each and every single time. So really, they need to find their footing in some sort of way. I'm not sure what issues they're having, because quite clearly, as you mentioned, it's not about the skill. It's not about... these players are just as good.
It's also not about Avilish right now. Obviously, it's about NAVI in front of them. And for them, they have to figure out exactly how do you counteract NAVI. Mao's, a lot of their focus in the CCT so far has been trying to find a lot of kills in their carry position, in their position 1 lane. You see a lot of like bot-focused laning priorities, a little bit more of, hey, we're going to outscale, we're going to pick some laning matchups and snowball off of that. Very often, by 10 minutes, they've got a decent enough lead, predominantly coming through their bot lane, and through that, they also enable Supreme on mid to have an isolated position. This is interesting because Navi, on the other hand, in the draft, very often prioritize for more mobile supports, right? You're looking at a little bit more focus on getting their mid pushed forward. And while they do that, they do sometimes sack their offlaners. So a team that's typically used to sometimes letting their offlaner play from behind, going up against a team that likes to really put that offlane behind. It's a very interesting stylistic clash between these guys, and I think the draft is going to be even more indicative of that. Dragon Knight banned out. I know you've been talking my ear off about how, I don't know how this guy didn't get nerfed, what's going on over here. It's obviously very strong, but a lot of focus, again, in taking away some of those survivable or fighting cores that could be coming through on the other side from Navi.
Yeah, and if you looked over on the side of some of the bans that Navi is going for, that Pause 3 TB ban is a hero that has been coming up that does extremely well in the lane, not to mention you scale really well going forward. There's a lot of tankiness ability that goes into it as well. Meanwhile, for Mouse Esports, you've banned the one carry that has been unchained, although I would say 1 out of the 2 carries that have been unchained. Of course, the Morphling was not touched in the 7.37E as well, certainly a very viable carry, but a lot of carries have been taken out. So by banning the Dragon Knight, and perhaps we're going to see a Morphling ban coming out as well, we really are going to see a shift in playstyle, because suddenly a lot of the way that you play the game centered around those very high damage dealing carries once you get that Khanda up, or those very high burst potential carries, right? That suddenly isn't going to exist anymore. So what do you go for? I think it could be perhaps the Batrider, who was buffed up.
I mean, it's interesting to see that Sand King coming out very early on over here as well, right? Navi have relied on that quite a bit. They can actually use it as a more mobile component of their roster as well. And obviously, all of that team fight potential that it does give feels like it leans into what you can bring to the table with sort of just the idea of very cohesive roster, lots of great communication between them as well. It always feels like a good foundational piece, while Mouths go for that second unchanged hero in the Morphling, who's obviously been very strong recently, a lot of those natural pike builders and everything. How does it fare against the Sand King?
I think in the early phases of the game, the Morphling is definitely going to struggle, right? Against the Poison Stinger, against the Sandstorm as well. We're seeing a shift away from the Sandstorm that sort of follows you, and we're seeing more and more Sand Kings pick the Sand Shroud, which gives you that invisibility, but it also gives you that increased AoE. So overall, the damage you're taking inside of it is, in a way, it's a bit unchanged, because you start to take damage earlier on because the AoE is increased, right? Not to mention Morphling does not have a very high amount of attack range before you get that Dragon Lance up. So But then again, the later on, that's when the morphing starts to come online. But even so, the Khanda itself is still nerfed, right? The attack damage going down from 75% to 60%. We're going to see exactly what that does. Perhaps he might just choose to forgo the Khanda altogether, or perhaps he's still going to go for it. But another point is that later on, the Sand King's abilities, if you morph into the Sand King yourself, you have a very potent stun mechanism yourself. You have that invisibility mechanism yourself.
I mean, look, that's obviously something to keep in mind. The Morphling Ultimate comes in with a million different shenanigans. I would like to hear a bit more from you in a second. I mean, obviously, just quickly discussing the bans as well. Shadow Demon taken out, lots of that, saving ability, lots of what actually allows you to pull off those clutch plays even in the laning stage come in, so you can start to set up for a more aggressive off-laning combination as well if you want to send Sand King there. Primal Beast taken away is interesting as well. It's a hero that Mouse did play around a fair bit, but it's also interesting to see just how little focus has been put onto banning out Supreme, and it feels like that might be a mistake going forward. I don't know if Navi has said, you know what, we're fine with giving him whatever we want because we'd rather prioritize more ganks over there, but it's obviously an interesting strategic decision to not have taken out a single mid laner from the Navi side when Supreme is such a focus for Mousesports.
And I think it's also interesting why neither of these teams are actually banning out both the Batrider and the Doom, right? Obviously, over on the side of Mouse, you can go for that Doom, and Doom is one of the best heroes against the Morphling itself, right? No amount of healing whatsoever under the Doom. You get that stun as well, and not to mention the Batrider if Navi goes for that. So neither of these heroes being banned out, it's certainly a bit surprising for me to see. I would hope to see at least one of those heroes picked up, because I don't believe you can get those bans out in time. Overall, though, we will have to see what mid laner both of these teams go for. Obviously, Navi Junior banning out that Shadow Demon for themselves. The Jakiro is still up for grabs. The Jakiro plus that Sand King combination, or even perhaps that Hoodwink, who's still in the fray. Getting that break mechanism down there for that Morphling could certainly do quite a lot.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, Mav's obviously taking the sweet time with this one. And like you said, the Doom ban coming in pretty straightforward. Obviously, one of the big heroes to prioritize. Ogre Magi, okay. Listen, I'm not the biggest fan of this hero if you're going to be sending it in towards, position 5 especially. I am hoping that we're sort of going to see Force playing onto this, because one of the things that I will always remember about Toby is the mechanical ceiling on Toby is insane, right? So I would love to see maybe something that flexes more into that, which affords maybe a little bit more style points out, or even just something which can scale a bit better. Now, a position 4 like Ogre, which doesn't have to be the greediest, does give you more space to actually lean into maybe a greedier 5 style, and this is one of the things that, sure, global Dota doesn't lean into having farm heavy 5s, but a lot of that comes down to the kind of players who are playing on it, right? But if you start to consider that, Unlet is obviously taking up the leadership figures, Toby doesn't have to come in with as many things to say, can maybe focus more onto things like patterns and whatnot of what can be put together. You could see a slightly different style coming out from Mouse that they haven't shown us before. Lion, on the other hand, though, big nerfs coming out to Lion in 7.37E. I don't know how Navi dares to pick it. Feltrus, his intel, his intelligence, it has been taken down from 20 to 19. How are you going to play this hero now? Gasp, Valve, you have ruined me.
Yeah, I mean, I remember seeing two patch notes. One was the Lion, whose intelligence was taken down from 2019. The other one was Phantom Lancer, whose Phantom Rush duration was increased from 2 to 2.5, or I think 2.5 to 3. And I'm like, I haven't seen a Phantom Lancer in a year. Like, no one picks that hero. But, of course, Navi going for that really good counter to that Morphling, that Ancient Apparition. Suddenly, they have so much AoE potential. That Sand King Epicenter plus the Ancient Apparition's Ice Blast, that can absolutely decimate the Morphling if he's not careful. But over on Mouse's side, you were talking about the Ogre Magi. One thing though, the Bloodlust is one of the best abilities to give your allied hero. It's essentially a solar crest, right? That you get that 90 attack speed, you get that movement speed as well, and suddenly you have a very hyper agile carry on your side.
I mean, Bloodlust is always the fun, right? It also means you can lean into maybe more of a right-click style bit as well. Storm Spirit actually does benefit from Bloodlust a lot. I think people really underestimate how much of Storm's damage comes from his right-clicks, to be honest. And you do get like an extra right-click or two off within the Electric Vortex if you've got a high-level Bloodlust with you. So that's always nice to see. It's surprising for me. You're picking a Storm Spirit into a Sand King with an instant stun. You're picking it into
And
a
a Lion.
Lion with a Blink Hex that's eventually going to be coming out. You're even picking it into an Ancient Apparition who, listen, I mean, the Cold Feet aren't the most reliable, but if you're going to be pairing that up with another stun or two on the Navi side, this is a very risky pick. And following it up with the Dark Willow as well, sure, it's definitely a support that provides you some offensive capabilities. It's very good for laning stage especially, but it does feel like you're not really building into potentially the strengths of the Storm Spirit. Even the Buck now coming out, this is great because it feels like whatever you're countering the Morphling with will also work against the Storm Spirit most of the time. So it's interesting to see how Navi feel like they've been A, given a draft from 2012, but also B, set up for a lot of collective success.
Yeah, this Navi draft is reminding me of the golden age of Navi back when Tandy both were playing. But coming back to the draft of Mouse, one very interesting point is that the sort of key item that you get on the Storm Spirit now, or the second item, as soon as you hit that 15-minute mark, you get that shard up, right? Because it gives you so much damage for your team. And now you have a Bloodlust as well. So in a situation where even if you use the Bloodlust on your support, give them that 90 attack speed, use the shard, even your supports are going to be landing those overload charges. So that is a lot of damage. That's around 300, 400 damage that you can instantly deal using just your support.
Stack with the Dark Willow phase shift that he has.
I think the overload stacks with everything, as far as I've seen.
All right, so maybe, I know this is not going to happen, but maybe we see an Aghanim's Dark Willow with the over. Yeah, of course it's not going to happen. No. Listen, it's obviously a lot of damage. It also means that you have a lot more 2-man, 3-man gank potential with these range supports that can follow around you and everything. That's nice, but is it enough to work with what for Navi is effectively a lineup that is built to destroy and disable your cores? These are not early BKB builders on the mouse board side, and then you top it off with the most hard for protect one setup that it looks to be. Medusa obviously been nerfed as well, like you mentioned to me earlier on off of air, but it still feels like Medusa will have a much better chance to be able to carry this game over here than the Morphling or Storm Spirit will, unless Mouse wins their lanes hard.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing like a bit of a contrast in both of these teams' playstyle right now, just simply based off their draft. Navi, obviously, as you mentioned, 4 protect 1 strategy, but they're actually going all in on their AoE ability. Meanwhile, over on the side of Mouse, they're very heavily reliant on their pick-off ability, right? Get that Storm Spirit, create space for the...
That's a position 3 anti-mage.
That is a position, yeah. That completely threw me off guard. I mean, not only is the fact that I have never seen an anti-mage win, and that's compounded by the fact that even against Medusa, I have never seen an anti-mage win, right? I'm talking about the recent times now, despite all the buffs.
I mean, Medusa has also been nerfed, right? So the anti-mage should, in theory, be doing even more. But again, this is like, what do you even go in a position 3? Is this being played and I just don't know it? Like, is Force is the position 3 anti-mage just a staple of the professional scene now, Teltris?
I mean, the Aghanim Scepter itself, Valve have been trying really hard to bring that anti-mage back, just buffing him constantly. But if you talk about the Scepter, right? Once you use that Scepter and you blink in, your first hit is going to burst away 20% of the target's mana. And against the Medusa, that can potentially be the key to their success. Now, the thing is, they're now relying on the anti-mage as their initiator. So really, you're using an Agi carry to be initiating in an Agi carry against a team that has so much counter initiation potential. You have the AA, you have the Sand King Epicenter who's going to be coming in. So is it going to work? Going all in.
At the same time, the Vanguard anti-mage build once upon a time and everything, right? Like, this is a hero that can build into slightly tankier items early on. And especially if you add in the overload plus the buff from the Ogre Magi that you've obviously already mentioned, this could be doing a lot of damage without a lot of items. We can't forget that. So I think there is potential for this anti-mage to be a bit of an initiating force, pardon my pun, but why don't we find out that potential inside the game?
And over on the mid side, it is going to be the Storm Spirit versus the Buck. It is a very classical matchup. And of course, the puck does end up winning significantly over the Storm Spirit, because you do have that phase shift. You're not going to be landing those overload charges unless you want to be it's just a waste of mana, right? So the idea for the Storm Spirit is going to be use the remnants to get that farm, hit your level 6, and then start ganking around the map, because your team is very heavily relying on those pickoffs. And over on the puck side, over on the other side, right, of course, you have a 4 protect 1 strategy. So as soon as the puck gets that Witchblade and that Blink Dagger, or even the Sand King getting that Blink Dagger, it's time to go. It's time to go in on the Morphling, because even if the Anti-Mage is successful this game, you can't do anything if that Morphling does not farm.
Altnet managed to dodge out any ganks that could be coming in, but look at these deep wards that are being placed. This is very clearly a prioritization from Navi coming in, that they are recognizing that, hey, a lot of the key will not come down to what we can do with our 4, potentially. It might come down to what we can do against a Morphling early on in lane. And in fact, it's got the juice who might be going in to a bottom lane start.
And what's interesting is that Ogre Magi went for the learning curve, so he's not going to have any ability at level 1. Against the Sand King and against the Lion, this is going to be Navi's time, at least during those first few creep waves, to be getting as much done as they can.
Juice will also have to deal with a bit of a messy lane for himself, obviously, as the Radiant creep will be pushing in early on. Meanwhile, in the mid side, Supreme and Niku get their initial duel started off. Like you said, technically you're favoring Niku on this one, but also you have to keep in mind that it might be made more favorsome if Navi continue with their tendencies of ganking mid. These heroes don't necessarily seem like they're the best at doing so. You don't really want to leave Altnet away. PMA is just going to be focusing on getting more and more pressure here instead.
Yeah, and I think that's a very interesting point you brought up, right? Navi have the potential to actually rotate out their support, because PMA, right, even if you're zoned out of the lane, you can go back to the jungle, use that Sandstorm to actually farm up. But if you look over the side of Mouse, they don't have that luxury. You can't leave the Anti-Mage alone, because the Anti-Mage is going to get completely zoned out. He needs the support there with him. He needs that pulse forward to be able to farm.
It feels like the win conditions for Navi might need to be enabled before 15 minutes, right? Before that shard can come into play from the Storm Spirit, before you really have the levels up on the Ogre Magi as well. And right now, Niku's doing wonderfully. I mean, he is just really having his way with the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, and it's a bit dangerous, but over on the top side, got the juice. He's falling really low on mana. Force isn't going to be rooted up by that blast, and one more hit might just be enough, but got the juice. He's returning it with those mangoes. He's able to turn it onto Force. That's a dead AM.
I mean, it's an immediate return kill. Immersion will be able to get away a 1-for-1 with the AM not getting experience. Got the juice, however, will be without mana. So you're expecting to see a couple of mangoes purchased, maybe a clarity or two. Bot lane, though, meanwhile, Altnet goes down. And that's the power of the Stinger.
Yeah, that's very heavily favoring Navi. They got the enemy carry. Not to mention they were able to keep the Medusa alive. But as I say that, the Medusa, he is going to end up falling, being a bit overzealous in his approach over there.
Yeah. Fortunately, we did miss that one out. Teamfight replay cut into that. But don't worry about it, guys. There's going to be a lot more action in that top lane. I can assure you of that.
I didn't know there was going to be a replay. The first time seeing it.
Hey, listen, that's mid lane. Niku has to be careful. Even if there's a lot of creeps on his side, he doesn't really feel the most comfortable trading with. It feels really difficult to chase into the Storm Spirit when he's got that level 2 Remnant and he's going uphill like it. I know that the orb gives you vision and everything, but it is just one of those things where, do you want to overstep? You don't necessarily have all the vision on Toby either, so yeah.
Yeah, that is true. I just thought that, since the Vortex was down, he could have made an attempt for it. But over on the boss side, Toby, level 2 Ignite onto PMA. The Impale is going to stop his advance, but Altnet is here. Does he want to waveform in? But no, it looks like his last death has put him back a bit, and he just wants to farm up.
Yeah. PMA has to be a little bit careful over here as well. I mean, listen, he's not going to have the Sandstorm for quite a while because he has gone for more of a kill-focused lane setup, which is obviously understandable with the objectives that they're setting up for themselves.
I have to say, the Storm Spirit is doing particularly well against Niku, all things considered.
I mean,
He's leading the last hits chart. Niku hasn't found that many denies. And the thing is, Niku, because the reason he has fewer last hits is because he's so focused on harassing Supreme out of this lane, but he's not really been all that successful.
this is the thing, whenever you make a decision like that in mid, you have to try and make a difference by a better timing to gank with your level 6 as a puck, right? Or try and contest with the enemy Wisdom Rune, try and get that 6-minute power rune and make something off of it. Because if Supreme is getting all of his farm, but he's staying low, he won't have the same luxury of ganking into another lane.
Yeah, and it seems like Supreme's actually going to end up hitting his level 6. Or no, he's going back to the fountain. So Puck will end up getting the level 6 earlier on. It's always a very extremely crucial power spike. If the Storm's able to get the level 6 before, then the Dream Coil is not that effective because you're able to see it coming. But
you also have to keep in mind, though, that he's going to have to use his TP to come back over here, which means that there is a TP advantage for a little while. You know, Storm's not going to have his TP to about that 6.5 minute mark. If Niku gets a good rune towards the bot side, you could see a lot happening.
Meanwhile, of course, guys, you can go to cct.gg/stake if you want to be hedging on some of these matches that are going on.
Oh, yes, you can. Kobe, he's feeling a little bit fishy right now. I do miss the days when it was the sheeps. They would actually turn you into a sheep, you know? But
I like
yeah.
the fish. I mean, I have that immortal where the lion turns the hero into a fish, and that's my favorite. I know in lore the sheep is the best. You know, we saw in the Warcraft movie as well. If some of you have seen that, so the sheep is obviously irreplaceable.
Of course, that's the thing about sheeps. They give you wool and they give you memories.
6-minute rune now coming in.
Yes.
Of course, Daze is trying to support Niku, trying to secure that rune, but he is a bit low. But it looks like he's going to end up getting it with a shield rune. Nonetheless, Niku can actually go for a gank over here, a very aggressive gank to choose.
Supreme. He's just immediately zipping out. He's so worried about the Dream Coil over here, and for good reason. But at the same time, you're saying he can go for a gank, but his supports have already rotated in. And in the meanwhile, it's PMA who's being gone upon. The sentry is giving them all the visibility they need. PMA should die here, but a good burrow strike keeps them away. 2 men stunned, and they're still in pursuit. That's where Daze comes in, trying to turn things around. But a missed Impale will not be making any friends here. That's where his right clicks can make up. Buck wastes the TP. If Toby doesn't die over here, this isn't the worst exchange.
Yeah, but Alnid overextending so far away. He knew that Toby no longer had the mana, no mana regeneration items available to land that additional fire blast that he needed. And that return potential, he should have been more careful over it. Over on the top side though, Ridis in a bit of trouble, but the anti-mage has been frozen up. PMA burrow striking inside, but Force has that blink away. But will he be able to get away? His movement speed is really slowed, but no burrow strike available anymore, so he's just going to back off.
Yeah, PMA ran out of mana over there.
Yeah, now I had to say these TPs they're not the best.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of nerves coming in, but top lane, there's the initiation. Supreme's gone in. This time it's got to be a kill. Riddies needs to fall, and indeed he will. Got the juice in the meanwhile. Might have the juice, but he doesn't have the mana. There's that blue juice you need now. Out of mana, stunned up. It's going to be death welcoming him. Got the juice, gone away. Double kill for Supreme. That's how rotations are made. But Niku. No, never mind. I got excited for nothing. He's got maybe one over here in him, but even that evades him.
I have to say, Mouse, they're doing really well on their own rotations, like you pointed out. Storm Spirit coming in, getting that kill onto the Medusa, recognizing the fact that Stan King went away. Now, over on the boss side, it seems like Navi want to be going in on towards Ulnit, but there's no follow-up.
No Finger of Death, right? No ultimate from the Ancient Apparition. This is just making sure Ulnit knows who's boss in this bottom lane.
Yeah, and it's still quite a while away before the supports will be able to hit their level 6. But the good thing is, at least they're still quite far ahead in terms of experience over compared to the Mouse's supports, right? Even though Mouse's supports levels, the ultimates are really not all that relevant compared to something like the Finger of Death or the AA Ice Blast. Okay, but that's going to be the next power spike for Navi, right? Once you have that Finger of Death, that should be a confirmed kill on towards that Storm Spirit or that Morphling. The question is, who do you go for?
Reminder of what just happened in the top lane, but right now mid lane's where the action is. Niku's been caught out, but he can just jaunt away. That's a lot of mana for Supreme used up, and really you didn't need any of the supports coming in from the dire side. Niku just gets away, regen rune up as well, so this is going to be a fantastic trade.
No mana available for the Storm Spirit. Of course, he does have a lot of regen. They might be spotting out that Medusa over here. Got the juice, and even if he gets away, he really does not want to leave these stacks, man. Medusa's already not doing so well. Bottom of the core list.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that Anti-Mage is sitting on 4,200 is pretty nuts. Of course, no help over here from Dark Willow as he does end up going down. There's a trade right available. The Dream Coil will be broken. They don't mind taking those lashes, even if Storm Spirit will end up getting frozen by the cold feet. Force blinks away, and Niku can't really get anything else done. Bot lane, PMA initiated upon, but he will be out to safety.
Yeah, it's very difficult to get Sand King, right? Because you only have one reliable stun, which is the Ogre Magi. The waveform does do a bit of damage, but with the infused raindrops over on the side of the Sand King, it's really not possible to kill him. And
this could be big. No jaunt out available. Orb's already been used. Niku will be able to use the Waning Rift, but here's the problem. Supreme zips uphill and he traces him down. Need to TP away, and that's going to be a big death. That means that you could maybe even look to set up a little bit more of a topside jungle control if you can get this tier 1 tower with Force, who has completed his Vanguard, by the way.
Mouse are doing a pretty good job at disabling the cores of Navi, but the thing is, they have this buffer window, right? Before the Lion gets that Finger of Death, before the AA gets that Finger of Death, because suddenly once you have that Ice Blast, your Mouse's rotations, which are so aggressive right now, they can't be done with as much aggression.
I mean, that's the problem. Okay, is there a kill overhead? Dream Coil available, Hex available. This should be Force falling down, and perfect timing on the coil will certainly help. That's important. That gives the Lion his level 6 as well, and that's obviously been something, like you mentioned, that we've been waiting for. That's been the problem with Navi and their sort of wasted TPs here and there. Your supports are very often going to be the ones who suffer the most as a result of it. AA now looking to get his ultimate in mid while the lane is pushed in, but Supreme's aggressive position also takes that away from him, so you aren't going to see any contest coming through from Navi on this mid tier 1.
Yeah, but they do have the epicenter. They've lost their tier 1 tower up towards top, but do they really want to let 2 towers go this early on?
Well, Niku certainly doesn't, but all he can offer up is a big old ball of power, which sounds impressive, to be fair. That's a bit of a Goku Spirit Bomb situation, but he's not Goku. He's a small fairy dragon.
And the reason they were able to do this, right, Mouse being able to take that tier 1 tower...
PMA's got the Blink Dagger. Now they want to fight on Navi. You can stop holding the thought, you can think it out. Never mind! We're still holding! It's going to be an initiation immediately coming out onto the Dark Willow. It's a turnaround of Supreme as well. They need to make sure that they catch him in that AA Ice Blast, otherwise he can re-engage. Might be the fall of immersion, but it is the turnaround onto Toby instead. Toby, it's an easy trade, but it's 4 men to take it. That is... You know what, 2 supports out. Maybe you can pressure out on the middle tier 1 as well. Morphling doesn't want to rotate in. There should be a tower taken as well.
Yeah, they really do need to get this tower because sure, you got those 2 kills, but you've used your Dream Coil. You've used the only latching mechanism you have. No Ice Blast available as well, and that will essentially mean that Mouse are going to be able to defend this. And this actually ties into my earlier point before. Mouse were able to take that tier 1 tower because the Dream Coil was expended on the Anti-Mage, right? And now Navi expended the Dream Coil onto trying to take down 2 supports, which in all fairness they did, but it just means your teamfight capability, it collapses if you don't have that Dream Coil.
That is always a problem with 4 Protect 1 strategies, right? It feels like you're really hinging around one hero very often to provide a lot of control. It's supposed to be easier now with PMA having the Blink Dagger, though, but obviously there's limitations on how that can work as well.
And you really, PMA, he does have the Blink, but the ideal way to be using that Blink Dagger is as a counter initiation mechanism on towards that Storm Spirit, right? That is how you want to be getting that epicenter off. But his team is very heavily reliant on him going in because the puck, he can use the coil, but that's the compounding initiation needs to be picture perfect, right? Because you have the Storm Spirit that can zap in and out, you have the Morphling, you have the Anti-Mage, you have 3 heroes which are hyper mobile.
It's also important to keep in mind, right, that for Maus at this stage, we are forgetting one of the most important points, which is the race of the Morphling versus Medusa. But the problem is that Anti-Mage is this hidden Viper within that race. He's almost got his Diffusal Blade. He's only about 400 gold away from that one. And when you've got the Vanguard Diffusal Blade, this becomes a very strong hero as far as chasing them down is concerned. PMA, strong stun initiation, but that's not going to be too much else. They need more. And with Supreme using his mana, do they have initiation? They do not. It's an immediate counter, and Nika is trying to push forward. Force looking for just a little bit more, but had he had the Diffusal Blade, this could have been another kill. Instead, they turn around, they find the Buck, and they take him down.
And this is the level, this is a difference in terms of awareness, right? Supreme could have gone in on towards that Lion once that Dream Coil expired, but he chose not to, recognizing the fact that getting that support kill may not just be as worth it if you're spending all your mana. And then you find a neat little bow on top, right, to tie it all in, and that was the Puck. So Maus are playing this, in my opinion, a bit smarter than Navi. Because
it feels like they're playing it way smarter than Navi.
Like if we look towards the deaths or the kills that Navi have been able to acquire, it's mostly been on the Dark Willow and the Anti-Mage. Sure, Ulnitz died 2 times, but that was very early on into the game, and he's been free farming since then.
I mean, with the Anti-Mage as well, like, Force's deaths are important, don't get me wrong. He's one of the highest value players, but they were also in the laning stage. You're not doing anything to him since he's got that Vanguard. Now he's got a Diffusal Blade as well. Storm Spirit's got the Orchid. You can't defend this tier 1 tower. You need another timing to be hit. And unfortunately, because the deprioritization of Niku's farm has been occurring on Navi, you know, with Sand King taking up this much farm, he's now just got the Witch Blade. It's going to be a great kill to find, but the turnaround is there with the Orchid. Niku will go down immediately, and Olnit is now in the party, and he's got his hats on, turning around on the Sand King as well. PMA's not got a chance in this world, but Yules on himself will leave him without mana. Quickly burst right up the hill, but Toby's already there to intercept. PMA is a goner to the Ignite, if not the right clicks of Olnit, and there's that guarantee coming in. 3 for 1.
Yeah, and Navi are expending so much to get a fight started onto 1 or 2 heroes, and it really is not working out on them. They used everything on that Anti-Mage. The Ice Blast that we're going to see, right, we're going to see happen over here, right? And they expended everything, even the Puck Silence, which you needed for Supreme. The Storm Spirit was able to go in, clean everyone up. The God the Juice came in with that Stone Gaze, was just not able to do anything. And shout out to Toby over there. He knew that Sand King was going to go up towards top, and he just ran him down.
I would like to remind everyone that on September 20th, Toby reached 14,000 MMR, but right now he reached 50 in my heart.
50,000 by Maus though.
Just clarifying, yeah, this is a deadline.
They make it look so clean, right? The difference, like, Maus, when they want to kill a support, is just like go in, kill the support, and get out.
There might be more. Juice has been caught, and he's out of mana. There's the problem of an Anti-Mage. Force now continues forward. It's going to be an easy kill onto the Medusa. And there's the problem with Maus having so many low cooldown abilities. I mean, we haven't even seen the Shard come in for the Storm Spirit. He's playing a classic Storm Spirit, playing around the map, pushing forward aggressively because his team doesn't need the damage right now.
Yeah, and it's going to be so long before the Medusa comes online. Like, he only has a Manta style available. Queuing up that Butterfly, I'm really not sure if that Butterfly is gonna help him.
The thing is, what else does he go for? The BKB is what he sort of needs, to be honest, because that's the only way he's keeping his mana alive, but that's a 8. Whoa, come on over here, Nico. Big old coil. That could be the turnaround. AA ulti on 3 as well. Anti-Mage is gone. Immersion follows through. And Toby, 14,000 MMR, yes, but that's not going to let you TP away, buddy. Might be in love with you on my own side, but love doesn't cure death, and he's about to find that out himself. PMA with a triple kill. What an initiation from Niku, right when things look to be taking a turn for the worse, and they might not be done. Olnit forced to get away with that morph.
Yeah, that was a near perfect initiation they found, and there wasn't even an observer ward over there, so I'm not sure what kind of intuition Navi had to be initiating like this, right? They just
went for
went
the
all in. Yeah, they were going for the rune.
They had an
it was
aggressive
coincidence.
observer ward in the Radiant jungle, which meant that they should have seen a few of these players coming over. There is that, but that felt like it's just a blink for the rune.
And I mean, Mal is paying hard for that one. The good thing is their Morphling was able to get away, but a 4-man wipe is definitely nothing to scoff at. It should give you a lot of farm. The problem is, though, for all of these wins that Navi get, Medusa does not farm up that much quicker.
I will say Medusa's changed her mind. This is not going to be a butterfly Medusa anymore. It is a diffusal blade.
Yeah, he's going for that disperser. This is what I was actually wanted to say before that team fight broke out. He needs that disperser, that max movement speed, and you can't be getting slowed down against the ignite, against the anti-mage whose mana burn is going to be slowing you as well, right? So you have that disperser, and that essentially means you can survive from that team fight, right? The Orchid won't do much. You pop the Manta, diffuse the disperser, and you just simply back away.
Alnet, in the meanwhile, he's been farming up. We haven't managed to talk about him in quite a while. He's got the Sanjay Yasha and the Dragon Lance. Now he's going in for the Phylactery, and the Kanda build-up is still going to be there. He's going to be staying true to the nerfed item. Smoke up from 3. It's Mouse Sports to take initiative.
And the interesting thing is, the Morphling went for the Sanjay Yasha over the Manta. I'm not sure why, but
there's not that much to Manta off, but right now in goes Force. He's immediately got one support. Briddies does turn around with his ultimate, but that felt like more he's forced to use it.
Hexed
Meanwhile,
up!
It's Supreme, hexed up. Daze manages to locate him, but he's still not actually been follow-up stunned. This should be a life live, but no, not with the Burrow Strike interrupting any intentions of escape. Now suddenly they're turning onto Toby as well. Ultimate guarantees the safety of his support while PMA is trying to run away from a dark little fairy. Got the juice, stays alive and all of it. He gets experience for all of it, and Navi get a big win for all of it.
yeah, and you didn't even have to expend that epicenter. I mean, this is what we were talking about, right? That Sand King counter initiation does so well, and that's the ideal way you want to be playing it. And shout out to the Lion, shout out to Daze over here for that hex up on towards that Storm Spirit when he went for that zap after killing the A. Look at this. He just hexes Storm up. And the second time, with that impale on towards the Storm, allowing PMA to get that Burrow Strike off, essentially ensured that Navi were going to get that 4-man wipe, or at least a wipe on towards the Storm Spirit.
I didn't initially catch the blink up from Daze, so it's even more impressive that he blinked up into the Storm and got the Hex immediately followed up by Puck. That's very nice, I agree. Now, that being said, has it started to turn around for Navi, right? I mean, Force is no longer on the top of the net worth or even close to it. He's now farming in for a BKB. Now is the time where it feels like this anti-mage is going to have a harder time actually doing much. Shiva's now up for Sand King as well. Is not going to be helping any of these heavy right-click oriented heroes on mouse.
Not to mention the additional magic damage that you take, right? The 20% damage amp from that Witchblade on towards that Puck, from the Bottle Strike epicenter, from the AA, from the Finger of Death.
It's a lot, especially for heroes like Morphling and Storm Spirit, which already, you know, like Storm's not necessarily susceptible to that magic damage in the same way, but you need a lot of that burst damage to take him down when he is actually disabled.
And the BKBs are still quite a few ways away for a lot of these heroes. Sure, Storm's going to be getting it up now, but Morphling has no plans for getting that BKB. And I will say, the Kanda, buff or no buff, right? We just like, if you talk about the Kanda before and after, it's not that great against the Medusa because you're absorbing like most of the damage.
They are hoping that the AM's able to go in first, right, and get a bit more done. There is that to keep in mind. Let's not forget. But you're right. It's definitely forcing a timing now on the usage of Kanda where you'd rather be able to sort of get it out twice or thrice in an extended team fight. You feel like you have to wait a few seconds before you use it. But to be fair, I don't think Kanda is going to be prioritizing the Medusa. I don't think this is going to be like a focus down Medusa overall situation.
Yeah, that is true. I definitely agree. You want to be, at least the potential to burst down some of these supports, the Lion and the Ancient Apparition, is definitely going to be in handy. But
Watch out for Force. There's a big gank coming his way. They know where he is. He's silenced up. You've got the Burrow Strike. Follow-up should be enough, and indeed it is, just in case. Really shocks out the Ice Blast. You never know. Pop him in the refrigerator. He might go bad.
So many stars. He's like, oh man.
There's still more. There's the turnaround. That's what you needed. Supreme BKB gives him a lot, but he's still coming low. He's running out of mana and got the juice, forces him away. No more casualties for Navi as they try and get away, but got the juice doesn't want to let that happen. He just can't pursue. That's what he's relying on Niku for. Niku's Usept is still yet to be used. Toby will go down without it, but Niku doesn't want to use that offensively. He's worried about a turnaround, so in the end, it is a 2-for-1. If you include the anti-mage death.
Yeah, and the problem for Mouse is that their spells are not that much spammable, right? Once that Storm Spirit expends all of his mana and uses that BKB, and you're forced to move back, you have nothing to defend yourself with. Meanwhile, over on the side of Navi, you have that Blink Impale, you have that Blink
I'll push back a little bit, because you know, we have just spent a lot of time saying how Mouse is much more spammable abilities up against Navi, but it does feel like right now Mouse doesn't have a second go button, so they're more spammable across team fights, but within a team fight you're not going to get your entire wave off again, right?
Definitely. That was I was coming to that point, right? Because Navi, once that team fight, once the dust has settled and you're trying to go for those remnants, trying to clean up some of those fights, right? You have that Lion who can reinitiate with that Blink. You have that Sandkin who can reinitiate, right? You have the Puck that can reinitiate, and you don't have that on Mouse. Storm Spirit is not going to end up with a lot of mana after a team fight, and some of these heroes, they don't have a lot of survivability. Course, BKB now ready for that anti-mage to definitely help him. Obviously, it won't help him if he just ends up getting chain disabled, right? But
he's very often initiating the fights, right? So at the very least, he stays alive for an extra 8 seconds. He doesn't just get stunned down like we saw.
And he can definitely force out that Medusa Stone Gaze, right? Because the Medusa, if you get gone on by an anti-mage with the BKB active, your only option is to either pop the Stone Gaze or hope that your team is there.
Now Navi know that this Roshan is going on. They've already used that scan out. Radiant side have used theirs. So Mouse Sports is about to be told that the contest is coming over. But will it be there on time? The AA Ice Blast will strike through onto 3. Then goes BMA. 3-man Burrow Strike. 3-man Queen Court. What more could you ask for? Well, you can ask for the life of some support. You can ask for the life of Force and Toby. And it feels like you might be delivered. Meanwhile, use up on old mid. Thank you very much for that, Aegis. How much did it help you? Not very much, right?
Yeah, and Toby gets away. It's your 14k MMR. He
stop picking on it.
I'm not picking on it. I'll just say he had the intuition. He knew that Roche was a lost cause, and he just went all out. And that's a danger of going for those Roche plays, right? The Roche roar, which essentially sends out a signal that Roche is happening, and against a lineup that has like 4 AoE abilities. It's oh
my god, he's gone. Oh, Toby didn't know they're going to keep on committing. I feel bad for him right now. Sorry, Toby. Oh!
He's alive.
Glimmer Cape stays alive. Even a counter kill from Immersion. That's a great Bedlam usage, and the overextension means that this line should be dead as well. Goes down in the end, and Radies is going to be no different. Suddenly, it's
Medusa nowhere to go.
Maybe the Aegis was all just a ploy for the real assault over here. Juice cancels his TP as well, and now Supreme's going back in, but maybe it's all according to plan. Juice's mana running out, Onlit still trying to fight him off. There's no wands, there's nothing else. There's the mana void to finish him off, and Niku's the only one left alive, but even him for how long? The question is, who's chasing who? Niku trying to turn around. Onlet's still fighting up against him. Niku's not really got an escape plan just quite yet, but I don't think that Mouse will want to commit too much.
He has 2 items that help him escape. A Waning Rift and a Phase Shift to top it off. There's no way Niku dies. And he got a Wisdom Rune on top of it as well.
Sure, but you also did just see Navi getting team wiped. Almost, other than their puck, pretty much. And it all comes off the back of a great kill coming out onto Immersion, which completely removes him for the rest of the fight. I mean, look at this fantastic execution. Even from Force, the way he's able to dart in and out of the team fight, keeping himself alive, making sure he's, forcing out the TP, forcing out the cancellation from Juice over there as well, which brings him back in. I mean, that's big.
Yeah, that's definitely masterclass over on the side of the Storm Spirit, and it is a lesson that perhaps Navi are going to learn, that you really do need to secure your Medusa. You can't wander too far away from the Medusa. You can't initiate too far back, right, if you're the Sand King, because if you initiate too far in and you isolate the Medusa away from yourself, then your team fight capability suddenly gets a whole lot weakened.
Yeah, PMA is feeling a bit silly about that one, but Navi's still firmly in the lead. 12,000 net worth is certainly going to be something to be able to pat yourself on the back with. A lot of money to wipe your tears away.
12k net worth lead, man. This is not how I see Medusa games going.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hey, I'm not even defending high ground. What's going on, guys?
Yeah, it's really strange,
Force,
right?
Force. He's caught out. He doesn't get this mana shield off in time, and now in the meanwhile, Daze is just going to follow up. They've got the burst strike. They might need the Dream Coil, and indeed they do. Force taken down as he has been hunted.
I don't think they were thinking about what they might need. They just blew everything onto Force to take him down.
And that means maybe they can't find Supreme unless there is follow-up. No, he's used his BKB, but even that's a bit of a small win. He's got a... Oh no, what's going on over here? Haze? Daze. My bad. That's odd.
He got the haste rune off, so he's going to be fine. But the confusing thing for me is that they did not go for the shard onto Supreme. Definitely trying to play this Yoji way.
Sand King is going to be in some trouble, but that's where Niku comes in. He's trying to force Toby away, who's going to be TPing. Meanwhile, a quick cancellation on the TP of Immersion. Immersion takes the fall instead. Force's earlier death is going to be compounded, but can Niku go for more? There is going to be that Dream Coil available. In about 5 seconds or so, he decides not to chase inwards. There's no follow-up available.
Yeah, and unless he has the Kana now going for that BKB, recognizing the fact that it's absolutely crucial this game. He's been seeing Force get absolutely obliterated. He's like, yeah, guys, I'm gonna farm this BKB up before I come into some of these fights.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Disperser up and ready for the Medusa, and he has a full butterfly as well. Suddenly now, he's not all that susceptible to these hits. You don't have an MKB on your side. Like you mentioned, the Khanda, it's not all that great to be being used on the Medusa, so the Khanda's being prioritized on some of the supports over on the side of Navi, or perhaps even the Sand King to burst him down before that Bloodstone comes active. But I have to say, Mouse, they need a few more items before they can put up a fight. And the confusing thing for me is that this anti-mage, he's not going for that Aghanim Scepter. Now, I haven't seen a lot of teams pick that Aghanims, but it's so good. Like, you prevent mana regeneration.
Yeah.
Your line cannot give you mana.
Dire's bottom tower is
I mean, listen, that's all fine and well,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
but right now the juice is at your door and he is knocking it down. The problem's going to be in the back lines. That's where the smoke coming out from Mouse is looking to commit in from. They're hoping for a nice backstab. Scans missing out everything. Navi feel a little bit worried. They feel a little bit scared, but so do Mouse, who are about to face into a high ground situation potentially. The Arcane Rune obviously needs to be kept in mind, but it feels like these guys are like ships in the night. They completely evade. Wow, that's anticlimactic.
A ship evading means that the ship moved, right? It didn't move.
Ships in the night just means they just go by and you don't know there was another ship there and you could have had a crash. It's an old school one. Other than that though, he's now found out what's going wrong. Suddenly Navi can look to completely evade. They've got a nice little uphill ward up as well into the Radiant jungle. And now it's time for them to smoke. Oh? Nah, they're just pressuring. Alright, fair enough. Navi realized everyone's far away actually. Like, why are we caring? Why don't we just get their high ground?
Yeah, and now Mouse, they're coming back to their base.
Hey guys, we have a high ground, please.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Listen, the initiation needs to come and it needs to come soon. Tobu's starting to wind them down with the ignite, but look at how Navi is postured. Everyone ready to blink right back in. Multicast can go out as long as you want, but this barracks is going down. Niku even gets a blink taunt forward, and that's where the jaunt back comes in. You're watching out for Immersion, who's been stunned up, but he can buy himself some more time. Supreme can't go in on anyone. PMA's got the Yule Scepter to keep himself alive, and all in the meanwhile, Raxes are gone. You need to win this fight if you're Mouse. Only still trying to go in and deal some damage. He will get the one kill. Puck's gone down. Riddies will be soon to follow, but the turnaround from Daze, the immediate Earth Spike, means that Unlit just doesn't have a chance. No buybacks available. This feels like it's game over for Mouse
Radiant's
Sports.
bottom tower is
Yeah,
under
with no
attack.
buyback, there's no way to defend some of these Raxes. And sure, the Morphling tried to do his very best, taking out that Ancient Apparition and taking out that Puck. They were close to killing PMA off as well, but Storm Spirit just does not have the damage. He has a Kaya and an Orchid,
Radiant's bottom
but
barracks
it just
are
doesn't
under
do
attack.
all that much in this stage of the game. They don't have a way to actually punish this Medusa for being able to hit the racks free of cost.
Radiant's bottom barracks
And now,
are under attack.
Anti-Mage forced with his last-ditch effort to try and salvage something from this game. He's going to end up blinking to his death. Will force Navi back for a little bit, but as I say that, they got what they came for. They got the racks.
Radiant's bottom
No,
barracks
they got two Raxes. Let's not forget. I mean, look at this team fight all over.
Yeah.
It's so chaotic, it's so messy. Force is just trying to isolate out supports, but he's doing it too slowly. He can't get those kills. Immediately afterwards, you're seeing how the Medusa can just continue fighting away when the anti-mage isn't on her. Force feels like he's going to die too early if he's trying to go on the Medusa. It is really just a case of bad to worse, and well, as I say that, Toby's about to experience it on top. He's been sidelined and put to bed. Navi's strengths are really kicking in now.
And I hate to say it, right, but I think that the lack of a proper initiator is really hurting Mouse.
It does
Yeah,
feel
sure,
like ever
the-
since that one fight where Buck on the bottom rune was able to get the triple dream coil, it's just been
Yeah.
it's just been downhill all the way.
And the anti-mage is playing pretty decently, right? Finding those openings, getting that mana void off. You know, he even saw a few kills on towards that Medusa, but he's not a Mars. He's not a
Yeah.
Timbersaw. He doesn't have that sort of tankiness that your team really needs.
He also
Because-
has a Morphling who is 10,000 gold behind the enemy carry because he hasn't been able to farm up, right? Like we can't ignore what this gold lead is looking like and how it's materializing in some of these heroes.
Medusa has 30,000 net worth. I just, oh man.
Yeah, and you can see it in her items. There aren't any more slots to fill, but there might not be any lives left for Mouse at the end of this one. It's an early kill onto Immersion. He'll be able to watch from the sideline. Decides he wants front row tickets instead to the carnage of Juice, and Juice is providing just that. It's absolute carnage, and that doesn't really go too well. Supreme's already used his BKB, and with the terrorize from the Dark Widow, forcing got the Juice away.
Double
Supreme
damage
suddenly
room.
feels completely ineffective. Mega creeps have been found. Mouse have only got two things left to do with the type G and G. Because right now, that's their only option in this best of three. You have to go over to map number 2 and figure out where to go from here.
Yeah, there's no way. I wouldn't say no way. I will go with the Dota buff style. I will say there's 99% probability that Navi are going to take this game.
What a bold prediction from our analyst Celsius. Backlines, there's fighting. Backlines is, bickering at the back of the classroom. They want to get out one kill before they type GG. They want a moral victory. But Mouse Sports, they'll have to seek victory in that next game instead.
Yeah, definitely. I think some of those rotations from Navi, including the coincidental finding of 3 heroes of Mao's over on that bot rune Riverside, it definitely propelled Navi quite a bit. It gave them the confidence, and we saw those things happen in a similar fashion time and time again. Navi were able to get those 3-4-man initiations off, finding those 3-man dream coils, 4-man dream coils, 3-man epicenters as well, landing those AA blasts. Overall, they played their team to perfection, and that was their win condition, right? You have an entire team based on AoE heroes. If you're able to get those AoE spells off, take away Mao's scores, then you'll be able to win. And it seemed like Mao's, despite having hypermobile heroes, that they were they played it very well, right? The Storm Spirit zapping in and out, the Anti-Mage as well. It seems like they lost their ability to do that later on when some of those disables became stronger.
Well, let's find out what Mavs have to learn from Game 1 and come back with Game 2 very soon. Of course, they're not out yet. They're not in the lower bracket just yet either. We're going to be off to a break and be back with Game number 2 very soon. Stay tuned, guys. This is only going to get better. Down a game in the initial playoffs, Mouse Sports look to bounce back versus Navi Junior. The lower bracket awaits them if they cannot on tea time. He's Ultras, and we've got some good old Dota in front of us. Ultras, Navi looked, let's be honest, a little bit lost in those first 15 to 16 minutes. I felt like Mouse Sports were, running circles around them. You said it as well, like, this is a team that even if they're losing someone, it doesn't matter that much. Everything turns around. Suddenly, their draft doesn't make sense on our sports anymore. AM can't stay ahead. Everything's going wrong. Is it draft? Is it execution? What went wrong there?
I think it's a bit of both. I think if you look at the draft, right, AM is just not as strong of an initiator on that offlane as some of those other heroes, because he does not have that tankiness ability that perhaps, say, the Centaur can give you, or the Mars can give you, or the Tidehunter can give you. I mean, even the Tidehunter not played that much anymore, but he doesn't have all of that, right? So you do have that initiation, but keeping in mind, you've also taken a lot of your initiation ability away by going for some of those niche items, right? Sure, the Diffusal Blade does help you, but the Vanguard, no Scepter on yourself, because the idea is you pick the Anti-Mage because you wanted to burn the Medusa mana, right? So, and you haven't made items that, for example, Scepter can burn away 20% of the mana in one go. So I think it was a bit of both.
Of course, we have to keep in mind, though, that at the same time, Mouse now, as we look to go forward, to go in for a more traditional draft, right? Like, Navi really felt like they caught them off with the Medusa pick. It felt like the AM was tailored specifically to that. While, like you said, if it had been something like a Mars, if it had been something, more conventional to the offlane role, perhaps, we could have seen a different story coming out of play. Good job of drafting on the Navi Junior side. I will say this is a team that always does look like they're coming in with a lot of good prep into what they want to play. And more than anything else, it never felt like Ulnet really came online to me. I think that's the big difference for me over here in what Mouse Sports were lacking. Now, I want to see Ulnet being made more of a priority, maybe a more winning lane matchup. You can't just put Ogre and Morphling together in a lane like that. That's not really a very strong matchup. You need. For me, honestly, I think you need a better hero for Toby to be playing out over there as well. Maybe a bit more pizzazz. I'd love to see more focus in the safe lane from Mouse Sports.
Yeah, and we saw quite a bit on what the Dark Willow was able to do, right? He was able to get a few kills off onto the core positions of Navi, right? So I want to be seeing another high propensity support hero being played by Toby, considering the fact that both of Navi's supports it so much with that Lion and that Ancient Apparition. You really, Dota for the past few years now has put more and more emphasis on those non-traditional 1 and 2 roles, more and more emphasis on the impact that the position 3 and the position 4 and 5 can actually have.
Yeah, and look, over here, just a small note to everyone. It's slightly unfortunate, but we have had to change out a player on Navi Junior for the next upcoming game. I got the Juices having some electricity problems, so the Medusa from the previous game, in case you somehow forgot their magical performance, will not be here. Obviously, that'll be affecting their chances of taking this one home. I'm sure Mouse will not be celebrating it, but obviously their matchup should be made slightly easier for them in that regards. Yuma will be standing in for Navi Junior. And obviously, it's a last minute thing. It sucks, but it's something you should have to work around. You should have to play out up against. With one thing that I will also say is that in the Niku versus Supreme matchup that we were having, right? Niku on the Puck, Supreme on the Storm Spirit. It didn't feel like Supreme was ever being outdone, and he was making all of the right moves initially. But that transitory period, sort of transitioning forward into being more of a, sort of global threat, more of a damage dealer, that felt like it never came for Supreme, because when he had that one extra death towards the bottom lane river, he's forced to go into a BKB because the Sand King's also so strong as well. I never really saw the shard coming out from him either. You never really felt like you're getting that much of the global 2-3 man ganking powerhouse potential that we were hoping for from him.
Not to mention, you went for the Orchid, right? Which is a really good item, but I simply prefer the Witchblade because the damage over time, it gives you a lot more team fighting capability rather than that pick-off capability, right? Because if you go for that Witchblade, and it really did seem like team fighting is where Mouse were really struggling that game.
Yeah, and listen, team fighting force for Mouse was difficult, but pickups worked. Right, so this
Yeah.
is where even if you are getting those pickoffs, how do you make sure that maybe Navi doesn't manage to get themselves such a big team fighting core? Is more of the banning process around, hey, let's make sure that they don't have access to their pucks, their Sand Kings, these reinitiating kind of heroes, these reverse blinking heroes. But in doing so, you also let through a lot more carries, right? That was obviously a big focus for their banning phase before, making sure the DK is taken out, making sure a lot more of those traditional position ones are taken away from Navi Junior. Do you think that maybe we see a shift in priority, or actually, forget what you think will happen? Would you like to see a shift in priority in banning, because it feels like Navi Junior's strengths feel more cohesion rather than one-man carry shows?
I wouldn't say it came down to so much about the bans than it did with the picks, right? Because you had some very potent position 3 heroes that you could have gotten for yourself. You could have gone for that Enigma. You could have gone, let's leave the initiating tanky abilities, heroes aside, right? Let's leave the Mars and the Centaur Warrior aside. You can pick up the Doom for yourself, who does so well against the Medusa, who does so well against the Puck, right?
Sure.
And the Sand King.
Doom was banned, I will say.
It was. I don't.
Yeah.
But okay, so
Doom was banned.
it got banned. I think in the later. I don't think first 4 bans were targeted towards that Doom,
No,
right?
they
So you could have gone for that Batrider, for example. I'm not sure if the Batrider was.
I mean, honestly, I would have loved to see
banned,
something unconventional. I know it's something close to your heart. I would have loved to see a Night Stalker pick coming out of it. It feels like, something like that, more disruptive. If you want to lean into pickoffs, you can. Great against Puck. Not bad against Medusa either, to be honest, because even if you're trying to mount her out, she's still silent. She can't get the Stone Gaze off. So she does feel like you want to go into an early pike, which is obviously not ideal for a Medusa, even if it's not the worst in the world. So, there's other things, but it did feel like Mouse Sports, they came through the strategy, and that strategy required them to walk on a tightrope. It's making sure that the animation never falls behind. It's making sure that the Storm Spirit continues to snowball off of lane. It's making sure that Ulnit's poor laning stage could also be turned around. All of those things were possible. They started walking down that tightrope, like I said. But that's the thing about tightropes, they're ropes. You can't walk on them, not for long. You fall off. That's why it's impressive when they do it in a circus.
But man, I really do want to see Mouse pick changing up their strategy for some of those picks, adjusting their minds on what they want from the game itself once it starts. Right, though some of those item choices I personally did not agree with, like the Khanda. I don't think it did all that much, and I think we were seeing from that gameplay update just how big the Khanda nerf really is. Right.
Now, listen, let's maybe take the conversation away from specifics of the last game, and let's look at strategically overall. What do you want to prioritize? Forget the hero picks for about 30 seconds or so. What style do you want prioritized from Mouse Sports if they want to win against Navi? Like, is it that same pickoff style that they showed that they were very good at? Would you want a 4 Protect 1 to continue their strategy? Like, what are you hoping to see different from Mouse here?
I think Mouse should be going for a team fighting oriented lineup themselves, right? Because they do certainly love to play team fight. Even though they had those pick-off heroes, they were still essentially fighting as a team, right? They were trying to pick off with 4 heroes at a time. So I want to see Mouse doing what Navi did to them in game number 1.
That's tough. I mean, that is tough. Navi was losing for a while, so it's not going to be easy to pull that one off. But Mouse do initially manage to snag up that DK pick. Viper is the immediate turnaround. Felt like they had that in their back pocket. Navi, you must have known the DK would be picked out by Mouse Sports. So, Viper, could this be an offlane Viper?
I think it most definitely is going to be the offlane Viper. Does do very well against that DK. Obviously, you can send the Viper down towards that mid lane, but the Viper tends to fall off pretty quickly once you go past that mid game. So
also doesn't feel like Supreme's kind of hero, to be fair, right? Like, you're looking at Supreme on these Storm Spirits, he's Queen of Pains, very active heroes. Viper is about as slow as it gets. He's a flying snake, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, and I will say that Navi really should have banned out that Warlock, or at least they should pick it up themselves, because the Warlock, the splash damage with those fatal bonds, it absolutely decimates. And Mouse, if they're able to actually pick that one up, that could be huge. The problem for me is you've picked up a DK and you've banned the Morphling, so really there are not a lot of carries available in the pool that can counter the DK in a 1-to-1 scenario.
Yes, I suppose, but also at the same time, I mean, listen, I wouldn't hate to see a carry that is more geared towards the rest of the team. You know, if you can shut down the DK, if you can shut down Ultimate in the lane like we saw what Navi did in the previous game, and you can make more of it more about the rest of the team, it would be interesting. I wouldn't hate the Juggernaut to eventually still be in consideration, but before that, I'm more curious about what the supports are going to end up looking like. Right over here, Shadow Demon, great against the Dragon Knight. You can get those, you know, Dragon Form, poison damage and everything right back out towards him. Also just good at saving people from the Dragon Tail ever since that's been changed into projectile a long time ago. But Enchantress and Clockwork on the other side, and sure, no Warlock, but I'm also just surprised actually to see that Ench-Clock combination coming through. So far, the only reliable stun over here is the Dragon Knight Dragon Tail. Sure, Hookshot's not too bad, but that doesn't seem like all too much.
Yeah, and the Enchantress does not really do all that well against the Viper. I mean, you know, you can't zone the Viper out, you can't trade hits, and you're not going to send the Clockwork down towards that mid bot side with that DK. So really, this is a very dangerous offlane. If you're sending the Shadow Demon down towards that bot side against the DK, you know, with the Viper at your side, then that bot lane could potentially, Navi could potentially steamroll off of that bot lane. So Mouse really need to be careful. I'm not sure about both picking up both supports at this stage.
Like the interesting thing for me over here is obviously they're once again giving Supreme a lot more space to try and have a counter to what Navi will be bringing to the table. Navi, this is around the time when I would love to see an offlane pick. I would still like to see a delayed support, secondary support to come through. Maybe even something safe like a Mars comes into mind. Good at zoning out the DK as well until he's got his BKB, trying to keep him away from team fights, things like that. It wouldn't be the worst.
You could go, you know, one hero that isn't played all that well, all that much, but it is a carry Navi. If they pick up that Phantom Assassin, could do wonders, right? That break mechanism against the Enchantress and against the DK. Not to mention you have those saves, right? The Clockwork, you can't get stuck inside the cogs because you can just blink out. You have that save in the Shadow Demon as well. So that's one hero that can potentially be huge for Navi Jr.
They're certainly taking their time. Okay, Bristleback comes out with the line. So this is going to be a core Bristleback, not the support. Bristleback, will this be a position 1 Bristle, though? Is the question.
I do think they should be sending this Bristleback down towards the safe lane. I think that the Viper does a lot better against the Dragon Knight than the Bristle does, right? So position 1 Bristleback. Okay, so they're going all in into this sort of.
This is kind of nitpicking, but one of the problems with position 1 Bristleback is that you can't really reliably farm up ancient stacks all that easily without completely messing up your farm pattern. So there is that to consider. But we have to keep in mind that this could still very much be like a Niku Viper mid. I know I said Supreme earlier on, but that's because I'm dumb and I got the team player names wrong. But you know, like we could see a Niku Viper mid, an offlane Bristleback still to come through with a different carry. So Navi Junior have given them a lot of flexibility in the draft. While for Mouse Sports, it does feel like things are a bit more clear cut.
They could still go for a carry down and send them down towards that mid lane. Navi, I mean, they can pick up the Medusa, send the Medusa down mid, pick up the Shadow Fiend, send the Shadow Fiend down mid.
You want a Medusa with the Bristleback and the Viper.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they come online so fast in that mid game. I mean, that Viper, it is expected that the Viper and Shadow Demon combination should be destroying the DK, right? If they somehow end up losing the lane, that's a disaster for Navi Junior, right? The Bristleback's never going to lose the lane, right? Because really, how do you shut down the Bristleback when he's on that safe lane? So the mid lane is the lane where you can experiment a bit. You can take risks on that mid side.
I know this will never be picked. Okay, it's an Earth Spirit. All right, fair enough. Okay, I was gonna say I wouldn't hate an OD pick actually coming out from Mouse Sports, even though I know that that's very out of the meta. That probably wouldn't be picked. Feels like one of those heroes that's very good at zoning out anyone who's being sort of chased by the Viper or the Bristleback. Good for delaying for a while. But the Earth Spirit also highly mobile. Lots of disables coming through overhead. The Boulder roll so strong. Even the silencers can be so strong up against the supports early on. But again, very activity reliant hero. This is not a flash farming Earth Spirit. It's going to be leaning into that 4 Protect 1 style all over again.
Yeah, and For that last pick, for which mid hero does Navi Junior go for, and which offlaner do Mouse pick up for themselves? It's interesting because Mouse need a break mechanism of their own. If you really, if you had to deal with that Viper and that Bristleback, and Navi they need some hero that can secure themselves that late game, right?
Phantom Assassin mid.
I guess the Earth Spirit. I'm not, you can't dodge the boulders. I will say that you can dodge the boulders.
I'm not asking for that.
So the Phantom Assassin can actually work if you send the Bristleback down towards that off lane, like you said, and that Viper down towards that mid position. That will free up. That's your safe lane to be picking up that Phantom Assassin. The problem
is you just don't want to play PA against Clockwork and Enchantress, right? As well as the mobility of the Earth Spirit. You're not going to be locking anyone down. You don't want to go in onto the clock. You don't want to go into the PA, onto the Ench without a BKB. It's just, honestly, I mean, it's a joke pick for me. Obviously, it's not going to work out too well for them. On a serious note, a Juggernaut wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, to be fair, but it does feel like you're, again, could run into some guiding problems on the Navi side.
Queen of Pain banned out, and a Dazzle picked up.
That's interesting. Could this be a position 2 Dazzle, or is it probably still going to be position 3? It's very good against the Bristleback, I will say that. Like, a pause 3 Dazzle should destroy a pause 1 Bristleback, in my opinion. Combined
Not to mention there's
Clockwork, and it's even more difficult.
There's really nothing to stop those constant graves coming out from that Dazzle in the later parts of the game, right? And that grave can do a lot, right? Keeping you alive against the Viper strikes and that Bristleback Cold Spirits that are going to be coming out, keeping you alive against the Finger of Death. That's going to be actually absolutely huge for Mouse if they're able to make it work. Now, I do think that it is going to be a position 3 Dazzle. I did not see that coming.
Is Yuma just a Meepo specialist? If Yuma is playing this, and maybe this is... Okay, so Yuma's probably just like a Meepo guy, to be fair, right? Like, we obviously have players coming in who are like that. I will give a disclaimer to the viewers. I've not seen Meepo play it in, like, 3 years or something, right? Like, I don't know what to expect from this at all. Tultras, you're the expert. You help me out.
I mean, I've never seen someone pick a Meepo into a Dazzle, right? That sounds like the most absurd thing.
Fair enough.
Like, you're making the Dazzle work for them. Like, I mean, I don't know. Listen, if you're a Meepo specialist, then of course, like, you can make it. But if you're a specialist of any hero, then you can play that hero regardless of what's against you, right? But if you're talking about counters, you have a very hard counter against you in the form of Dazzle, right? So, and not to mention the splash damage, because that's coming out from that Dragon Knight that's going to be obliterating all of you. So I'm not too sure about this Meepo. What I will say is that the Meepo will get the space to actually farm up, right? Because you have that Viper who's going to be going towards that top side, and that Bristleback who won't be free farming like a Medusa or a Luna does. So that's going to free up a lot of space for the Meepo. But what the Meepo will be able to do is
here's the thing. I have also just checked to make sure, and this is the Yuma from Nouns. Yuma does love his Meepo. Like, it is honestly his signature hero. It's one of the best heroes that he's been able to bring to the table. So there is that to consider at the very least. Like, you know, he is a specialist. I wasn't sure which Yuma it is. So now that we know, I guess I could see this working out.
I mean, that comparison isn't really fair, man. Like, you can't, like, I mean, you can't put a tier 1 player and be like, yeah, because this is a tier 1 player, he can make it work.
It's his signature hero. Like, he's been really good on this hero. This is where he made his names, especially in a lot of the pugs and everything as well. But I guess only the game will tell. You know, that's the thing.
He's level 30 on Meepo. I rarely see this. This is like the bane of my existence, you know. When I see a Meepo who's level 30 in my games, I'm just like, oh no, I have to sit through 30 minutes of this.
I appreciate that you said 30 minutes, because that's how long it normally takes for those games to be finished. Yeah. I've seen you play that. But it's starting off very straightforward. It's going to be a quick, aggressive push into the tier triangle. I was about to say tier 3, which is, you know, a lot of the same letters, but really not the same words. Immersion, scouts it out, could be caught out. There's that initiation coming through with the disruption. You've got the follow-up nets as well, but the Clockwork Cog should be able to keep him safe for now. Still, have to be careful. PMA trying to chase up after them. Immersion will be safe, and Ulnet should be as well. You really can't chase him down.
Yeah, and that will mean both teams will back off. Of course, Clockwork will have to go back. Both of these teams will be securing those 2 bounty rooms. But let's talk about something more important. Let's talk about some of these lanes, because the Earth Spirit is actually pretty good against the Meepo himself,
The battle
right? So,
begins.
you know, it's like, I'm at a loss for words, man. How do I?
Okay, but so just to go back to the lanes, this isn't a mid lane Meepo, though, right?
Okay, thank
Niku
God.
is playing Viper. We are going to have Yuma on the position 1. Not really any surprises over there. Obviously coming in to replace the Juice.
He ran out of juice.
I mean, he did run out of... This is true. Maybe that's why his name is Get the Juice. And like, please, guys, I need some more juice for electricity. No. Of course, hopefully that everything's all fine with him and whatnot. But in the meanwhile, bottom lane, initially starting out on the force, this is going to be a nice little kill coming out. Yuma gets that early advantage, but not much of one. The XP obviously goes a far way for him, but a 1-for-1 is never good when it's 3 players committed down.
Yeah, and Bristleback is going to have quite a lovely time towards that top side. The Quill Sprays will be more than enough to actually trade out, and this is one of the advantages of the Bristleback, right? You don't need to be you don't really trade hits in the conventional way of landing those auto attacks on towards the ranged support, because you can trade using your Quill Sprays, and that should help him out in this lane. But I will say is that much to the contention of what's going on in the Dota scene right now with the DK versus the Bristleback. I'm not sure if you know about it, but it's very, I would say it's very heavily contested on who does better between the Bristleback and the Dragon Knight. So at least we'll see a conclusion of that play out here today.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be the conclusive evidence that the court uses to rule in either favor, but at least it's a continuation of debate and conversation. And one conversation to obviously keep in mind as well is that Toby is going to be having a better time versus Daze, courtesy of the Viper not being around. We were concerned about the Enchantress versus Viper offlane matchup, but that isn't what ends up coming out. Bottom lane, Yuma has to be careful. Going up against that Dazzle is never fun for a Meepo.
Yeah, and boss side Yuma should have a good enough time, but I will say that as Force is able to get more and more levels up, once he also gets that Grave up, it's going to be very difficult for Yuma to continue farming the way that he has been. Of course, over on the mid side, Niku being thrown back a bit. Supreme, now, he does have the potential to be getting at least a few last hits off on this mid lane. It's not going to be a complete disaster, right? He has an escape mechanism, not to mention he can throw a boulder to be securing some of those creeps. So while the lane will obviously go in favor of the Viper, as is the nature of the hero, it shouldn't be, the Earth Spirit shouldn't be too far off. It shouldn't be too far behind.
And you have to remember, Viper's weaknesses are that he's weak to heroes rotating away from lane and doing a lot more in other lanes, right? So Earth Spirit wants to lean into something like that anyway. It's about getting bare minimum and then using it as a catapult for the rest of the game. Olnet, though, has to be careful, trying to chase in past. He will not be able to get the Lotuses, and Bristleback continues to stack up those quills with the help of the Mangoes and Lotuses. Now, it shouldn't really be doing too much to Olnet, but you have to keep in mind that he hasn't got the... he hasn't got himself the most survivability just yet, and with the extra quill stacks that have stacked up, the spray will take him down.
Yeah, Enchantress is not able to do a lot for the Dragon Knight. Now, Toby is playing one of the best zoning out supports in the game, but against the Bristleback, this doesn't do all that well. Or against Viper, to be fair, if the Viper came towards that top side. Another thing, though, is normally we don't really see a position 4 Lion, but the benefit of the position 4 Lion in this situation is that you can essentially give mana to the Bristleback, so those are infinite quills.
Niku, however, has not got infinite life. He's being chased up. Immersion should be able to make that chase work out. He's got the additional movement speed to help out. And now as the boulder roll is dodged, Niku will certainly make them fight for their lunch. But at the end of the day, man's got to eat. And Niku will be the meal.
Niku overextending there quite a bit, certainly too overzealous with that. I think Navi were expecting that their Clockwork is not going to rotate and leave the Dazzle alone over on that bot side, but that's exactly what Immersion did, and they managed to get the mid laner down.
Radiant structures.
Is
are
it just me,
fortified.
Tea Time, or every
is.
time when a Viper
it's
or
just you.
Huskar dies, you feel a little
It's
happy
just you.
inside?
This is why
Is this just me?
It's just you. Yes, it's just you.
Even
'Cause
with,
I
even
don't
the
play mid.
Huskar,
I don't play mid, so. Ah. And very often, I'm the one playing Viper if I'm going mid, 'cause that's the only way I'm winning a lane. Listen,
oh man.
enough about trauma of the past, so let's talk about trauma of today. Yuma about to give some trauma down to immersion. This not going to be the follow-up Earthbind just quite yet, but when Rid is coming close by,
Oh, a
all
turnaround.
of these people inside the cogs, they have to be worried about Supreme, but without the ultimate, without the magnetize, they can't really find the kills. These turnarounds are not turning too far. In the meanwhile, though, maybe Ridis can be the demise. Maybe that can be the victim of Supreme's rotation, and indeed that will be the case.
Yeah, no level 6, but still able to get that kill off. And Supreme recognizes this so well. He can't really do much in that mid lane against the Viper, right? So his only play is to be rotating towards on some of
Yuma.
these other lanes, like onto Yuma, who went back in for some strange reason, despite knowing that there were 3 heroes there and no support to help him out. And he ended up paying for it with his life, or both of his lives.
Now, the problem for Supreme is going to be he's going back into a lane with the level 6 Viper, but the problems continue for NAVI. EMA up on
that's
top
it.
lane will be stunned up. Nicely done, but the turnaround coming in, and Ulnit's been slowed down. What's that? You don't like the phlegm? Maybe you should have gotten a tissue to wipe it off first. He doesn't take that time to move back and reset. And those extra quill sprays, again, mean that Ulnit is having a bad time in lane. Second kill. Very similar to what we saw in the previous game. Ulnit just can't catch a break.
Yeah, Dragon Knight dead for the second time, and the good thing for Mouse is that they were able to get
Ready's
Meepo down. That at least the difference between these both of these carries isn't too huge. 2400 for that Dragon Knight, 2700 for that Meepo. Of course, the Meepo Yuma does farm a lot faster than the Dragon Knight does.
Top tower
Oh no.
is under attack.
Oh no, okay.
no. Well, you know, dying for this carry, that's a good position. 5, good job, Ready's.
Dire's structures are fortified.
At least Mouse are doing
Tower.
okay. Save for the Dragon Knight, save for Ulnit dying right after he TP'd, so he's going to be walking back to the lane. But Mouse have been doing are quite successful in actually amping up the pressure in some of these other lanes.
Under attack. Dire's
Yeah.
top tower has fallen.
So that should tide them over quite nicely. It's not going to be a situation where, you know, in a lot of games the Viper just steamrolls over you, takes all map control away from you. But I don't think that that's going to be the case here today. Even though the Dragon Knight is falling down, I still think the Dragon Knight, the Mouse will be able to give the Dragon Knight his space to
Listen,
farm.
that's fine, but look at this top side of the map.
Bottom tower has
It
fallen.
belongs to Navi. This mid-tier 1 is not long for this world. Mouse can't really mount a defense over here without Immersion having a level 6. Who's going in onto Niku? Is it going to be Supreme's Earth Spirit? No, it's not. All Niku needs is Riddy's behind him to save his hide in case they dive too hard for it. Now, Rune will not be found by Niku, and I suppose that's some small solace, but this siege continues, and while it does, Yuma continues to farm.
Dire's
Regen rune up for Supreme though.
under attack.
That means for at least 2 minutes they will be able to defend, or at least the stopping power, the psychological power over.
The psychological
team.
power? How does Regen Room give you psychological power?
I mean, you don't want to be going on the hero with the regen rune, right? Especially the Earth Spirit. He has such spammable abilities, so you don't really want to be starting a team fight against him, at least for those 2 minutes.
I guess. I mean, okay. Feels like they're very content with not actually going for a team fight as well. To be fair, they have taken over the dire side jungle. You know, BMA's having a grand old time. He's going for that first item, Magnum Scepter. No surprises about it.
Navi is still quite a few ways away from their level 6 on their supports. The Lion, you know, we saw just what the Finger of Death could do last game around, and they really do need it to secure themselves some of these kills. And over on the side of Mouse, you are a bit closer, and meanwhile, Force will be taking this huge stack of Ancients to be very close to his Scepter, Aghanim Scepter. I believe he'll be like 1500 gold away from his Scepter.
Good old courier. Always so helpful. Of course, that doesn't mean that things can't go wrong for Navi out in the mid lane. Before that Agnum Scepter comes out, they do actually smoke up and start to look to reoccupy their own jungle. The Observer wards are very nicely placed for Mouse Sports just to make sure that the Meepo can't be farming away.
Who did they find over here?
Really, no one.
Yeah, they wanted to be going for that Dazzle, but he was just farming up those Ancients, screening them up, and...
Are scanning.
Oh, maybe not really no one. Niku finds immersion. He's going to be able to get the Viper Strike if he'd like it off onto Toby as well. Waits for long enough that Supreme comes in. The disruption buys more time for the Magnetize to start running off, but Niku's going to be forced to TP away. The Earthbinds are nice to see, but will they be able to get the rest of the team out of here? Riddy's is TP successful, and Daze looks like he might be able to waddle off into the high heavens or maybe into the high hells. It is a lion after all, and he will be going down.
Yeah, Mouse having found that return over here, very well played by Supreme, keeping those boulders on them, having that Magnetize running constantly meant that Navi had to back away. That Viper and Meepo would have ended up falling if they did not TP away. And Mouse overall, very good job at deterring some of the pressure that Navi are building up, or have been trying to mount up rather, because it's their tier 1 that's falling.
Don't forget CCT.GG's/stake to support our boys over in the stake as well. Dave, you've got yourself a disruption, yes, but you have a follow-up, yes you do. There's the Hex, there's the Earthbind, there's the easy peasy kill.
Yeah, Supreme overextended there, stayed past his welcome, overstayed his welcome, and because of this, Navi are probably going to be getting this tower now.
Is under attack.
Meanwhile, Dragon Knight has been recovering. Now 4,600 net worth up for him. Should be getting his armlet pretty soon. Okay, so it is on the courier. So he does have that armlet. And once he gets 1 or 2 more items, I don't know if he's going to be going for that Sanjin Yasha immediately, or if he's going to be going for that Blink Dagger.
It doesn't look like he's really planning towards either right now. He's at least not according to his quick queue. Maybe eventual Sanjin Yasha, but in the meanwhile, Clockwork caught out, taken down.
Oh, but are they going to go in? A Centaur Stun onto 2. Niku in a lot of trouble. The Magnetize on him as well. The disruption will buy him some amount of time. Enough? Is it going to be enough for the TP? No, it won't. Supreme will end up getting that kill, and Force will be able to get away.
Last time we saw Navi having a big turnaround around the bottom river. Could this be the space Mouse needs? A kill onto Niku is going to go far, especially because it disrupts his Dragon Lance from being built up, and more of that sieging prowess also buys a lot more space for Ulnit to come closer and closer to that next item. Still, there is one, or in this case 3 big problems. Yuma. That Meepo's farming up like crazy.
Yeah, that Meepo is definitely going to be huge. It's really going to be a scenario where the Dragon Knight is going to have to face off against both the Meepo and the Bristleback, because keeping in mind, Navi are actually playing with 3 of their heroes, right? Meanwhile, the Viper and the Bristleback is going to continue... their Yuma and the Bristleback are going to continue farming up. So they're playing this in a 3v4 scenario, where they're finding some kills on the supports, that occasional kill onto that core, but meanwhile, Mouse have been able to fight back and have that Dragon Knight continue to farm. So it's really, this is going to be, you know, a kind of 30-minute clash where the Dragon Knight is going to face off against Yuma and the Bristleback, and whether or not he's going to be able to take him down is going to entirely depend on the next 10 minutes from Mouse.
Supreme smoked up. He wants to get in a back lines initiation on today's Daze. The target, Daze found. Daze pushed back into certain death, but the blink reveal from Yuma is giving Supreme a bit of the same medicine. Still time for Magnetize, courtesy of the Grave, and turnaround from Olnid comes in as well. He needs to fight, he can't back away, but the break is there, and his break is as well. Take a breather, buddy. You'll be back after 30 seconds. PMA in the meanwhile looking to retreat. Sure.
Oh.
But what else is there to find? Force will get one. PMA still alive, still can't be taken down.
Yeah, they only managed to find 2 kills over there, and that was so unfortunate because the Force's position was just not there to help support. Sure, he got that Grave off onto the Earth Spirit, but by the time the DK came in, their team fight was already gone. So we see the DK coming in here over right now, but Force's position isn't there to support him. He's facing off against the Bristleback, being zoned out, and that essentially meant that your Dragon Knight is suddenly alone to fend off against 4 heroes, and that's simply something that he cannot do right now. Otherwise, Mouse, that could have been a really big turnaround for them.
PM has just been doing fantastically well. I mean, be it on the Sand King in the previous game, be it on Bristleback right now, he's really been taking these farming offliners and making them work overtime. Plus, the Blink Dagger reveal from Yuma, Mouse just weren't ready for it. They didn't know Yuma had it. Of course, suspicions would have to be there, but it's not the same as seeing it in person. Niku, careful now, you're going into 2, but in the meanwhile, fight's going on with Yuma initiating on Force, and that is a dead man. Guaranteed.
Yeah, Dazzle just does not have the 4 points in Shadow Grave that he really does need. And neither does he have that shard. And of course, he is going to be picking that one up, so that Hex for close to 2 seconds, or 1.6 seconds to be exact, is something that could help them. But oh, topside Bristleback, you really want to be chasing this hook shot onto the Bristleback. The Earth Spirit is going to go in as well, and Bristle is taking a lot of damage. PMA, nowhere to go, just a scepter to his name. But Yuma, he's going to go in for the counter initiation, quick cleanup onto Immersion, and a disruption on towards the Enchanters. But do they want to be doing anything more? The Viper has gone in towards that other side, but the break on towards the Dragon Knight. Yuma's trying to finish him off. He will be successful. Niku trying to fight back on towards the Toby and Mouse. They're struggling. Supreme's going to go back in, will clean up Yuma, and now Daze is in a lot of trouble. 4 heroes down now for Navi. Niku nowhere to go, and it looks like it's going to be a full team wipe from Mouse, only having lost their Dragon Knight.
I mean, I hope we can get the stake replay out for that one, because that was just such a rare. Oh, thank you, guys. Such a rare set of mistakes in there from Navi. I mean, you're looking over towards how Yuma continues to fight into the dire side jungle through this choke where the rest of his team can't come in. Niku's, because he initiated early on, he was already forced back, so he couldn't fight at the same time as the Meepo, who initiated further to the left, so the Blink Dagger was off of what was rather on cooldown. So that disjoint in when the course could actually fight, and the Bristleback being taken down early on, without PMA there, you don't have to sustain damage over time. So Mouse, who end the fight on pretty low HP, you can see the difference it would have been made if their quills had been stacking up in all of that time. So all of Navi's team fight mechanics are just completely disabled because of that one death, combined with the slight delays between Meepo and Viper. This is huge for Mouse.
Yeah, not to mention that choke point, right? Only one way to go up. Against the Dazzle, you're forced to clump up, forced to eat all of those waves, forced to eat those cogs from that clockwork, forced to take splash damage from the Dragon Knight, and Supreme doesn't have to use many of his remnants to be keeping up with that Magnetize. He just needs to use 1 or 2. So overall, very well played from Mouse. A bit haphazard from Navi, because they chose to engage, as you mentioned, without PMA, and the lack of quills.
To be fair, I will say maybe this is where Yuma, being the stand-in situation, does end up impacting them, right? I mean, you're looking at Yuma and Niku. They're not necessarily the most coordinated in this situation, where maybe if it's Juice, it's different. You have to remember Navi is playing with that extra man.
Yeah, but that extra man he's Yuma.
No, I mean, he's killing it, but also, listen, coordination is still coordination, right? So
I'd love a Yuma in my pouch, like, I'd love an extra man.
Maybe try getting to 14,000 MMR then, huh, Beltras? You can get a Yuma in your pubs, you just need to get that.
But what's going to be interesting is when some of these BKBs do come out from Mouse, right? Earth Spirit is already on his way to making it. I do think that the Dragon Knight should be going for that BKB rather than the Sanjin Yasha. I don't think the Sanjin Yasha does a lot in this game. Of course, the status resistance and slow resistance is nice. The tankiness you get from that additional 16 strength is nice, but you need that BKB. You need that beak of immunity.
I don't hate the Sanjin Yasha, because it does feel like with the Dazzle they are looking to go into these extended team fights more than anything else. Of course, it's difficult to do that. Supreme going down on the top lane, immediate initiation from the Meepo, and a follow-up Finger of Death will always be scary. But scary is also what's going on in the bottom lane. Immersion, in he goes. Dazzle trying to keep himself alive with the Grave. Forces away, but he's forced into death. Immersion's demise is all but guaranteed. Toby is
Niku's
going to be
live.
another casualty on the way forward, and as Niku is going to stay alive, this Enchantress cannot say the same.
Yeah, I mean, why Nico didn't do some super heavy-handed maneuver there. All he did was really force off himself away, and suddenly Maus were no longer able to chase after him. I'm not sure what that 3-man rotation was. Perhaps after having lost Supreme over on that top side, they really did not expect such quick retaliation from Navi if they went on that Viper. And really, you know, we're going to see this replay. Sure, the Dazzle was able to get his heals off, do a lot of damage on towards that Viper, but the Cogs push plus the force off from Niku essentially made sure that he would end up surviving.
I'll be honest, it doesn't feel like Mouse realizes how close together their team is right now with how Navi is doing after that previous team fight, because that felt like desperation. They didn't have wards up in the enemy jungle, and you do have to remember as a viewer, guys, you can see the net worth feed, the players obviously can't. All the players see is, oh, our mid lane just got exploded by their carry and a support combined. Oh no, we need to make something happen around this map.
And Roche, they know this is happening. Mouse, they want to be fighting this. All 5 ultimates are up and ready.
God, I mean, but at the same time, Navi Jr., they're turning around with a smoke of their own. They've got Lion leading the charge. It's smoke on smoke, visibility found. In goes Supreme, he's found 3, the magnetized, massive. Yuma trapped inside the cogs. Riddy's unable to disrupt anyone. He's taken down in the Hex in his days. Disengages, Yuma re-engages. 4 stays alive with the Grave. Yuma can't say the same. And as PMA tries to salvage the lost team fight, he might be able to do it. The problem, it's a big old dragon in your face. PMA though, he's dragging these boys all over the place. He's still alive. That voodoo mask giving him so much, but it's not enough. Navi will fall, and now Riddy, the only survivor, buying back for a second death. And Roshan's looking mighty appetizing right now.
Oh man, Supreme, he was just too good for Navi Jr. to deal with. Just getting, rolling in, finding 3 heroes, a Magnetize onto 3, and then the Dazzle came in, was able to keep himself alive against the Meepo as well, and that simply just meant, okay, this is not the team fight replay of this. I was like, this is deja vu. But, you know, coming back to the last team fight, Dragon Knight was able to do so much as well. The fight got so dispersed. Yuma fell so quickly into that team fight that Navi just simply collapsed. They were not ready for that 3-man magnetize. And this is what Navi need to realize. Without the BKBs up for their team, they simply cannot allow a situation where they have magnetize on several of their heroes. They can't allow a situation where you have splash damage hitting you from Ulnet's ultimate.
You also have to just keep in mind, I mean, like that shard from Dazzle just doing so much. Riddick isn't able to get a disruption off either. All the more reason to need these BKBs on the Navi side, and those BKBs aren't coming. No one is building into them except for the Viper. Niku is the only one who'll have magic immunity.
And Yuma's getting that disruptor. The lack of BKBs, it's definitely going to hurt them, and the lack of disables for Force over here, being able to get those shallow weaves off, being able to get that Grave off, it's doing so much for his team, keeping his team alive, that, I don't know, again, we're seeing some, you know, previously I disagreed with some of the item choices for Mouse, and in this game I have to say Navi Jr.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm not...
You still disagreed with the item choice, you were just wrong about it. Let's be clear about that. Olnet, don't worry, I've got your back. Toucher said the Sanjin Yasha wasn't good. We saw it come into play in that team fight. All of that extra survivability and all of that extra status resistance really looking good there.
But, you know what's even better is the Sanjin Yasha and BKB.
I don't think there's anyone contesting that. Yes, I agree.
But the scary thing is, though, is when Ulnet's able to get his Daedalus up and ready, right? He's going to be an unstoppable force. And how do you even deal with that? Because Mouse right now have 5 minutes of uncontested farm should they want it with that Aegis, and Navi are forced to play on that back burner.
The hunt is on. Well, it's off. There's no one to hunt anymore. My bad.
Radiant's top tower is under
This
attack.
was a quick hunt.
It was a quick hunt. It was very unsuccessful. They found out it's not allowed to hunt in these jungles. My bad, guys. Thought this was the 1400s.
Top tower is under attack.
And I mean, to be fair, it is a bit.
Ridis? He's got the initiation over here, but in the meanwhile, Yuma's missed all of the damage from the booth that hasn't gone to plan at all. Reposition in from Supreme. He's got the magnetize on a 3. They're all silenced up. They're all going to be falling down, but are they? It's a turnaround. Enchantress. Toby's got nothing to do. He stays alive for a little while longer. The turnaround Hex on a PMA. Force continues to heal. The buyback. The re-engages. The fingers. They're all going down. Mouse is trying to fight back. Immersion now caught inside his own cogs. Yuma. He thought he was trapping him. Instead, he's trapped with the Meeple. But Yuma's losing track of his little rats, and they will fall. Ulnet continues to survive, but the Hurricane Pike will force him away. Mouse Sports, Aegis or not, their buybacks are wasted. Navi Jr. come out, I think, on top.
I mean, we'll have to see who came out on top. Surely 2 buybacks does mean that Navi comes out on top, but kudos to Ulnet over here. He held his own. He recognized the fact that with his Aegis, they do have a shot at going back into the fight. They forced the Earth Spirit. Supreme made a decision to go back in as well. That essentially enabled Ulnet to actually be getting all of those kills. And sure, he got Hurricane Piked on towards that cliff and he was no longer able to fight, but he got all of the XP, he got all of the gold from that, and he still came away with not having expended his Aegis, so he's going to continue farming up. And suddenly now this Dragon Knight, who was feeding consistently in the laning phase, he's now ahead of everyone else in the game. He's now on his way to be getting those damage dealing items.
And I mean, look at how much those cogs did as well. You start to think that if only Yuma had been maybe a bit more coordinated with Ridis and what Ridis was trying to do with the disrupt, or maybe if Ridis hadn't gone for the disruption, this would have been a dead clockwork to start things off. That team fight could have gone completely differently. But in the meanwhile, mid lane, PMA feels like he might be a dead man. There is the demonic first to try and keep Ulnet away. It will work out for now. Supreme, he's certainly flirting with the idea of a reinitiate. He's got plenty of remnants. Decides against it.
Yeah, you know what? You know you're facing a confident Dragon Knight when he's not attacking you with his dragon form. He's whacking you with his with his sword.
And that sword is going to be even more powerful because the Silver Edge is en route now for Ulnet. He's got that 9-second BKB. He's, what, about 2,500, 3,000 gold away from that Silver Edge, and that's going to be assisted by Daze in his presence here. Daze will be going down. Immersion the one to get the kill. Ulnet couldn't Dragon breathed fire in time. I was about to say Dragon Fire. I realized that's not a thing.
Radiant's top tower is under
Dragon Fire is a thing. I mean,
I guess.
Don't say Dragon Fire is not a thing, but it is Dragon Fire.
Yes, and Santa Claus is true as well.
Don't. Let's not do that, man. Santa Claus is real. He's sitting beside me.
Okay, that's kind of concerning. But Ulnet's got a present out for Navi. I don't know if anyone of them want to come and receive. Meanwhile, Navi, what are they up to? PMA, BKB en route, but he's still, what, 2,000 gold away from it?
Aegis has expired though, so Navi, if they want to be making a play, this is the time.
Feels like you've got the same clock as they have. Navi though, Supreme's gone in already. He's got the BKB. He doesn't want to let the Radiant side get theirs, but maybe this initiation is a bit too hasty. Disengage from Yuma comes out. Really still not dead. Will finally fall. No, the disruption to keep himself alive. PMA's turnaround showing his back off, but Daze has to be careful. Daze gets the finger of death out on the Enchantress, who stays alive regardless. There's still so much sustain provided by Force, and they're trying to make do and deal with it, but they simply can't. Unless BKB will soon be running out, and the same can be said for Force. Trying to TP away while the golden form is still on, but Ulnet's been caught out in the meanwhile. Ulnet fights back, stunned up, nothing to do here. No Aegis to help this time, and finally Mouse start to lose these fights. Toby trying to TP himself away, but the Earthbinds will interrupt. There's no way to fade back, not anymore.
Yeah, that was a pretty indecisive movement by Mouse, having activated their BKBs. It really seemed like they were confused whether or not they wanted to fully commit on towards that fight or whether or not they want to back away. And we saw them using their BKBs and trying to run out, but none of them used their TPs. And then suddenly midway, once you no longer had enough time on your BKB to TP, that's when they decided they want to be teleporting. And suddenly their BKBs, they ran out, they got disabled, they got stunned, and Dragon Knight, all it was forced to fend for himself. And Navi, they managed to turn it around, recognizing
It's
the
also
expiry.
the first time where Navi hasn't really been able to do too much about the Supreme Initiate. Rather, Mouse hasn't been able to do too much with the Supreme Initiate. Right, Supreme goes in, gets 3 people to magnetize, but there's just no follow-up. There's no one nearby enough to be able to close that distance. Like you said, definitely some indecision coming out from the Dire side here.
And normally we usually do see a Blink Dagger being picked up from
Dire's bottom tower
the meta Dragon Knight, right? And we don't have that Blink Dagger right now. Now, of course, he does need a Silver Edge for that break mechanism against both the Viper and the Bristleback, but the lack of initiation, the lack of jump in alongside of Supreme, apart from the Clockwork, it's certainly hurting them. I would imagine that it's even worth it for
Dire's bottom tower
the
has
Dazzle,
fallen.
for Force to be getting that Blink Dagger in.
Thing is, it's going to get a lot harder to kill Yuma soon as well because he's got that shard out with the with Dig ready. I actually don't think we've seen Mega Meepo come into play so far, even though he's had the Aghanims for a while.
I mean, one of the better things about the Aghanims is that you can throw your Meepos. You know, after
You still need the Mega
uh,
Meepo though.
I do think he's used the Mega Meepo once or twice. I'm not too sure, but I think towards that mid-side fight we did see him use the Mega
Oh,
Meepo.
right.
But
Sorry, he's Mega Meepo up over here as well. My bad, of course. I'm just not used to watching Meepo that much, guys. I'll be perfectly honest. So this is my fault, not his.
not to mention
Why
they could do a better job at the animation for the Mega Meepo. I mean, it's literally Meepo stacked on top of one another. You remember those cartoons where you had those robots that would connect with each other to transform into one Mega robot?
Power Rangers.
Yeah, the Power Rangers, man. So I want some shit like that in the game, you know? I don't
Do
want...
you also want like a 30-second cutscene where the game just freezes and we just see like, oh wow, everyone's
Dragon
let's
Z.
not go full Dragon Ball Z, yeah. Where we just pause the game, get a out, yeah. No, not quite there. Navi don't have much of a lead, Ultras. It feels like their lead is coming through who they are rather than what they have. The Bristleback at this point with the Bloodstone as well is going to continue to rack up the pace. He's now got a BKB.
Yeah. The BKB
What
is...
do you do on mouse sports?
I mean, you need more disables. Not only do you need more disables, you need damage on this Dragon Knight. His, you know,
need disables and damage. Like, do you want
you
flies
need
with
a
that?
daedalus. You know, you need a daedalus. I'm not sure. Like the Silver Edge, definitely very good item, much needed, but Dragon Knight's ability comes from that splash damage once you've activated your Dragon form, right? And the more damage you have, the more splash damage you do, right? It's 2+2, but his Sanjin Yasha and his BKB don't help him dish out damage. Neither does his armlet anymore. It's good in the early game, it's good in the early to mid game, but it's not good at 31 minutes in.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So he has queued up his Daedalus now.
He already has a Silver Edge, right? It's coming on the way. Yes, it is. Okay.
So the Silver Edge itself is going to give a decent amount of.
He doesn't.
He does
have
not
Silver
have a
Edge
Demon.
yet. My
Okay,
bad.
so he needs a Demon Edge.
Oh, this is going to be difficult because it's never going to come over. He's already lost Supreme. And who's going to be next? Mousesports can't fight without the Earth Spirit. It's Immersion to fall down and under. Sure, the lanes aren't pushed in, right? So Navi will have to recede backwards most likely. Or will they? They've decided to go back down to bot because Immersion, I believe this is his first death after he bought back, so he's got that extra long death timer as well. This is going to be terrible. Mousesports don't have themselves two heroes for this defense at all. This is Rax's hair now. You can't do anything about it.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be Rax. I'm not sure. I don't think any of them can go in. You just get insta disabled by days, and you just end up falling. No BKB available on. The Enchanters,
no.
and now the blink in. Yuma going in as well, and Alnet, he's taking a lot of damage, still does have his BKB, now activating it, trying to kill Daze, will eventually get him down, and it looks like Ridis is going to be the next target, but they might not want to be chasing too far. Niku TPing back, and Ridis is also going to be trying to TP away, but he's not going to be able to. He's going to be the second casualty. Can they find more here?
This is disaster. This is disaster. Immersion, fortunately, can't find the hookshot on the PMA, so PMA will recede. Backwards, Navi Jr. miss a chance to take down one single barracks. Mouse Sports, they had no way of initiating, but Navi turns around, gives it to them instead.
Yeah, I don't know why. You know, that blinking on towards...
Maybe it's
that
just
Enchantress
miscoordination,
is-
right? Maybe it's the line saying, hey, I can go in, I can keep them away. Daze is just going to keep them stunned, keep them threatened. You guys get the Raxes, but it did feel like a conjoined effort to commit. And instead, Mouse might take Roshan.
Yeah, this Roche does fall relatively quickly, but the Roche Roar going out just now, it will alert Navi. Will they be mounting up a defense here?
What's the cooldown on the Roche Roar? Oh, it's 20 seconds. Fair enough. So it's not much at all. He will... Alright. So it just keeps on roaring again and again.
Yeah,
Roshan
and-
is going to go down. They're going to get the Aegis. There's not really any contest over here for that. Navi's not even trying.
I'm not sure why they're not going in towards Roche, but
It's just the distance, I suppose. Also, you don't have the
Is under attack.
sight of ice on Yuma either. It does
he
feel
went for
like...
the Skadi.
Yes, but it does feel like Navi might want to wait for that to me, because as much as we're saying Mouse Sports needs more disables and everything, for Navi as well to not have to rely on their Lion to be the primary initiating factor, that could be a big difference maker. If Daze can stay alive and get a multi-man spike, but no, can PMA stay alive over here? They've got themselves a Silver Edge as well. That means there should be no chance for Bristle to be here. Instead, Yuma's trying to initiate. Bristleback buys back. Dragon Knight stunned up. His BKB is off cooldown. He tries to bring it back in to replace it. Treads now can use it, but Nico is just trying to force him away. Ultimate BKB's up now. This should be a multi-kill, but PMA is back in the mix. The
Oh, he
Aegis
uses
used,
BKB.
the BKB's already gone, so coming back into this could be certain death. Instead, PMA, BKB's up, looking to re-engage. Forces pushing himself away. Has
Waiting
got
out that
the break,
BKB.
has got the heals. They keep on fighting, but PMA is being cut, and that Force is still alive somehow. Yuma's going to be the casualty instead. Dragon Knight, though, can't take him down. The dig's there in time. Yuma's still trying to fight back. He's running low, but Pretty's
so
is nearby.
low.
He's still got himself. The disruption uses it once. Yuma should finally fall, but Immersion goes down instead. Toby can't close the distance. The Meepo will fall. There's no buyback. Pretty's so far away. Glimmers up, but what does his life even mean?
PMA needs to be careful.
What
He
does
has no
his life
buyback.
matter?
And they recognize this. They want to be going in on towards that Bristleback. Silver Edge, though, Ulnet still not ready with it. But Supreme is trying to chase him down. And now the Dragon Tail on towards the Bristleback. The break mechanism is going to come in. Bloodstone not going to help him. Bristleback dead without buyback. Ridis is going to be the next target. They have 110 seconds to make something happen over here. With Ridis eventually going to fall. The question is, Mouse, how are they going to turn this into an advantage? Is 110 seconds going to be enough for them to close up this game?
You've got bot lane pushing in, you've got mid lane pushing in, you've got top lane pushing in. This is what the doctor ordered. If you still can't get the medicine in, well, issue might not be just with the disease.
And I mean, kudos to Mouse Esports recognizing, finding the Bristleback over there, and then pushing their team past their limits. Right, that team fight, it dragged on for so long, and the fact that Ulnet and Supreme were able to keep themselves both alive throughout the duration of that team fight, I mean, that was hairy. That was very close. Now even without the Daedalus, it's 50 seconds for that Bristleback. Of course, the Meepo is going to come alive. The question is
also-
Navi.
Radiant's bottom
Meepo also has buyback now, so he has 2 lives that he can throw at them. This could be a Storm Spirit-esque defense where you sacrifice your life for the greater good, but Supreme's already gone in. Yuma takes him down. No more Earthsphere. Umnit's got the BKB TP out. Is there an interrupt? Of course not. Instead, there's a chase. The chase comes out onto Toby. The chase comes out onto the supports. But what is a support to a lane of racks? It's really not too much.
That was a bit underwhelming, I will have to say. Like similar to Navi Jr. overextending with Days blinking in when they were going for Mouse's racks, right? Blinking into those tier 4s to get the Hex off and then costing them that push. It seemed like a very similar situation where Mouse Esports Supreme went in with that roll up onto Yuma, but it really did not seem like they had a clear follow-up for that. And even if they had the follow-up, diving that far in when you have a clear advantage on your side, suddenly, you're not ahead anymore. You might just be expending your buyback on this Earth Spirit.
He doesn't have a buyback.
Oh wow, so you might be expending your racks?
Why stop at 1?
Yeah, I mean, the bot racks are exposed,
Yeah,
so...
Navi doesn't know that he doesn't have rack. He doesn't have buyback, though, right? They're assuming that this would be a buyback available for Supreme. They're assuming that let's not overcommit. Last time we tried
as
that.
well, so
Yeah,
Mouse will be able to get back up. The question is, Mouse, they were able to gain that advantage off of the back of that Aegis and a very sneaky kill on towards that Bristleback, but those are two things that don't happen very often, right? So what exactly are they going to do? Because Dragon Knight still does not have that much needed damage, still very heavily reliant on that Silver Edge break mechanism to be getting that kill on towards that Bristle and Viper.
Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, to be fair, right? Like, you do have the Silver Edge exactly for that reason, and for the DK, a lot of this comes down to sustain. I think more than anything else, I'm worried about the Aeon disc coming out for Forest. When that comes through, you're not killing this Dazzle in a team fight. It's just not going to happen.
Not to mention he has a full Octarine core ready.
Yeah.
Those heals, those Graves.
Observer Wards spotting each other out. This is a great position for Yuma, but he doesn't have anything to engage with. He wishes he had the side device right now. Brings in the gang, but the gang might be caught. There's a poison dust coming out. The Dragon Tail as well, but who's catching who? Only trying to turn around. There's a little pile of rats coming over his way. Now force away into the dig. Ultimate will live. Both teams trying to re-engage elsewhere. Supreme saved by a grave, but can he be saved for long? Doesn't feel like it. PMA continues to be kited, and the mid laner for Mouse, another casualty, a recurring one at that. But as Force backs off, Immersion does the same. The jetpack away, the jettison back to his base. There's no one to catch him. Immersion will fade back. The only casualty of this fight, Supreme.
Yeah, and we did see the Dragon Knight really struggling to get those hits in, right? It wasn't even about the damage there. It was just simply about the fact that that's the amount of slow coming in from that Viper. Not to mention the Shadow Demon Scepter. It's coming in really in handy, quite handy in some of these team fights where they're simply just keeping their distance from the Dragon Knight and not allowing him to go in. And because Mouse are going all into supporting their Dragon Knight, they're leaving Supreme in all sorts of awkward and isolated positions where he doesn't have much support of his own, where he's just dying on the side. And I mean, it seems like Mouse have 3 initiating strategies that they're trying to implement at the same time, and neither one is working in cohesion with the other. You have the clock hookshotting in, right, and then he's backing out. You have the Earth Spirit bouldering in, but he doesn't have the Justice team on the side. You have the Dragon Knight who's engaging onto Yuma, but he has a Viper and Shadow Demon on top of him, and he's forced to get back, and basically requires the Enchantress and the Dazzle to come in and try to save him, and that will leave the Earth Spirit alone. So it's very chaotic and isolated, and it seems like it's a very haphazard execution policy over on the side of Mouse.
One of the things we haven't talked about, which we did get to see in the previous team fight, is Olnet's level 25 talent. He has gone for the larger AoE on the Dragon Tail, and you can see that being incredibly useful versus Yuma. That was obviously a big timing that we were waiting for him to hit.
Hey, that's interesting. Normally you do go for that plus 12
extra HP and armor.
Yeah. But definitely that
very
extra
useful
AoE, yeah, exactly. That extra AoE, it should do quite a lot.
Will it
Not to mention,
do quite a lot, though? Dire Mouse Sports are not going to be here in time. This needs to be a quick engagement. Who do they even go on? Yuma's backed off after doing so much damage to the tower. Lines being drawn right now. The pathway is clear, but can they still make the journey? Mouse Sports looking to initiate. Yuma just trying to fade back. As always, it seems to be smokes and smokes, but now Mouse have lost track of their prey. They will not locate anyone.
Oh, going the other way. Wait, going the other way. No, I wanted to go left. Yeah, you know.
All right, backseat driver.
It reminds me of that song, you know, when she goes left, you go right. I'm forgetting what that
I
that
don't
song
know
was
this song,
called.
and I'm
It's
glad
very,
I don't.
it's very popular. You have heard this song because everyone has heard this song.
Is this Katy Perry Hot and Cold?
No.
Okay, then I don't know it. 50 seconds on Roshan, by the way. That's going to be very important if Navi can find it, and should be a Radiant side Roshan.
It's how to save a life by the phrase, and
Okay.
you've heard this.
I haven't, but I have heard Mouse Sports looking and searching on how to save this game, because they may have gotten that earlier lane of Raxes. It's just a melee, but it's the one you want. That's keeping mid pushed out, but how do you get that second beat to fall your way?
And I mean, they need more damage time and time again. Dragon Knight has had the opportunity to be going for that damage, but we saw last time around he went for that assault curse, and
This is
this stacking on this sustainability is not helping him because the value that you're getting is simply not there. We saw it in that last team fight. He was barely able to get 3 hits off before he had to back away, forced
now
to
you
expend
have
his BKB.
to remember. Yuma's also doing the same, actually. He's stacking up that survivability. He's really going all in under the Mega Meepo, which is obviously one of the big advantages of Mega Meepo is that you can buy a butterfly and the evasion. It obviously doesn't stack across everyone, but it feels like it's stacking because everyone else is underneath you, and it goes a long way versus a Dragon Knight who's just not going to be making an MKB. Look
Yeah, not
at
to mention
how
the Viper has a
annoying it is
butterfly
for
as well,
Roche
so-
against his Clockwork Overclock, by the way.
I think this Roche fight might just decide which team is going to be quite clearly ahead over the other.
It should.
This is going to be 2 lanes worth of Raxes in one Roche fight, so better make it count.
The clock is ticking. Initiation being planned. Tormentor sent forward to scout. The age is gone. Initiation needs to be now, or they need to back off immediately. Mouse takes too long. Supreme has gone in. Supreme's looking for a kill on the Riddies. Riddies should be falling, but he just got chased in time. Instead, turns around for the birds. Dragon Knight can't close the distance. Niku's still alive. I don't know how, but not for long. That Aegis will bring him back to life while BMA continues to fight into Force. Forces out the grave onto the Dazzle himself, but Dazzle will not be able to keep himself alive. He will have that grave again soon, but Hex up. Where's the fight going on elsewhere? There's no fight elsewhere. Now Sports gives up their Dazzle, and they will back off. Dazzle for an Aegis, is that worth it? No, never mind. Dazzle and Clockwork for an Aegis.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd say that's completely worth it. I mean, it's again a situation, the same situation, right? Dragon Knight's just not able to get off as many hits. The Earth Spirit did a wonderful job going onto Ridis, but that Glimmer Cape from Ridis did so much keeping him alive. In that team fight, he instantly brought back and tried to go back in. And we see this, right? The break mechanism, the Bristleback just forcing the Dragon Knight back. They killed off Ridis, but now, even though the grave is on him, he's forced to go back. And because the Dazzle used the grave on towards that Dragon Knight, he did not have a grave for himself. And Yuma, recognizing this fact, recognizing that his biggest weakness is the Dazzle, he decided to go all in on towards him, hexing him up, taking him down, and now it seems like Navi are going to be taking this Rax. Both this Rax.
I'm surprised that Mouse isn't buying back on the Clockwork. It's certainly available for them. Dazzle, of course, will not be. Now comes out the buyback. Is it going to be too late? Alden has to be careful. He's not going to have the ever-present Force for about 10 seconds or so. He's believing he can stay alive, but with the BKB on cooldown, maybe that could have been something to test. Instead, though, no tests coming out of here at all.
Yeah, these meeples looks. Oh my lord, these meeples. Okay, one
so
thing.
dumb.
These meeples looks. Yeah, it looks so weird.
So dumb.
Oh.
Scanning.
Oh, Unlet's getting ready to go in. He knows where Yuma is, but there's 5 players here. Unlet is behind enemy lines. He's gone in. Ready should fall. The support will die for the sins of the carry, but those sins aren't done yet. Yuma wants to re-engage in onto the grave of Unlet. He can't stay alive. Not this time. Not this time. Or can he?
No.
He's turning it around. He's being healed up. Unlet does not fall. And now instead it's Nico who's called to the task. Lions buyback is all for naught. These supports will be sidelined, and somehow Mouse Sports are able to get away with that.
Kudos to Alden. He found Ridis over there. Like his biggest weakness from the Shadow Demon's ultimate. And they were just able to clean up that fight. I mean, hexing up that Meepo as well. Supreme doing so much damage over there. And now it seems like they really just want to be going for this game. Meepo does have the buyback, but he needs to be using it.
It's still a 5-on-3. What are they looking for? What are they hoping for? There's 35 seconds. Only it's a big bad man around on top of the high ground, waiting for them to re-engage, begging for them to walk into that 400 AoE Dragon Tail. But instead, turn back. Let's get a lane of Rax.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
They could potentially go for Megas over here, because I really don't think a Navi are going to be committing before Ridis comes online. You need that Shadow Demon for that Dragon Knight. 10 more seconds now.
Supreme's gone in. Mega Meepo will buy himself a bit more time. Yuma won't be able to save his teammate. Nico's already gone. Yuma knows his time is coming as well. He's disengaged, and PMA is fighting where he can, but he's been hexed up now. There isn't a break available to take him down, and he can zone them all out on his own. But here comes Unlet, the big bad dragon, re-engaging in. Ridis is here, the ultimate dragon bane. Supreme trying to keep him off of his carry, but Unlet instead, look at that heal! The Satanic comes in, Yuma goes down, PMA's got nothing to do either, it's GG Core, Navi will fall.
That was very interesting by Navi choosing to go in with that Viper before the Shadow Demon came online. I mean, he only had a few seconds to go, so I thought Navi Junior, they wanted to initiate a fight and sort of try and force Mouse in. But that Dazzle, I don't know, because we won't have a replay coming in for that. The Dazzle was able to blink away, and it inside of that damage, right? Because of the Octarine Core, because of the Shallow Grave, he was able to blink away, and then he was able to save the Dragon Knight. Because the Dragon Knight had that the Grave on him, he just Satanic and healed all of his HP back up, and suddenly the game was lost.
I mean, this game definitely comes down to Force and Supreme. I mean, for me, Supreme's initiation to the mid game, where he's been able to find that great fight down towards the bot Radiant side, where he initiates on the 3 players when they're moving out of the Roshan pit after an unsuccessful attempt. That was fantastic. A couple of great initiations after that as well. And Force, he was never caught. Like, you just couldn't kill Force. And of course, some of that comes down to who the hero is, but you could really see how much he was able to get done when he's not on a more limited hero like the anti-mage over here. Mouse still have a lot to do and a lot to prove. This is still just game number 2. They bring it back even 1-1. Will Navi go for a gimmick Meepo pick? Anything like it for the next game? Let's find out after a break. Welcome back to the CCT Series at number 5. I'm T-Tommy Steltros. It's 1-1 between Mouse Sports and NAVI Junior. NAVI Junior looking like they were going to cruise through if Game 1 was going to be the trend. Turns out it's not the trend. We had Yuma standing in because there was some electricity problems going on for Got the Juice, in case you weren't tuning in for that. Hopefully it's going to be fine and all well. And meanwhile, Yuma pulled out a specialty. The Meepo. That specialty was quite special. I don't think you'd ever disagree with me over there, but it unfortunately didn't work. Mouse Sports looked good overall. Supreme, fantastic performance on the Earth Spirit combined with Force's Dazzle, and they were able to sweep at the game.
Yeah, and I do think that Meepo definitely a specialty pick, but he faced a mountain to climb, right? Yeah, he was stacked up against the Dazzle, the Earth Spirit with the Shiva's Guard, and the Dragon Knight with the splash damage. So it was only a matter of time before the odds were no longer in his favor. You know, you get those, you have a 6-slotted Meepo, but once you have a 6-slotted Earth Spirit, once you have that Dazzle who has all of his items, and the Dragon Knight who's also 6-slotted himself, you're at a massive disadvantage. And really relying on the Shadow Demon to be getting that DK down, or relying on the Viper to be getting that DK down, isn't exactly a recipe for success in the later parts of the game.
Yeah, and Navi never really felt like they were able to accelerate the game on Yuma's success earlier on. Although they'd done a good job of keeping Ulnet down, it felt like Ulnet was given space to come back into things. Supreme and Force were able to really push forward the team in a lot of the mid game. And I have to say, it felt like for Navi, that Viper pick for me was sort of what made the difference. I didn't feel like we got enough coming out from the mid lane from them, where you contrast that with what Nico was able to provide on the puck. It's just night and day. So I'm hoping for a bit more of an active mid coming out from him over there, but let's see what else they can actually bring to the table.
I definitely do think that, you know, just ban a DK and Morphling. Just like, I think there are only like a lot fewer S tier carries left in the game right now in this current patch, because the nerfs to the Luna Medusa, you know, and so just ban the DK, you know. Just get rid of it.
They're taking their time with it. They go out for the Chen ban initially instead. You know, nothing too surprising over there. Obviously, a bit of an S tier support these days as well. I am curious to see if we actually see the Morphling ban though coming out, because it didn't feel like Navi really had issues coming into playing into the Morphling. And for me, from what I've seen, Mouse are really reliant on getting Ulnet up and online, and when he loses out the lane, which has happened both times in the games so far, it takes them a lot of big players to actually re-enable the rest of their team. And of course that makes sense. Ulnet's also their shot caller. Very often you're going to be seeing them called through him. But that also means that, look, at the end of the day, you're not going to get those big plays from Force every single time. You saw that when he was forced into the anti-mage. You're not going to see those massive, you know, initiations from Supreme, things like it. So I'm curious to see how this one continues to go. Some very similar bans coming out. The Alchemist, the Timbersaw, the Monkey King. These have been banned in every single game that we've seen played so far. Monkey, I'm surprised to see it prioritized this early, though.
I'm not sure what the idea behind this Monkey King is. Of course, we will have to see some picks come out before we know why the Monkey King is being banned out. But, you know,
no
we're
surprises
seeing
on the Sand King ban, by the way.
Yeah, definitely. We are seeing a bit of a shift in trend, because I have not seen the Batrider ban, and I'm not sure why, because last CCT, and even if, you know, for some of you who have been watching ASL Bangkok, Batrider is one of the most banned heroes. You know, it's also, when it's not banned, it's also one of the most picked heroes, and he just got buffed. So, you know, definitely. I mean, I will say, in the last game, you know, switch out the Viper with the Batrider, and suddenly the game is a whole lot different. Suddenly you do have a way to have actually taking out anyone you want.
Dark up to early pick for Navi. This has very often been taken away from them. I'm glad to see it coming out. Now, listen, it's not Juice on. You have to keep in mind it is Yuma. It's a hero he's comfortable playing. Don't get me wrong. No surprises about the Earth Spirit pick at all. Supreme was fantastic on that from Mouse. Even if he did sometimes feel like he fell off a little bit, he was able to compensate that with honestly what looked like just pure skill to me a lot of the time. So Mouse will be picking that one up. In the meanwhile, by the way, quick conversation that we can have while we wait for a few more picks to pan out. Toby's been an interesting integration into Mouse, right? Toby's obviously a player who is, from what I understand, shifting some of his roles as well into that position 5. he got given the Ogre Magi early on. Felt like it wasn't really much for the skill expression here. Then he got the Enchantress, got some good stuns off, got some good Centaur conversions off and things like it. But I am still waiting to see sort of him being fully comfortably bedded in a way where he can also assert that lane dominance that they sort of do want to give on it. I'm curious about what they end up picking for him for Mouse. In the meanwhile, for Navi, obviously, Force has been, PMA has been a big focus for them continually, be it on that Bristleback where he looked untouchable, be it on the Sand King. They've shown a real priority towards picking a farming offlaner rather than sacrificing, which is sometimes what they do, so I am kind of surprised about that.
Yeah, and speaking about Toby, I mean, he definitely had a lot more impact in previous game than he did in game number 1, especially with that Enchantress. Those impetuses just were doing so much damage onto the cores of Navi Jr. And Toby turned into a force that you could simply not ignore, right? Sometimes you even saw the Enchantress being prioritized in some of those team fights, not to mention the heals that he was able to provide. But I do think that Mouse should be giving him a very aggressive support hero, someone that can find those pickoffs, perhaps something like a Tuskar, even perhaps something like a position 5 Clockwork, or even perhaps something like a position 5 Bristleback could even work over here. Those Nasal Goose would definitely help out quite a bit. Of course, you would need a range support to be
a range carry.
Yeah, a range carry, sorry, to be doing up with that Bristleback. But with the Morphling band, with the Dragon Knight band as well, it's going to be interesting to see what carry they're going to be picking to face off against the Gyrocopter, right? You need a carry with heavy amounts of sustain. You also need a carry that can 1v1 the Gyrocopter once that Satanic pops off, right? So you need a natural Satanic builder of your own in that late game
scenario. You are
getting
very ahead of yourself, to be fair, right? Like the Gyrocopter late game scenario is not what Mouse want to plan for. Mouse want to plan for a convenient win where they can actually take away that early game, because it feels like so far they've not won the early game a single time versus Navi. I mean, in the beginning, I would say maybe in the Storm Anti-Mage game they did, but it always felt like you're just a hiccup away from things going wrong. So I am curious to see if Mouse want to lean into that late game that you're mentioning. The Dark Willow, very flexible, great all round. You saw the kind of damage that it can do as well in the previous few series.
Synergizes quite well with the Earth Spirit as well. That Bramble Maze alongside the Magnetize, just keep the opponents there, and they're just going to be magnetized to death. Meanwhile, a Magnus coming out from the side of Navi. Now, Magnus is a difficult hero to play against a Dark Willow, right? Against those Brambling Mazes, because getting that skewer off becomes a lot harder. But we will see whether or not they're able to make it successful. But they are going all in towards this Gyrocopter, right? So Navi are kind of playing this like a 4 protect 1 strategy. The Bloodlust for the Gyrocopter, not to mention they're going to be trying to utilize that RP initiation to make sure once that Flak Cannon pops off, they can get a quick and clean sweep onto Mouse. But will Mouse allow this to happen? What are they going to pick? Of course, the Rubik is still up for grabs should they want that. Dark Willow, not a bad position 5 hero.
Look, I'm also very curious to see whether this is going to be a PMA sack or not, because last time Navi picked this in the group stage, when they went into the Magnus, they just let PMA be completely on his own. There was a lot more roaming that was prioritized from their position 4. In contrast, though, Magnus can also be built pretty heavy farming if you're going for more of an empower-oriented build. So I'm curious to see which way you go, because obviously Gyro is also a flash farming hero. So if you want Magnus to be taking up those ancient stacks and things like that, it does feel like you're sort of cannibalizing your own hero and your own lineup. So even within their lineup, they have these layers of flexibility that are going to be interesting to keep an eye out for. Now, that doesn't mean that Mouse don't have space to try and lean into this. Now, I would honestly love to see heroes being picked that can invade enemy jungle early, and the Mars is the perfect pick for that. I think the Mars provides you a secondary form of initiation when he gets that Blink Dagger, and more than that, he also gives you a good follow-up early on, even without the Blink. When Earth Spirit wants to go in on the Magnetize, you like you said, the Bramble, Earth Spirit Magnetize is already a good combo. You add in a Mars arena, this is going to get even more so.
Yeah, and not to mention Mars is one of the best counters against the Gyrocopter Flak Cannons, right? Because your projectiles are not entering the arena. So if you're able to get that arena off, you should provide a lot of buffer for your own team, making sure those Flak Cannons, those data-less hits are not going to be reaching your team. But
this is one more combo.
I mean, yeah, the Lich Ultimate, the Bramble Mazes, the Mars as well. Navi Junior, they're, it's tough for them, right? Because their lineup is entirely focused on getting their farm up on that gyrocopter. But Mouse, they have a lot of room to play, right? Because they have both the potential for that farm, they have that AOE, and they haven't yet revealed their carry pick.
Mouse comes through over here with a very experience-reliant lineup. Navi comes out with something that's a bit of both. Navi can fight, Navi can farm, but once they've decided on a pathway, it doesn't feel like they can change, right? So even when the Tiny comes into play, this is probably going to be a bit tiny. Good burst damage to come out as well. Really good follow-up onto the RP as well as the call down. You have a lot of burst damage from Navi and from Outward. Both of these teams are fighting a cold war right now. Either one of them could nuke the other one down at any given point, but who's going to be pushing the big red button first? And initiation is where Mousesports feel like they do come out on top.
And I have to say, picking, I don't know if the Tiny will be going for that Khanda, but I assume that he will, right? But Lich is one of the best heroes to be playing against the Khanda, one of the best heroes to be playing if the opponents have a Khanda, right? Because of that near 80% damage reduction through that Frost Shield. And of course, that damage reduction should be helping you out against the Gyrocopter flag cannons as well. So really, Navi Junior, I hope they have a good enough plan with that Tiny. Of course, their Wombo combo is pretty good, right? You have the Stun Toss combination, you have the Magnus as well, so you have multiple avenues of initiation. Not to mention, you can literally just throw the Gyrocopter inside once he gets big enough, and he's able to do some damage, and you can use the Magnus to actually counter initiate rather than as an initiating mechanism. So definitely Navi Junior, I believe with this Tiny pick, they have opened up quite a few different playstyles, but it doesn't change the fact that this gyrocopter, that they're very heavily reliant on this gyrocopter to be farming, right? Because the Tiny isn't going to be the one farming. The Tiny is the one who's going to be roaming around, making space for his team, making sure that the gyrocopter is allowed to farm. The big question, though, is what carry? Again, all roads lead back to here. What carry is Mouse going to be playing up against the gyrocopter with the DK band?
Listen, I don't know how in meta this is, Ultra, so please let me know. I'd love to see a sniper over here, actually, for Mouse.
I mean, it's not exactly meta. Particularly a carry sniper is the... I
know about the support sniper, but see, the thing is, you are still looking at a Navi Junior, like who you mentioned, do need to fight pretty heavily on the 4 players outside of Gyrocopter, even if Gyrocopter comes along. At the same time, you have so many frontliners for Mousesports over here with both the Earth Spirit and the Mars and the Lich Frost Shield. Anything long-range fighting is the natural outcome in my eyes, and Medusa was always going to be banned in a situation like this. So Razor now comes out for Navi as well. You don't have any distance closers. I'd love to see more of a glass cannon carry coming out from Mousesports, something with a bit more range, but
yeah, definitely. They do need a lot of physical damage on their side, right? It's a lot of magical damage that they have. They're very lacking on the physical damage. Not to mention, you have very tanky heroes over on the side of Navi Junior, the Razor, the Tiny, right? You can't pick a melee carry because the melee carry is going to get absolutely shut down against the Razor. So you're now looking at ranged carries. So really, what do you have? You have the Shadow Fiend, which in my opinion is a good option, right? Natural Pike Builder as well to disengage the static link. Damage. Decent magic damage as well. Very high amounts of physical DPS that you can use with inside of the arena. Not to mention the Requiem of Souls is also pretty good against the arena. Now this is interesting. I've seen it pause 3 TB, right, in recent times, but I have not seen a carry TB in quite a few years.
I'm really not a fan of this because look at the kind of burst damage available on Navi, right? Like it's so high. Also, just look at the kind of pushing potential that's really available for Navi as well. With a bloodlusted Tiny that's going to be running down your buildings with Toss as well to be able to add in. This is a team that has both pick-off and transitionary properties. Terrorblade's going to take a longer time than Gyrocopter to come alive. I don't think there's any questions about it. You're also fighting into the flat cannon with your illusions. This is an uphill battle for Elnet for me. And listen, I know I'm the guy who said pick Sniper or something like it, or you made it a bit more tame with Shadow Fiend, but sure, melee range, you have that working in your favor, but it does feel like once again you're really heavily relying on Force and Supreme to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting in these team fights.
Yeah, Yuma, I mean, with that Terrorblade, There's no way. Okay, let's get one thing aside, right? There's no way those illusions are surviving. Like Manta illusions, your conjure illusions, right? Against the Razor, against the Magnus, against the Avalanche toss, and against the flag cannons, those illusions are gone, right? So the question is, will you get your Sunder off? And if like, and then there's the laning phase as well, faced up against the static link of the Razor, not to mention the plasma feed that it can come out, not to mention if things get hairy, the Magnus will just literally skewer you back. If you know you're in your metamorphosis, you have that sort of kill potential, so you have limited capabilities, right? Not to mention even the metamorphosis, sure, it'll give you damage, but against the static link, it negates a lot of the damage that you get. So I don't really, I'm not really getting behind this pick of Ulnet. It seems like the requirements that are there to make this work are simply too much to ask.
Now listen, you do have to keep in mind that one of the things to take forward is this is a support gyrocopter. I'm just curious about who gets put onto support, whether it'll be Daze or whether it would end up being... Actually, it would be Daze, obviously he's a support. But enough about me, it's about Riddies. Riddies won't really be caught out of a hair. Force has to be careful fighting into the rocket barrage. It's a lot of damage, and Ulnet wants that early advantage. Chasing down Daze over here, but again, that rocket barrage is going to make this costly. Immersion's already down, and I have a feeling Ulnet's about to be joining him. The Grave has space for two, but maybe not more than that. Force will be forced in, yes, but he wanted to pick one up before he got down. Instead, it's
He's
3
going to die
and
as
1.
well.
Oh my
Yeah,
god,
they might
4
just
and 1?
They might just chase. Yeah, they're gonna chase. They have the shockwave.
That's... you know how we said it'll be hard for Ulnet to start off with the Terrorblade? It's just gotten harder.
Yeah, and not to mention, that support gyrocopter, at least for the first 5 minutes, is going to be like carry gyrocopter because he just had a double kill.
How many times do you see a 1k gold lead at 0 minutes, by the way?
Oh man.
Look.
Now they did get 3 bounty runes, right? So okay, that doesn't. I mean, I'm trying to find the silver lining, right? But it's more like bronze lining or like tin lining at this point.
It's structurally unsound, and that's all we know for sure. Now, look, it's not the end of the world. It obviously helps a lot. You're going to have boosts up faster and everything as well, but it's really not the end of the world. Let's see what Daze can find over here in the bottom lane. In the meanwhile, he wants to continue on getting aggressive on Ulnet. So far, every single game, Ulnet has been taken down at least twice in the laning stage. If Navi would have their way, that would be a trend.
I would say that Ulnet's going to have a lot better of a time against the Magnus gyrocopter than he would against the Razor. The decision to keep the gyrocopter on as a support is interesting because there are a lot better supports in the meta right now than the gyrocopter.
You know who's not going to have a good time? It's the Earth Spirit and Meta versus the Tiny. Neither is Force on top. It feels like he will be the ultimate victim as the pursuit comes through. They don't really have much to be able to follow up. The Ignite's not going to be off cooldown, but Razor's Plasma Field will take him down. Yuma continues his good start.
Yeah, Supreme's also kind of struggling quite a bit. Although I do think that once he gets his levels up, you know, he's going to be a lot tankier. So that should help him quite a bit.
Oh, Niku has to be careful. There's a lot of creeps on the other side. Niku can't really fully fight into this one, and without the Avalanche ready, Supreme and the double wave could make things tenuous.
Outside though, Yuma is very aggressive with this Razor.
Well, so is Ulnet, funnily enough, in the bottom lane. He's already used his Metamorphosis. He's hoping to catch off Daze. Daze's boots are doing what they can, but with the Frost Shield ending, suddenly they can do a lot more. A lot committed to that attempt, but top lane is where they don't make attempts. They make memories, and they're remembering that Force is very scared of them. For good reason.
Great thing is that Force did not die because he did not have a TP to come back into this lane. Now, over on the side of Mouse, the potentially bad thing is that they expended a lot of time with that TB and Lich and that Metamorphosis, that first Metamorphosis of the game not really working out to getting that kill. Magnus was allowed to free farm on that bot side. And we can see this being reflected in the lost hits chart, right? He has 17 lost hits. He managed to get nearly every creep.
Some of those are neutrals, but yeah, he's definitely doing very well for himself right now.
Metamorphosis is down for a whole 1.5 minutes, so it's going. Magnus is going to be level 4 by the time the Metamorphosis comes back online. He should have his skewer, and in my opinion, he should be saving that skewer.
You were right about the mid lane. Supreme has started to do much better with a couple of those levels built up. Niku's no longer able to pressure him in the same way.
What's going to be interesting is, you know, for both of these teams, the Razor is super important for NAVI, and the Terrorblade is super important for Mouse. So we're most definitely going to see a rotation come on to both of these carries. But the question is, who's going to be getting there first?
I don't even know if Mouse can rotate onto the Razor. I mean, you've got a Lich and you've got a very under-farmed Force. The pulls are coming out as well from Riddies. Navi should not be an easy kill here at all. Supreme, maybe with his level 6, can make a play, but without your mid lane rotating, there's not going to be a kill against Navi's safe lane.
Yeah, I mean, even if you bring the Lich in, it doesn't. Yuma is just simply too tanky, and that Bloodlust, that movement speed is just too much. Sure, you can lay down the harass as Mouse are trying, but it's a tough ask.
This does feel like for Mouse, everything relies on Supreme and what he can find. He's the only one going still somewhat even in his lane. Everyone else has not done too well in recovering from that 4-kill deficit at minute 0 days. Always playing with fire, always flirting with death, but turns out that Lady Death doesn't really want to flirt back, thank God.
I will say that because Navi have chosen to play this ultra-aggressive playstyle with Yuma, Force isn't all that behind, right? Because Yuma's sacrificed a lot of his last hits in favor of this aggression. So he's actually down to only 18 last hits, and it's Mars is actually leading last hits in terms of that lane.
The thing is, you have to remember, bot lane, Supreme, great snipe. That's going to be giving him a lot to go back into the lane where he's level 6 very soon as well, catching up. Meanwhile, top lane, what's the plan over here? Yuma, how are you getting away from this one? Force still has that spear ready and waiting. And as soon as the Cursed Crown comes into play, he will finish him off. Suddenly, Force isn't far back at all.
Yeah, he's actually ahead of the Razor, and this is kind of a disaster for that safe lane. I mean, you were playing this in an ultra-aggressive playstyle. You got a very early start for yourself, right? 4 kills to the 1 kill of Mouse, and yet you squandered that lead. Oh, top side though, they're gonna get a kill onto Immersion. There's nowhere to go. Navi, okay, finding a return kill of their own, the first rotation of Niku. Now, Supreme does have his ultimate, right? It's a lot more potent than the Tiny, so, you know, even if the Tiny reaches level 6, he's still going to be content farming up, right? Because that's what the Tiny does until you get that Blink Dagger. But Supreme, he's going to have other plans though.
Tiny has gone for a Soul Ring. It's a very, very heavy mana-oriented build. Obviously, it'll be helping him a lot out in the farming more than anything else.
They want to contest this Wisdom Rune.
It's bold. It's not going to be the easiest to do over here. Supreme trying to come in and use that Magnetize to his advantage, but already being skewered back. And now the interrupt as well from Niku. Supreme is regretting that decision. No wisdom found either in the rune spot or in their decisions.
Yeah, 2 heroes down now. Sure, you do force out all of those TPs, but that's not how you want to be going out. Even like the ideal thing is, like, if you're dying, you should be getting that Wisdom Rune, right? But if you're dying and you don't even get that Wisdom Rune, so that's not good. Not good. Not good at all.
So far in both the games, Navi Juniors, the one place where they struggle in the laning phase, despite them winning very often, 1 or 2 lanes at least, Hold the point because bot lane Ulnet is not going to be allowed to get level 6 at this rate. Still, Toby gets the pullback in time. The problem is Dave's coming in from behind and so much damage. He was getting involved early on as well, and Toby's early levels will be for naught. All that means is he gives out more experience. Supreme trying to re-engage with the Magnetize will keep Dave low, but as he looks to get a kill, those struggles are impossible, and he is all gone.
Yeah, I mean,
It's not a pretty sight.
that was a very late counter initiation by Supreme, who was just not in position. And I do believe he tried to come in as early as he could. But oh, Ulnet's actually going to get a return kill. That's going to be pretty decent for him. But, you know, just Mao's just not being quick on the trigger. And the Navi are just able to mount up enormous amounts of pressure in a few seconds. And it's just proving to be too much. The amounts of burst damage available for Navi right now, Mao's are just not able to counter it.
Speaking of that burst damage, are we about to see more of it? Yes, we are. Quickly tossed back into the rocket barrage as well. And Force wants to get away, but little does he know, Yuma's coming over to finish him off. And that was just the thing. Navi, despite the fact they're 5-manning consistently, the amount of kills they're getting off of it means that their levels are not suffering at all. They have level 6 on both their supports at 9 minutes.
Yeah, it's not looking good. You have the gyrocopter flag ultimate ready now. Now, of course, you do have the arena up for Mouse, but you have no Lich ultimate. He's very far away from his level 6. The Dark Willow does have the Terrorize though, so at the very least, you should be able to force Navi back should you need to, but they need to get a kill off of this arena.
Well, Supreme has fallen again.
That's not what they needed. That's not what I'm talking about, guys. You need to kill from your arena.
They're also going to lose their tier 1. Is that what they needed?
I'm going to say the opposite. Mars needs to die. Right?
Oh, I thought you were about to say
this is how they win. This is just now we're going to see Mars getting a lot of kills now because I said that. But no, jokes aside, I mean, Navi are doing an excellent job at getting so many kills. They're including Yuma in a lot of these rotations and a lot of these fights, and it's actually working out so well for them.
Yuma's lower level than the Ogre.
Yeah, but I mean,
like Yuma's the lowest level player on their team.
The Ogre has 2 kills and 6 assists, man. So
I agree, but it just goes to show you the kind of success they're having right now. And maybe this is a different look for Yuma, who's obviously given a lot more farming priority, but now comes out the smoke. Now comes out the counter initiate. Now comes out the fire nation, but unfortunately, Navi's avatar might still be alive. Supreme.
Yeah, Toby just revealed that smoke, and they really don't want to be going in on a support gyrocopter. They have planted themselves towards that bot side. The tower is there. At the very least, they could transition this into a tower. Terrorblade Metamorphosis is now activated as well, but is there going to be a response from Navi? From the way they're positioned, it seems like they're just content letting this one go. Magnus does have the Blink Dagger though. Doodle's tiny. So the next few minutes are going to decide whether or not Navi are going to be snowballing this one. And oh, like looking over the side of Mars, he's so far behind, only 900 gold to his name. He's not going to be getting a Blink Dagger until at least the 14 or 15 minute mark. And
if that.
Yeah, without his blink, you're completely reliant on the Earth Spirit to roll inside against what are 5 nukes against you, right? So how do you make that happen?
Yuma could be caught up ahead. That might be the difference. But no, the Cursed Crown will not matter if the Rolling Boulder can't get off. He's already got the static link, the counter initiate with the RP, and well, there's easy as that.
Oh, they're going to chase him.
He's about to be.
They know he has nothing.
He's about to be removed. He's about to be further divorced from that dream of a Blink Dagger. I'm sorry, Force. You didn't deserve that.
Yeah, just not ready in time. And you know, the amounts of pressure building up on the side of Maus, they're very...
Stop.
Yeah, they're trying their very best to actually give Alnit the space to farm up, but it's costing them so much.
In the meanwhile, Daze now re-engages. He's got the long line of call downs, but it will not matter. PMA is the one to get the kill. And everything used, the Chain Frost expended, the Dark Willow revealed, and Alnit forced away from his happy little trees.
This
Mouse
map is going to
continue
close
to
down
suffer.
onto Alnit very quickly. I mean, you're playing a Terrorblade, you do not have a way to flash farm. Until you get, until you get the Monta style, until you're able to have enough mana regeneration that you can spam out those Conjure Illusions, send them everywhere, push out those lanes, farm the neutrals simultaneously. But it's just not happening anytime soon.
Immersion's got the Terrorize, but unfortunately that doesn't actually do anything to Daze. Daze just turns around, runs after him, further and further he goes, and yeah.
Dire's middle tower.
Talk to us.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I don't know what to do if I'm Mouse.
I mean, I think that their timing is going to be this Blink Dagger is coming up for the Mars in about one creep
Now.
or so. So
Yeah.
exactly the 14-minute mark.
Good job,
Like
man.
this is, I am so
Dire's top tower
exactly.
is under attack.
You also you also gave us like 7 ways for Mouse to win, and then none of them happened. So
I mean, I get it's up to them to make it work. I can only talk about it, man. But okay, the good thing is now Mouse have that Blink Dagger, but it's absolutely crucial that they make it work. They simply cannot allow Navi any more space, right? They need to group up as 5, go for and initiate, burst down a few heroes right off the bat. Don't allow the Magnus to counter initiate. A lot of tough ass, but it's a requirement.
well, Daze will be going down early on to the Blink Dagger. That's a good start, and the good thing is obviously because of how high level these supports are and how involved they've been. That's a level 9 gyrocopter kill you're getting. That's not nothing.
And he gave 700 gold on his
Dire's
death.
courier has been killed.
Well,
He has a mechanism and arcane boots at the ready.
Navi are smoking into Mao's 4 versus 5. Niku's leading the charge, and with the Blink Dagger, he should have the jump on them. Smoke's revealed. Invisibility rune will now be put into play as well. He hasn't really been noticed, but Navi decide not to go in.
Razor full BKB up for Yuma. It seems like both these teams have hit their initiating ability, and the Yuma has hit his sustain. So it's it's really going to be a question of whether or not Mouse is able to get that initiation off in a seamless way, whether or not they're able to get that arena off. Because so far, 16 minutes in, I have not seen a single arena come out.
Well, maybe that'll change if they want to try and defend this top lane, but it doesn't feel like they do.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What's the next item for Supreme to be brought forward? I'm
Oh,
not quite
Dire's
sure.
bottom tower
they're
is under attack.
trying to wait. Will Supreme go for this creep wave?
No, he's decided not to. Yuma's already revealed himself. Remember, Navi doesn't have vision over there, so they have to assume everyone is behind other than the Mars, who can always
Radiant's
TP
top
in.
tower
So
is under
they are
attack.
being slightly conservative about this still. Instead,
Radiant's
go
top
back,
tower
make sure they
has
can
fallen.
get triangle,
Dire's bottom tower
top
is
tower,
under attack.
reposition, continue to choke out the map.
Yeah, and the map's closing in onto the Terrorblade pretty quickly, but an RP inside onto Supreme. They're trying to finish him off. The Dark Immersion's ultimate not going to be able to push them away quite just yet, and 2 heroes are going to get cleaned up instantly. Mars nowhere to be seen. The arena will come out now, skewering the Magnus in place, but will they be able to close up anyone? No one's falling, and Mouse, it seems like they're 4 down, and nothing is going to stop Navi from moving on to Alnit. He has a Sunder, but he has no friends. And he's just going to end up dying to a full team wipe for Navi Jr. Probably a tower to boot.
I mean, if Maus aren't initiating, if Maus don't have that first step taken, this will happen every single time. You cannot let that RP come off. But the problem is, even in the arena, PMA just RPs inside the arena.
Yeah, and I mean, the arena came at a time when the fight was already over. there was nothing there anymore for you. Your mid was dead. Your Earth Spirit, the majority of your damage right now, because your
Didn't get the
Terrorblade.
magnetize off either.
Yeah. So what was that arena play? It simply, like, it would not have done anything either way. I mean, suppose the arena was allowed you to kill the Magnus. That's still just 1 pause 3 dead, and you are team wiped.
Well, listen, you were team wiped anyway. If you got the Magnus kill, at least it's something.
I mean, Alvin didn't have to be there, you know. He basically paid for his life for watching that fight happen.
Right now, feels like Supreme's wondering why he has to be here. He's being chased up, followed through, and yes, he's going to try and get away. The problem is that missile doesn't really stop. It homes back in. And Supreme turns back, moving further and further in, trying to buy some time, trying to buy some space, but unfortunately for him, the only space is the space and time before he respawns.
Supreme just not having a good enough time this game, and not being able to make this Mars or Blinken and Arena work is just, it's not possible to win the game like this. Now we are probably going to be staring down the barrel of a Roshan, and with that Roshan, they should be able to clean up some of these tier 2 towers. Meanwhile, the Terrorblade will be having his Manta style up pretty quickly.
Well, Force is not going to be RP'd up. At the very least, he gets a spare off, but he doesn't choose to TP just yet. He's worried about being revealed, and that's for good reason. Well, it's because he's been revealed. Roshan Bash onto Ridis is maybe the most aggression I've seen coming out against Sidar side.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not sure what that little mind game was from Force, because he could have just went back, and meanwhile, over on the bot side, Supreme's going to end up falling. 2 heroes dead now, nothing to stop Navi from taking this Rosh and heading towards your tier 2 towers. The only thing that can stop them is their high ground defense, which, you know, is going, like, I predict that probably by the 23-24 minute mark, your tier 2 towers is going to end up falling. How do you contest this Aegis? You simply cannot. You have to avoid these fights now. Have Alternate farm up as much as you can in the next 5 minutes while your tier 2 towers are still standing up, and then try to make a solid high ground defense. That's pretty much the only play right now.
Allnet is still a little bit further away from that Manta than I would like.
Sure, he's further away than he would like as well. Sure, he would prefer to have had it by now.
I'm sure he'd prefer a lot of things. He'd also prefer not to be down 20 kills in 20 minutes.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
All three. The support gyrocopter has more net worth than Supreme on that Earth Spirit. I mean, it's.
It's flabbergasting, but it's not.
I wonder if Ogre Magi will be able to take over the net worth.
He doesn't have a Midas, that's the problem.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah, otherwise, I mean, of course, 2 Tormentors will be able to help them in that regard.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Let's see whether or not Mouse maybe want to try and steal a Torment. I don't think they can. I don't really think it's possible.
Man,
but you know what's possible for you guys? It's possible for you guys to receive up to a 200% welcome bonus, up to $500 on CCT.gg/stake with our boys. But in the meanwhile, Hot Pursuit coming out, and the game is Hot Potato, and right now Mouse are just trying to toss their carry away from them, make sure that they're not nearby as he dies. Allnet continues to suffer.
Dire's
I mean, he
middle
wanted to
tower
announce that he
is
has a
under
Manta.
attack.
Okay,
Um,
now they know this.
Production, could we open the scoreboard by any chance? It would be nice to show something. I would like to showcase the kills and deaths.
16 assists for the Magnus and the gyrocopter. That's
They've been very involved.
Well, that's interesting.
It's also interesting to see that you have 6 stats on Version, 6 stats on Force, and 7 on Supreme. And well, there's about to be 8 on Supreme. Just as soon as I said that, you had to prove me wrong.
Yeah, the gyrocopter is
a
actually
masterclass.
facing up head-to-head in terms of net worth against the Mars, right? I wonder if he'll be ahead of the Terrorblade soon. It's
We
really
did have the conversation about a gyro carry versus a Terrorblade carry. Who knew we'd be right, but in the wrong ways.
oh man.
Unfortunately for Mouse, it really did feel like that snowball from that 0-minute mark just made their lineup so difficult to execute, and Navi never put a foot in the wrong place.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of missed their timing with the Mars as well. Not to mention, Supreme never really went towards that top side and tried to get some ganks down. And they just simply allowed Navi to just roll all over them. Because you have a Terrorblade who's not all that great in the laning phase, no way to flash farm, right? So you know that at any point in the first 20 minutes of the game, you're playing a 5v4.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed.
It's always going to be a 5v4 at this rate. It feels like Force right now is trying to go back in. BKB's up. This is the first time the Mouse have come to a fight. The Chain Frost is there. Magnus' first death as well. Riddy's forced away, but Force himself should fall, and Toby's not too far behind. It is fighting into oblivion.
Oh,
There
he
aren't
used the
got any
Sunder though.
chances here. Yes, he did, but that's only time, bot. Not a life. Ulnet is certain to fall.
5 kills down now, and that initiation, it was... I don't know if it was the right idea. I mean, I at this point of the game, that this kind of initiation was supposed to be happening at 14 or 15 minutes in, when Mars got his first got his Blink Dagger. But
Radiant's bottom
this sort of initiation needs to be happening at the high ground. You need to be spearing someone back. You need to be initiating your arena in a way that boxes some heroes of Navi outside of your base and some heroes of your Navi, or some heroes of Navi who are on your high ground inside of your base, and try to clean them up from there. But I'm not seeing a lot of that happen.
Now it's... Oh my god, they just melt.
Yeah, and he doesn't even have a Kanda. That's just the phylactery.
Phylactery. I don't know if he's gonna get the Kanda. Like, in time, before the Rax is full.
Yeah, I'm glad you clarified. I was like, what? And I was like, no, he probably means before the game is over.
Oh,
9
God.
and 35 now.
And it just gets worse. Force is looking for an entry point.
He knows that there was no more Aegis left on Yuma, so that means that Navi have to be a bit careful. There is still the potential for comeback. A high ground defense against a Lich and a Terrorblade is, very difficult to deal with. Despite of the farm difference,
Look,
all you really need is, a few bounces from the Chain Frost, a good Magnetize, and a good arena to pop it all off.
This is Navi's game to lose at this point. If anything goes wrong, it has to be catastrophe on the Dire side.
Radiant's top tower
Mouse, they're mounting up their last defense. They're getting ready to go in. There's the initial stun. There's the immediate death. That's what she needed. Razor's down, and without Yuma, maybe there's a chance. The Chain Frost continues to bounce, but they're all goldened up. BKB prevents any damage, and Niku's overcommitted. Supreme from downtown comes back in. Keeps rolling on, but this Gyrocopter is still alive. Magnetized now finishes them off. Ulnet getting those critical kills as well, and that comeback really is very, very real.
Yeah, and I have to say that Navi, they were so overconfident that it really cost them everything there. Razor already on 60% HP, choosing to go high ground against an obvious Mars who was waiting for him in the trees. A simple spear back, and there was no way that he was getting out of that one. Once the Razor died, it did not matter that your RP came in here. Look, he only had 1900 HP, speared back to the barracks and instantly taken out. And it does not matter when PMA comes in with the RP, because you no longer have any sort of damage. You have a Lich who is going to be giving you that Frost Shield, who is going to be doing his job. You have the bounces, you have the Magnetize up and ready. So there's just no way to face off once you don't have your Razor.
tower is
he doesn't get his BKB off, he doesn't get his Satanic off, he doesn't get his Manta style off, all 3 defensive items as well. Yuma just can't use them.
And Ulnet, I believe he got a full Skadi off of that fight. I'm not sure how much gold that Ultra Kill gave him, but I know that he did not have a Skadi before.
He has 2,000 on top of that, by the way. 2,000
Oh
gold.
my lord, it's
He is top of net worth.
yeah. Once
That's
he
the
gets
swing.
some more items up, perhaps go for, perhaps go for that BKB, perhaps go for that Daedalus, or even say something like Sanjay Yasha is not that bad.
But
I don't think
about how
that-
Gyrocopter could overtake Ulnet to seeing Ulnet overtake everyone.
Yeah. I mean, I was not expecting Navi to be underestimating their opponents like this.
Well, maybe Daze can find Supreme. He's been a very common casualty. The problem is you've used an RP. You can't really go high ground now. Maybe Roshan in 15 seconds. That could be an option. Oh no, they can. Maybe they can go high ground. Supreme is very important, and he doesn't have buyback.
Dire's top
But I mean, it's still hard though. As long as the Terrorblade is alive and as long as you have the Arena and the Lich up, you have to be careful.
It's also the bloodlusted tiny.
Not to mention, you don't know if the coming back to what you reminded me of in the first game, you don't know if the Earth Spirit has buyback or not. So if you get stuck in the arena, that's a fear. That's a genuine fear you must have if you're Navi. Of course, 29 minutes in now, 12k net worth lead. Suddenly, the game isn't looking all that bad for Mouse. You know that as long as you stay close enough to your base, as long as your Terrorblade is alive, you have a way forward. You can almost see the light at the end of the tunnel. As Mouse, they're not just looking for a way back in. They want to be forcing their way back in.
It would help if they would just give him one as well, to be fair. And they don't mind that. One of the things that's unlikely to change for a while is how pushed in these lanes are. I was doing a big turnaround over there in that one
double
team
damage.
fight. Oh, that's huge. That's huge. And right there, they baited them in as well. Liku gets a BKB off in time, but will it matter? There's still Ulnet who has to turn around, but can Ulnet get anything in? Let's not forget the big bad Tiny is still very big and very bad, but now with the BKB running out, Supreme caught out, BKB of his own. He's isolating Yuma away from the rest of the fight while Daze will fall to the Chain Frost. PMA as well cannot blink forward. The Chain Frost preventing it. Ulnet still fighting, but now the RP disables. Rit is coming back over. Sentry wards down means that you can finally disable that Terrorblade one more time, and the buyback from Gyrocopter comes in as well. Niku continues to fight BKB or not, and the chase is on, but who will they catch? Immersion.
Dire are
That's a
scanning.
casualty they're happy to take on the Mouse side. Ulnet stays alive, doesn't do as much as he
Dire's
hoped
middle
to,
tower
but
is
that's
under
just a
attack.
problem of not having the BKB versus
Yeah.
Tiny with that much magic damage.
Yeah, that BKB is certainly, the lack of that BKB is certainly what caused them, because I do think that that fight would have gone extremely differently with that BKB. Simply, you had that double damage, but you were simply not allowed to be landing those strikes, not to mention the fight was incredibly divided. You weren't able to get the skewer off onto the Razor. He was allowed to activate his BKB, and once the Razor gets his BKB off, there's no way to kill Yuma, right? He has a Satanic. He has a BKB, so he will regenerate his life if you go all in on it. So that was a lost cause once that skewer didn't hit him.
Yeah,
A
I'm not
free
sure.
Roche for Navi though.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how Mouse will continue to fight back over here, because I mean, you could see what happened when Yuma's being zoned away, when everything's working out for you, when you've got the DD on the Terrorblade, yeah, and even then he can't get his right clicks off. It feels like Mouse
Dire's middle tower
can still
has
only
fallen.
really fight from their high ground, and that's never a good place to be when the enemy team has an Aegis Razor with a BKB, a Satanic, and a Manta style.
Yeah, I mean, the odds are stacked against them, but I mean, the odds were stacked against them from the get-go, right? 4-1 lead from the very start. They did They have shown signs of life, right? And the dream is very real, right? You can never discount a farm Terrorblade high ground defense. It's kind of like Hero Siege, you know? So,
But can you, I mean, we did just see Lich die to the Tormentor as well, so it's not like Mouse aren't still making mistakes.
hey man,
It's a small thing.
are you really a Lich player if you don't die to Tormentor every now and
That's
then?
true, to be fair. I have a 100% win rate on Lich, and I can tell you I've never died to a Tormentor. Because I stopped playing Lich when I reached like 20 games with a 100% win rate back in 2014. Before Tormentors were a thing. It's like, you know what? I'm maintaining that actually. Thank you very much.
All 5 ultimates up and ready for everyone now. Lich will, obviously Razor will get it in a few seconds.
Oh,
And Age is up too.
Terribly's gone for a shard.
Okay, so getting that additional attack and movement speed.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
The
it's
health
sure it
cost
only
is pretty
costs...
substantial.
Yeah, it's 20%, right? So the idea is if you're able to get it off in full HP, then it's worth it, right? But if you are counter-initiating, assuming that you have soaked up a lot of damage from the other side, then it's not all that great. But, you know, of course, you do have the combination of using the Demon Zeal and then instantly sundering someone as well, right? So that lost HP is actually converted into more. You actually restore that HP and you deal more damage to the enemy as well. But it's definitely a niche play and requires a lot more execution to pull off than is theoretical.
Mouse knows exactly what's going on over here from Navi, but Daze going back for the Courier. He's going to be able to blink away. Oh no! And that little donkey. It might have betrayed them. Now, Observer Wards are up, but Toby's still trying to fade away. PMA looks to engage, but it's Nico to get the Avalanche onto 2. They're both dead! The cleave damage, it is massive. Meanwhile, Toby's not going to be long for the world either. His Shane Frost, his only memory. Ulnit's left reading prayers for the dearly departed, and unfortunately for him, all 4 of those are on his team.
Yeah, that was so unfortunate. And what was made even more unfortunate was all 4 heroes of Mouse chose to move in on towards the riverside, so they lost all high ground vision, right? From the divider between the top and the bottom in the middle of the river. So,
Observer Ward up though, so they had high ground.
but the observer was taken down, right? By I think by the gyrocopter. So, I mean, they had no way to play that one, and I'm surprised at the amount of damage that Nico was able to do, just cleaning the Earth Spirit and Mars up instantly.
Yeah. I mean, Earth Spirit didn't even get to use his BKB.
They are respawning though, so I mean, they still have the potential for a defense.
The thing is, the good thing for Mauser is that they're so low leveled by comparison that they respawn really quickly and defend all over again.
Yeah. And
You know those
against
thin linings.
at 36 minutes of the game, 25 net worth lead means if you get wiped, then that's an instant around 10k net worth swing, right? So there's not a lot of room for, I mean, there's no room for error if you're Mouse, right? Because if you get wiped in your base, the game's over. But there's not a lot of room for error for Navi either, right? Because you have to make a clean sweep against Mouse. You can't afford to give this TB any more chances.
Now we really want to make this Aegis work. They've got 25 seconds left on it. Yuma would really likely just be standing on the high ground, taking down a tier 3. But you have to be very careful over here. If you get initiated upon at the wrong time, this could get very, very hairy. The backlines are the problem though, and they are very heavily reinforced. Niku is going to be A-okay, and with the barrier still deployed, watch out for this. This could be big. Force could go in onto 2, but are these the 2 you want to engage on? They both have BKBs, and they decide not to.
And the refresher on the Razor, he has a double BKB.
And
a double BKB, double Satanic. I mean, it's
Double Eye of the Storm is also quite scary, to be honest. You don't want to be going up against Yuma with both of those activated. Meanwhile, Niku's decided, I'm going to be the big bad frontline boy. Assault Cuirass makes it very hard to actually take him down. And indeed, no, the blink backwards right as Force comes in.
yeah, not able to do anything there. Force just getting cleaned up. Does not have buyback either. So without any sort of initiation mechanism, this game, it doesn't seem like Maus are going to be able to do anything. No way to defend this.
Yeah. This is getting looking like the end of the world for Mouse right now. Decent damage on the Niku, but now it comes out to BKB. There's a refresher from Yuma as well. In he goes and out goes Omen. Buyback is ready, but he won't have anything with that. He's decided to even conserve it for now. No metamorphosis, nothing of the sort. Mouse are on the cusp of taking a knee. Buyback's still not coming.
Yeah, I think they're waiting for the tier 4s to get threatened. I think, or no, the buybacks will come out now. All of them are actually buying back, but will they be able to catch anyone? Supreme buying right back in and going on towards that Razor. Does not have that Aegis. They're trying to find him any way that they can. Meanwhile, the Ogre will be able to TP out, but Supreme, he just got taken out. That is going to be a dieback. Will Ulnit be able to find anything here? PM will be able to get the kill onto PMA, but that's not the kill that you want. Over on the other side, Force has managed to catch out that Razor. Will they be able to finish him off? It looks like that's going to be dead Razor. So overall, despite of the fact that they got the Mega Creeps, or rather, they were able to save the last racks, through those 3-4 buybacks, they were able to push them back, but was it enough? Did they do enough?
Mouse are delaying the inevitable right now.
I mean, you know, I completely agree with you, but I don't like that phrasing. Right? It kind of hurts my feelings when you say that. Like, it's not inevitable. Okay, we're gonna see a 60-minute game up. Okay, for Ulnet, we're gonna see a 7-star TB with a BKB refresher of his own.
Yeah, I agree, and then they could lose. Look, this is just the Mega Creep's not even the biggest problem, right? The problem is NAVI can throw bodies at you at this stage, and they will always come out on top in that regards.
They have a lot more bodies to throw as well. I mean, they can. You don't have buybacks. Navi does. So.
Well,
Razor down for 20 seconds now. I think Navi just go, right? I mean, there's no reason to wait for the next Roshan.
it's
because there's no
only
buyback
2
on
minutes,
mouse.
to be fair.
So yeah, okay, yeah. So if it's 2 minutes, just wait
you
it
can
out.
you can also just get the refresher on Magnus with the buyback, right? So there's that to consider.
The question is though, will Mouse, if Navi do in fact go for that Roche, and it seems like they want to be going for that Roche, that will allow a lot of those buyback timers to actually time out. But will Mouse be able to delay it enough to clear up the difference? Will they be able to get buy themselves an additional 2 minutes of time to be able to get themselves those buybacks again?
Looking over towards the buyback status right now, 1,000 gold needed for Magnus to be able to get his buyback. Tiny's going to have his very soon. Yuma will in fact not actually have a buyback over here, so you really need to end the game now. Otherwise, in the next 120 seconds or so, this could go wrong.
They're wrapping in.
And then they go. Trying to back up Niku, and in the meanwhile, Niku's been able to re-engage onto Force. Force has got nothing to do. The arena won't matter. BKBs are up on the dire side. Supreme will fall, and Ulmit will do the same. No buybacks available. GG called. The inevitable comes into play.
Yeah, and you could see the desperate play from Mouse, right? Or not a desperate play, but like a Hail Mary play for over on the side of Mouse where they wanted to go all in. But I really do think that, you know, it was the terribly pick for Mouse. You know, I haven't seen it in a very long time, and there's a good reason why we haven't seen it, right? It just, you're not a flash farmer until you get that Manta style up. You don't add any sort of value to your team in the earlier stages. Meanwhile, you have a Razor that's actually going around everywhere around the map, killing all of you. You don't have an offlaner that was able to get decent Blink Dagger timing, and even when you got that Blink Dagger, there was no real fight, no real arena that came out of it. I believe the first real arena that we saw, the first real team fight where everyone came together, was around a 25-minute mark, and by that time it was already too late because all of your tier 2 towers were gone. You could not contest Roche anymore. You were simply at the mercy and the whim of a lucky high ground defense, or of Navi overextending and you translating that into a successful high ground defense.
Let's also be very frank, they dropped in 3 losing lanes and then they went down 1-4, somehow still brought it back to 4-5, but then from that point onwards, Mouse just weren't able to really zig when they needed to, and they ended up zagging most of the time. Unfortunately for them, that also just means that you're never going to be coming back from that one, but that doesn't mean they can't come back from this. Of course, they will be knocked down to the lower bracket, and there is still another series for them to play, if not more than that, can be coming up. Of course, this isn't the last match of the day either. We've got more Dota 2 coming up for you. I'm used to saying Counter-Strike Ultras. I almost said that one out over here as
You're
well.
in Dota now, man.
I guess.
You're very you know, the real competitiveness happens, you know? Like,
yes, of course.
Counter-Strike.
I'm fully with you on that one. But Navi Junior right now looking incredibly competitive. They're going to be going forward to face off against more opposition, and let's see whether they still bring so much to the table. Fantastic performance from Yuma on the stand-in. Quick parting note from you towards Navi before we send it over to the next match.
I mean, they're looking pretty strong. They're looking like a confident team, and even despite the fact that Maus have not had many successful wins leading up to this series, right? They're still a decent enough team. They're still one of the better teams in this tournament, and Navi took this one in a very convincing fashion. Whether or not they're going to be able to continue their success against the behemoths of Team OneWin or Team Avulus is something that's of course yet to be seen. But you know, I wish them the best of luck.
Well, let's take a look at those behemoths. We've got Avulus coming up next, and we're going to be seeing who they're going up against in just a bit. Passion UA, will it be David, will it be Goliath? Find out at 40 past the hour. See you guys in just a bit.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Dire victory. Radiant structures are falling.
Welcome back to the CCT Series Final Tea Time with Chultras, and we are having a good time as we continue on with the playoffs of this series. It's going to be Avilus versus Passion UA coming up next, and obviously we've just seen NAVI Junior wipe out Mouse Sports in a nice little 3-map series. Now though, Chultras, as we look over towards Avilus, you said it already, David and Goliath. Who's David, who's Goliath? I'm pretty sure, obviously, Goliath is supposed to be Passion UA, right?
I mean, you say that as a joke, but Passion UA, they're no joke of their own, right? They're a very good team, and their synergy is there, right? They're able to synergize just as well as Avilus. We've seen just how the supports, how Zibe and Eki play alongside Smiling Knight. In a similar fashion, Passion UA are very good with their own mid laner, and their support duo, Fernanz and Flacco, have excellent chemistry together. So how those chemistries is going to stack up against the behemoth that is Avilus is something that's yet to be seen.
Absolutely. Now listen, over here for Passion UA, quick shout out towards them. They've actually already gotten, the organization's actually gotten some really good wins out today in Counter-Strike, funnily enough. They're very close to getting to the Counter-Strike Major, which is like making it a TI. So the org wants to come through and make sure today's just a good day for everyone all across, because if you can beat Avilus here, that's a big deal.
Definitely. And something that I would like to mention is that Avilus are actually treating their own competition very seriously, right? They tweeted out about how they're in boot camp for CCT Series number 5, and so one thing that perhaps Passion UA might be expecting is that Avilus might be coming into this overconfident with their recent win and recent delivery onto ESL 1 Bangkok, but that's not Avilus' strategy. Avilus are treating Passion UA are treating some of the weaker teams in the CCT series with a lot of respect, and so I don't expect them to feel overconfident. I don't expect them to be overextending in their match against Passion UA. So that's something that Passion UA are going to need to be careful of. But if we look towards the roster of the star-studded meteoric rise that is Team Avilus, you have Smiling Knight on their position 1, you have Stormer on their position 2, Zibe on that position 3, Eki and Suniko on their position 5.
And obviously this is a team that it's come through with the classic recipe of Dota to success, right? Which is have a position 5 who's been playing forever. So Suniko was the original guy, I believe, who took over from Poppy back in NAVI back in the day as well, right? So he's been around the block for so long, and it feels like he's really found this international core. And I never actually thought that I'd see Suniko leave the Russian CIS language speaking regions and actually go out for more of an international lineup. It always felt like that would be more of his strength, but he's been able to do so much with the Avilus team. But that so much comes down to things like qualifying for ESL 1 Bangkok. That looks like being top 8 at Picho Wallachia. These are not tournament wins. This is a team that wants wins. They weren't invited to the Blast Slam. Their next tournament is going to be in Bangkok. That's $1 million with everyone in attendance. If you want to be going into a tournament like that, you want to come out breezing out with a win, right? You want to win this CCT series. You want to feel good about it. You're going back home. You're saying, all right, you know what, guys, we've got this one. We've dusted tier 2. This has to be clean. And Passion UA are not easy to put away.
Definitely, and even if you get past Passion UA, you have some heavy contenders who are not going to be easy to get past, right? You have Team OneWin who have contended in the TI.
We can't keep getting ahead of ourselves. I'll just stop. We've had enough of this. It's about Passion UA right now. I don't want to hear about OneWin. I want to hear about what Passion UA need to do. What do they need to look to counter out? What do they need to look to target to try and get this big win they want today?
If I was Passion UA, I would pick up all of the heroes that Team Avilus are really good at and play against them, give them a taste of their own medicine. Because, as I was mentioning, the chemistry, it's a lot similar, and so are some of the heroes that Passion UA love to play, right? They love to run their own Enigma, they love to run their own Earthshaker, they love to run their own Batrider. And those are heroes that we have seen Team Avilus be very successful with. We have seen those heroes be banned consistently against Team Avilus, right? So if I was Passion UA, I would be going with that particular strategy, right? Just play to your strengths, which just happen to be the strengths of your opponents as well. In my opinion, sort of saying make up the best offense that you can, and hope that it's a good defense as well.
Listen, there's obviously a lot of the Venn diagram of hero picks obviously coincides a lot for Passion and for Avilis. What's the first pick that everyone is fighting for? Is it Enigma? Because I know you've been saying Enigma a lot for both of these teams. Is that what, is first pick material for both of these teams, just to get it on their side?
I don't think it's the Enigma that's going to be the first pick. I do think that the Dragon Knight is absolutely crucial, right? Either the Dragon Knight or the Batrider. You have to pick one of those heroes, and then you have to ban out the Doom as well if you're going to be picking up either of those heroes, right? So that's definitely going to be the first pick in my mind. Grab some of those high intensity supports up for yourself as well. Because a lot of the hero pool of Passion UA are natural bans in this meta, right? Fernandes, Flacco love to play that Jakiro Darkseer combination. It's not, those are not high value bans, or those are not priority bans in the meta right now, but they're heroes that Passion UA do very well with.
Well, let's wait to see exactly what they actually do end up going in for. I'm curious about how much of the internal metagame of this series will shift as we go from game to game as well. Whenever there's overlap like this from teams, it's always interesting to see how adjustments come from game 1 to 2 to 3. And for Passion UA, adjustments will be absolutely necessary. Even if they end up taking out the first win, it's difficult to go up against a captain like Soneko and not be coming in with plans B, C, and D. The good thing for them is that going into this tournament, you knew Avilis was one of the big heads to try and take off. Naga Siren ban coming out early on, is that targeted towards Avilis, Deltrus?
I'm not exactly sure, because I haven't. I've seen Avilis' run throughout ESL Bangkok. I don't think that we saw a lot of Naga Siren. Perhaps it's something that they don't want that Song of the Siren to be cancelling out. Perhaps some of their own AoE abilities. So perhaps I might be getting ahead of myself.
DI3 Naga Siren to counter out the Enigma, or actually it was Enigma to counter out the Naga, but whatever.
Yeah. But perhaps they're going for the Enigma first pick, like you were saying. But
there
could be.
is the early Shadow Fiend ban coming out from Avilis as well, just to take that one away from Passion UA. And obviously, it's always fun to see from series to series. This is one of the things I love the most about Dota, which is just, especially when you get away from that uppity up top of tier 1 to a little bit lower down, that rank 8 to 20th best teams in the world area. You end up with very interesting banning options, right? So Shadow Fiend completely neglected throughout the previous series.
Yeah.
Now it's literally first ban phase banned out from Avilis. You see Naga Siren and Batrider completely neglected in the previous series. Now they're both first banning phase banned out from Passion UA. Dota gives a lot more stylistic credibility to tier 2 teams, and that's one of the most fun part about it. Now, Terrorblade being banned out of here as well. We saw how that one went before. Shadow Demon is the priority. Soneko's hero being picked up first.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be some Earthshaker action happening over on the side of Avilis. Meanwhile, over on the side of Passion, you actually go for the Tuskar, but the pause Terrorblade, or if we look towards the last series, the carry Terrorblade as well, no longer an option. But Shadow Demon, interesting that it's going to be the first pick for Team Avilis. Wasn't really expecting that hero to come out as a first pick, but they've gone for it. But the Morphling is still open for grabs, right? It's a hero that Stormstormer loves to play, so we will see whether or not he goes for that one.
Visage Bandit comes out. It's obviously a great combination with Tuska, just in terms of having that extra damage.
Yeah.
I'm also looking forward to seeing whether you go for something with a bit less mobility on the Passion UA side and just try and use the Tusk abilities to your own advantage instead. That basically built-in force staff that he comes with now.
Yeah, I mean, I would be banning out the Enchantress as well if I was Team Avilis.
I'd actually like to see. Interesting, and I know this doesn't necessarily lead into it, but I wouldn't hate a Medusa ban coming out from them over here. I'm actually quite worried about what something like Passion UA pulls out the Medusa ban. Guys, I just got the team wrong. I knew that's what I wanted. Murta! Okay.
Definitely, I think it's going to support Morta. I don't think that you're going to be running a carry. I don't think I've actually seen a carry Morta in pro play.
I'm just surprised to see it come out this early, to be honest. It's not one of those picks that's contested. And whenever you see an uncontested pick being forced out early, in my head, it's like, oh, hey, you've clearly got a very specific game plan. Like, do you actually want to maybe just keep those hidden away, pull that out later on? Could you have that stealen away from you?
We will see some of the core picks, so that's really going to decide what kind of strategy both of these teams are going to be going for. Of course, the Morta Tuskar does not reveal too much, right? I don't think the Morta is particularly
missing reliable stuns, to be fair.
Yeah. Oh, Okay, Dawnbreaker is actually one of Abvis's favorite offlane heroes. So it's interesting to see that's where they're going with this. So we're not going to be seeing an Enigma come out from Team Abulus. But over on the Passion US side, they've actually gone in for that Broodmother, a niche pick to try and tease their way out of this first game.
I really do like it because I like what you're saying is completely right. Cheesing your way out of a series like this is exactly what you want to see coming out from an underdog. I hate the fact that I have to cast a Broodmother, don't get me wrong. But that being said, I love the fact that they have actually picked it strategically. It makes a lot of sense to just try and forcibly split up the map in every way you can and use your very strong support duo with a lot of kill potential between that Murta and the Tusk to continue to fight elsewhere in the map and give Broodmother space. The problem is Dawnbreaker is very good against Broodmother in the mid game to the late game, just in terms of being able to always play that Spectre-esque role, but being more defensible and having more powerful tools at your disposal to take down Spiderlings. So it's not a natural cheese. Broodmother, it won't be the easiest thing in the world, but I do like the direction that Passion UA are going for.
I mean, the Broodmother doesn't do super well against the supports either, right? Before you get that Bloodthorn, or at least before you get that Orchid up, you do have a saving mechanism in the form of the Shadow Demon, and you do have a very high nuke in the form of the Finger of Death that the Lion has. So how this Broodmother is going to do is very heavily dependent on that Orchid timing and what he's going to be able to do with that Orchid once it comes into play. Another thing, though, is that it's kind of forcing Passion UA to be going for that pick-off potential, because that Brood is not going to be is not going to be providing much team fighting value in the earlier stages before that 15 to 20 minute mark. So you really need, because you've gone for the Tuskar, you've gone for the Morta, so you have those pick-off, you set up for those pick-offs, but now you just need to close it up if you're Passion UA.
Thing is, I would have actually, I don't know if you can still... Playing Sand King mid is asking for a lot, but it's one of those heroes which does feel like it would do really well with the space provided to it if you go back to the Traveling Sandstorm change up instead of the invisibility, just in terms of the farm you can take up. Invoke is not overwhelmingly different, I suppose, just because he's obviously a very farm heavy hero and can get involved quite early on in the mid game if you want to go that egg sort build, but even that's a big if.
Yeah, and I do think it's going to be a Witchblade auto-attacking Invoker like we're very used to seeing. How the Invoker does, because you have that potential for counter initiation from that Dawnbreaker, right? So if you're going in on anyone, then it's not going to be all that simple to be getting a kill off. Not to mention you have the Shadow Demon that's going to be waiting in the backlines to be supporting your team, but it's a good enough approach, right? It does close up a lot of what Passion UA did need from in terms of pick-off potential, right? Rotate with that Tuskar and that Morta
as well.
Yeah, so it's a good pick. How Abulus are going to be countering this, because you have that Earthshaker at the ready, right? Against the Broodmother, it's one of Smiling Knight's favorite heroes to play on that mid lane. Tries to play like Thompson, does have a lot of success with it as well, but it looks like they're going to be content actually not countering the Brood, but actually attempting to counter out the Invoker.
Is Puck really a hard counter to the Invoker anymore, though?
I mean,
it doesn't feel that way.
It's very easy, because now the Invoker meta revolves around that Tornado EMP combination with that Witchblade, right? So, and it's very easy to dodge out that EMP or even the Tornado with that phase shift. So you are countering a lot of spells, though.
Yes, but honestly, it feels like to me this is more of a counteraction to the high mobility that you need to run between the Morta and the Tusk. Funnily enough, this feels like it's more of a support counter than anything else because Morta and Tusk aren't going to be doing anything to this Puck. There's no lockdown. There's literally no lockdown that's reliable up against this Puck from the Passion UA side. It's all skill shots that can be dodged as well. The Invoker versus Puck matchup is not what I'm concerned about at all. I'm much more worried about how do you stop this Puck combined with a Dawnbreaker that's going to be ulting in onto it and a rotating, Lion from just destroying any plans you have on the map. What do you do? I don't think this Invoker can afford to go Tornado AMP. I'll be honest, I think we need a heavy damage dealing Exort Invoker to allow these supports to do more.
But I mean, by going Exort, you lose out on a lot of sustain that you ideally require. You lose out on a lot of lifesteal too. So it's a tough ask for this Invoker to be going for that Sunstrike because you don't have
Viper Bat.
Are they going for a Husk?
They still think that it could be a Morta 1?
Okay, but they do require both teams. Okay, so that's a Bristleback carry. Okay, that's going to be interesting. Team Avid is going all in for that mid-game meta, and instead of relying on the Earthshaker to counter out the Broodmother, they're now relying on the Bristleback to be countering the Broodmother. So it works both ways.
Who's gonna stop this Bristle? You tornado him. That's it. Then you're done. You don't have anything to stop this Bristleback. The good thing is that Tusk can always pull his allies away from the Bristle, to be fair, in some defensive capabilities, but that's the only maneuverability you really have.
Are we going to see a Phantom Assassin come out now? That's okay. So it is going to be the Morphling.
You have a defensive carry, as well as a Brood who's going to need a lot of space. This is a very difficult path that they've chosen for themselves and Passion UA to walk down. And look, it can work. It can definitely work. If your wind is decently in lane, and maybe there's a mistake or two from Eki and Suniko, you can cast off those supports, you can give yourself a lot more of a lead. Broodmother starts popping off if she gets an early Orchid, Bloodthorn timing, but this is a hard draft to execute from Passion UA.
I mean, honestly, it's painful. It's actually hurting me because you have this extremely greedy carry now, the Morphling, and you also have an extremely greedy offlaner that is the Broodmother. So now it's just
an extremely greedy mid and an Invoker.
Yeah. So who's going to be making the space? Who's going to be doing the rotating, right? If it's the Invoker with the two supports, meanwhile the Broodmother and everyone farms up against a very heavily mid-game oriented lineup that Avilis have. Any mistake that happens by the three rotating cores or the three rotators, right, in the form of Invoker, Morta, and a Tuskar, if they fail to get those rotations off, your team's heavily paying the price for it, right? Because the other team's going to be farming at twice or thrice the speed that you're farming. So, I mean, it's tough. Not to mention one thing you were talking about, the Puck Dream Coil countering out the supports. The Puck Dream Coil actually counters out everyone, right? It stops the Brood from roaming inside of those webs. It stops the Tuskar from getting off his snowball. It stops the Morphling from wave forming. So, really, it can be disastrous. I really hope that Passion UA, through their synergy, through some of the synergy that they've shown us in this series, and through the synergy that they've shown us previously throughout the CCT since it started, I really do hope that they have an action plan.
They're going to need one because, look, going forward, I know this is probably not going to be the case. I still think the key to making this draft work, because let's be very clear, they have definitely lost a draft, right? Like, this is not a one draft, but it's not like it means that they've lost the game. I would really like to see them trying to salvage the situation, put all of their eggs in the support kills basket, put all of their eggs in the Tusk plus Morta basket, and just go for an Exort Invoker who's going to be prioritizing Sunstrikes wherever he can, and he's going to be taking advantage of the fact that Avilis, the one weakness I would say is that these supports are not good rotating supports, right? Like, you're not going to be seeing Shadow Demon rotate in to get a kill onto Invoker. You're not going to be seeing Lion do that before his level 6 necessarily comes through. As long as Invoker is able to position himself appropriately, as long as we're getting a little bit of good work out from Niche, this is going to be a safe Invoker lane, theoretically, on paper. Paper kind of sucks.
Yeah, the paper is kind of like it's pretty flimsy, right? But definitely I do agree with the premise that they need to keep their distance, right? You have weak rotators in the form of the supports of Team Abulus, even though the cores are in themselves very good rotators, right? The puck can close distance very quickly, and once the puck is on top of you, the Dawnbreaker is going to come in, so you simply cannot allow that to happen, right? So you need to keep your distance from Team Avilés, dish out those long-range tornadoes and those ice shards. Try to find any sort of opening that you can, but never ever overcommit, because if you find yourself trapped inside of a dream coil, that Dawnbreaker is going to be bringing the pain on you, and those supports who can't move fast enough, like, it does not matter, right? Because all the line needs to do is use the finger to clean everyone else up.
Storm's box set looks so much like Naga, I won't lie. Like, even when Force was playing Dazzle, like the set looked like Rubik.
That's why they banned the Naga, man. They were confused.
Ah, makes sense. They were worried about Storm's
30
puck.
seconds to battle.
That's what was really going
They're
on.
like, this looks like his puck, and let's just ban this one.
Well, right now it's Fernandes who's being caught out. Not a great start to things. He will be going down. They've got the guarantee over there. Smiling Knight might want to secure the kill for himself, get that first blood, and Fernandes will be giving that over.
Yeah, not the best start. I will have to say.
The battle begins.
Might be getting another. Okay, no, never mind.
No,
Thought they were going for another kill, but. So Nico actually managed to take down an observer ward as well. So I mean,
that's big.
yeah.
Nico's
No
gonna be-
observer going to be on that mid lane for the
Nico-
invoker. So
So Nico starts off with a stick, and then Bristleback's got himself the entire bracer as well. Of course, mid lane Niche and Stormstormer will be having a fair fight. No one's getting any advantages before the game starts. Niche starts off with the typical Quas. We should be seeing a pretty straightforward build.
yeah, it's going to get a lot more difficult for Invoker to play this lane as those levels come out for the puck. But assuming he has a good timing on his Witchblade, it should, ideally he should be able to rotate around near that 7 to 8 minute mark. Meanwhile, Puck's going to be looking towards doing the exact same thing, because for Team Abulus, the objective is very straightforward, right? It's UI. Just get the morphing down, and that's a straightforward path to victory.
Well, I wouldn't call it entirely straightforward. UI will still be putting up a bit of a fight. The problem is Flacco can't do much to defend. The ice shards are nice, but... he went for tag team. Interesting.
Oh, no drinking buddies? That's
No drinking buddies. I am very surprised. Now, bottom lane, Fernandes is not going to be in for a good time. As is made evident, I don't know if Batchuk will either. This lane is never going to be pushing into the tower, courtesy of those extra quills that will always be going forward.
Yeah, and already we're seeing Tipash and UA actually struggle out on a lot of in the face of this pressure that Abulus is putting up, right? We're seeing them trying to exchange those hits, but not really being successful. All of their heroes across the map are low on HP. Meanwhile, Abulus, they're very comfortable in this laning phase.
Well, Passion UA are just not comfortable. Blood Grenade comes out as well. Flacco will fall, and UI will waveform backwards, but he's really just relying on those stick charges to keep him alive. Eki can still pursue forward. Mango up and Earth Spike him down. UI is continuing to be made uncomfortable.
Yeah, it does have 9 charges on that stick, so he'll probably be able to regen to full HP.
Benefit of being a Morphling.
Yeah, but I don't think this lane on the top side is going to go very well for Passion UA. Tuskar support is a hyper aggressive support where you want to be getting a lot of kills off, but I don't think that's going to be happening for them. Over on the bot side though, Batchuk in a lot of trouble. Nasal Goose stacks are charging onto him. The silence will definitely provide him some amount of buffer, as Batchuk will be able to get away courtesy of Fernandes.
This is supposed to be a lane dominating hero in Broodmother in a lot of ways, and playing in from behind is never fun. So far, the only player who is doing all right is mid and niche, but top lane, if he loses his carry, Yawai's demise is guaranteed by Zibber Starbreaker.
And he's going to lose out on all of these creeps.
It's so much XP. Flacco's doing a good job of trying to keep them alive, to be fair. Right, like so you will be able to get both the range creeps as well as, 3 or 4 of these melees. So there is XP.
Yeah, but it's tough. I mean, he has 8 last hits, right? I mean,
yeah, it is tough. You're not wrong about that.
The good thing is the mid lane is doing pretty decently for Passion UA, right? 24 last hits of the Invoker, managing to hold his own against the puck.
The problem is really always... The question for me is always straightforward whenever it's the metagame of playmaking heroes, like pucks, like Storm Spirits. Who does more on their first 2 rotations? And Invoker will need to make his work out because no one else is doing decently on his team at all.
Yeah, and I mean, but where does he rotate? The Bristleback is not a viable target for Invoker that's not highly leveled up or does not have that Witchblade up. So really, you only have the top lane to go to, and that's against a Dawnbreaker. So is it going? Oh wow, he actually managed to land the EMP, but
impressive.
I mean, even if Niche rotates towards that top side, getting the kill onto Dawnbreaker is no easy task itself.
Fernandes has been the one to rotate instead, and he's hoping to help out with the dead shot. Zeba will be able to get some damage in response, but Flacco's life is still kept well and safe. So a strong response, but in the meanwhile, Batyuk is the one feeling the pain as a result. There's more Quill Sprays ready. Batyuk is gone. Shadow Poison guarantees it.
Yeah, kill on towards the offlane. I don't think this is what they were expecting at all for Batyuk. You're probably expecting them to dominate that lane, but that Bristleback pick got them off guard.
Radiant are scared.
Of course, you might be caught off guard by how great this deal is from our boys over at Stake. But enough about that for a second. It might be a turnaround. There's a Dream Coil ready and waiting. Dead shot will be doing nothing, and Muerta is just dead. He stays alive, and there's that silver lining, but Passion UA continue to struggle.
Coil has been used now, so they do have a minute of... Oh, never mind.
Do they?
Never mind.
Stormer stunned up by the snowball. Flacco will
nice ice shards.
be going down regardless because of the Shadow Poison, right? There's always that with Suneko. You think you're getting away, but he just pulls out that bold fist, the Shadow Poison release, and there you go.
Yeah, and Niche with no more mana, no possible way to land that Tornado EMP combination, a failed rotation by both of his supports.
God, Eki's about to get another kill over here. This is going to be difficult for Fernandes. He does have assistance coming over from Flacco.
Oh, and there's Bristleback's going to steal the rune from Passion UA, and there's no way to stop him from this.
He might even get a kill if he wants to try and go on to Fernandes. Wisdom rune taken by Bristleback. 6-1 start in the favor of Avulus.
Yeah, that's not ideal. I mean, I have never seen a Bristleback steal a Wisdom rune. I have to be honest. Like, the amount of space you must have for your carry to be like, I'm just gonna walk from the side to the Wisdom rune, grab it without any sort of contention.
Top lane. Zibba doesn't have mana, Tultrus. Maybe there's a kill to be found over here. Great shots, and the calling's even better. Combination is fantastic. So, at the very least, they are able to find some sort of response.
Morphing is recovering. So and that's the second kill onto the Dawnbreaker. So they're doing a pretty good job at shutting Avilus's offlaner down.
At the same time, mid is where the initiation now comes in. Disruption from Suneko. He's got 2 more players flanking in from behind. He wants to stay alive. The edge shot forces him back into mid. Puck has used the green coil, but there's nothing else beyond that there. Lifesteal keeps Eki alive for a little while longer. Niche will finally fall. Eki will fall back.
Yeah, Passion UA, it seemed like they had a decent enough response to the initiation of that puck, but nothing really to close it out. They don't have the ultimates at the ready. Their supports are struggling. They're only level 4 right now. Meanwhile, the supports over on the side of Abulus, Eki has gotten his finger of death. The Shadow Demon will be getting his ultimate at the ready soon as well. And all of that happened without the Dawnbreaker ultimate. You add on that on top of it, and Abulus aren't even close to dying.
This is also where Passion UA have the right idea on their supports very often, Dulcus, but it always feels like they're a second and a half too late. You know, when it came to the Puck gank where Puck turned it around with the Dream Coil and got a kill on the Murta, Tusk is literally 3 seconds too late. Right now, it feels like if that Murta-Tusk combination is there a second and a half earlier on, it's not much of a difference. It's slim margins, but in the meanwhile, Suneko will save his life on slim margins while the Dire Sign set up for a tier 1 push.
Suneko, okay, so if you thought Suneko was in trouble, Suneko actually cleaned up all of Batchik's creeps, all of the Batchik spiders. So he actually propelled himself in a lot of net worth, and oh man, that's just not good.
Batchik is
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
not really able to do too much about his children being farmed up like that. Meanwhile, mid lane, is this the calling that they needed? Silence onto the puck, followed up, but it's a disruption to save the day. Immediate phase shift out, and somehow Stormer will live. Not
Yeah,
say
but
the same for Suneko, but listen, he gets a kill before he goes down, and will he even go down? Fernandes can't find him. Fernandes just can't find him. Oh my god, nothing is working for Passion UA.
Oh no. He got the kill onto Flacco as well. I mean, it looked good there. It looked good because considering the fact that UI was able to stop the Dawnbreaker from actually using his ultimate, right? It was being channeled, but over on the top side, UI cancelled the ultimate out. But it seemed like it still wasn't enough for Passion UA to clean it up. Even with all of those silences up and ready, even with a lot of nuke potential, if you're not able to clean up a puck, then that's a bit disastrous.
Yeah.
What is Niche doing? There's nothing to be found here.
Radiant's top tower is
He's
under
digging
attack.
for treasure. And with the sentry ward in front of him, he is just hoping he's not digging his own grave. Eki should be going down over here on paper, but there's a turnaround behind. The back lines is where they found the Morphling, and Yawai should be going down, and indeed he does. With his demise, it is just going to be all that they needed.
Yeah, and that's not a worth it trade if you are Passion UA losing your carry like that. The only one, or I wouldn't say the only one, but Morphling did end up finding his footing, right? He's 5k in net worth, not all that far behind from the cores of Team Abulus, but you simply need to, and I'm sorry to say this, but you need to ignore what's happening on the map. You just need to farm if you're just Morphling. But because of this Broodmother, like, there's no option but to join in on some of these fights, right? Because it's also greedy. Like, this is when you were playing, right? And your team goes for those 3 Midases, and it's like,
of lads.
yeah, I mean that is a standard item you get as the first
But that's
item
all
for.
he has. And right now, Suneko's been caught out. Yes, that's the turnaround that you were worried about. Quick little Solar Guardian will stun them all up, and it's a 1-for-1 trade. That's not too bad, but it's made worse when Smiling Knight then comes in. Niche is trying to TP away. He will be successful in that endeavor. Buckton would need to use the Dream Coil there.
Dire's top tower
Yeah, I don't think there was any vision onto the Invoker, so the Dream Coil wasn't able to land.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
This
Meanwhile-
is terrible.
Yeah, they took the tower down bot side as well, able to get a kill on towards that top side. UI can farm up this jungle camp. Batchik is creating space though, with him farming up this the bot lane. Going to start making his Orchid, will probably get it around his 18-minute mark, but an engagement on towards the Bristleback, but is not going to do anything as they have a response to this. Passion UI in a lot of trouble. Eki will end up falling, and he's going to try and go for that TP out, and he'll be able to get it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Zippy just didn't have enough mana for the Starbreak over there. Otherwise, that would have been a dead UI as well.
I'm not sure where that initiation came. I'm not sure where the idea for that initiation came from, but you know, it's
It's just trying to do something around the map, right? Like Passion UA are trying to coordinate and look, generally speaking, they've had the right idea very often. But the problem is your heroes aren't the ones to execute on it. You don't have burst damage. The measly Sunstrike that you send forward is a single Exort Sunstrike.
now they have done a good job at actually slowing the pace of the aggression or slowing the pace of the pressure that was mounting up, right? For the past few minutes, the lead has been static at 5k net worth, right? And that's good. That's better than what you were doing in the laning phase, right? So what you need to do now is make sure that that tier 1 tower down towards that bot side is constantly pushed out. So as long as you have that tower, your triangle is safe to farm. Once you get that Orchid on that Broodmother, so the 18 to 20 minute mark, once you have that Orchid, is going to be the time for Passion UA to be amping up this pressure, because you won't have those save items from the Puck anytime soon, or from the Shadow Demon. But as I say that, I mean, Dawnbreaker has an Orchid of his own, so I mean...
Yeah, Puck in the meanwhile is looking to be in a little bit of danger. Will he actually be going down? Silence just forces him away. There is no ability for Passion UA to pursue. Illusory Orb out as well. And look at how difficult it is for Passion UA to initiate onto this Puck. You've got silences that are... They're working. You're getting the calling onto him repeatedly. You're getting stuns onto him. You just can't finish him off.
And it's so difficult to initiate in because you don't have an initiator. But meanwhile, they found the Broodmother with that Dream Coil. Will they be able to finish him off and impale onto the Broodmother? Just a few more hits required. But Batchuk, he's going to be safe and secure. And the Shadow Demon will be the one to fall.
There are these places where you can see Avilus potentially overcommitting as well, right? Let's not forget that they can sometimes get wrapped up in themselves, as Niche will find Lion in the Radiant side jungle. And because Brood has always been able to maintain control over this Radiant side jungle, we're not going to see this net worth lead snowball because the Dire side are being choked out. You need to win fights if you want this net worth lead to snowball.
Yeah. And I mean, that's going to come in the Orchid, right? He has it now 16 minutes in, a bit earlier than what I was expecting. He actually managed to make the Orchid in 4 minutes. So that's very impressive. But now that he has this should give them that much needed power spike, right? Because the Puck doesn't have an escape mechanism just yet. It has queued up his use because he is he's probably expecting that Orchid to come out any time now.
The call has also been quite annoying for him as well, so the use just helps regardless.
But you also need to keep in mind that there are other squishy targets over on the side of Avilus that you can go for, even if you can't go against the Puck, right? You can go for the Shadow Demon, take him out, and suddenly Team Avilus's lineup isn't overpowering you, right? Because you've taken out the saving grace in the form of Soniko. Or even take out the Lion, but it's not ideal taking out the Lion unless it's a pick-off scenario.
Meanwhile, Avilus is treating the Dark Side jungle like it's their own.
Batchuk
It's
got
another
out
catch.
though. Yeah,
and finish him off though. The Hex is there. They can finish him off all right. Never mind. A question I didn't need to ask. The Finger of Death not even used.
I was confused. I was like, why do you think they won't even... He's gonna...
I don't know.
It's
really been like a lot of good responses from Passion UA. I'm thinking, oh, maybe the Tusk is going to TP in or something. But apparently everyone else recognizes that's a dead spider, and I don't.
8k net worth lead now. Passion UA are trying to rotate around the map, trying to find something over here. Will come across the Dawnbreaker, but will be content expending their smoke to drain a bit of Zibe's mana away, which is an interesting decision considering that Fernandes is going to pay for it with his life. So I hope that 300 mana was worth it.
And he's been waiting to get the Finger of Death kill for so long. Like, we're on 17 kills and I don't have a single stack so far. Damn it.
Yeah, I mean, I do this too, right? When you've had your finger for so long and not been able to use it.
And unfortunately, Flacco is probably not long for this world, or the MP will at least buy him some time. He lives, alright.
Dire's bottom
He's queued up his Blink Dagger. Now the Invoker's gone for a Mage Slayer. It's not going. I don't think it's going to help. I mean, the only value that you're getting from it at this point of the game is the reduced magic damage that the opponents do. But holding that thought, the Lion, he's going to get obliterated. But it's a lot better than Zibe dying over here.
That's true.
But, you know, as I was saying, this Mage Slayer, it doesn't do anything. Sure, you decrease the amount of outgoing spell damage that the opponents do, but other than that, the overtime damage that you're doing is completely negated by the fact that you have so many heals over on, and so much sustain over on the side of Team Avulus, and not to mention the Dawnbreaker heal that can come out at any point.
The one good thing about the Mage Slayer is it's not bad versus the Bristleback.
Because of the
Quill Spray damage is actually pretty heavily discounted as well.
Okay, yeah, I agree. That's not bad. But you have to be able to hit the Bristleback. He has a Bloodstone.
No. Bristleback's gonna let you hit him. Come on. Bristleback has no concerns with you hitting him.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Look,
Bacek yet to be showing his Orchid off, as he's not been able to do anything after having gotten it. Map going to be revealed now for Team Avulus. They know exactly where Passion UA is. And I actually think this is one of the better innates in this game. Like, every time it's day, the entire map gets revealed, so...
They're hunting down your why because of that map reveal. The Orchid's been used, but in the back lines where the fight's actually going on, it's over towards the bot lane. Turns out that Orchid is just a threat.
Yeah, and Bacek needs to be careful. There is Stormer at the ready, but over on top lane side though, it's going to be Lion who's going to end up falling. Zibe going to come in and a finger of death to finish Flacco off. Do they want to be chasing for more though?
Well, Lion didn't fall, so no reason not to.
Was
They're going
a green
forward.
call,
It's
though,
going to be
on-
the Morphling who is very quickly being brought down. UI fades off into the darkness, and the darkness welcomes him in the Dire Side Fountain.
He is doing a good job at farming up though. You know, he's kept, sure he's been lower than the cores of Team Avulus, but he's still not that far off. You know, back when it was a 5k net worth lead, Morphling was keeping up, even though it's a 12k net worth lead right now. He still has around 11k of net worth himself. So at least we're going to see Passion UA fight back in this game.
Look, it's going to be a fight back situation, but when will it come? Really, the question is about the time, and the time might be now, but is it really? Orchid doesn't really do too much, and when Smiling Knight comes into the fray, it is just a guaranteed loss. It feels like you can't do anything against him at all. Batia trying to fade away. Smiling Knight changes up targets. Fernand is going to be the next in the line, but he's already used his ultimate. The Ghost Form keeps him alive, but on the side is where the buck is being gone on. Buck's use scepter means that the Orchid doesn't do anything. In the meanwhile, Fernand's demise is guaranteed, and with that, what? Suddenly Yawai being caught out as well. The TP to the shrine from Eki. Eki's going to get the Earth Spike on him, but the turnaround is here. There's actually decent damage over here as well. There should be a dead Lion, and with the Yule Scepter onto Smiling Knight, this is going to be incredibly difficult to do too much at all. Yawai will, however, still fall, and Niche will be going down with him. An overcommitment from the Dire side. Smiling Knight was not the man. It was Zibe. Got that one wrong.
Yeah, they really wanted to get the kill onto the Dawnbreaker, but recognizing the fact that Smiling Knight went inside of their tier 3, so perhaps they had this idea that we can get a kill on towards the Dawnbreaker, but really did not work out for them as well as they thought, because the TPs were there. Losing out on their...
They've not taken out the mid tier 1 yet. You can't It's so much more difficult to make commitments like that with the map control looking like it is. But for Passion UA, what other choice do you have?
I mean, the map's going to get even more boxed in for them, for Passion UA. It seems like David is not going to be able to face off against Goliath, at least in game number 1.
You know, David actually wins in the mythology. I hope you understand this.
I do. I know this, okay? But we're not in mythology. We're in Dota now, right? And over here,
definitely
David loses.
We have 25 ghost spiders going up against the goddess of the sun.
It's
not
real for
mythological
me.
at all.
Okay.
But actually, it's really good damage, to be fair, from Batiak. In a straight 1v1, he's not going to do too badly. Yobai, however, wants to make this a 3 versus 2. Fernand's coming in from the back lines. He's got the A-toss as well. The stun will disable the Dawnbreaker ultimate as well. And it feels like with no more support, it is finally going to be a dead Zibba. Now, Icky's not too far off. Eki. Caught out. Is there going to be a stun away? Yes, there is. Follow-up Walrus Punch as well. This is a big find for Passion UA.
Yeah, definitely getting that kill on the Stormer. I really was not expecting that, and somehow they were able to do it through those silences. But the thing is, Avilis did not actually want to engage Passion UA in that fight because they were busy with their Roshan. So Nico and Smiling Knight going to be taking that down. Puck wasn't available to respond to the aggression on towards that Dawnbreaker. So really, it was more. There were 5 heroes committed towards taking down a position 3, and it took forever, right? So, and a 2, right? So, it's not as clean as, we saw. They had to use their abilities multiple times. I believe the Orchid came down like 3 times in the course of that entire fight. In a situation where they're faced up against 3 or 4 heroes, that does not happen.
That's fine, but it's a nice little swing in that worked. You do see the Morphling, continue to maintain relevance. The problem is Smiling Knight. He is just so far ahead of anyone else right now. He's just in a different league.
326 lost hits, 19,000 net worth. Assault Chorus available for him. I don't see a way where you kill this Bristleback.
It has to be the kite, I suppose, but even that, how do you kite him when he wants to just go up high ground with his Aegis?
Not to mention, I'm not sure why this Broodmother is not going for that Bloodthorn. That's the idea. That's the whole idea, right? Because your Broodlings, your Spiders, they deal additional amounts of damage onto the Soulburn target. So he's decided to change his item midway.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Well, right now it doesn't matter what item he had, he's dead anyway.
Dire's top tower
That's so
is under
fast.
attack.
Meanwhile, top lane,
Dire's
watch out for
structures
Smiling
are
Knight,
fortified.
because he wants to take this set of Raxes.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether or not they can stop him, but over on the bot side, they have different plans. They want to be going in on towards that Dawnbreaker, quickly cleaning up Zibe, but meanwhile, they have to get back to base. Their base is actually ended up falling. Morta's going to TP in towards his own death, a godlike streak for Smiling Knight. Still no TPs incoming for them, but now the Invoker is here. But what is he going to be able to do? Yawai, you have to be careful over here, forced to waveform back, and now the buybacks are coming in. Duskar going to be snowballing himself back inside of the fight, but his team is dying. The Invoker down now. Flacco, nowhere to go. Morta's going to place down those spirits to try and buy his team some amount of buffer, but it's not doing anything. They're just being run down, and oh no, Smiling Knight going to try and fountain dive, but the buyback from the Broodmother is going to force him back.
I mean,
But now-
nothing is gone. Uri doesn't have anything to do over here, and Smiling Knight will fall, but don't forget the second life. Stormer not too far off. He's going to be having the Dream Coil back in a couple of seconds. Just doesn't have the mana for it, waiting for that. And as he will be looking to re-engage, there's still Uri who's hunting in, not knowing what's coming in for him. Stormer spots out the Morphling now, trying to fade back. Where's his support coming forward? Smiling Knight so far away. They're fighting in 3 versus what is soon to be 5. Do they really want to keep committing here on the Avila side? Feels like they don't, but maybe Passion UA would be able to get a quick little chase down, decide against it. Morphling was too low, and they say we've already lost enough as it is.
Yeah, and I mean, they got the racks. They the Bristleback's dream came true. He got to go in the fountain, you know. So it was a victory in its own right. Sure, you expend the ages, but you gain enough objectives, enough momentum on your side to make it all worth it. And now Flacco and Fernandez don't have that buyback, and I was actually wrong. Broodmother didn't die. Broodmother just has an extremely short respawn timer. So UI down now.
He
Yeah,
almost
Fernandez.
right-click Fernandez.
Two-shotted him.
Two-shotted him, yeah. Batak in the meanwhile will also be falling. Eki continues to engage. Passion UA are not falling apart, Ultras. They have fallen apart.
I mean, yeah, they don't have the buybacks, you know. But you know, despite of everything, tea time, I will say that there is still a 0.01% possibility that Passion UA can come back.
I believe you are wrong about this, but Niche is looking to support me in my conclusions. Right now, it is just going to be Avilus hard committing over, seeing what else they can get, having fun with this one. 12-0-2 for Smiling Knight right now. This is a man unchained, and dare I say, a man unhinged with this Bristleback madness.
You have to be slightly unhinged to be playing Bristleback, man. Like, I mean, I hate to say this, but I tried Bristleback and it's just, yeah, no.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He is not afraid of death, and so far his lack of fear has paid off quite well. Even the mana being saved. Thank you very much, Suneko. Coming in clutch for that one. Stormer tries to move in and commit. He knows he's got the big bad bodyguard, and that big bad bodyguard will be able to save him once again. Flacco's demise is all but guaranteed. He will fall down. Eki, the snipe hit from downtown, the longest finger you've ever seen. And right now, UI is receiving maybe something similar to that as well. Meanwhile, goes in on Smiling Knight, looking for just that fountain dive, and Niche has to get a Ghost Scepter, but it is still GG called. A Passion UA bow out 30 minutes in.
Yeah, and I think Avilus would have finished that game much earlier as well if they weren't busy in their shenanigans. But Avilus have come out swinging in this playoff stage, taking the game away in such a convincing fashion, just simply destroying Passion UA throughout that laning phase. But I will have to say that it wasn't just pure something like pure skill mismatch, right? I will say that Passion UA had some pretty weird ideas with those with that drafting, right? Picking up that Broodmother and then going for a Morphling. Just who farms in that scenario? Who farms and who rotates, right? So you didn't have that clear idea. We saw glimpses of what Passion UA were able to do when they aligned their team together and when they chose to make a coordinated attempt at some of those team fights, and they did find limited success in that. So I'm hoping that they're able to play off of that even further. I'm hoping that they play more conventional Dota, because certainly that cheese strat did not work out for them. So I'm hoping they go back to that.
Well, that's enough of the hors d'oeuvres, I suppose. We can put the tiny bits of cheese away and move on to the main course, which will be coming up after a short break, guys. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Passion UA is still looking to fight back against the might of Avilus. A game that could be said to have been lost at minute 0 by some. The drafting phase was maybe problem number 1 for Passion UA. As we look over towards Avalus, though, maybe they need to be more concerned coming into game number 2 over here. Touchus, you talked about it before. You want to see something more conventional out from the Passion side.
Yeah, definitely. Something more conventional, something more orthodox. They had the right idea, and I believe at a lot of the times we saw that they had the right execution as well, but they had a lot of limitations, right? Their Morphling could not farm. The Brood Mother just soaks up so much from the map's resources that the Morphling was forced, UI was forced to play with his team, forced to engage in back when he only had Vladimir's, right? And that's not a position where you want to be playing. You don't want to be getting outdrafted like that. You want strong laners, right? And you do have that. You could have gotten the Enigma up for yourself instead of the Brood Mother, and suddenly your Invoker combination with that Enigma is a lot more potent, right? You pick yourselves up a Rubik. Having a Tuskar as a position 5 as well, it doesn't do anything for your Morphling. Like, you have no survivability. It doesn't offer you any survivability. I did not see a single snowball save come out that game simply because of how hard they got countered by that Puck coil.
They also went tag team, no drinking buddies at all, right? So yeah, just to lean into what you're saying. But to also keep in mind, Passion UA clearly went into that with a plan. That plan didn't work. It could be because maybe they lost out the hero they wanted to play. Maybe it got banned out, something like it. It could also be just that maybe they weren't expecting Avalus to punish as hard as they did on the Greed. Regardless, the question is for Game 2, what do we see changed?
I mean, just that, right? Pick yourselves up a lot more conventional heroes. In fact, I would say pick yourself up a hero that provides a lot of sustain, much like how Avalus picked up that Bristleback. Send in an offlaner like Centaur Warrunner, or send in an offlaner like the Mars that is execution heavy, or stick true to the Passion UA playstyle, which is picking yourselves up a support duo combination, right? For example, the Jakiro Darkseer that we're so used to seeing from Passion UA. Pick yourself a combination that works very well. Tuskar, Mortas, sure, the Shard plus the Spirits the Dead Calling combination is good, but it's not high value. It's not something that can catch Avalus off guard. It's something that, you know, it hurts, but it doesn't seal the deal. You need something to seal the deal.
I'd love to see more of an aggressive damage dealing support as well coming out early on. I know this is completely unconventional now, but whenever I say something like that, I think about your Linas of the world, your Lions of the world, anything that gives you a lot of good burst damage, because it did feel like there were places where Avalus was misstepping. Avalus did not play a perfect game, but there was never that punishment available to take down that misstep. And yes, theoretically you could just try and pull together a more burst damage oriented core lineup, yeah, but also at the same time, do you really want to do that? Is this not a situation where maybe you want to be going back to right click cores, a bit more magic damage on the support, something like it? So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they actually come out with this over here. On the Avalus side, I have to say that first pick Shadow Demon from Suneko was really good. Like I was expecting it to be good, but just the degree towards which it was saving people from EMPs, making sure that no one's really chasing after him. He's even using the extra illusions being spawned by all of the people dying nearby him, microing them really effectively as well. It was a diabolical support to move past.
Yeah, and we're already seeing this. Passion UA has instantly banned out that Shadow Demon. Now, what I would like to see, if they get the chance, then just instantly pick up the Dragon Knight, right? That's one of the only remaining S tier carries in the current meta right now, and it's something that could essentially tide them over. But as I say that, they actually banned the Dragon Knight out.
I'm not too surprised this Dragon Knight ban coming out of the first stage is pretty likely when you don't have the first pick, right? Avalus would have probably just snagged that one up themselves immediately, so no surprises here at all. What does Avalus want to prioritize over here, though?
I mean, they could go for a high propensity support, or they could essentially just pick themselves up something like, something that they can shuffle around with. Like, suppose they pick up an Earthshaker, right? So then they could send the Earthshaker pause 3, pause 4, or even down towards that mid lane. But if they want to go for support, certainly a lot of high value supports are in play over here. I will say, because of the new update, suddenly the carry heroes are not the first phase picks, right? Because you have so few to pick from. Normally they're all just banned out now. But Abulus are going to be going for that Batrider.
It's obviously a lot of that control and a lot of damage as well. Slight nerf coming out towards it in 7.37E as well, Teltris, which is obviously, as you mentioned to me, it's the damage over time ticks have increased. So with the napalm charges, you're doing a bit more. Visage is the response from Passion Yue. This gives you a lot of fighting potential, and it is that magic damage support if it's going in for that support slot. Even if it goes in for something more towards the core side, it's just a lot of damage with the soul assumptions that continue to stack up. So it's nice to see. It's also damage over time that's repetitive, which actually does really well versus Batrider, who himself is not a heavy burst damage hero. So this is going to be an interesting counter. Not to mention, this is very hard to pull off, and I haven't seen this done properly in quite a long time. But the Visage Familiars are actually not bad versus Batrider at all. They're generally really good at positioning around, A, scouting, but also B, just putting them in tree lines and making sure they can intercept the lasso pullback. But obviously that's very, very positionally reliant and micro-intensive.
I mean, one of the best aspects of the Visage is the ability to stop the Batrider from going in on you. So the flaming trail that you have, you can stop that. You can stop the Batrider from running overhead. But as I say that, Abulus probably have a big plan. I mean, Eki tweeted out that he already foresees a few heroes that are going to be imbalanced in this patch, right? And Eki loves to play the Batrider. We saw this in game number 3 against Abulus versus Tundra, where he landed 2-man lassos. He landed like 4 or 5 2-man lassos. He absolutely demolished Tundra back in that game. So perhaps this is them trying this out. This is them trying to see how much of a buff Batrider has received and how much potential that they can have with it in this match.
It's also, I mean, listen, the Bristleback is an interesting matchup versus the Batrider, because you're always going to be you're always in a bit of a difficult position where there's good damage over time. So if the Bristleback is turned around, or you're sort of behind him or in any way, it's obviously a lot of damage coming out from the Bristle as well. But you can also continue to kite him a lot, right? The sticky napalm slowing him down in the early levels, in the early phases. It is significant. You're continuing on in the kiting route with the Phoenix as well. So this Bristleback being pulled out early on, anyone who's watching think, well, Bristleback just killed it in the previous game. He should be doing well over here as well. This is a huge amount of kite. Even the Primal Beast now coming forward. This is 3 heroes with some sort of mobility. This is 3 heroes with some sort of disable. This is 3 heroes with, something that makes it difficult for the Bristle to chase him down.
Not to mention, there's no way to kill the egg right now, right? Bristleback and Visage both horrible at killing the egg. Not to mention the Phoenix is a natural vessel builder, so the Bristleback not going to be having a great time. Obviously, we will see how it goes, what his Bloodstone and Scepter timing really is. But Primal Beast coming out for Team Abulus, they're not too worried about the Quill Sprays stacking up on them, right? Because the Phoenix isn't worried about the Quill Sprays. You can just pop that ultimate down. The Batrider is going to be on the back lines. Primal Beast is a natural blade mail builder, not to mention he has a lot of significant amount of damage reduction through his abilities as well. So overall, though, Passion UA still require a few more heroes to get right before they're able to contest the prospective lineup of Team Abulus.
I would love to see some AoE disable coming out over here. Again, Mars is... Oh, well, okay, that does pretty well, to be fair. I think this is great combination.
And the break.
This is fantastic stuff coming through. The Hoodwink, the break is good, but for me, more than anything else, this is a really active support duo. Between Hoodwink and Visage, you're going to have so much burst damage that actually scales well even into the late game. Maybe not late game, but even into the mid game, where the soul assumptions will still be doing a lot. You still have the ultimate of the Hoodwink doing a lot. This could be a very potent duo, and this felt like something that Passion UA were missing in that previous series.
Yeah, not to mention, your ability to play inside of those trees is is a lot more amplified with that Visage and Hoodwink combination. Not to mention the Hoodwink synergizes so well, but because of that Bushwalk pulling everyone in, so that those familiar stuns should be landing on several targets at the same time. Not to mention you have a puck, you have a really nice way to clean them all up. Not to mention these aren't very high cooldowns.
There's a lot of things
right?
you're saying not to mention about you. You're trying not to mention anything, Tulsa. What's going on over here?
There's so my next point is that Passion UA don't have a lot of high cooldowns as well. So this is something that we're really going to have to see how well they make it work. But if their last game is any example, then Fernandes and Flacco should be having a good enough time here. But as I say that, it is going to be the much feared mid Earthshaker for Team Abulus. It is going to be Stormhammer, Stormer. Sorry.
A Stormhammer does sound a lot
Twice.
cooler, to be fair.
It's going to be.
That's a better name. Let's be honest. But
Yeah.
no, you can't change his name, and you wouldn't want to. It's becoming more and more iconic as time goes on.
Definitely, and I mean it's.
How does it do against a puck, though, Dolphus? Because for me, look, he's very good on it, and it's also a very good mid-game rotational hero, but it doesn't feel like it does much to stop a puck from going around and wreaking havoc. It feels like Stormer will be more reliant on the fact that these are hard to kill lanes elsewhere than actually doing this with his own, than actually trying to disable the puck with his own Earthshaker.
Yeah, definitely. Not to mention, you can dodge out on a lot of ability on, the creep pushback from the Earthshaker, right? So it is definitely a lane that favors the puck. Not to mention, you can't exactly be using your Earthshaker Scepter, your Enchant Totem to be flying around inside of the Dream Coil, right? It does root you. So it's not exactly a great pick against the puck, but one thing that the Earthshaker does have is that instantaneous blink in Echo Slam, right? So you do have a way to get that stun off onto the puck before the puck is able to phase shift away. But
I will add, it's also very good against the Bristleback, right? I mean, the Fissure is just fantastic at zoning out the Bristleback and making sure he can't be involved in the fight. Fissure is also one of those tools that even if you're building status resistance as a Bristleback, even if you're trying to build up all that extra movement speed, you can always be guided by a Fissure. You can build a BKB, status resistance, whatever you want. If there's a Fissure stopping you, there's a Fissure stopping you. So he picked the skills very well versus a Bristleback, even going into the late game. So there is that to consider.
yeah. Also, I to be honest, I haven't seen Smiting Knight fail on an Earthshaker. Like, to be very honest, like they have lost games, but it's never been because Smiting Knight didn't have high impact with an Earthshaker.
Stormer?
No, I mean I think I actually got it wrong.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I got it. No, actually, I got it right before,
No,
and I'm getting it right wrong now.
Shaker, right? Like this is what I'm getting confused. You're making me confused, but maybe Abulus is looking to make Passion confused. You talked about how the Venn diagram of hero picks for these teams is pretty similar. There's a Broodmother coming out now from Abulus's side, and it's not like there aren't counters available for Passion UA.
Yeah, you do have the Bristleback, and you do have another pick to go. But I will say that the Broodmother does quite well over here, because you're now playing this Broodmother as your carry hero, right? So you're not going to be leeching off.
You could still go position 3 Bristleback. There's no reason that Abulus can't go for a greedier carry over here as well. Like the Abulus have left themselves a very good amount of flexibility. This is actually as far as draft construction is concerned, this is a very well constructed draft where they don't have to actually decide where they're going until the very last pick over here.
Yeah, the question is,
even on Abulus's bans, by the way, sorry to interrupt you, Dolphins, they banned out Morphling. They're worried about that. They're worried about that position 3 Bristle being the priority.
But the question is, what is Passion UA going to pick as the carry? Are they going to go for something like a Swen that counters out the Broodmother? But in fact, they're going to be going in for a Drow Ranger, keeping the distance away from the Earthshaker, from Stormer, and from Zibe. The question is, will Abulus be able to close that gap? Because there's certainly, there's a lot separating them and UI, right? You have the coil, you have to get to the coil. First, you have to get through the Bristleback, right? You have to get through Flacco on that Bristleback, then you have to get through the Puck Coil, then you have to get through the Visage Familiars before you're able to come onto the Drow. And they don't have a lot of heroes that can close that gap, right? You do have the Primal Beast who's going to be initiating in for his team, and you do have the Earthshaker. But outside of those two heroes, I don't see a way in, right? So I really like this draft from Passion UA, right? It's difficult for the Drow to get lassoed up as well if you're careful. So really, it's an all-rounded setup, right? It's not an outdraft by any means. So Passion UA are probably going to be having a much better time this game around.
I'm clearly not. Sorry, guys. Happens sometimes. Normally we're off camera, so it's a lot easier to fake it until you make it. But no, I am curious about how the lane will be going, though, for UI over here. You are going up against what is going to be a Zibe plus Eki lane. This is not going to be an easy lane for the Drow Ranger by any means, and he does need to get a solid start.
Yeah, I actually think UI is going to die a few times on this lane. There's just no way to survive against a Bat Rider and a Primal Beast. And it might just be a situation where UI is completely forced out of the lane after the 3 or 4 or 4 or 5 minute mark, or once those cores, or once the Primal Beast hits his level 3 or 4. And this can potentially be the weakness, the chink in the armor of Passion UA. If this Drow gets shut down hard enough, there isn't, because you are playing a position 3 Bristleback, right? So the amount of impact that Bristleback is going to have is going to be slightly
You're playing a
less.
position 4 Bristleback.
Oh, he's
position
boss
3.
4?
This is a position. This is a Batiak visage.
This is insane. This
There
is
are
insanity.
so many spanners.
This is-
There's so much confusion.
Yeah,
What's
yeah,
going on in this game?
I don't know. I would have preferred to see a position 4 Visage, because the position 3 Bristleback doesn't offer you that tankiness. So if you're Passion UA, who's going to be soaking up all of the damage? Who's going to be soaking up that Enchant Totem, that Orchid from the Broodmother, that Initiation from the Batrider, and the Primal Beast who's going to be coming in with his Onslaught? I'm not sure about this. At least the mid lane should be going in favor of the puck, so that early Witchblade should be able to help him a bit.
30 seconds to battle.
Of course, it is going to be the safe lane over on the side of Passion UA, who's going to have to somehow keep the Drow Ranger alive if they want to be transitioning forward into the game, already not having the amount of sustain that the position 3 Bristleback would have. But we'll have to see.
Well, we'll have to see indeed. Initially, nothing too much coming out beyond just a couple of right clicks exchange. This is going to be very interesting. For me, Bristleback plus Visage lane is going to go fine. I am much more interested in what Fernandes and UI will be up to in bot instead, especially with Zibe. Zibe goes down here. No, he's dodged away. His movement speed's too high. The boots make it so the Drow can't chase him even with the cold arrow.
But he made a mistake taking up that damage from that tier 2 tower. So now he has 2 options, right? He has the option of teleporting back to his base and coming back to and walking back to the lane. He only has that one option.
Yeah, that is, they don't have a solve.
Yeah, he has no regen, or he can just wait over here, wait for another wave and take. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I have deceived you once again. It's a Flacco Bristleback. It's position 5. The case of the missing Bristleback from 1 to 3 to 4 to 5. Which one's it gonna be?
Oh man. Position 5 Bristleback, okay, doesn't do that bad. Okay, I will say this. Nasal Goose should disrupt Batrider's ability to close the distance between the Drow Ranger, right?
Also very good to combo with the Drow Ranger because the Frost Arrows obviously don't really change the creep aggro. So it's a very strong, hard-hitting right-click lane.
Yeah. But that's if Zibe actually plays in the lane, right? Because as current circumstances go, I don't think... I'm not sure what Zibe is going to do right now.
He has to just TP back and have the walk of shame. Surely.
He might just wait because he got this XP, right? He's only very close to his level 2, so he can wait out another wave, trample that one, get his level 2 up, and then TP back. But it's a loss regardless.
No,
Right?
he's TPing. He's walking of shaming. He's shaming the walk. Meanwhile, actually, funnily enough, Eki might go down, but the problem is there isn't that extra quill spray damage, so Flacco's death is guaranteed. So maybe this isn't going to be an easy win coming out for the Radiant's side. At the same time, Bristleback can TP. Who knows?
Yeah, and I mean it's insane how these things are happening in the game this early on. I mean, I do not expect to see a Bristleback Batrider showdown at minute 1.
Well, maybe he didn't either. That's why he lost it.
Top side, though,
Smiling.
Smiling Knight won't be having a good enough time up against the 2 ranged heroes of the Visage and the Hoodwink, and he actually has to be a bit careful here, right? Because the Visage and Hoodwink aren't super reliant on their auto attacks to trade, right? So Nico needs to be. So Nico's Fire Spears don't do a lot of damage. I mean, don't do a lot of disabling.
Dude, look at what Bartik just does to them with the Soul Assumption. It is insane.
Yeah, the problem is it's very high. It has a very high cost, right? The mana required, so you use it in your level 1. So, but then you don't have any fuel left in the tank.
Well, Zibi in the meanwhile in the bottom lane is.
Oh,
going to be
Smiley needs to be
continuing
careful. He might just end up
Oh my
dying over
goodness,
here.
I didn't expect that at all. Like, oh yeah, he's fine. Never mind.
Patrick had a mango that he used, and meanwhile, over on the bot side, Eki ends up falling to the Drow Ranger as Zibe is content farming up those creeps.
This is the problem with Zebe going out elsewhere, is that you're really sacking this Batrider. He's not going to get anything at all, and Flacco's fine with tanking down. Yawai doesn't really care about having the last hit underneath tower. He's not going to lose too much HP, because whenever that's a question being asked, Flacco will just go ahead and tank it down. He's even getting some extra neutral creeps by pulling them backwards as well. So this is really looking like a great start to things for Passion UA overall.
Yeah, leading the network, leading the last hits. Over on the top side though, Puck wants to find an opening inside. He has a Dream Coil on towards 2. Both the carry and the Batrider have been Dream Coil up. Will they be able to clean anyone off? They're really trying, but Smiling Knight is still holding his own. Drow Ranger with a multi-shot will be able to finish off Smiling Knight, but it's going to come at the cost of 2 heroes over on the side of Passion UA, and might just end up being a third. Fernandez will also end up falling. Will the Drow Ranger be able to TP out? He will find that TP, but Niche, he's in trouble of his own. Trying to Dream Coil outside, but being chased down by Stormer, now stuck inside of the water over here. An Echo Slam onto the face of Niches. That's going to end up ensuring that the puck ends up falling. 4 heroes down for Passion UA. As a quick rotation is going to ensure that their Broodmother stays alive. A huge loss for Passion UA.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's courier has been killed.
1k networks lead on towards Avenus, and another rotation on towards UI. He was the only one who made it. Who was the only one who made it outside
Radiant's
of
bottom tower is under attack.
that last team fight, but he's going to end up falling as well.
Is under attack.
So Nico and Storm are both down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
13 and 12 now. Having some issues, but we're trying to work through them. Boss side though, Zibe trying to make his way outside. Will he be able to come? Will he be able to get away from over here? Will be making it up to safety.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Mid side though. It seems the game has slowed down quite a bit. Drow Ranger,
Radiant's
5,500 net worth lead. It seems like all the 3 cores of Passion UA are ahead of net worth in terms of everything else. Or on the top side though. So guys, we're having some technical difficulties, right? So while we sort that out, and we'll try to sort that out as quickly as possible, of course, don't go anywhere, right? But we'll be right back after a short break.
And we're back. Sorry about that, guys. Things happen, and we were not the ones who made them happen.
Middle tower is under attack.
You know what? That's life. That's the internet. But enough about the internet. Let's get back into the game and let's see what's going on. It's a big old stack being farmed up. The lead that Passion UA were able to find off the back of some great plays early on and some great decisions has panned out well.
Yeah, and just to recap for you guys, since the stream, I believe there were some. But the gist of it is lots of kills happening around the map. Drow Ranger managed to die thrice in the span of 3 minutes, but somehow he's still leading the network chart. Oh, it's okay. He died twice. Oh, those are only 2 deaths. So he died twice, right? He died once towards that top side and once towards that bot side as soon as he respawned.
Dire's top tower.
So Avilus did come back in a big way into the game, but they still haven't found their footing as their cores are still do not have that much net worth. And I have to say, a Drow Ranger that is this far ahead so early on into the game could prove to be a disaster.
Now she has gone for the Midas, right? Which means that maybe a bit of a deceptive net worth lead over here, and there is a window that certainly can be searched for.
It looks like they might want to be going in onto UI. Eki is there, not yet being revealed, and now he's going to see UI. The lasso is going to come out as well, and the Primal Beast, he's in prime position. But where's the onslaught? Looks like it might not even be needed. It's like he's going to get a solo kill off onto the Drow Ranger, and with this, he might end up dying, but it's going to be quite worth it.
Radiant's top tower.
Okay, I thought for a second Zibba might want to commit over here and actually take down Niche as well, but he didn't have the mana for the pulverize. But the amount of damage on that whatchamacallit, I keep thinking Beastmaster, Bandrider, yes, the other, he is technically a master of his beast. The amount of damage is stunning for a support like that. Just being able to take down a Drow Ranger who's 3 levels above him, very nice.
Yeah, and Smiling Knight should be able to get his Orchid up in the next few minutes. I believe he'll have it in the 16 to 17 minute mark. Meanwhile, Smiling Knight does have his Stormer does have his Scepter. Oh, sorry, his Blink Dagger. So that should come in handy for some of these rotations. Now, it's going to be the time where this Earthshaker starts to make space for the Broodmother. The question is, though, and this is the concern, right? The Broodmother that is this far behind, sure, you get that Orchid up, but is it going to be enough to take down some of the heroes that are super tanky or super versatile over on the side of Passion UA? This is already going towards that aura build, so we do have that question answered. He's going to be, you know, making sure that a Drow Ranger is as optimized as possible. Once he has that pipe.
Niche is going in. Will they be able to get the catch out on him? The Dream Coil is ready, and there's so much extra damage from the Visage as well. Stormstormer can't stay alive. Second Soul Assumption's already here, and Niche even dodging the damage. Insult to injury, and that injury is big because this is exactly when Avilus were planning their own smoke gang. Can they make this work without Stormstormer?
And it looks like Avilus, they want to be going in
Link up
for
from
a
Eki.
return.
The silence isn't going to land. He has to settle for the hoodwink. That's not a lasso they're happy with. Zib has also activated the BKB in hot pursuit. He's moving forward. He's got the pigfall. Look at that damage. But Batyak, he's not been caught. Saves himself with the familiars. Zibbe finally gets off the pulverize, but even that's been interrupted. Look at the turnarounds. Passion UA now look to accelerate forward instead. Oh, there's the Echo Stamp. Flak has been caught. Is this going to be a bit too much? Are they asking for more than they're ready to receive? Flacco now still segmented off from his teammates, but Yowawi's damage is undeniable. The pursuit is on. Eki looking for Flacco, and he will locate him, but the Firefly has ended. Eki has to be careful. Ferna's still nearby. He's managed to respawn back into the team fight, and Suneko has no choice but to back off. Stormer. A puck jaunting next to him, and he simply can't get involved in the entirety of this fight. He does get the shield rune. Niche has already used that jaunt, but no, not really any threat coming out from Storm.
Yeah, that was an amazing fight from Passion UA. They were able to keep the distance from the Drow Ranger, and that essentially enabled them to take out a lot of these heroes, right? Even the return over here at Team Avulus, the Echo Slam, it simply did not do much. It took down the Hoodwink, but other than that, you know, they had nothing left in the tank to chase further, and it simply just ended up falling. 17 and 16, I have to say this is a very even game, and as time will go on, the lead will, in my opinion, tilt in favor of Passion UA, as they're going to be getting those auras up. Drow Ranger is going to be stacking up on a lot of damage, and now they want to make a show of this, as they're going to engage on towards
Bottom tower is under attack.
no one, but they're not going to find anyone actually.
Yeah, this is going to be a nice little counteraction from the Egg, but the Egg doesn't get much done over here either. The problem is, how do you disengage from Silent Knight? There is that Dream Coil ready and waiting, and while Soneko laser beams off the side of the Earth just isn't long enough.
Tower is under attack.
He's dropped down and he should be pursued. Batjak's familiars are showing Soneko that the size doesn't matter, it's what you do with those wings, and they're moving much faster.
Middle tower has fallen.
2 heroes
All wings
again.
better than being confirmed.
Dead now for Avulus, and I believe that was Avulus smoking up for that fight, and they ended up losing 2 heroes. So it's really interesting how they're like I have never seen Avulus struggle to initiate in situations like this. Never seen them lost on synergy. Is the synergy of Passion UA actually better right now?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This is
Dire's structures are
not what you expected to see after that first game, but still, some signs of life, some hopes, and some attempts will be made. Your wise demise has been promised a few times before, but that's the advantage of the Midas. Pulverize now goes out onto Batyak, but maybe this is asking for too much. They've gone too far. This Primal Beast will not be taken down. Flacco doesn't provide that threat as a position 5, and the Big 4 will allow him to get away. Eki will be lucky enough to do the same as he blinks before the Quill Spray can cancel it, but Zibe's pursuit is still very much on. Batyak Familiar is almost there. They will be able to get the initial storms. Gets it wrong with the first one, so you won't have the second follow-up, and you won't have the chase ability possible. There wasn't really...
He's so slow.
Yeah, he is.
He has 100 movement speed, but man, that chase so far out, they really wanted to punish Avulus just coming in and taking down their Drow Ranger, but they really didn't manage to get it. And that was simply because the puck wasn't there, right? Towards that top side, he did TP in towards that bot side tower, but I just didn't have the coil at the time. But now with the BKB up and ready for the Primal Beast and a Blink Dagger for Eki, it's a recipe that can ensure that you get that Drow Ranger down.
Well,
and it's surprising. It's actually surprising to me that Drow Ranger went Midas. You know, I know that we didn't talk about it before, but it doesn't. I mean, sure, you had a dominating streak. You translated the goal from those skills towards a Midas. In theory, it's an investment that should pay off, but
Vernon... Again, great catch on a Smiling Mud, and he just continues to be caught out of position. He can't do anything here. All of the additional webs in the world aren't enough. The problem is, you can't punish this Midas. It's too greedy of a lineup from Avulus, but they're still going to try and re-engage. Visage already put down, but without Batyak, Zibi's BKB is already used. And look at Niche, he's coming back in with the Dream Coil. Long range egg won't matter, it's a long range kill. Niche should be able to dodge that egg pop as well, and with that, the Phoenix looks useless. We talked about how there's no one to hit the egg, but there's people to dodge it. And now as Niche continues to be blocked off, all Avulus can do is disengage and run.
yeah, another bad team fight for Avulus. And this was the entirety of that fight occurred after they had already taken down the Visage. So Passion UA were able to come in a 4v5 situation where Avulus had everything at the ready. They had the BKB up from the Primal Beast. They had the Phoenix Egg as well, but still just
To be
not
fair, they
able
had
to
killed
find
Smiling
anything.
Knight, so it's a 4v4. But you're right, absolutely. You're going into a lot, and Avulus still don't get anything done.
And this is when the Drow Ranger doesn't have any items, right? Apart from the Hurricane Pike. What happens when he has that Daedalus and he's going to be hitting you? Who soaks up that damage? Because the Broodmother is not a hyper carry. The Broodmother is more like a mid-game carry.
The thing is right now, to also keep in mind, Fabulous, this isn't a big net worth lead, but the problem is not the net worth lead. The problem is where the net worth is concentrated.
Yeah.
You have very large amounts of gold on your Batrider. You have very large amounts of gold on your Phoenix, two heroes that don't do very much. I mean, Batrider sure does a fair bit, but Phoenix's Solar Crest isn't really helping out over here. So, sure, it's just a 1k net worth lead, but effectively this is much more if you're just comparing cores against cores.
And another thing that you have to consider is what cores you're comparing, right? It's not as if we're comparing a Drow Ranger to a Morphling, right? An ultra late game carry versus an ultra late game carry. We're comparing a Broodmother who, in a 40-minute scenario, a Drow Ranger versus a Brood Drow just 3-shots the Broodmother down. So really, this BKB, once this BKB comes online, Team Aviolus really need to try and take some of these towers down, perhaps try and take Roshan as well. But with the way that Passion UA is playing, it doesn't seem like they're going to be giving Aviolus that room.
And with those supports being extra fat, they're just extra juicy to eat up for buck. Look at how much gold he got. He got 600 gold.
He has an Eels at the ready as well, so that Orchid from Broodmother isn't going to be doing anything to him. Not to mention he has a Blink Dagger too. This is a super farm puck. Once that Pavis...
Drow has an Aghanim.
Okay, that's further ahead. That's a progress.
That helped. Yeah, that Midas coming into play now. I do like the Midas, to be fair, just because he has 4 deaths, and I do think Midas is very good at making sure you're continuing to maintain gold even when you have those deaths coming in. Look at how fast they tear apart that Roshan, by the way. Shout out to Bristleback and that nasal goo.
Now, Aviolus, they have smoked, and they're trying to find a wraparound onto anyone that they can find. They ideally want to be getting a high-value target like the Bug, but it's going to be a lasso onto the Visage, but an immediate turnaround by Passion UA. They're going to clean the Visage up. The Bug will also end up falling by Aviolus, though, a return, but now there's might not be enough juice left in the tank as UI is trying to fight back. He does have that Aegis. The Phoenix Egg is going to pop as well, as UI no more mana left on him. He needs to be careful over here as he might have a BKB, but he doesn't have anything else in the puck. He's going to buy back in, come back into the fight to try and help the Drow Ranger. Will be able to clean up Smite Ignite and use up on towards that Primal Beast onto Zibe. And it doesn't seem like they're going to allow him to get away, but as I say that, he just walks away.
That is such a magnificent team fight coming out from Stormer. There's a clear-cut, easy counter initiation to talk about, right? It's a good blink in Echo Slam. It means that Zib is able to do all of that extra damage coming out from the Primal Beast. But more than that, you look out towards what he does when Soneko's coming back off of his egg, right? Soneko's got his cooldowns refreshed, and you've got the lineup because of a great fissure that both segment Zibba away and lines up Passion UA for all that extra Phoenix damage. I mean, that's just a masterclass for Storm. This is why you have to be scared of this guy's Earthshaker.
Yeah, not to mention, it wasn't a bad fight for Aviolus, right? They got the Aegis down, they forced out a buyback from the Buck.
It's a great fight for them.
Yeah, and that's a really decent win if you're Team Aviolus. Suddenly, your Earthshaker, Stormstormer, is now second in the Nerf network chart. He has a full BKB up and ready. He's going to be having that damage to try and get that Drow Ranger down, but this is the thing. They still don't have an answer for the Drow. They have an answer for everyone else, just not a Drow.
Listen, Earthshaker, this is where you start to build up maybe a little bit more damage items. This is where you start going into that Daedalus, that even that Shadowblade, to be honest. Anything that helps you burst down the Drow Ranger, it's going to come down to the Echo Slam burst. There isn't another option.
But I mean, will his team allow for the Echo Slam to actually happen? Because the Drow Ranger is not going to be making himself known, right? It to get through so many of these other heroes.
Well, listen, right now, Hoodwink's been found out. Fernand is gone, and with that, you can force out a 5 versus 4. Meanwhile, Flacco has to be careful as well. Stormer is in hot pursuit. That's a nice-looking fissure, and Stormer's got Zibe coming in from the sidelines as well. So both supports taken down. Lanes are pushing in. You've got a good little web set up over here as well. Can this be a tier 2 conversion? Well, that tier 2 is already gone. Never mind.
I mean, the question you might be asking is, could this be a tier 3 conversion? But it seems like Aviolus are content just going back. Perhaps they want to be getting more kills here. The Batrider is towards that top side. Does not have the lasso though. The team is in hot pursuit.
The hottest pursuit, some would say. There's literal fire underneath them. But maybe you're not into the hottest pursuit. You can have the hottest codes, as you can see up on the screen. And the hot pursuit is over. Look at how much gold. Dude, Yawai is the most farmed guy in the game. He gets 500 gold. Still, fight's not over, and Yawai is about to get a rude awakening to that very fact. This is how you counter out the Drow, Tultris. You get on him.
The Drow did this to himself.
He's done it 5 times, to be fair.
I mean, I'm not sure what Passion UA were doing over there. They clearly saw Team Avulus once they were done with that bot tier 2 tower and done killing off Fernandes and Flacco, that they all went back. Clearly they were going somewhere, and you don't see 5 heroes on the map after they just took down your tower. You're not safe. You need to get back.
Problems aren't finished yet. This is still Niche, who has to be careful. The thing is, if you can't deal with the Drow Ranger, but you can deal with everyone else, that's still a pretty good place to start. And for Niche, he has to be concerned. There is a lot to watch out for. There is a Pulverize from the Primal Beast. There is a Lasso that he has to dodge out. Hell, there's even the Earthshaker disabled. So this is not a free game for the Puck at all. A lot of this focal point for Passion UA to transition what had been a good lead and now is slipping away will come down to Niche.
Not to mention that Batrider Scepter is going to come out as well at some point in the future, perhaps by that 35 to 36 minute mark. And once those 2 heroes have that lasso, it could prove to be potentially dangerous. But as I say that, Team Avulus, they actually want to be engaging in on towards Yawai again. He has nowhere to go, no BKB available. Yawai is going to end up falling, and suddenly Passion UA, they're actually collapsing. But Avulus, they're still not done. There is going to be a counter initiation from the side of Passion UA trying to take down Stormer. They will be successful finding that kill, but will they be able to take down more, considering the Puck has just been silenced, but Flacco still trying to chase.
So Nico's going to be able to glimmer up, and listen, at this point, even if you lose to Nico and the Earthshaker, it feels like you might want to cut your losses. No, they want to cut their enemies. Flacco taken down, and it's Zimmer who wants to pursue forward, but you don't have a BKB. You can't go big and golden. At this point, Flacco will be avenged. 3 for 3 all in all, but Avulus aren't unhappy with this at all.
Yeah.
You still have Smiling Knight alive. You have that Batrider now going back and collecting the BKB. He just buys it outright.
It's not to mention, you take down a Drow, right? You constantly, you're finding Yawai in these awkward positions where he doesn't want to be, and suddenly he just keeps getting caught out. What was he doing outside of that tier 3 tower when he knew that Team Avulus were engaging on his supports? I think the power of friendship is costing Passion UA right now, right? Because Drow Ranger, this is what he thought. He was like, my friends are in danger. I'm gonna go help them.
Actually,
but that's what
I
Avulus
will
wanted.
say that's a bit reductive, and I know you're joking, but Shaneko, that's just some fantastic play from him. He uses his egg preemptively, and he's using it to completely zone everyone away who would actually be there to help out the Drow. This was not less about Yawai going forward to help his teammates. This was more about the incredible mobility of Avulus being able to be used because you'd already zoned out the supportive components of Passion UA. Those familiars weren't there to interrupt. There wasn't a Bristleback there to be able to tank up some of this damage. And now look at what's going on over here. The demonic nature of Stormer cannot be understated. His mobility is absurd. He has an Aghanims. He has a Shadowblade. He has a Blink Dagger.
He did expend the Echo Slam over there, but because he has an Arcane Rune, it should be coming back up. The problem that I'm seeing is Drow Ranger just simply has not scaled up in terms of physical damage. No damage item available for him currently, apart from, I would say, the Scepter.
We're saying he has the Echo Slam available, but Batrider just had his... Oh my god, Batrider just revealed himself because of the Korea. It doesn't... Listen, this is a very high value kill because you can see how much gold Yawai gets, but also at the end of the day, it's a support.
It's a very farm support, to be fair.
It is a very farm support.
It's also
They're going for more. They've immediately used the outpost to come out. This should be a catch on the Earthcheck as well. Stormstormer has gone invis. Do they have detection? They need to plant it down. They've missed the dust, and Stormstormer will come through and remind everybody. And no matter what bracket you're on, are you Herald, are you Immortal, are you a professional player, invisibility is invincibility.
It's invincibility if it's in the hands of Stormstormer. But I will say that the kill onto the support Batrider, it's a bit deceptive, but it does offer a lot of value in the sense that when you have that Batrider down, you feel a lot safer, right? You feel a lot safer to farm up. You know that there's no lasso shenanigan that's going to come across. So you do have that buffer.
Scythe on the way for the Broodmother, by the way.
Oh, that's huge. That's huge.
That's actually Yule's, but it's okay. I won't hold it. I won't hold you for that pronunciation.
I mean, the Buck has an answer for the Orchid, but has no answer for that Hex Up. Now, the good thing is, Draw Ranger does have that Linken's, but against
does he really want to use it all on the Buck?
Yeah, that's the big question, right? And it's a difficult one because you do rely on the Puck initiating in. So if you're not giving the Puck the Linken's, what is your strategy going to be? Your strategy then comes down to letting Avulus initiate on you.
He's going to be going in over here. Flacco's not his target of choice. He doesn't want to expend the lasso on just a measly position 5. No matter how powerful it may seem, instead, it's a Hulve caught out! The Blinken! The Echo Slam! Bajik's got nothing to say, and Niche being chased down! Stormstormer again and again! Proves to be their bane, but Niche now re-engages. Still the Waning Rift available. Blink Dagger out. There's a Drow Ranger looking to get out a bit more of that multi-shot damage, but all of it for naught.
Yeah, and those Observer Wards gave Stormstormer the vision required to be getting off that Echo Slam, and this is what he does, right? Time and time again in different series, even against Tier 1 series, this is what Avulus do. These are the sort of Echo Slam the Stormstormer is able to get off.
And there's no reason to believe that he's done. He still has... He has a chance of going out for one fissure, but actually doesn't have the mana, to be fair. Yeah, Dotso, this is getting... The thing is, we criticized, or at least I criticized, I won't take you under the bus when I'm already there. I criticized the fact that Avulus has a lot of concentration on the supports, but you can see the difference now. You can see what Avulus' supports are bringing to the table and what Passion UAs are. The Bristleback and the Hoodwink have their moments, but that's it. Right, like the Bushwhack isn't a big game-changing ability. The Bristleback hasn't been able to be a massive zoning out position 5 in a very potent way either. So although the Drow Ranger feels uncontestable, the problem is Avulus still has 2 heroes in the supports that are just doing so much more. It's not a one-on-one between Smiling Knight and UI.
Yeah, the value that Avulus gained from their supports is definitely a lot higher, but holding that thought, there might just be an engagement on towards the Roche pit. The Aegis is going to go in favor of UI, but will Avulus choose to re-engage on over here?
There's the extra Storms coming out. Stormstormer, he's got the Earthshock follow-ups as well. UI is already going to be losing his Aegis. Seems like every time he gets it, he's only going to lose. Pulverize, Echo Slam, in they go. UI left the world with a lot of friends. He's come back into it too short, but 3 enemies already down, and he's feeling pretty good about this, and all of that initiation from Avulus will be for naught. Batiuk managing to live over there despite the Pulverize, managing to get all those extra soul assumptions off, and Niche is just always a thorn in the Avulus side.
Yeah, that Echo Slam was absolutely huge, but simply not being able to get more done. Now, they were able to expend that Aegis, right? And that's at least really good. The good thing for Team Avulus is that, and actually the good thing for both of these teams is that they have a huge amount of buffer in their high ground defense. That obviously isn't going to happen right now because Avulus have multiple glyphs available. We're going to see this over here. The Echo Slam right onto 2, on towards the Puck, but it simply he was unable to finish him off as the Puck was able to get the phase shift off. But it's very difficult, right? You either go on the Drow or you either go on the Puck, right? It's very difficult to find both in the scenario where you saw near the top tier 3 tower where Stormstormer did get the 3-man echo off. But if you're not getting both, you have to pick one. And
I think it was just a problem with damage estimation, to be honest. I think they thought that, hey, while we're waiting for the Drow Ranger to come back alive, we're going to have 5 seconds, let's finish off this spark and let's make this a 4-on-2. But that's the thing. You don't have the farm on Earthshaker or the items on Earthshaker that lets you just one-shot down a buck.
So that brings up the question, is he going to be going for that Daedalus, or is he going to be transitioning towards that Octarine Core? It's certainly an item. The Daedalus is an item that we have seen Stormstormer pick up for that Earthshaker, right? We see it obviously more in pub games, but it's an item that in these situations does do a lot, right? Especially once you have that burst potential. Or do you go for something like the Refresher Orb, land that double Echo Slam, and ensure that you get a full team wipe?
In the meanwhile, Silver Edge now revealed Yawai should be able to get the easy finish on Suneko, who's now down and out for 70 seconds. The follow-up pursuit will give them nothing. They see a trail of fire, but it leads to, well, not really the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow they were hoping for.
Avilis are doing a pretty good job at pushing out some of those side lanes. The question is, what is Passion UA's strategy going to be for a potential high ground siege, right? Because sure, you have heroes that can take down a tower relatively quickly, like the Drow Ranger, right? But you have so much initiation over on the side of Avilos. You do have the lasso available, but holding that on towards that boss side, the Puck able to get the Qs off. The Hex are not going to matter as Smiling Knight, he's going to end up falling, getting caught out by Passion UA.
The net worth lead has seemed deceiving all game long, be it when it's in favor of Avilis or, to be honest, even in the favor of Passion. This is all coming down to execution. And that's all what Avilis wants. They can't keep trying to balance a football on a needle in a wind corridor. You can't have that be your path to success every time.
Oh, Drow Ranger, double damage rune. Fat Rider, nowhere to go for him. Will end up falling to the multi-shot. Eki, definitely not one of his better Bat Rider games that we're seeing here today. Can't even be going for that scepter. Normally he gets it by now. And now another initiation, this time on to Stormstormer. He's managed to get his BKB off, but it seems like it might just be at the cost of Zibe, who's falling incredibly low. Has activated his BKB, trying to fight against the Drow Ranger, but Yawai is just going to clear him up. 3 heroes down now. And if we look towards the buyback status,
they've got it on 2.
Yeah, they've got it on 2.
They should be fine. The problem is,
the Brew's going to respawn
with the buybacks. You've already used your BKBs. They'll be on cooldown if you want to try and buy back. Sure, the Bat Rider is going to have his.
I think you just let it go. Let one Rags go. The Rags don't actually matter all that much because you have so much wave clear.
Yeah, I suppose, but also at the same time, it's not going to be just the racks potentially. There could be an engagement into the back lines as well. Now, of course, they have to be careful because Stormstormer could theoretically be nearby, but Stormstormer is just farming up towards that refresher, nothing else. They're going all in onto this Earthshaker. That's their only hope for victory. That's what Avilos has said.
Shin UA might actually just be taking this to a game number 3, but I mean, by all the looks of it, a 12k net worth lead against Team Avilis, sieging the high ground, breaking that mid lane of racks. The next Aegis should be theirs for the taking.
Well, they will have had 3 Aegises in that case if they actually do manage to find them.
The next one could have a scepter.
Refresher is now out for Stormstormer. Teltris, there's only one way that this game ends in favor of Avilis. It is if this man comes through, if this man can get the double Echo Slam, visual follow-ups, get the enchant totems out, the extra stuns from the aftershock. You need everything.
I mean, if it's one person that can do it, it is Stormstormer.
the one we keep an eye out on, but at the same time, it is smoke on the other side. You wait for the initiation. It comes from the Match Rider. It's not done yet, and maybe that's a kill that comes too quickly. Flacco's demise might even save Bastion UA if he'd been able to live for a while longer.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, if he stayed alive a bit longer, Passion UA might have thought about a counter initiation, and that would have given the opportunity for Stormer to land that echo. But he fell so quickly. And if we look at it, you know, in a certain light, Passion UA are actually playing this in, you know, a kind of a 4v5 scenario. The Bristleback at this position 5 Bristleback doesn't offer all that much. Oh no, that is oh no.
Suddenly that one man seems like he's got a lot more to do.
Did he just lose 60% of his HP in one hit?
That is what it felt like. And the problem is, Bastion UA have no reason to be standing close together. This is not going to be an easy find. He will have to thread the needle. He is searching. He is hoping. But who do you go on? The Silver Edge now activated. In goes Stormer. Yes, number 1. Number 2. Pulverize on the puck. And he is gone. No ages for the Drow. Puck flies back. Trying to make his way back over. But Yawai lives. How long will that continue to be the case? Not long at all. Stormer comes in. Gives them that extra leash on life that they were so desperately searching for.
I mean, you know, just as you were talking about that they have no reason to stick together, right? I don't know. I think it's the caster's curse, man. Why would they go for that outpost? And they channeled the outpost standing right next to each other. They gave Avilus what they wanted, what Storm was looking for all of this time. That double Echo Slam allowing the Primal Beast to come in, forcing out a niche buyback as well, because as a puck, what do? You buy back to try and go for that Drow, try and save that Drow Ranger, but just ended up falling. And now Passion UA, they're looking to siege that high ground without the Drow, and they need to be careful. There's only 10 seconds left for that Broodmother to come back online.
At the same time, I mean, this is certainly bold for Bastion UA to continue to pressure on like this. Of course, they're relying on the fact that there should be no real damage without the Echo Slams, but you always have to be careful. It's 43 minutes in. Damage comes from unlikely places.
Yeah, it's troublesome.
Echo Slam cooldown talent is what Stormer has prioritized. No surprises over there, even though the Enchant Totem can actually be quite nice if you bring out the full combination. I think you can get 2 totems off within it, but in the meanwhile, the big golden boy of the hour has been caught out, but who's catching who? Well, it still feels like he's just blinked past certain death, and right now as the boomerangs fly, Fernandes will not. He's taken down, re-engaged, still looking for it is Suniko.
Oh, no
now
buyback?
pushes forward, still no Drow, he's not going to be nearby for a long time, and now he's regretting it. The Avilus have found what they were looking for. They have searched every nook and cranny, and they found the one way to win this game. 112 seconds without the puck, 19 seconds without the Visage. And the Roche will respawn.
They're going to be going high ground with a Roshan, or they might actually not. Okay, so they are going to be going for that Roshan, and I mean, the puck went in without the buyback, without the Drow Ranger. That was an absolute disaster. I don't know why you would make that sort of decision. And look at them, 3 heroes clumped up together again. Why does Passion UA clump up?
I mean, you can't. I don't even blame them that much over here, because it felt like just serendipity in a lot of ways, where Buck blinks in, Niche isn't able to get the blink cancel onto the Earthshaker. What's going on? Earthshaker, Flacco. He's found Stormer.
Yeah, I don't know how that happens. I did not see. I did.
Well,
I mean, it happened, right? It's reality.
It does happen. It's
right?
true.
But now the Age is going their way, right?
At the same time, you can't really pressure down while the puck is dead without buyback. If you want to have a guaranteed win condition, you need to kill the puck again within the next 4 minutes. That's going to be the point of this Aegis. It's not high ground, it's get a kill on that goddamn dragon.
And they gave the scepter to the Phoenix. The Batrider
That's actually pretty big.
Already having the scepter as well. So now 4 heroes over on the side of Team Aviators have that Aghanim scepter. The Phoenix and Supernova can just straight up save anyone that they want. The Batrider lasso onto 2 heroes. There is no situation where Passion UA groups up, makes that kind of mistake again and get away with it. A double lasso on...
Question, Tultris. Is he alive? He's alive. Does Aether Lens increase the secondary lasso grab range? Grab range?
I don't think
Top lane. What's going on over here? Smiling Knight is not going to have an Aegis for much longer. His smiles are incomplete. His allies are not nearby. The blink away is attempted. Maybe there's still a world where he can live. Suneko comes in, provides that backup, but now that Aegis and its objective of getting a puck kill.
They need to be careful though, because they know that the Drow Ranger is pretty low.
Are scanning.
The question is, what are they waiting for? They have a lot of heroes that are level 24. Or close to their level 25, right? The Batrider plus the Primal Beast on the cusp of level 25. The Phoenix on level 23, nearing level 25.
Batrider 25 seems pretty underwhelming, to be honest, in this game. But who knows? Oh, in goes Zimba, in goes Soulstormer. He's got the refresher out, but Pog somehow managed to get the BKB off as well. It will not matter. The double lasso as well on top of it all. They're falling apart, but Ambulance just don't have the damage. Smiling Knight isn't in the team fight. Suneko's still trying to save out his Primal Beast. Zimba, BKB up, trying to move away with the Bomber Rise as well, but it won't be enough. It cannot be enough. Avulus. This heroic attempt is all thwarted.
Oh, the only one with the buyback is Stormstormer, and they put in so much to take down that puck. That double Echo Slam on towards the puck. Meanwhile, Stormstormer was soaking so much damage from the Drow Ranger, who was free hitting everyone on Team Avulus. It was the Phoenix Sunray was not targeted towards that puck, who was hexed up by that Broodmother. There was simply a problem of committing on towards a high-value target, and the fight was just so dispersed by Team Avulus that they weren't able to finish anyone off.
I don't think there's any way right now for Avulus to be able to stop this prone push from coming in, pretty much. Smiling Knight just doesn't seem like he does enough. Flacco being hexed up, and even you can't even bring him down over here.
Radiant's bottom
All
tower
of that
is under
disruption
attack.
that you are hoping to
Dire's
bring,
middle
what
tower
does it
is under
do
attack.
for you?
Dire's middle tower
There's a Roshan banner. There you go. Blinking. Another Echo Slam, but the BKB is off. And Stormstormer's heroic efforts end today. The myth of Stormstormer might be beginning, but a myth can only be for a dead man. And that's exactly what he is. It's going to be GG for Avulus. They simply cannot accept it after that magical game 1, after that catastrophic game for Passion UA. Avulus will turn around and be sent to game number 3.
Yeah, that was very well played by by Passion UA. You know, those times where we saw them group up and get heavily punished for it, they recognized them and they corrected them in game. Yeah, and in the last fight that I believe sealed the deal near that Radiant Triangle, where they simply didn't allow Stormstormer to get off an Echo Slam on the cores, right? The puck did get that Echo, but Drow Ranger was given the space to land free hits onto nearly everyone. Team Avulus was forced to get back, but you know, by that time, it didn't end up being too late. But, you know, speaking of David versus Goliath, it is, we're still unsure on who's David and who's Goliath.
Well, listen, we're going to come to a conclusion very soon. And don't you want to stick around for the conclusion? Of course you do. Don't even argue with me on this one. Guys, I know you know me. We both know I'm right about this one. Come back for game 3. We'll be back after a quick break. Welcome back. The titanic tale of David and Goliath, as Tultrus has been hammering in. I have to say, you've really managed to somehow shoehorn that into existence somehow. Your willpower is commendable, good sir. But it's 1-1 between Avulus and Passion UA at this point. Passion UA, a fantastic draft, very heavily propelled through by a Drow Ranger. And I won't lie to you, Tultrus, earlier on when I recommended that maybe they go for a sniper pick, I was actually thinking Drow. Was like, who actually picks Drow in this day and age? Nah, of course no one's gonna do that. And there you go, I'm just wrong, I'm bad. But Avulus have realized that Visage was a big pain point. They've taken that out of the draft nice and early.
But one thing that I would like to add was that Avulus were playing their, very best of Dota, right? They got everything that they wanted. They got everything that they usually pick to beat out on some of those top tier 1 teams, right? The Stormstormer on that Earthshaker, Eki having that Batrider, you have everything that you need, but still you're not able to close it out. Now, I do think that it did come down, a lot of it, to the weaknesses of the Broodmother, right? Just not a very good position 1 hero, and particularly when you go into that late game against a carry like Drow, it's just not possible to land any hits whatsoever, right? But Avulus, sticking true to what they believe in, will pick up that Batrider probably for Eki himself, and you will see how I keep saying Drow, how Passion will respond.
Well, listen, the Alchemist has been let through for the first time, I think, all day long, so it seems me should pick up from Passion UA. Now, I'm also, I think more than anything else, I'm curious to see about how Smiling Knight ends up being postured in, because you did see that Broodmother weaknesses really coming to fruit. And I do think that a lot of the strengths from Passion UA came down to their draft being completely unpredictable. Like, we had genuinely no idea how that Bristleback would be laning out, whether that Visage would be a support or a core. We didn't know at all. And the flexibility that they were able to bring to the table, if you can bring that here again, I think the confusion is where you can force out a series win over Avulus, who are going to be playing this much more cookie cutter, much more safe than the previous game.
Definitely. And I do think that Passion UA should be sticking to the sort of composition that they created up for themselves in the previous game. I do think there was a lot of mix-up in some of the roles that those heroes were adjusted on. For example, the position 5 Bristleback. But what I don't think is that I don't think Avulus were not ready for it, right? I don't think it was something that caught Avulus completely off guard. In fact, I think that the position 5 Bristleback actually worked for Avulus in past that mid game, because the position 5 Bristleback is essentially a creep. And once you go past that mid game, it really doesn't offer you all that much. But still, Passion UA were somehow able to do it. They have picked up themselves that Alchemist, and it is an Alchemist against a Batrider. So we will see exactly how that's going to end up working. Of course, I keep coming back to the Enigma. It's still there on the table.
You just want a black hole.
Yeah, man. I get so excited. I get so excited seeing Zibe with his Enigma. He seems like 5 black holes, Zibe's 5 4-man black holes, man, against Tundra. 5. Like,
for Zibe to go for an Enigma with Eki's Batrider does feel a little bit greedy to me, if I'm being perfectly honest, right? That's a double farm reliant offlane. At least with the Primal Beast, you don't need it as much, so I'm not sure if we're going to see that coming through, if I'm being perfectly real with you. But you never know. Maybe it can come out regardless. Hoodwink, again, honestly, didn't feel like it did that much. There weren't those big bushwhacks or anything like it. It was just a solid laning support, and after that, you just had some decent spell usage, but it wasn't like the Hoodwink's break was changing everything too much. The good thing is it does at least narrow down the possibilities of what Avulus can go for. You don't really want to be going for that Bristleback over here into the Acid Spray, into the Hoodwink break as well. So if nothing else, it serves as a very good denial early counter, which is then also quite flexible in the drafting phase.
Yeah, and I do think there's a certain element of just picking up the hoodwink so that the other team can't, right? Because you are playing up with an alchemist, so you don't want that break mechanism against you. The doom's already banned out, right? So it's definitely something that can work in favor, just courtesy of not letting Avidus have it. But now Avidus is going to go for that Zebe. Dawnbreaker worked out very well for them in game number 1. It is definitely a hero that they love to play with, but however, they have banned out the puck, so a Dawnbreaker, since you are not an initiator, you really rely on having a mid hero that does the initiating for you, right? Something that you can follow up your Solar Guardian with. So we're really going to have to see what mid laner they go for. All of the spirits are up for grabs. You can go for the Earth Spirit as well, would be quite useful. But
this is really surprising to me. Going for a Bristleback into an Elder Titan is asking for trouble. Not just because the armor reduction, obviously Bristleback, a lot of the armor that he builds is not stats based, so it's not the worst thing in the world to have your armor reduced just based off your statistics. But more than anything else, you're going to be so heavily kited. Bristle isn't a BKB builder. Elder Titan has such good spammable kite. You still have room to go for an Earthshaker over here for Avulus, and to be honest, I think that might be a great pickup to match up with the Dawnbreaker as well, that ganky middle lane here that you were talking about to come into play. Shadow Fiend, okay. This is a hero that has been buffed slightly coming into this patch. The Frenzy has been changed, and now you do get additional attack speed on the highest levels. It's not just you were spitballing with me about how that could be more of a farming mechanism as well. I'll give you all the credit for that point, but this does also mean that you're opening up for what should be a last pick for Stormstormer. Avulus is going to have the second last pick, to be fair, actually, so he won't have the counter over here regardless.
Yeah, and they really do need a frontline hero, right? And that's definitely lacking from over on the side of Team Avulus. I mean, Dawnbreaker is more of a hero that you use a Solar Guardian to come into a fight, right? So you're not soaking up a lot of damage as soon as the fight breaks out, right? You're more like one of those, those WWE matches, you have that wrestler who randomly comes in, right? Into the ring, not expecting it, right? So the Dawnbreaker isn't going to be
music. It's the Undertaker.
So Dawnbreaker isn't going to be the initial target, right? So he's not going to be soaking up that initial portion of damage that you would be expecting. Like, you're not going to be seeing the Alchemist land his concoction onto the Dawnbreaker, right? So there needs to be something that ties all of that in together. And we're already seeing this because Passion UA are banning out the spirits in anticipation of this. So
but the
they know that
frontliners is the thing. The Void Spirit is the only one where I would say that maybe you can be a bit, a little bit more tanky. So that's not what Passion are worried about. Passion are much more worried about sustained damage and the burst. And I'm still amazed that the Earthshaker isn't banned, because it does feel like it falls into that kind of frontliner vibe as well. Yeah. Also some good counter initiation. And that's obviously something Avulus want to play. You don't have any big Earth Spirit counters over here either, other than the fact that you do have last pick. So technically, whatever mid lane you're going for on the Passion UA side should counter out Earth Spirit if you'd like it to.
And I mean, even if you counter out that Earth Spirit, it's still a very viable pick.
Earthshaker, sorry.
Earthshaker, but it's still a very viable pick to go for. You Scepter, Enchant Totem inside, the Dawnbreaker comes in as well, and then you have the SF to finish off everyone else. Not to mention, most likely this SF is going to be going for that Silver Edge break mechanism against the Alchemist and the Bristleback. Yeah, so... Okay.
I hate it so much.
Why? I mean, it's nice. It has big potential.
This is really greedy.
Yeah,
you're looking at a Dawnbreaker who's relying on coming back in. A Void Spirit was also very much up for grabs for Passion UA as well. Okay, so this is my problem with this. You're looking at a farming Shadow Fiend, who's not going to be very, very involved up until that 15 to 18 minute mark, assuming he goes first item Silver Edge, which he probably won't, but if it's second item, his involvement is largely going to be around that 18 to 22 minute mark onwards. Zebe is looking to ulti in, like you said. This is not going to be an initiating hero on Dawnbreaker either. If Eki is your only initiation, you are entirely reliant on winning this lane so hard and funneling farm into the Batrider to get that Blink Dagger in a way that's actually going to, funnily enough, cripple some of the rest of your heroes.
Yeah.
Which is obviously what happened in the previous game as well. It was just less relevant because the Brute isn't a flash farming hero in general if it doesn't have full map control. So combine that with an Invoker. Quasvex is very good versus the Bristleback versus the Alchemist, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, there's a Void Spirit ahead of you. You're supposed to lose that lane hard. This is asking for trouble, and maybe Stormstormer can still make it work. Maybe my looks of disgust will look like amazement instead.
I mean, it's definitely possible. Now, the good thing is they do have what it takes to make that offlane Dawnbreaker plus Batrider work out, right? You're playing against an Alchemist who's incredibly weak in the laning phases against those that superior aggression. Can't exactly trade hits against a Dawnbreaker as well. And if you look over the support available for him, it is going to be the Lion who's not going to be able to do all that much to help that Alchemist out. So I am expecting an early Blink Dagger for the Batrider for Eki. Not to mention that you can potentially, Eki could choose to stack up on those Ancients, get a few Ancient stacks for himself to be securing him that early Blink Dagger. Is certainly possible. You can't leave the Dawnbreaker alone because the Dawnbreaker should be able to survive.
I am really quite curious as well, just to see what Suneko's priority is going to be, right? Like, because it does feel like Suneko could be the one setting up for some plays with the Astral Spirit Echo Storm combination as well as we do go forward. He's obviously going to be doing a lot of early right-click damage if he's getting involved in that sense. So maybe the Shadow Fiend lane can give you some kills with a good Stomp setup, but no, look at what's going on. They've got the Earth Spike initially onto Zibbe, but Zibbe's turning around. They want to fight. Backcheck's a dead man walking. He's already taken down, and Niche is now in trouble. Now, listen, there isn't much to catch him out with, but even if they'd been able to get a few extra right clicks off, just make sure that he's forced to use that regen, it wouldn't have been the worst. Still, Niche is
First blood for Smiling Knight, though.
That's big.
It's a very early start for the Shadow Fiend.
It's not going to be the soul. Oh, wait, sorry, it is going to be the souls. My bad. I was like, hey, there's one soul over here. That's the old one. Oh, Shadow Fiend, though, in the meanwhile, is going to be slightly struggling.
Yeah, I mean, but he already stacked up on a lot of wand charges early on. So he does have 4 of those, around 60 or 70 HP. He can regen that back up. Meanwhile, Batchuk did go for that first level Nasal Goo. So there's not going to be a lot of aggression for this Shadow Fiend in that level 1 phase. So he can just tango back up. The lane to really watch is going to be that top side. Will Avilus be able to get those much needed kills off on towards the Alchemist in order to propel the Batrider to get that early blink and essentially open up the space for them to find all of these pickoffs?
That is a big question. Aki's certainly starting off strong. There's no doubt about that. I'm also... The thing is, if Eki doesn't get given kills, he'll have to be given caps. So, is it worth it for Passion UA to even play a bit defensively and sacrifice some of the Alchemist farm? Of course, that does seem counterintuitive with the way the hero is structured to farm up early. But Flacco, where are you off to, buddy?
Yeah, he might end up... He's actually going to end up dying. Okay, never mind. You have no sticky napalm available for yourself. And Flacco's just going to outrun you.
If there was that level 2 Batrider, this would be a very dead little squirrel.
Now, the Hoodwink is Flacco. The decision to put Flacco on towards that top lane is definitely the right one, right? Because of that bushwalk, you can essentially stop the Batrider from coming in towards your Alchemist. So, it's something that will negate a lot of the pressure on towards that top side.
Onto the Alchemist, sure, but what happens when he's being gone on?
Yeah, that is a big question mark.
Genuinely, I don't know how much of this lane is about shutting down your Y and more about getting kills to give Eki that quick farm. I really will insist that that should be number one priority over here, is that dagger.
Mid side, I'm a bit confused about the Invoker pick. Now, it does work, right? But I would think that there are much better picks to go for, because considering this current mid lane matchup, Invoker versus that Void Spirit, the EMP is so easy to dodge out if you're the Void Spirit, right? Particularly past that level 6 mark. You have 2 ways to dodge the EMP out, not to mention you have such a potent initiation on towards the Invoker yourself.
I do think there might be some kill potential over here in this bottom lane as well with Soneko. If Smiling Knight is able to get a nice level 2 Echo Stomp to help him out with his setup, this could be a dead lion as well.
Yeah, you need to run those raises. And that's where Batchick comes in, right? He needs to be making sure that those Nasal Goose stacks are on towards that Shadow Fiend. Make sure he's at least on 2 or 3 Nasal Goose stacks, so he doesn't have the mobility to be landing those dual raise combinations.
Top lane, there's an initiation. UI might be going down over here. He does turn around. Nice bushwhack into Unstable Concoction. It's a combination we obviously didn't talk too much about because it seems so unlikely to get to work, but very nicely done.
Yeah, the bad news for Passion UA is that they have, because Flacco has now been situated on towards that top side with UI, there's no way to get a kill on towards the Shadow Fiend. You can negate some of the pressure that the Shadow Fiend will put out, but how do you kill him outside of the Shadow Fiend being wildly out of position?
Oh my goodness, look at the amount of damage that Shadow Fiend's dealt to Batchick just with those 3 raises. We're talking about trying to keep the stacks up, but in the meanwhile, top lane, the action keeps up as well. Eki's Firefly will end. The second Acorn bounces enough to guarantee the kill. And now Flacco, in hopes of denial to the neutrals, will still fall to Zibat. Not the worst death to get. UI, however, is still going to be removed from farming up this camp. He has to be careful.
UI needs to be careful. He might end up dying.
Well, there isn't the mana or the stick charges, but the bot lane is where they're hoping to find some sort of comeback on the Avila side if there are going to be more kills like this onto Eki.
Yeah, I mean, he has... Smiling Knight has so many 1 charges. It's very difficult.
And, well, listen, that's a great Earth Spike coming forward. That's one of the reasons why you have to go on the line.
Fernand's
you can't
gonna die?
really finish off Batchick. Meanwhile, Fernand's, he's not going to die.
I mean, Soneko could have gone all in towards that tower he was dealing. It would have been like 2 or 3 more hits if Smiling Knight got that raise off.
Batchick?
Sorry, Soneko.
Fernand's... Oh, wait, who are you talking about? Because I'm like, Fernand's is almost full HP. Top
If
lane.
the Elder Titan, if the...
Okay, Soneko, okay.
Yeah, Soneko, yeah, my bad.
Okay. It's very confused for a second. I'm like, yes, well, he's not going to die, of course. But mid lane, Niche, gone on, nothing done from it. Niche doesn't even need the TP necessarily. It's just there to try and dissuade them a little bit further away. He still has those 1 charges up and ready. Eki has to be careful. He's rotated over and now he's feeling hungry. He's feeling desperate.
He wants to secure the rune for the Invoker. Make sure the Void Spirit doesn't get it. And the Void Spirit is so low, he really needed this rune.
I mean, at the same time, he can just go back and pick up the bounty runes. He's got 2 of those, so it doesn't really matter all that much.
Both teams did rotate both of their supports in for this. And now,
Feels like...
Niche has recovered a bit, courtesy of that bounty rune coming in.
Look, at the end of the day, this is... Obviously, this is the standard build to go for now, with the presence being added to... Hold, that's hot. 3 men downstairs, and maybe there's going to be even more than that. There's the full 5-man rotation down to this bottom lane. We have to keep our eyes out for that. Smiling Knight is trying to TP away. There's not going to be the bushwhack in time. Avilas has avoided a 5-man gank.
Yeah, and that's huge for Avilas. I mean, making sure your carry Smiling Knight is able to get away safely. Meanwhile, top side, the Dawnbreaker can continue farming. The mid side, the Invoker, Stormstormer can continue farming. And not to mention, UI is forced to back away.
And UI is really not having a good time right now. Net worth-wise, he is still in the lead, but that doesn't mean that he has as much of one as he would like. This is still Stormer who's really running circles around this mid-tier 1. Mid-tier 1 is down to 700 HP at this point.
Yeah, Invoker, he's going to be going for his Witchblade, and once he gets that Witchblade, that's going to be the optimal timing for Avilis. I do believe that they're going to be waiting for that Witchblade to be making incursions of their own, unlike Passion UA, who, you know, really want to be getting those rotations off. You're facing up against a Shadow Fiend. It is a crucial requirement of any game where there's a Shadow Fiend involved that you need to be shutting the Shadow Fiend down.
Oh,
but meanwhile,
they go onto the Invoker. They do have the detection necessary. Stormers should be falling, but not with the Guardian coming in. There comes Solar Guardian. Will be able to keep him alive for a while longer. Flacco will live courtesy of that haste rune. No one really dies on either side, and again, it is stalemate. A lot of rotations, a lot of resources committed, but no kills. Changed my mind, actually.
Yeah.
Flacco's gone down elsewhere.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that makes it worth it for Team Abulus. Previously, I was going to say that, you know, Passion UA were able to force out that Solar Guardian, so that is a high cooldown ability that you have forced out, but with that kill onto Zibe, the Stormer getting out safely, that's... Abulus are going to be more than happy with that.
Now, say Smiling Knight has gone for the presence of the Dark Lord. I am a little bit curious to see whether he tries and goes for a couple of points in the Feast of Soul just for the value, and if he can sort of max that out, obviously that's very valuable for farming. But top lane,
Where's that top side?
Yawai might be able to get a turnaround kill over here. He gets the concoction out. Extra damage in as well. Smiling Knight's rotation is helping them get the kill, but Eki's trade is not going to be received by the enemy carry. Even the sleep for the Void Spirit puts him out of commission, and while Suneko might be falling, this is a 2-for-2 that Abulus are more than content with taking. Supports for the position 1? Yes, please.
And not to mention, it was the Shadow Fiend involved in those fights, so he got a lot of that XP, he got a lot of those kills, and he just gated himself back towards that bot lane to get some farm up. His Mask of Madness coming in right now with this, his farming speed should amplify, and he's Smiling Knight is actually keeping up with the amount of net worth the Alchemist has. Sure, the Alchemist does not have a Radiance as of yet.
Niche in middle. There isn't the lasso available yet. It won't be needed. Niche is going to fall. We have to keep an eye out on mid lane. He's trying to dodge away. The dissimulate might prove to be enough. Solar Guardian now coming in as well. The stun necessary. And while Batyak looked to be the Guardian himself who rotates in, he can't do it. He's looking into them. This is not the Bristleback specialty.
Yeah, and shout out to Eki over there. I mean, that Solar Guardian, the Void Spirit was almost able to make it out, but the Batrider launched his Flame Break, and that essentially pulled the Void Spirit back in. I mean, it didn't pull him in, but it pushed him to the side, and he got hit on the rim of the Solar Guardian, ensuring his demise. I mean, that was masterclass. That was not what I expected.
And one of the things that I don't want to let go uncredited is the amount of pressure that Stormer has actually been putting on that tier 1 consistently. Because when he got that 800 damage for free because of the 5-man rotation down into bottom, it brought the tower down to about 800 HP because he'd already done a bit of damage before. Because of that, you never saw Niche's rotations being able to come out because he's always fearful for the mid-tier 1. Now, it frees him up. Now, this top lane is where he's trying to find a kill. Zibba's position now known, but will they have the kill? Yes, they should. No, missed out. Niche actually managed to get the Aether Remnant elsewhere, and Zibba will live for a while longer. Not too much, but it's enough that Flacco's the one to pick up the kill instead of Niche. The goal.
Yeah, Zibe actually survived for a lot longer than I thought he would. But nice little kill they found over there. It would have been amazing if they got on to Zibe before he cleaned up that ancient stack. You know, that would have gone a long way for Passion UA.
Or if he shot the kill directly.
Yeah, Bristleback obviously did get the ancient stacks over on his side of the triangle, but one thing that Passion UA have not addressed is the Shadow Fiend. I mean, they're going off on these rotations, the Warrior Spirit moving in with a Steam for these pickoffs, but this is the time to get that Shadow Fiend down. This is the time to kill Smiling Knight because he's gonna be the only one smiling if you let him farm.
Who's gonna kill him? That's the problem. You don't have anyone.
You have the finger available.
You have the finger available. You don't have anyone to go with him. Void Spirit has 5,000 net worth right now. He needs some comeback gold. He's prioritizing that. Eki is going to be taken down. They're getting these small kills around the maps that are making them feel secure in what is fundamentally a very insecure position.
Yeah, it seems
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It
doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like a recipe for success. I mean, sure, Batchik is also content farming up, and this Bristleback has the potential to do quite a lot this game, right? If he's able to farm up, but he was so heavily disabled in that off lane. You don't really often see a Bristleback being forced out, right? Time and time again, he was sent back to the fountain to heal up and come back to the lane, but
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Eki,
Dire are scanning.
he's searching for Batiak. Not.
actually, they want the Wisdom Rune.
Dire's
Oh my
top
goodness,
tower
not
has
again.
fallen.
Patrick's gonna
Oh,
die
Patrick
with it.
is so low.
Patrick's dead. He's dead. Oh, he's gone. He has got no idea what was coming over to him, even using the lasso just in case. Wisdom Rune on top. And all in the meanwhile, Stormstormer is hunting down Niche, who's avoided the tornado, so he gets to keep his DD. But it won't really matter, will it? There's enough damage. No. Just one more right click that was necessary.
But I mean, they got enough, man. Like I'm glad that Niche managed to get away. The Wisdom Rune, a kill on the Shadow Fiend, a kill on towards a Lion, right? It's too much. Passion UA, they need to be grouping up together. Like if they really want to be playing this kind of playstyle, right? Where they want to be making hyper aggressive plays, and the way to go about it is sticking together as a team rather than a Lion, being lost in the woods.
I don't even know if they're trying to get hyper-aggressive plays with that. I just think they were caught off while they're trying to find some farm and split push out, see if they can force rotations. But when they lose their Bristleback, sort of in the back lines, they realize they're being pincered in, and then it's too late.
And the Invoker has that Witchblade up and ready. Of course, Eki does not have that Blink Dagger as of yet, but Stormstormer, he's looking for someone. Meanwhile, there is a concoction being charged up.
Yes, there is, and it goes on to Suneko. Suneko should be the easy casualty, and indeed it is. Just
Are those Christmas trees for weapons?
Yes. He's getting into the holiday spirit early on, but I don't know if you want a vacation just quite yet. Eki is going to be found, put down, and ho, ho, ho! Your Y is coming in here, and you've been on the naughty list.
2 heroes down now for Abulus. Great rotations by Passion UA, but it's a bit reminiscent of the first series we casted, right? Where Navi were getting all sorts of kills on the supports, but those aren't the kills that you want to be going for. And it looks like Stormstormer, he's going to be safe for now outside of the poke and run method that Passion UA is adopting right now. Of course, the Solar Guardian is currently available, so it's not an easy go on anyone. These supports are easier to get because the Dawnbreaker isn't going to be using his ultimate, but it's a whole different ordeal. But meanwhile, Chemical Concoction onto the Invoker, the Finger of Death being expended as well, but Zebe is here trying to support his mid laner, but Stormstormer is going to end up falling. Are Avila going to be able to counter this aggression out? Trying to find something. Rectum being charged up, but the Warrior Spirit is going to completely dodge it out, and now Chemical Concoction being charged again onto the Smiling Knight, but it's pretty far away.
3-man concoction? That's right on the cusp. That's all they needed. Another dissimulate. Niche has dodged it. You're why? You absolute hero. He's holding the Christmas trees, but he's wearing a Superman costume.
Yeah, and I mean, he waited for the concoction up in the 0.5 seconds, but man, was it worth it? Because it hit 3 people in.
How. They were so far away from each other. It must have been right on the cusp. You wanted the Enigma Black Hole, you got it. I mean, look at this replay. launches into it. Oh my goodness, it is perfection. Passion UA, this is exactly what they needed to try and turn things around in their favor. They weren't able to shut down Smiling Knight. They weren't able to accelerate the farm of UI. And now there's that 3,000 net worth difference. Now there's that Radiance that's already online and is going to just be supercharging up UI's coffers.
Yeah, it is really not possible to get this Alchemist down right now.
Dire are scanning.
Meanwhile, Bristleback has gone in all in for that Aura build to support his Alchemist rather than be going for that aggressive Aghanim Scepter Bloodstone build. I know, there's a bat found in the woods. Yeah, and now there's no longer a bat.
Hey.
Still struggling on getting his dagger up and ready. Still 400 gold away from it. And it's 18 minutes in, right?
It does feel like this is the time where we're going to start seeing that fact burn more and more. Because you can't find the Alchemist, you can't search for pickoffs, you can't reclaim your jungle. And that could be the point that hurts the most.
The good thing is they have, they have a shot. At the end of the day, they have one of the strongest carries in their team right now. And sure, the Alchemist is also one of the strongest carries, but no one really holds a candle to the Shadow Fiend once you do manage to get that farm up. And Shadow Fiend has done pretty well for himself so far in this game, right? His farm shouldn't be slowed down in the next 10 minutes to the point where he won't be able to get that farm up should Passion UAB come knocking at the high ground.
By the way, I just noticed that Smiling Knight's gone for the Lasting Presence talent, not the Shadowy Slow talent, which is I'm kind of surprised by that.
I mean, that's what you
I know,
now.
But in a place where you have this much sort of problem with following up, in my opinion, it just feels like the slow could do really well versus the amount of melee heroes that are on the Passion UA side. But obviously, it's just more right-click damage overall, I suppose, and it does help you snowball if you are doing that.
Also helps take down towers. I mean, the requirement of it is that you do get a few kills, and it looks like they might be going for that Batrider though. Blinking in, but instantly getting hexed up. The Requiem missing, the Solar Guardian missing, a 3-man concoction on towards Avidus. The BKB fight back Smiling Knight. He's trying to end up doing it, but it's not enough. A Stormstormer is going to end up falling. Passion UA, suddenly the Shadow Fiend BKB has now run out. He has nowhere to go. The Remnant pulls back in, 5 heroes on him as the Smiling Knight will fall.
That's a 9-second BKB reveal. That's a Blink Dagger on the Batrider reveal, and that is a very small little support ruining it all for them. Fernand's on the Lion. The instant Hex means Eki is useless. And not only is he useless, he's actually set up his teammates to be clumped together for the follow-up and ready. And well, the only thing they're ready for is your Y and that fantastic concoction again and again and again. 3 heroes. It feels like there's nothing working out for the Avalus side. Fantastic execution from Passion UA.
Yeah, and I mean, Smiling Knight focused his entire firepower on towards that Alchemist, which in the end, he had a BKB of his own. There was no way that that Alchemist was dying. He really needs a lot more items to be coming in and sticking together and trying to take some of these team fights. Right now, he just can't make it happen. He just can't make it work.
He had good damage when he actually got the right clicks off, but when he got them off was too late.
And the problem with the Quas-Vex Invoker that we're going to see right now is the fact that past the laning phase, past the mid game, there's no way for you to flash farm, right? You're still very heavily reliant on your last hits, right? So your farm very heavily slows down. That's why most of the time at the 30-minute mark, you'll only have an Invoker that has 2 or 3 items up for himself. Meanwhile, Niche will have a different story, right? He already has an Aghanim Scepter. That's Silence coming in handy. He has a Mage Slayer. In the next 10 minutes, his items are going to vary very widely. There's going to be a very big difference between his items and the Invokers.
There's already a big difference, but yeah. You know what? There could be a big difference between you guys and the people who don't watch CCT. If you want to sign up to it, stake, boys. You can go to ccd.gg/stake and get up to a 200% welcome bonus for deposits up to $500. Now, in comes the unstable concoction. Out goes Eki.
It was a pretty
That's
stable
all.
concoction, if you ask me.
Yeah, that's true. To be fair, it has been very stable. If anything, the instability it's causing is in Avidos. Which maybe it's a concoction to make them unstable.
Yeah,
It's poor labeling.
We'll have to email Gaben and ask.
Why Gaben? Email the Alchemist.
Email? Who's the alchemist? Do we even
He's
know?
Santa Claus. He's literally Santa Claus. What if he's got a toy bag behind him?
Who's Santa Claus then?
Like, you know, the North Pole, there's only one person who lives there. How hard can it be? There's one mailbox in the entire, Arctic.
Figured out. We have a plan.
Well, listen, at this point, I hope that Avilos have a plan as well.
A full assault chorus ready for the alchemist.
That's going to be nice.
Yeah, I mean, more than that, he's just going to be straight up unkillable.
What's going on the bot lane? It's Eki, who will be able to at least find out Fernandes actually gets the pull on to Bristleback. Vantyuk, though, is not a player you really want to contest into. Soneko, dead man? Yes, dead man.
He actually got Suniko killed there because I don't think this saw Suniko, but that lasso, I'm not sure what it was intended to do.
Desperation.
The good thing, though, for Team Abulus, and it is a bit of ways from now, is that Passion UA haven't really been focusing on a lot of objectives up until now. The tier 1 tower for Abulus is still standing up towards that top side. Their tier 2 towers are still standing. They have at least 8 to 9 minutes of farm still left on the map. Stormstormer needs to be careful. You can't stay at these ancients.
Well, right now, Smiley Knight is going to be able to use his BKB and back off, but that also means there's 70 seconds of this being a very enticing fight to take. Eki, long range goo. Well, don't mind if I do. Eki is going to be trying to get away from that Bristleback, who's now turned around and decided Stormstormer is a much juicier target. Might have lost out all of his mana, but the downtown Atos is just enough to keep him from TPing away. Still, by the way, 70 seconds on cooldown for that BKB on the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, it's not a good look. They're just simply they're trying. Avilis are trying to avoid fights, but Passion UA have done such an incredible job at chasing down Team Avilis.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, I don't... Oh, I'm gonna hold the point right now because it does look like Eki should be falling over here. Alchemist just used his unstable concoction, and when there were 2.5 seconds left, he started his
Went for a TP, yeah, I saw that, and
yeah. If they lost the fight there, I would have been very mean.
Smiling Knight, though very close to his Silver Edge, should definitely give him the edge needed to take out that Bristleback and perhaps even that Alchemist.
The problem is he's not really getting into fights where he's comfortably going to have the break or anything like that. He really needs the Batrider to lasso the right target and bring it close to him. If Smiley Knight gets close enough to the Bristleback to actually break him,
I mean, the strategy for Avilis should be to be playing for that eventual high ground defense, right? Not to be playing to get some of those team fights, right? You want that Shadow Fiend to be defending from a safe position where he's allowed to land those hits. And the only place that exists is the high ground for Team Avilis right now.
Well, that high ground might not be giving too much in the way of defense because you don't have buyback. And there is an Aegis available for UI for the minute and a half or so, so this is going to just be more and more difficult. Stormstormer is trying to cut down the creeps, but the problem is that ISI is already using Glyph immediately. They've got the tier 2 standing, so they've got the facilities to be able to afford losing out on a Glyph here and there.
Radiant's top tower is
These Raxes are going, Cultures. There's nothing to do about that.
Yeah, Shadow Fiend has TP'd himself back in here, but without any way to solidly initiate,
It's Zibba who's going to take that charge forward. Should be a dead bristleback. He's out of mana and he's out of time. Yawai as well will take a knee as the Aegis will allow him to stand back up. But without the ultimate, it won't be easy. Immediate Requiem, and that's the turnaround they were looking for. They might have to sacrifice a building on the high ground for it, but they will be content. Niche will also live to fight
I
another
have
day.
to say, that Requiem was absolute perfection because the Alchemist had the BKB. He was simply unable to use it. So being able to land a Requiem on that Aegis respawn like that, that's some
That's good
absurd.
stuff. That's some juicy business right there.
Those are the sort of plays that will take you very far in ESL Bangkok, in my opinion.
Dire's middle tower
Well,
is
forget
under
about Bangkok. It's all about going far over here in the CCT series. $1 million tournaments don't mean anything if you can't get it done in the series over here.
And in my opinion, Passion UA, a very strong contender for,
Cleaning
for
this
these
one out.
playoffs. Yeah, not only this one. I mean, if they take a win against Avilis here, then they should be very confident facing up against any other team in this tournament.
Big if though. Very big if.
It is close though. It is. You're almost there if you're Passion UA. If you're some of these players, if you're playing for Passion UA, you must be feeling the heat right now. I mean, you're so close to snatching what is
Radiant's
an extremely
middle
big
tower is
win
under
for you.
attack.
It would be, but closer than close enough. And with an Alchemist, that net worth lead becomes increasingly insignificant as time goes on. Have to keep in
Once
mind.
you have that Skadi up on that Shadow Fiend, I mean, he's not going for it right now, but ideally, sometime or the other, he will get that simply because of the slow plus the healing reduction, right?
Oh no, Zibba, bot lane. This is where the initiation's trying to come in one more time. It's Yawai to be caught out. Great ultimate from Seneko, but Yawai just continues to pummel down. And Zibba's ultimate, courtesy of the Aghanims, is going to be able to travel forward, give him some more space to live, some more space to breathe. But that breathing room, that living area, it's all gone. Niche enters God mode as he is godlike.
That was an absolute disaster. Now the Dawnbreaker getting snatched up by that Void Spirit as he was just TPing out. Tough. Now their high ground is going to be seized, and this time though, they're not going to have all of their heroes to support them.
This might just be the free kill though. Never mind, there's no follow-up at all. No one nearby. So
Where did Passion UA go? Why did it not go high ground?
Radiant's
you
middle
are
tower
asking
is under
questions
attack.
that I cannot answer. The waves aren't pushed in, to be fair, right?
There was a wave. They left a wave.
The waves aren't pushed in anymore, to be fair.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. And listen, there's also always a consideration that, hey, there might be a buyback available. Maybe Passion UA don't register how far ahead they really are because of the way they lost that previous fight and everything. It's a very young team as well. You can't forget this is not a team with a lot of professional experience.
Radiant
These are the
is
kinds of
standing.
things where if you're already getting ahead of yourself, if you're already thinking about the win, if you're already thinking about, oh my god, guys, just don't mess up.
Guess it's my shot.
That can
Definitely,
be
the pressure must be insane if you're Passion UA. Probably their biggest win since their composition so far, if they manage to take this series.
Avilos are still fighting hard. 1 millirax isn't the end of the world.
I mean, 1 millirax is nothing against the Shadow Fiend, right?
That's true.
And he's just getting bigger and bigger, right? A full Chrysalis available for him right now.
Bot lane Roshan will, however, be taken up by the Dire side.
But Smiling Knight needs to be
They're
careful.
going in. Oh my goodness, Smiling Knight has no idea what's coming over for him at all. He'll be able to back off though. Silver Edge in time, but that means they cannot contest for this Roshan. There's just no
Dire's
chance.
middle tower is under attack.
And I don't
Oh,
think
sorry,
this
Roshan isn't here yet. My bad. I saw the
Yeah.
earlier spawn time of the possibility timer.
But I don't think that they should be contesting Roshan, in my opinion. I think their high ground defense is much stronger than anything else they can put out outside of their high ground. At least
Not
up
just-
until that
the
Shadow
problem
Fiend gets
is
those 6
you're-
slots.
The problem is you're thinking about an Alchemist with an Aegis. Don't think about the Alchemist with the Aegis. Think about Bacchuk with the Aegis. That's the real problem. Alchemist is not a good natural Aegis carrier. You can't get the ultimate off twice. It just doesn't work very well for you over there. But Alk now has that shot as well. He's got the Berserk Potion. He can actually continually dispel his teammates as well from behind. He can be the second point of damage to come in. And for Passion UA, I feel bad because this is, I think, maybe the longest possible Roshan timer you can get. The game is set up for Avulus to find every single rung on this step ladder, but they still have to climb it.
A full Daedalus up and ready for the Shadow Fiend as well. And he also has an Enchanted Quiver, so that first hit...
It could do a lot.
Yeah. It's like the quiver on the Shadow Fiend is like a Khanda, if you really think about it. If the quiver hit also does a crit.
Well... Fortunately, that's not a world I live in.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Of course, Roshan is going to be spawning up. And these observer wards placed by team Passion UA, they're going to see if Avulus come in from a mile away.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're going to have a pretty good idea of it, yeah. But like you said, Avulus is just not going to be contesting this Roshan at all.
And I do think that's the right decision. Just play from your high ground because you do have the lasso to drag someone into your tier 4 towers. And once you're able to do that, it's very difficult to go against the SF who's on his high ground, right? So
Abyssal Blade now revealed from UI as well. That's a dead Invoker. Stormstormer continues to have such little impact in this game. I really do hate to see it after the kind of performance we saw from him before, but that's where the extra damage goes in. Flacco, double damage, double hit, single KO.
Needs to be careful though. As far as he knows, Passion UA could be anywhere on the map.
Well, he does have a ward out towards the lower side, unless there was a smoke that's being suspected, so he's still not in the worst position. I am curious to see what's going on over here with Smiling Knight in middle, because he is going to be very near to a Bacchuk. The problem is, I actually think he can go in because the Dawnbreaker has an Aghanim's ulti, so if he actually just manages to get the stun out with the Guardian's Angel, that could be a big difference maker, but slowing him down in the first place is the problem. So you really need a +1, and then Bacchuk would be forced to respect this Shadow Fiend a little bit more.
I mean, if Shadow Fiend is close enough to the Bristleback that he lands a Silver Edge on him, I think he has the chance to kill that Bristle. Bristle did not go for that Bloodstone, so he won't be regenerating a lot of his HP.
Stormstormer. He just continues to be put into difficult circumstances. Sure, he's not dying, but no! Eki trying to go in! They've got the 4-star from another player! They've got the initial agent, it's taken out. In comes Jawai, but he's without mana. He has nothing, not even enough for the BKB. Now able to bring it all back. It's going to still be a fantastic fight for Avulus. The fight now turns around. Suneko is hitting the deck, but still, Smiling Knight from the high ground, from his throne up top, will be dethroned. The usurpers taken away. Passion UA continue to fight, and now without the BKB, the Shadow Fiend buyback, how much can it do? We're going to have to find out. Stormstormer keeps them away. The buildings have yet to fall. The glyph now used. Yuai no ultimate available for another couple of seconds.
No buyback on the Shadow Fiend though. He needs to be so careful.
No buyback on the Dawnbreaker either though, so he has to fight. He doesn't have a choice over here. Stormstormer's BKB now used as he desperately searches for targets. He desperately searches for objectives. He can't find out what to do. A reinitiation in. That should be it. That should be game. 115 seconds without your main damage, and small consolation as Niche will fall, but that consolation is gone. The immediate buyback.
Yeah, but Passion you are probably going to be able to get away with these racks for the full 90 seconds on the Shadow Fiend. They might even just be going for the game over here. Passion UA may have just done it. Smiling Knight was very overconfident up on that mid side, but it looks like they want to be buying time for this Alchemist to be taking down some of these tier 4 towers. The Dawnbreaker is coming in 10 seconds, does have his Solar Guardian. Will he be able to bring his team back?
Difficult. It would be nearly impossible. Avilus cannot accept it. They do not realize it. Their life is flashing in front of their very eyes. The lower bracket waits with arms open wide. The hug of the lower bracket awaits Avilus. Thrones exposed, fights lost. Solar Guardian gone, not even used. The Dawnbreaker put to the sidelines, and this was a David versus Goliath matchup. But mythologies are true now and forever. Goliath will fall, David will stand. Passion UA will finish off the Giants.
Dire victory.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're passionate, I mean, it's true, right? The bigger you are, the bigger they are, the harder they fall, right? Passion UA managing a 2-1 win against Team Abulus, probably their biggest win against any team so far, and they must be feeling incredibly good right now. And I have to say, Team Abulus, I thought they wouldn't be treating their opponents with overconfidence, but Smiling Knight standing up on that mid side, without that BKB against 5 heroes, not really going back, hitting those creeps. He used 2 raises to clear up those creeps. That's not a position where you really want to be. And that essentially, man, Passion UA played a phenomenal game of Dota. Played both game number 2 and game number 3. Game number 1 really just came down to that awful draft, I will say. And I'm saying awful because they more than made up for it in game number 2 and game number 3. I would say, you know, even when Team Abulus was playing their very best, playing their comfort heroes in the form of Eki's Batrider, you know, both buffed up, and still one of his best heroes, took their game against Tundra as well with that hero. They still lost. The Passion UA.
I mean, listen, Abulus over here just knocked down. Felt like you didn't see that impact coming out from Storm on the Invoker over there either. But at the end of the day, Passion UA, fantastic reverse sweep to actually push themselves forward. We really see that fortitude coming out. But we also have a lot more Dota to watch. Maybe it's not just going to be 1%. Maybe it is. Let's take a look at the schedule before we send it off for the next one. Coming up next, it's going to be One Move versus DMS. It won't be us, though. It'll be 2 men who are coming over. Lots of charisma, lots of entertainment, snare casting, and Quixotics coming up after the break.
Welcome one and all. We are here for some more Dota 2 action. It is CCT, it is the 5th season, and we are currently right now in the upper bracket of the quarterfinals. Next matchup, One Move versus DMS. The winner progresses into the upper bracket semifinal to play off against Passion UA. But first, we've got to witness this particular game on hand, and to do so, I'm going to be blessed by the wisdom of Z Quixotics, my man, my homie. I believe it's your first time casting with a non-American, I believe, right? How are you doing today?
Yes, that's true. I'm good. I'm ready. I'm hyped to work together, man. It's going to be a great time.
So just off rip, right? One Move versus DMS. From all the matches that I've seen between these two sides, if you'd asked me, like, let's say 7 months ago, I would have definitely said that One Move win this one without that much difficulty. But things have changed. Rosters are very, very different. And obviously, DMS has actually been improving. Based on what you've seen, and especially what you witnessed in Series 4, what do you think this matchup is going to be bringing to us? Who do you favor to be the winner?
I think it's pretty close. DMS, I like when they have a draft that works. I mean, that sounds silly, but there's times it looks really good, and then other times I don't understand the draft, and it feels like it falls apart. I think with this recent patch, it was mostly minor, but a couple bigger nerfs and buffs. So I'm interested to see what they're going to go towards, and if the drafts look good, I think they can take it over One Move. But if maybe they're still trying to figure out the patch and figure out the drafts and it looks kind of messy, then I think One Move seems a little bit more consistent, at least from the past. Who knows where they are right now today?
I think for me, the biggest thing that has come from the patch that might have an impact, our main man at the very front there, Shigetsu, plays a very mean Luna. And Luna, hey man, those vision changes make a big difference, right? I was doing the math. It only evens out at level 30. It is worse every single point in the game before that. So makes it a lot more difficult to play a risky style of Dota, which Shigetsu certainly excels at. I mean, this DMS roster, let's just say they make games very exciting. You know, volatility is sort of the name of the game for them. So I'm a little bit interested to see how they've adapted to it. But also, like you said, the changes to the patch. I was watching your video about it, and you said you were anticipating nothing more than a 1% shift in win rates. And honestly, I anticipate that being the case, except for Luna. I legitimately think Luna's win rate's going to go down by like 5 to 7%, man, honestly.
Okay, clarification, 1% for all the minor people, which was most of them, but a couple, I agree with you, like Luna, hers will be bigger. Not only the night vision, like you mentioned, which for the pros, they use that for first bloods at the start of the game really well, so that hurts there. Though it's still better than most heroes, so you'll still get something. But the talent changes to her, I think, hurt a lot, her various power spikes. So I agree. I know she's one of the bigger losers. I forget the exact percentage. Let me pull it up real quick. She definitely struggled.
Just looking at the changes, honestly, I just didn't want to play Luna anymore. The 15 talent change, oh my god, it's so bad. Like, at 15, often I don't even have Luna Orbit, bro. So I'm like, what's going on here? This is completely useless to me. Of course, there were some positive changes elsewhere, and we'll see if One Move are going to be able to make that work in their favor. Obviously, Luna, biggest loser. While you're checking the numbers, can you tell me who you think the biggest winner is of this new patch?
I am interested in ET's change on what's his facet called? Whatever the facet is.
The natural order one with
deconstruction, I think. Something like that. So it used to be that the stacks just instantly disappeared. You would spend the time walking next to them, build up 5, 10, whatever stacks. It goes up to 20, but that's kind of rare. And then they step away, like for a fraction of a second, they get too far and it's just completely gone. They can turn around and fight again. That really was very annoying for that hero. I think his laning stage is going to be way better because you can kind of zone people. You stand next to them for 5, 10 seconds. They don't want to fight you, but then they can't walk back in because they're still at really high stacks and they have to take time to tick down. And I think that'll get, for the pros, they'll abuse that. They'll get way more CS and last hits and deny. So I'm very interested in seeing ET support if that pops up. He's number 1 for me. Okay.
Let's talk about another big loser before we get into the game, because it also involves a player in this team. I have seen many a game where Rain has been utilizing the Enchantress in the laning phase. Now Enchantress heavily nerfed. 70 mana for the level 1 enchant. How do you think that's going to impact how she actually plays the laning phase? Are we maybe going to see some different builds out of these Enchantresses? Are we going to see her just drop off entirely from being this high priority hero? What's your thoughts?
I thought her win rate would get hurt a lot from that change. and it doesn't seem to have moved all that much. So I'm not sure. Maybe she just needs to buy an extra mango or two to cover some of that mana cost, and then the heal is a little bit worse, but you just back off a few seconds sooner in some of those trades. So far, the win rate seems okay, but of course, that's pub data. We're just getting more into the pro scene. It's only been a couple days. So I still think she'll be a pretty strong laner. Like, if you think, hey, I want someone to guarantee my safe lane, someone who's going to get active, Enchantress does what Enchantress does. A little worse now, maybe, but who can really replace that? Maybe Chen to some degree, but not too many others. Maybe Undying. Undying got a nice buff.
Yo, sometimes I even forget that Undying's in the game. I feel like, there's a couple of heroes that are like super hard to balance, right? Where they're in the meta, they're just conceptually broken. And then if you make them less broken, they're just not playable at all. Like, there was this period of time like last year where Undying, especially for the Eastern European teams, in the 5 position, shout out to Solo who pioneered the strat. You just pick Undying first every single game. You buy 3 blood grenades. You immediately go through Twin Gates at 2 minutes. It was fun times. I'm glad that's gone, and especially I'm glad Grab Ally is no longer the crazy thing that it was. But
that one, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be nice to see the zombie boy again. He's fun to see in your games. It is kind of cool to, like, when you have him in your team, it's awesome. He's like, guys, dive me, I dare you, right? I play carry, so I honestly do enjoy seeing Undying in my games. I'm like, yeah, guys, dive me. I can play more aggressive if I want to. It's wonderful.
Yeah, you like it. You're the carry, so he's with you, making you stronger. You're not laning against him. It's the off-laners, like, get him out of the game. Nerf him again, please.
Never nerf him. And because I play carry, for the last, 2 years, it's been a range carry meta. So even if the enemy team has Undying, I don't care. Mid-game, I see a 2-stone, I just hit it from afar, it goes down anyway. Exactly, bro. For very selfish reasons, I want Undying back into the meta, but we'll see whether or not One Move or DMS have that in their back pocket on the basis of 72737E as we get into our first draft. On the Radiant side, we do have the team of DMS. One Move have the Dire side, and they have the first pick. So what do you actually wait? Let me probe your mind on this, right? What do you think is actually overall, if you were the drafter, would you prefer first or second pick right now?
Prior to this recent patch, I'd say first pick, because there's a couple heroes that are really busted, like Naga Siren, that whoever's not first pick is almost required to ban, because if they don't ban, then you're going to get. I felt like there were a couple heroes that were just a little too strong, that first pick was better. But I still think there's advantages to the second pick, and it sort of depends on the team specifically. But I do think, for example, Naga Siren, we're going to see a lot more of. She got nerfed, but she was busted. She was 100% pick banned at a high level play. She's worse now, and I think that means she'll actually slip through the bans like we're seeing here. And I don't think the nerfs were enough to kill her completely. Like, I think she's actually just a good support now. I think. We'll see. This might be a good example. One Move clearly believes that she will still be a good support. Have to be a little bit more careful with your spell usage in the lane because the mana cost is kind of high. But after that, Song is still crazy. It's crazy good for a support to have as a position 5. The illusion, scouting, all of that. I agree with them. I think it's a solid first pick.
Naga, very, very good. I'm kind of surprised we've gone this deep into the draft without seeing Shadow Demon picked or banned. Beastmaster, I mean, Beastmaster is cool. You also know that if you pick the Beastmaster, you diminish the opportunity for the enemy team to pick Shadow Fiend. And Shadow Fiend also got, I don't know why Shadow Fiend got a little bit better. The new Feast of Souls giving you that bonus. Why? It was...
I'm not sure if it's quite better. I think it might be, maybe needs another change, because he did lose some damage on his passive. So currently that's hurting him more than the buff to Feast of Souls is helping. But I think people just need to figure out a new build that uses Feast of Souls, and then it might be good, balanced. I'm not fully sure. I think people still like him at the least, because every time a new patch comes out, you don't have time to explore everything quite yet. So I do think we'll still see Shadow Fiend a bit until people get a chance to explore a little bit more and decide if he's actually still good or not.
I mean, speaking of the SF, right, if you have the Beastmaster, enemy team might not want to pick SF, you can pick it as well. Give you the additional attack speed, you get the roar to set him up for more damage. I like that a lot. We shall see as what did they ban previous days? Alchemist gone, Gyrocopter gone, and we had a Muerta ban from One Move. I'm not sure how big of a change it's going to be with the calling movement speed change, but not going to be available here, so I'm not going to have as much time to witness. We get the Ogre, a hero that started to be on the come up a couple of months ago at some tournaments. And this, bro, listen, I was already talking about the Inner Beast aura on the Beastmaster. With Ogre as well, this game is screaming for a Shadow Fiend for DMS.
Yeah, it could be good for them, or any kind of hyper carry. Another one we might keep in mind for DMS, they actually love Dazzle more than any other team, I feel like. So we'll see if it comes into play. It got a very small buff. I don't think it actually makes Dazzle that good. But if you are leaning into really buffing up a carry with that aura from Beastmaster, Bloodlust from Ogre, a Grave save, or even if it's a core Dazzle, some extra armor from Weave, that could be nice.
Okay. We'll see if they do angle towards that. It would be crazy given what they already have at their disposal. Also would help against some of the sustain coming in from the Dawnbreaker. I mean, I like this, right? So you can sort of initiate fights on 2 different zones of the map at once. Song into Dawn alt into Song. The lane, I'm imagining now it's going to be Dawnbreaker plus Dark Willow. That feels pretty decent. That feels pretty decent, you know. Now I'm already starting to think that I'm so glad I already picked a Birdly off 5 position hero that can soak up some of this damage for me as the carry.
Yeah, though even Ogre will have to be a little careful. That is a lot of damage that can come out from those two. So if he gets, you know, maybe down to like 2/3 health, he could die. And especially if we end up with like a squishy carry, they'll have to stay well behind the Ogre if they don't want to get into any trouble.
I imagine as well, because like the Ogre, generally speaking, you like bully the lane by having high HP, high armor. But there's a lot of magic damage between Dark Willow and the Dawnbreaker, so they don't necessarily care that much about your armor. Thankfully, DMS, they pick up a hero who's able to sit back, stay safe, and at the early levels, until they get to like level 3, level 4, honestly, as Medusa, if you don't play horrendously, there's no way that Dark Willow and the Dawnbreaker should be able to kill you. So you get your lane, you pick up the Hoodwink as well for some additional damage. I like what I'm seeing here from the side of both teams, actually. I feel like there's a lot of balance between these drafts. I do think that one move do need a bit more like tower pressure. At the moment, like they only get tower pressure by winning fights, pushing out these waves. What do you think can fit the bill for doing that? Or do you think they need more initiation instead?
This is where I'm not fully sure. So of the heroes that did get like more sizable nerfs in the patch, it was a lot of the carries. Medusa is actually one of them, but she had such a crazy win rate. I think she's still solid. But like Luna, like you mentioned, Alk got a nerf that was not too bad. Shadow Fiend. So I'm not fully sure where teams are going to go with. If they're still going to use those carries because they haven't had time to explore more. If there's other carries they were already thinking about. To your point, Dragonite might fit the bill in terms of initiation, some scaling tankiness, decent lane versus the Beastmaster Hoodwink, since that's going to be a little bit of an annoying lane. You're going to need someone kind of sturdy. For now, it looks like they want the Invoker for the mana burn against the Medusa. You don't really want to play Anti-Mage, although he's a classic into Medusa. I say that, you know, we'll see if he ends up getting picked. But it would be a tough lane into the Beastmaster and the Hoodwink. So I think that's why the other classic mana burning hero is EMP from Invoker. Got some small nerfs. I don't think it's too bad. You'll ban out some of the worst matchups. We see Puck, who his nerf was not that significant either. So I think that still makes sense. Who else could you ban? We sometimes see like Ricky's versus Invokers. I say sometimes, very rarely. But I think it's kind of a cool matchup. You would have the Bloodlust buff as well. Don't know if we're going to see it here.
How about one move ban Storm Spirit? Because right now they only really have the root from the Dank Willow. I mean, the lane is fine for the Invoker, but later on, I feel like when I'm just thinking about how one move wants to fight, it's a lot of big spells all at once, right? We drop the Terrorize, we drop the ultimate from the Dawnbreaker, we use Song, we throw in there all the Invoker spells, but the second, third round of the fight does feel a little bit complicated for them. Whereas on the side of DMS, they can just take fights all day, every day, right? They use the cooldowns once, sure, but Medusa will just stand there, happy to keep right-clicking. Bloodlust will keep coming back off cooldown, so will the Bushwhack. So if I'm one move, I want to ban a hero that can take advantage of this in and out type of initiations.
Yeah, I agree with that. Storm kind of fits that bill, but the lane is rough. I'm trying to think of who else you could pick to do that. We saw some Earth Spirits in the last patch. I would say that would have been really good, but he did just get pretty decent nerf. We'll see if teams still like him. Maybe Sand King also got a nerf, but kind of fits the bill. Someone who can go through Song would be nice, so that you can't just Song TP out, which the Earth Spirit roll would let you do if you're at the right range. Tornado would have been good for it too. I think that's another reason they grab the Invoker for themselves. That's the hard part for the Song. There's not too many. Maybe Storm could actually work because you actually can zip through the Song and grab someone with Vortex if that's something you care about.
One move will have the opportunity to scout out first, or to pick first rather, right after the phase. They need a carry right now, right? Somebody that can match up well against the Medusa. Ideally, someone that can take advantage of Alacrity as well. They ban Tiny, so they don't want to get bursted. Which heroes in the carry role are susceptible to being bursted? Drow. So, I mean, Slock is completely out of the meta right now. So it's like Drow, Luna of the heroes that we've been seeing picked recently.
Drow would have a decent time versus a Beastmaster. You can't really use the boars. You're long range. You kind of outrange the Medusa, so you're not too worried about Stone Gaze. I'd be okay with it, except that there isn't a traditional frontliner. It's a little annoying. But having said that, Dark Willow and Naga are actually really good at resetting fights if people get too close to your Drow Ranger. You throw the Terrorize, the Bramble, the Song, whatever, and you step back and then, you know, get back into an end song fight. I'd be up for the Drow if they want to go that route. You could also try to go a faster paced game because Medusa takes time to farm up. Guess that Dragonite comes to mind again. We don't really see Nature's Carry anymore. What? Pudge was not on my bingo card.
I was actually thinking to myself, when you were saying Nature's Carry, I was nodding. I was like, yes. I was also thinking Nature's Prophet. We would have spent the whole day, fam, before we came up with the Pudge. All right, we got the Fat Man in the safe lane here, it seems like. And of course, DMS will respond with getting this Pangolier going. All right, talk to me. What does Pudge do for their lineup overall? How do you expect them to play around the big man?
A great question, Snare. What does he do? Okay, not Song. Ensnare into Hook. Pretty sick in the laning stage. You get people under a tower. He is kind of a tempo carry. You try to have a good lane. You often go for an Aghanims, maybe after one other item first, like boots, small, medium item, Ags. And you kind of pick up the tempo and just go quickly before Medusa is really ready to come online. Because Medusa's a hero who needs like 2 to 3 items before she gets really scary. And Pudge could potentially be scary from level 1. That hook with the net can be quite strong. Dawnbreaker also has really good scaling as an offlaner, and so does Invoker. Invoker actually has this right-clicking build that's been really popular. So maybe they're kind of leaning into that. They're saying, you know what, those guys are also going to help cover damage. Why don't we pick a carry who kind of fast-paced, has some extra control for the Invoker to land combos and right-clicks, Dawnbreaker follow-up. I like the idea. Everyone always loves seeing a Pudge. I was just not prepared for that.
I just realized something now that you mentioned the Medusa, right? So generally speaking, in the earlier portion of the game, before it gets ultra late when Medusa's unkillable, if you aggress onto her, she Song TPs out, right? Or Song re-engages the fight. Pudge max level hook has a higher range than the effect range of the Medusa Stone Gaze. So you can actually interrupt the signature way that Medusa plays around these fights. I don't know if it's gonna work, but it is a very, very clever way to go about dealing with this Medusa. We will see whether or not that is going to be enough as we are about to get into our first game between DMS and One Move. Personally, I think I'm just going to have fun with this Pudge. You know, this is one of those situations where it's been a very long time since I've seen safe lane Pudge. The times I've seen him as a 5, I've seen him as a 3, but pure carry, I legitimately don't even have context for how good this is at the moment. But fortunately, Z Quixotics, you and I are going to find out together, brother. It's going to be fun.
Dude, it's gonna be a lot of fun. It can actually be kind of cool because you've also got the Pudge shard. I don't know if a carry's gonna build it, but if you do, and then Beastmaster's roaring someone else, you could just walk up, eat them, protect them while they're roared. That could be another cool element to this Pudge carry.
I have a mechanics question for you, right?
I hope I have the answer.
If I use Song as Naga Siren, right? And then the Pudge eats me with the Dismember shot, does the Song of the Siren continue into the fight?
I don't think I've ever seen that. I'm gonna say No, because I think it ends other channeled type abilities. Not that Song is like a full channel, but that type. Ooh, first hook. I guess it hits a boar. I think you were going for a hero.
The battle begins.
Free
All right,
money,
let's see.
maybe.
Does the Naga get the outclicks? No, she does not, but the fight's gonna break out regardless. The Bramble Maze has been dropped. The damage going in onto this Ogre Magi, and he will end up being the first blood potentially. A wonderful bushwhack from Problems. Not gonna be enough to stave off his death. So Difference grabbing the first blood in the mid lane Invoker, no less. When you already have a pretty decent matchup into the Pangolier. What a start for the side of One Move.
Thank you, you precious.
Yeah, at least Pango gets the equilibrium where he wants since he didn't join that fight. But yeah, first blood to the mid laner can be pretty scary. And this game, actually, there's a lot of setup for Sunstrikes. So if he does have a good start, get some high level, you know, you got the Pudge ult and Snare, any number of Dark Willow's abilities. Dawnbreaker's maybe a little awkward to combo off of, but still, a lot of Sunstrike potential this game.
In the top lane, Nefrit with the Hoodwink next to him. That's a crazy strong lane. So Reyna on the Naga side needs to be very careful. Fortunately, Pudge is the carry. So once you hit level 3, pretty much impossible to kill in that situation. And down bottom, the same is not exactly true. But for now, it's just going to be a complete farm fest. We're all just chilling. And like you mentioned, till the end, needs to be careful. Already down to half HP on the Ogre.
I do see he has a salve already in his inventory, which I think is... That's pretty much what you need versus a Dawnbreaker. You should always get a salve so that anytime you get low, you can salve back up, get right back into the lane. She is a hero who tries to... I'm going to say 100 to 0, but it's usually not 100. It's like 70 to 80%, and then she goes for the full combo to try to kill you from there. So you got to stay very healthy against Dawnbreaker lanes.
It's been so funny to me seeing like for how long Dark Willow was, or the Dark Willow Dawn lane was completely exiled into the wilderness. Now they're just back in vogue as they go forward onto this Ogre, looking for this kill onto him. He suffered the first blood and looks like he'll suffer the second. The kill credited to the Dark Willow. And again, One Move. Very happy with how this early game is looking.
Ogre's tanky, like we said, but even he will suffer into this combo. But I guess somewhat mission accomplished. It's being used on him instead of the Medusa, who's farming pretty decently. Pango actually doing pretty well too, but getting pretty low here. I think that water rune should keep him safe.
Invoker ran out of spells, out of mana. Like you said, dude, this Pango is having a great old time with his life right now. Actually out CSing the Invoker.
Yeah, it's actually a little better than I thought, but I guess over time it should... Invoker picks up more and more damage, making the lane easier for him. I guess you get some spells. We'll see what Melajewel can do. Thunderbolt did get nerfed a bit in the recent patch, but I think it still sort of does what it needs to. It's just not as good in open space as it used to be.
So they're going to be looking towards marinating this Ogre again when they have the chance. He's actually pressing forward onto Triple S. There's the Bramble Maze. But now, though, he's feeling a lot more solid, right? Level 2, the salve, like you mentioned, got a magic stick. The easy kills are over, boys. Now you actually have to play difficult Dota. What can you do?
Yeah, he also, like you said, he has his learning curve now. And Ignite is a lot of damage. Dark Willow. I was going to say she's a squishy hero. She actually has a decent amount of stats, so she's not too squishy, but...
They're trying to go onto the Ogre again. Starbreaker will be there. Triple S, they want to get the kill, and they find it. However, she gets to. Finds the counterplay. Able to get the kill with this Medusa. Very nicely done. And as a testament to some of the nerfs Medusa has suffered, gonna be a while before we see massive damage come from the split shot. Does pick up the point right now. You kind of have to, but man, the new level 1 split shot feels terrible compared to the previous one.
A little bit more damage.
Mid lane, they actually managed to find a quick kill onto this Invoker. Bottom though, they're going back onto the Ogre. Will they be able to kill him till the end, taking so much damage? Triple S wants the final hit, but they run out. They cannot manage to bring him down. The raindrops manage to save his life, and instead they end up feeding away a kill on the Dark Willow. So DMS, unhappy with how things have been going in this early laning phase, managed to turn things around by getting 2 kills, but the important one is the big rotation middle onto the Invoker.
Yeah, I'd say you don't even have to crush the mid matchup. As long as Melojewel is getting a decent 6 timing, you'll be pretty happy because he'll be able to make space with those low cooldown supports we were talking about in the draft. And getting a kill definitely puts him on that track. So along with Medusa having a good time, I think they're pretty happy. Even like Beastmaster's actually doing well. It's kind of like 3 lanes going the way they want.
Let's talk about this Beastmaster. With such a solid start for himself. Wait, is Shigetsu dead? No way, he's fine. He's chilling. Beastmaster, though, trying to get a kill onto the Pudge. Whoa, it's fallen very, very low. The Dive Hawk, though, doesn't hold him in place long enough. And Problems only has the solitary point into the Acorn shot, so not able to get him in time. But still, like you said, DMS doing so well. And once they do get this full helm out onto Nefrit's Beastmaster, like their actual like creep de-pushing ability on the Dire side is not really that great looking at their lineup.
If Pudge is having a better game, it's okay. Well, I say better. He's doing okay. We'll see how it continues. Like once you have the Ags, you're fine. But prior to that, it is tough. Though I do find it a little interesting. Helm of the Dominator. I don't know how much that'll accomplish versus Pudge Hook. But once you get the Ancient Creep, then it's fine again. Rain, maybe not fine. He looks pretty dead.
No, he's fine, bro. Listen. He's got an Invoker right next to him who's going to make the difference. It's literally in the name. He's fine.
How about Melojewel? Oh, he's fine too. Everyone's fine.
Instead of a Dota game, this is just a support group. Not here to hurt each other.
Don't get tilted in pubs. Come to the pro scene. Everyone just farm up. Everyone be fine.
I expect the next few minutes are probably going to be a bit more into this PvE lineup, at least until we start getting the level 6 on the Dawnbreaker, maybe the level 6 on the Beastmaster, but difference, actually just going top already, walking in with the Ghost Walk. He will just try to steal away this Wisdom Rune, but they have the Sentry Rune, they're ready for him. They find him on all 3 directions. Nefrit doesn't even have the level 6, but I doubt they'll need it. The Rolling Thunder from Melio providing all this lockdown that they need. They end up killing off the Invoker. The greed gets punished. There's a reason why often it's the supports that make that move, because if it gets punished, it is a horrible feeling.
Yeah, that's such a good read of what was happening. I love the preemptive sentry, so they know for sure if he's going to be there or not. Easy kill once they see him. And then Pango, like, usually get punished for having to make that rotation, Pango TPing in, but with the kill, he actually just goes back mid. Invoker is the one who really misses out on that. Dawnbreaker 6, I believe Pudge is almost 6 as well. So this might be where it becomes easier for them to make plays, right? You get a hook into the Pudge ult, Dawnbreaker can join in. If it's not the Pudge, you know, maybe it's Ensnare, Brambles, whatever. Maybe they can make some plays. Because they have to be the ones who pick up the pace, right? They have the Pudge carry versus the Medusa. You are the ones who are supposed to have a better early game compared to the late game. Not that it has to immediately ramp up right now, but I'd like to see some plays from one move.
Dude, where did all the net worth on the Pangolier go? Like, you're 700 behind the Invoker for quite some time. Like, Invoker was involved in a kill, but also died twice. What a big difference. I wonder what happened.
That's actually a good point. I'm not sure. Maybe some of the last hits he picked up on the Pango are actually like troll creep skeletons. You know, maybe that last hit's deceiving a bit.
That makes sense. I mean, he is farming the jungle right now, so you could certainly see that being the case. Let's down bottom. One move was starting to think about ways they can encroach into the tier 1 tower. They've brought down Rain. Gonna control this area. Even the Invoker is here. He actually finds a Tornado EMP onto the Medusa. And there's the jump in with the Dawnbreaker. Very easy kill. He does not have the Stone Gaze and absolutely no way out of that EMP combo.
Yeah, really nice find. Those are the plays we were just talking about. I want to keep seeing that as soon as you have the abilities back up. For now, you kind of chill a little bit, farm, but they just have to keep repeating that. Keep the Medusa from getting too large. So they're going to need some help defending top.
They have the song ready if they need it, but doesn't seem like DMS are ready to aggress here. Do you like this move? Because without the Naga here, isn't it a little bit harder to take the tier 1 bottom?
I think Woe was trying to position to hook the Centaur creep, and he was having some trouble. I think that's when Naga started the TP. He eventually does get the hook. But if you can't take out that Centaur, you're looking to face a lot of tower pressure, and I think they want to keep it alive. So I guess that's why he came over. And maybe you don't take that bottom tier 1, but Song at level 1, which Rain does have, thanks to being part of that kill earlier, Song is so long that you can start it, and everyone can TP in, even with the delay. So maybe they were looking for another follow-up play top. But yeah, it doesn't look like they find it. They read that rotation coming in. They've backed up for now. Doesn't look like they're going to go defend their bottom tower, though.
They're not even aggressing. We have a Primal Roar, though, onto Woe, but the Song is there. Woe just quickly TPs out. The rest of the Radiant lineup are showing up as well, so Rain should probably be dead to rights. Will try his best to escape. Pops out the illusions, but there's no juking for you, my friend. Very easy kill. And DMS, they say, all right, you want to defend this tower? We're just going to overcommit to taking it. And they should be able to secure the first tier 1 of the game.
Yeah, actually, they didn't push bottom as hard as I thought, so what a twist if DMS takes this tower first, and maybe they can come down on them and defend theirs. So Invoker's already here.
Trying to put pressure out onto Shigetu.
Ooh,
a lot of mana burnt
missed.
away, but there are still 8 1 charges. An Ogre right behind him. And this is the worry I had with the movement top for Rain. I feel like if they just taken the tower, even if it's a trade, it's better than the situation that ended up unfolding.
Yeah, I think I agree. Against a Medusa, taking towers is pretty good to start limiting her farm. But I guess they thought they could do both, right? So maybe just underestimating what DMS has, though.
Okay.
It looks like they're going to find
Coming
another
onto the
Medusa.
Medusa. She has no mana. She's dead. No way out of this one. Top lane, we do have a hook out onto the Beastmaster with the Dismember as well. Nefret falling low with the Solar Guardian coming in. Starbreaker will put him dead to rights. And Tuko is dead on opposite sides of the map. One move. Not very happy with what transpired in the top lane, but take some very swift revenge.
Yeah, this is the strength of that Dawnbreaker, being able to show up to multiple fights. Starting to pick up the pace a little bit. We'll see if they can. Looks like Invoker will finish this bottom tier 1. And I guess you have to wait for cooldowns a little bit, but they should be good to keep going.
Do you like this Witchblade build, or do you prefer the Orchid build on the Invoker?
It has been the popular build to do this Witchblade. I think it's fine, especially because you have a Pudge carry. You're actually happy to pick up a little bit more right-click potential. Mid lane.
Quick kill
Dark
onto
Willow
a
gets
support.
rolled on.
And the scary part is now, without the Dark Willow, you don't have the Terrorize, so how can you defend this tier 1 tower? They will waddle over Difference. Does have the Tornado EMP, but will require a bit more help, and that help will come in the form of everybody else. They're like, guys, we're not losing mid. Protect it at all costs.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. Despite being the slower lineup with the Medusa, the other 4 heroes are pretty strong and able to do things early on. This Beastmaster especially, giving them the tower pressure they need off of any winning fights with the roll. So that was some good mid damage. Like, they didn't finish the tower, but it's down to less than half. One more push should get it.
Invoker smoked up with the Dark Willow. We'll catch a glimpse of vision onto the Medusa. Pings her out, and they have the Solar Guardian. It just came back off cooldown. The Dark Willow pincering on the other direction. There will be no opportunity for an escape. And with the Terrorize damage and the Shadow Realm hit, they actually will not get the damage to find the kill. Dark Willow didn't do enough, and unfortunately, Dawnbreaker didn't feel like the Solar Guardian was necessary. That is the classic misread. You think you have enough damage, you attack the Medusa. It turns out she's more than tanky enough to get away, especially with the Spark of Courage.
I feel like not every Bedlam was connecting. That might have been enough damage with slightly different positioning. That's unfortunate. I think it would have been worth committing the Dawnbreaker ult to get that kill, but of course trying to push it.
You know what this is, right? The fact that Dawnbreaker came in immediately for this Dawnbreaker kill with the Solar
She
Guardian.
regretted not doing it last time.
Yep. This is like when you die playing carry because you didn't buy BKB, and then you immediately queue BKB right after death.
Like, oops, my bad. I should have been there. I'll be there for the next one, guys. Fortunately, the Ogre's not worth as much as the Medusa, though they might be running into her again anyways.
Right. Another bite at the cherry. They go in, EMP down. She still does not have any way out of this, and this time around, there is no bouncing onto the creeps with the Bedlam, and they certainly have enough damage. All right, now, okay, I have a question for you. Who feels worse? Triple S for not getting the initial kill, or Medusa for wandering into the same dangerous area?
Probably the Medusa, because now Triple S like, look, it was fine. I baited him in. He thought I didn't have the ult because I used it on the Ogre. I just walked up to him. It's totally fine, guys.
Next
Okay, they're trying
plays.
to secure it now. They bring in some other heroes bottom. They're like, how do they keep finding our Medusa?
Yeah. That ward pretty much got the full duration. The sentry only came at the very end, and now they try to TP out with the Dark Willow, but unfortunately the Rolling Thunder cancels it out. She will end up dead. Meloyol happy to claim that one. And a nice inversion from how the early laning phase was going, because now this Pango has surpassed by quite some margin the net worth of this Invoker, which is kind of problematic because, like you said, they need her for the overall right-click damage as this game scales.
And Invoker's been dedicated to making the plays happen, walking around invis, but that means it's not farming all that much.
Radiant's top tower is under
They did get some kills off of it, though, so we'll see how it plays out. I think it might have been worth it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Especially because Dawnbreaker's having such a good game because of it, because she gets to farm while Invoker looks around. Pudge is joining for the first time. He's got a Blade Mail and a Vanguard. He's very tanky.
3 heroes right in front of this Invoker. Make that 4. This could be an excellent opportunity for a Tornado, but doesn't have the right vision. TP out from Nefrit. Gonna get cancelled by the Cold Snap. Here comes the Solar Guardian. Do they have enough to kill off Nefrit before he can participate in the fight? It seems to be the case. Does get off the Primal Roar, but it will not matter as he dies towards the northwest. We do see this Ogre Magi trying to run away from the Pudge. Not going to be able to accomplish this feat. Sunstrike will not connect, but the Bedlam cannot miss. Not me ends up getting the secondary kill. And one move, respond, defend the tower, and take the team fight.
The hook connects too?
Found Meloyol. Dismember will be there. He does have Rolling Thunder. Can he get out of this one? Looks like he can. So this Pango should be... Oh no! Oh no! Okay. Don't scare me like that, Meloyol. Just go home, buddy. Just go home. It'll be fine.
I think they overlapped some abilities there. I think they actually could have killed him, but I don't think they were expecting that hook to land to begin with, which is, I think, why they overlapped because of that. But still, we see they won this fight earlier. They're getting some map pressure now, and yeah, it would have been nice to get that extra Pango kill, but still pretty good for one move. Getting themselves up to a 2K lead. Nothing too major yet, but Blink is getting close on Woe, which should help them a lot in starting fights.
Looks like they're playing for this earlier mid-game timing because he's eschewing getting the early Aghanim Scepter for the Blink, so need to constantly be fighting. And like you mentioned earlier, the way that Difference is playing alludes to that fact as well. So DMS, you got to prepare yourself, gang. The fights are coming. They're going to come at you quickly. Do we have any defensive items being queued up? So Pipe of Insight being completed up by the Beastmaster. They'll need that item, certainly. But kind of nothing else. Butterfly will be nice, but unfortunately for the Medusa, a lot of this damage at this point in the game is still primarily based on magical output rather than the physical.
I guess she's getting it mostly for her own damage output. But Pudge already has the Vanguard. This might be part of the reason they bought it, because they wanted a Crimson Guard builder to really reduce Medusa's damage. Split Shot, the last level, does less damage than it used to before. So Crimson Guard on a real tanky hero like Pudge, really going to hurt your damage output.
Would you not have preferred maybe like Manta, Skadi, Daedalus, and then you rely on the Ogre to give you the attack speed instead of the Butterfly?
I think I would have liked that Skadi versus some of these heroes, like the healing from Song, Dawnbreaker ult, Pudge. I would have liked that Skadi too. I hope we see it at least after the Butterfly. If well, she hasn't bought the butterfly yet, and she's not going to.
Fortunately, she'll have some time to consider her item decisions in the fountain. Doesn't have to worry about hitting any heroes or any creeps as they jump her, revealing the blink dagger on the Pudge as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under
That's like the
attack.
perfect
Bottom
find for your
tower
blink
has
dagger
fallen.
reveal. You do lose the bottom tower. I think that's an okay trade, especially if Invoker manages to find a couple heroes.
Let's see, they get Melayo first, Cold Snap out onto this Pangolier. Primal Roar will be expended onto the Invoker, but they're just doing this to try and get out. Or maybe not. They re-engage with the Ogre showing up, now rolling forward or chasing forward. They get the catch onto both the Pudge and the Dark Willow. Song, though, gets popped. Here's the turnaround. Rain only catches onto Melayo for now. Terrorize does get sent out with the Starbreaker. Do they have the damage? Bedlam trying to put it through. Finally, they find it. Triple S with the BKB, not afraid of anything in this fight. They have traded mid laners, but can they get more? One move. Don't necessarily have the best chase in the world, but they do have the Pudge with Blink and a hook. Not gonna blink forward though, so this fight will end. 1-for-1 trade and a tower in favor of DMS.
Wonder if he didn't have Tornado on Invoker. I thought that's what he was gonna do. I thought he was gonna Tornado while everyone else got in. Maybe it was still on cooldown or something. But a quick roar from Beastmaster helps them get that kill. If you actually do get the Tornado off and everyone can join in, I think that fight goes really well for one move. It's being 1-for-1, but that was a 5-on-4. You know, just to put that into perspective. So.
And hey, look at this. Okay, Rain, I'm sorry for you, you're gonna die. Perhaps not, actually. The help is coming in with the Solar Guardian. They save Rain's life. But again, Nefrit is wasting time. You know why? Look at Medusa. Shigetsu's been listening to the broadcast. Buys immediately cues into the Eye of Skadi. So Manta Skadi, I like this quite a lot on this Medusa for this game.
No, you know what that was? We were talking about it earlier. You're there as the carry, you're farming, you're like, oh, I want to go damage. Butterfly, you die, you're like, okay, I'm gonna reevaluate. Going to maybe I need to tank up a little bit.
Bottom, they try to save the life of this Invoker with the hook guard from the Pudge, but it will not be sufficient, and the Invoker will die. Simultaneously though, whoa, getting a catch onto the Pangolier underneath this portal. However, there's not enough damage, even with the Bedlam being supplied. And now here is the Medusa hitting onto both of them. Stone Gaze was triggered to hold them in place, and with more than enough damage, they find 2 kills. And with 3 heroes gone from the map, DMS say, all right, there's nobody to stop us from going into the Roche Pit. We know for a fact the song is down. Let us just grab us the first ages of the game.
Especially with this switch back to Skadi and now that nice fight into Roshan, things are looking pretty good for DMS. We were talking about the early pace that one move should have, and they tried, but we see it's only a 2k lead that's about to drop a little bit more now that the Aegis is on to Medusa. I feel like with this pacing, DMS will make it into the mid to late game that they're interested in, and that's where the Pudge are going to drop off to this Medusa. There's still a window, though, especially as Crimson Guard gets finished. I think they'll be very strong in these fights, and if you can find some good fights there, you know, that's kind of the last window. I don't want to be so extreme in a Dota game where all sorts of wild stuff tends to happen, but that would be my last expected window for one move to take a really big series of fights to put themselves to win before the Medusa comes online. But now you got to do it into Aegis, and that's a huge pain.
Just for the swag element, she gets to just straight up deny the tower. Nicely done. EMP burn will be there as Meliol rolls in, catches up to the Invoker. The rest of the gang came through the twin gate up north. They make the pincer move in difference. Caught inside the trap, no escape possible for the Invoker. And the Medusa, very, very happy to be involved and get another kill, as in the mid lane. They force this Dark Willow to have to retreat with the Shadow Realm. Brought it down to almost half HP. And DMS, you know, I'll take the heat, man. I'll be more hyperbolic than you. I genuinely feel that if they are not in a winning position in the next 10 minutes, if by 30 minutes the game is even, one move I've lost, in my opinion.
I would agree with that. Outside of, you know, maybe Pudge hooks into the fountain. We'll see if it devolves into that. But it is looking pretty good for DMS. Oh my god, I'm clicking Rain. He's got a Radiance queued up on the support Naga. Maybe he's also thinking, like, oh man, this is not looking great. I might need to scale. I'll tell you what, if this Naga gets into like a diffusal, you know, wait a minute. Maybe it wraps back around towards one move.
It'll definitely help in getting towards like Radiance, Diffusal, Manta. Will be getting a few kills, which they'll try to accomplish now, as they're smoked up as 4. Invoker was smoked with them, but broke the smoke on a right click on a creep. Not sure if they saw that though, but the initiation is coming. They jump in on top of the Beastmaster first. He will die almost immediately. Now the rest of DMS, can they get out? Stone Gaze already initiated by the Medusa, but she's abandoning the rest of her compatriots as they find the Hoodwink, bring her down. And one move, not gonna go gently into the night. They understand the stakes of this game, and now with the blink forward, they get the catch onto this Ogre Magi. Till the end, will try and escape, but he knows that his life is forfeit. Sunstrike provides additional damage. Not Me gets the kill. And DMS demonstrating that if the Medusa is not present in the center of the fight, they have amazing chase down potential onto the rest of these heroes.
Yeah, especially, so they did have Dawnbreaker ult, but she learned from early, like, I don't really need to use it on Ogre. Sunstrike, now they're getting levels in Exort, that helps a lot. A really nice tornado to catch this Hoodwink. I think she almost got away. And then, yeah, that chase potential, the blink and the hook. I think a lot of us can relate to that in our pub game. Getting caught out a little further than you think you should be.
We can relate a bit too much. Most played hero in the game for, what, since its inception? It's kind of crazy.
That's not fun about Pudge, man.
Surprisingly though, 25 minutes in, despite the fact that DMS have this Aegis, they have better map control, having already claimed a tier 2 tower. The gold lead is still in favor of one move. It's practically an even game, but a lot of this advantage is sitting on the Dawnbreaker. She is continuing to get bigger and bigger, and now they come middle. They might want to fight here. Shigetsu will be able to dodge the EMP, jump in though from Woe directly onto the Medusa, forcing out the Manta style. Tier 2 towers still alive. Crimson Guard triggered out right now. They're thrown back with a deafening blast, but the Rolling Thunder, coming out first from Melior, stunning up multiple heroes, but the interrupt there from Rain. They threw in the Terrorize to throw back the Beastmaster. He couldn't find the Primal Roar just yet. Still though, they're going in onto the Invoker, trying to kill him before the Solar Guardian comes out. They're unable to do so. Instead, the Guardian comes in with the Starbreaker. Medusa, she is so low, but not dead just yet. She's holding her ground, throwing in the right click damage. Finally though, the Dawnbreaker finds the first kill, but it's only the Aegis life. They manage to take away the Hoodwink. In the meantime, they lose their Naga Siren. Woe is about to die as well. Too much right click damage from the Medusa. It ends up being 3 for 2, but one of those lives on DMS was only an Aegis. So they will happily take that trade. They'll happily take the tower. And for the first time in this game, they'll happily take the gold advantage.
It takes them a while. Like, we're seeing how tanky one move is, but the damage is just lacking. Dawnbreaker, when she finally joined in, it was good, but we see she gets to be low on mana for quite a while here, and yet, you know, Pudge, not the highest DPS carry if he's not having a great game, and he went for a very tanky build this game with the Crimson Guard and the Blade Mail. Like, without the Ags, he does not do a bunch of damage, and I think this is where I get why Invoker was looking around to make the early plays, but it did hurt his farm, and if he had maybe an extra item there in that fight, like his BKB's already done so he doesn't get killed up so early, maybe he does contribute that extra damage to finish off that that Medusa a little faster, but it really feels lacking without, like, with where they're at right now.
Perhaps what they could have done is, right after finishing the Vanguard on Pudge, he goes Blink first instead of the Blade Mail, and then he's the one moving around, trying to make those plays while the Invoker just sits back in farm.
I would have been up for that. It would have made it a little easier to set up Dawnbreaker ult and maybe like Sunstrike, even Bedlam, right? If you lead with the Blink ult, she can walk up and Bedlam for the damage. Might have been something they consider in the future. Power of hindsight. I tell you what though, I'm pretty interested in seeing if Rain actually commits to this Radiance. It'll be pretty good. Medusa does not have True Strike, right? So you're going to apply that mischance. The Naga will scale up. Speaking of missing damage, you know, that'll help out. I wonder... She seems like she's going to do it. She's already at 2,700 gold. I guess she has the money that Invoker doesn't.
mean, another positive aspect is the Radiant's mistrance applies to the Beastmaster creeps. Beastmaster, they actually have no idea the fact that they actually could have just jumped and killed Pudge. Like, Rain was there, but not that many other heroes. I think they definitely had the damage. But this is the power of not having or being able to play aggressively, even though you don't necessarily have heroes behind you. If you know the enemy team doesn't have vision, they're not going to take such risks.
Yeah, especially with the Dawnbreaker, you gotta respect that Solar Guardian. She is the top net worth of the hero of the game, so she is quite strong. You know, Medusa is maybe not too scared, but everyone else, you don't want to get whacked by that hammer.
I love her build as well, going for the AC next. AC, Vindicator Axe, Sanjay Nyasha, Harpoon, BKB, holy base. How you kill her, I do not know.
I like the idea, even if it doesn't work this game, we'll see. But I like that they, like, hey, Dawnbreaker has a lot of scaling potential. Let's not go for another just right-click damage carry. Let's try to mix it up, more utility from the carry. I like the idea. Maybe it's not working this game, but I think that's where Dota seems to be headed, is that all the cores have potential scaling, and the carries shouldn't be locked into this mindset that you have to play this damage dealing, right-clicking carry every single time.
Well, Difference will have time to contemplate exactly how he wants to play this game because he got sniped and very quickly killed off. However, you know why that kill is not so bad? Because he's making space for the real next carry. Rain has finished the full Sacred Relic, not that far away from having the Radiance, baby.
I'm pretty excited about that. We never see Naga carry anymore. And usually position 5 Naga gets gold, but she builds a bunch of auras. I guess this game, though, you have a Pudge helping you out with the auras, so she actually gets to go damage.
Oh,
good
this is a big kill.
Game.
The Dark Willow in the jungle, she was hiding around the sentry, or this Absorb Ward, and she was juking around the Beastmaster. He didn't see her, and they destroyed this Desolator that was flying in for Meliol. That's actually a big deal. Like, there's a substantial amount of damage output that gets dodged for a little bit.
Yeah, though, we don't usually see Deso on Pango. Yes, wants to help his Medusa's damage. And you do have Beastmaster and Pango, or Ogre, providing buffs to her.
All right, let's play some trivia, brother. How many Desolators do you think have been picked up on Pango in this patch?
Oh, it can't be a lot. Like the whole 7.37 patch?
The whole 737, yeah.
17.
17? Going for the 17%. You are incorrect, sir. It's only been one in a single Desolator on Dark Margot. Nobody else has built this item.
I thought over the course 7.37's been really long, so I thought I'd go higher. One in that whole time. Yeah, we really don't see Deso on Pango very often. I thought in like more like maybe some smaller tournaments some people would have done it.
All right, let's expand the data set, right? How many Desos do you think have been picked up since 7.0?
Oh. I still go 17.
Slightly higher than that, 33. But even that is like nothing. Since 7.0 came out a long time ago. It's only been
that's
33.
so few. All right, well, 34 once his courier respawns. Dude, what if the courier doesn't respawn? They finish the game without it.
Oh my God.
Stays at 33.
Oh, that would be amazing.
He could have been on the leaderboard, second Deso in 7.37 on Pango.
And also the fastest Deso by quite some margin, honestly.
I'm not surprised. I'm guessing that game is like a base race, like quick someone by Deso.
They got it at 46 minutes, so that probably makes sense.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Ooh, Invoker gonna walk right into the hoodwink.
Gonna find him. Gonna try and start this fight. Invoker does have BKB this time around, though, but there is a Primal Roar arriving just in time. So now not only do you find the kill, not only do you waste the TP, but you force out the 9-second BKB charge. Very well done there by the side of DMS.
Is that a long TP?
is under attack.
Oh, wait. Medusa,
middle?
right in front of the base
Medusa?
on her own.
Very far away from the rest of the gang here. She's underneath the tier 3 tower. She will not be able to get off the stone gate. She's in fact gonna die. Only the single life though, as well held in place by the Rod of Atos. Do they have enough to find this kill? She gets the BKB before the Terrorize will land. There's a Song of the Siren from Rain. Medusa not affected just yet, but whoa, able to sustain himself throughout all this damage. The hook will miss. They cannot find the revenge on Medusa. However, they need be careful. Triple S is here on the Dawnbreaker. She's dealing 800 damage per crit. She's not somebody you want to fight into right now with her BKB ready. So DMS need to get out.
Medusa maybe just feeling a little too strong, getting caught out there. Without losing the Aegis like that, after that Invoker kill, they probably could have at least taken down a tier 3 and maybe even a set of barracks. But having to rush into the defense of the Medusa and save her life after the Aegis goes, they're still relatively strong out of the base, but
Radiant are
I guess you don't
scorned.
mind too much delay. Maybe you do into the Naga, who is apparently scaling up into another carry.
Oh, look at Woe jumping in. Shiva's got active into everybody, but taking too much damage first. Still alive. Getting off the Dismember onto this Medusa. She's going to eat a Starbreaker. Sunstrike flying through as well. Shigetsu is down. Melayol did his best. Able to at the very least kill off Not Me and Woe. However, his own life will be forfeit thereafter. As Triple S dishing out this damage. And now with Rain and Triple S surrounding this Ogre, it looks like he's going to be for the chopping block as well. 3 heroes picked up, 1 move, made an amazing smoke rotation. And this Pudge, recognizing his role in this game, whether he survives the fight or not is irrelevant. As long as he can scout the Medusa, create the space for the Invoker, their team will win every fight.
Yeah, and you know, we've been focusing on the damage issues that one move seemed to have, but without the Medusa, the damage from DMS drops massively. So when she dies first in that fight, everyone else just has to leave at that point. You know, maybe you can get a kill with Roll and Roar, but without those, that's it. It's all in on the Medusa.
Unfortunately, they did not go for like the Drums of Slump build on this Beastmaster.
That
So they
would've
can't rely
helped,
on
yeah.
him to bring in that additional damage.
You carry Naga. It's real. What's she gonna buy? She's got almost 2,000 gold. I mean, you gotta say buyback as a carry at this point. So maybe she's saving some money. Okay, she queues up a Hex. That will be pretty good to have extra lockdown for her team. I was wondering if she might do Diffusal versus the Medusa. But maybe she doesn't think it's worth it quite yet.
Bottom lane, they deem it worth it to try and just commit the Solar Guardian to get the quick kill onto this young Hoodwink. She's gone. Bye-bye. Triple S continuing to scale. Bro, I actually cannot believe I'm looking at a Dawnbreaker that has the same net worth as a Medusa 36 minutes in.
Oh, quick pause. Yeah, I mean, Triple S has been doing a great job of farming around the map and then jumping into fights, which, to be fair to the whole team, credit where it's due, right? That is enabled by Invoker, because Invoker is the one looking around. That's why his farm is really low, but it's somewhat to the plan because they want Dawnbreaker to be farming, and someone's got to do something, right? Like, where does she ult to if no one's doing anything? So Invoker has to go look, and he doesn't get to farm. So it did take a sacrifice to get to that top net worth, but those last couple of fights, it seems like it might be worth it. Dawnbreakers are doing a lot. We see people play carry Dawnbreaker sometimes, you know? So this scaling's pretty good, though she's kind of at the end. She's pretty slotted at this point. Maybe replace Armlet, but there's not much more scaling for her to do. So maybe it's time to give all the farm to your Naga Siren 5 for her to become you even have a Dark Willow, actually. Maybe they don't mind if this game goes late. You have infinite scaling Pudge. Maybe they're actually the true late game team.
Dude, the Dark Willow is building Heaven's Halberd immediately now. That's so pog.
I think they realize Medusa is so much of the damage. And Medusa, I think they actually also agree. They might be realizing we're going to get outscaled. She's building a Divine Rapier on Medusa, and I think they're going to try to end this game in the next, well, I guess once you finish that Divine Rapier, like 5-10 minutes. And if it goes beyond that, they might genuinely be worried about this Naga Siren transitioning to full carry, infinite pudge stacks, Dark Willow, Dawnbreaker, Invoker, like all the scaling is really solid in this game. Invoker, he's playing catch up, man. He's got a Midas queued up. they're truly going late game.
Oh. You know, it's things like this that always make me fall in love with Dota again. When I'm just like, what is happening, dude? This is gonna be so much fun. Late Midas for the Invoker. I wanted like a 60-minute game.
I need this Deso to pay off for the Pango.
Speaking of long games, I had the pleasure of being involved in the longest series of the year. At WEC, like Turkey versus Mongolia. Game 1, 66 minutes. No, 64 minutes. Game 2, 67. Game 3, 72. I was like, what is happening right now?
Is that the record for longest best of 3?
Yes, it was longer than some BO5s this year even.
Yeah, that's true. I know we had one best of 5 that was insanely long. It was the full 5. There was a game that went almost 2 hours.
Yeah.
I guess that one's probably, I think that one's the record for best of 5s, but
yes,
3 3-hour-long games is pretty rare for a best of 3. Although it feels like it's a little more common this patch, or not like this patch that just came out a day ago, but 7.37D did seem to push the game towards longer games.
Yep. I think it's because they became so many heroes involved in the meta that could reposition you on the high ground. And pushing high ground just became, you know, the joke was always pushing high ground sucks. I feel like this patch pushed it. The only patch I remember it being harder to push high ground was like with shrines or something. Like
yeah,
games
the
were
shrine
impossible
patch
to
was
finish.
so rough.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Got our on pause. Everybody's back in the game. There's our catch-up Midas. 37 minutes for the Invoker. Gotta love it.
Time to start scaling. I mean, I don't disagree. Honestly, in these fights, all he needs to do is buff up his Dawnbreaker, drop the EMP on the Medusa. Like, those are the main things. And so, eventually reaching the late game, like Cataclysm combo, stuff like that, you're gonna need money, and Midas is kind of the best way to go about it.
Mm-hmm. It certainly will not surprise you to find that he's just gonna be chilling, farming up as much as possible. Also, check this out. Well, I still want to go deeper in the data set, but at least for now, from 7.2 onwards, I still want to go deeper, but this is the second latest Midas since then. And that was also quite a while ago.
We got a lot of firsts in this game. Or maybe not first, but new things here. Deso, Pango. When's the last Radiance Naga 5?
Ooh.
That might be hard to tell between Naga carries, though.
Yeah, I can't do it, but that'll just take a little bit of time. That'll take
yeah. I will say for DMS, so the Divine Rapier is actually on the way. I don't know if she's going to complete it right. Oh, she is. Okay. I thought maybe she'd lock it until maybe they guarantee the Roche. But she is all in. She has the Divine Rapier now. Roche will respawn or start to in about 1:15. Hopefully for them, it's a short spawn. And if you can get the Aegis on your Divine Medusa and just run it down, take a nice fight, like you can't reduce the Divine Rapier's damage, even with this Crimson Guard. So she will be really strong. And this is, I think, their peak timing, and that's what they're going for. If this does not work, especially if you lose this Divine Rapier, I didn't expect it, but I think it wraps back around. I think one move late game is actually it.
They're putting in some siege potential down bottom. Let's see how far they can get with this pressure. One move, we're able to.
Divine.
Yeah, they don't see it just yet, but now they reveal it. They see her. She doesn't have a swift link, so she can't sit back. So they know what's up, but they're being smart about this. They're pushing in top with some of these Invoker, Forge Creeps, or the Forge Spirit minions, and they can't really find an inroad into the base, so DMS will find a lot of their time being wasted in this instance. It's a little bit unfortunate.
Snare, are you ready for position 5 carry Naga to pick up the Divine Rapier?
Oh my goodness. Bro, I cannot tell you how ready I am for that. If not, even if they lose, as long as that outcome happens, I'm happy.
Or if Dark Willow gets it, I bet she turns his halberd immediately into an Agnes. Like, someone else got to buy the halberd, guys. I got the Divine. I mean, it's
Actually, I
actually
will
an
say-
insane amount of damage from a Dark Willow, even with a support with the Ags and a Divine Rapier hitting from 5 miles back. It's a lot.
Not only that, my friend, they have Alacrity to put on top of her for the attack speed.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Both teams posturing around each other right now. They're just shoving out some of these waves from the Dire lineup. And because of the fact that they've gone for this Midas, they have the Naga Siren. Look at her. She's going into the enemy triangle to farm. They actually don't mind this stalemate. They're like, okay, we actually have no impetus to reach in and fight you. We're happy being able to play on the back foot like this.
It's hard. I mean, you're at the point of the game. This is a Naga with the Radiance. You got to deal with her split pushing. It's actually a huge hassle.
Do have a small little contest happening here, but the Dank Willow, she does manage to try and get herself away. Unfortunately, they are more than willing at this stage to commit spells to kill her. You know, as much as it is very satisfying, that's the frustration of the game state coming out. That also means that both Primal Roar and Rolling Thunder are down whilst the Roshan is up. They can't encroach upon the area. Dark Willow will be back in time to defend and fight around the Rosh. And again, one move. Very happy with this. Naga was farming, Invoker was using his Midas. They're going to send her. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they send her out on that exact same adventure once again when she respawns.
Well, it may not have been... This Roshmon is fast enough that they actually can get it here before Dark Willow gets in position, because the rest of the team didn't come out here ahead of time. So DMS does not know that, because a lot of their wards have been removed by this gem that's been on the Invoker. So they've been very slow about it. We'll see if it costs them, but they are getting started now, and it is a Divine Rapier Medusa, so it's pretty fast.
They were able to do this just before they started hitting the Rosh. They popped a scan top, and it landed flush onto the Pudge. Obviously, they didn't know it was just the Pudge alone, but they intuited that it was enough for them to sneak in the Rosh, and indeed they do so. Very well done. Rosh now available. The Aegis and the Refresher Shot on the Medusa, so she has the double BKB available. And I feel like that's quite nice in the middle of these fights, and the double Stone Gaze.
If she can get to 25, she's pretty close. She needs like, she's 2/3 of the way there. So she get that split shot modifier with a Daedalus and the Scotty. If someone can pass cheese to her as well in the middle of the fight, like after the Aegis is used, it's like 3 lives on this Medusa. They might be able to do a death ball push here. And I think that's going to be the peak of this game. And if they do it, they win. If they don't do it, yeah, you're queuing up another Divine and sitting in your base till Medusa farms that back up.
All right, check this out. I can only find one, since 7.2, I can only find one support Medusa that bought Radiance. Only the one, and it got it at 46 minutes, so certainly much faster in this game. And Sedusa...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that the Naga now, with all this farm, she's going to be needed because they need to hold this high ground. Like you said, this death push feels a little bit too hard. Because do you have enough damage for 3 rounds of Medusa whilst the Beastmaster is hitting you with the double roar because they gave him the shard? I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, it's tough. And that's where this Naga, it'll really help to just keep cutting creep waves like she is, right? So instead of having to kill the Medusa 3 times, or maybe just twice more realistically, since the cheese pass is tough. But if you can actually delay the game for 3 minutes, maybe you lose 1 set of racks. That's not that big a deal. You got a Naga, you got a Dawnbreaker. You can deal with that easily, even 2 lanes, I would say. So if you just can avoid this direct fight until the Aegis is down, 1 move, I think going to be pretty happy with that.
Bro, check out this top lane. Rain sending in these illusions. They had a Fort Spirit here just beforehand. And the Dark Willow is assisting to make sure that this wave pushed in. The tower, tier 3. They've actually done an equivalent amount of damage onto that tier 3 as they've taken on their bottom side. So this adventure and this splitting the map seems to be working out well for them. But they do force out the BKB from Difference. He's trying to get himself away. Nefrit hits him with the roar. And oh my god, he gets shredded by this Medusa. Shigetsu showing that this damage output is not to be trifled with.
They do get the gem for that too, which is quite nice. That's made their life hard because they've lost so many wards. They haven't been able to make as many plays, but now taking that away, I guess it's been long enough they could buy another gem if they wanted to, but just it's a little painful. Invoker's already poor enough. I don't know. Does Naga actually buy a gem? I don't think she's a support anymore. They're telling her like, hey, can you buy wards? Like, no, that's not me. I've moved on from that life.
I came out the gutter. I'm a big man now.
The support Invoker can buy the next gem.
Oh man.
All right, here comes the Medusa.
Yeah, she comes. Trying to put in some pressure through this mid lane. They'll do what they can to forestall this push, but it will require everybody to come back for this one. The banner gets dropped down as well. The hook doesn't connect onto the Deucer, sadly.
I didn't even see what was in front of her. I guess a range creep.
5 seconds until the Invoker is back online. She wants to at least take down this Rax before the Invoker arrives. They do find the Dismember. She's inside the base. They're putting in the pressure. Tier 3 though is still falling very low. Tornado is out. EMP. Will it connect? It does. They do manage to find some additional damage, but still doing okay for now. They hook her in closer towards the tier 4 tower. The roar comes in onto this Pudge immediately. She is running out of mana. With the right click damage on the Medusa, they almost kill the Pudge. Solar Guardian will save Wo's life for now. Meloyo, he's the one now in danger. Held in position by the Ensnare, reeled in by the Naga, killed off by the Dawn. They do trade his life for this lane of Rax, however. Problem, hoping to at the very least be able to escape, but there's a blink on the Pudge. In a second, he sees the TP. Does he? It's too late.
Oh.
Hoodwink is gone.
I think that's a successful hold. The Aegis is down to 15 seconds. You're not going to do anything else with it. They got one melee barracks in the mid lane, but you've got a Naga 5 with Radiance. You have the global Dawnbreaker. I really don't think you even care about losing this barracks. I guess they still have the Divine.
Yeah.
So I guess you're repeating that. You're hoping to get the Aegis again on the Medusa. But the scaling is really coming out. Like, the Scythe is now done on this Naga Siren. She is so rich.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Some additional trivia for you, Mr. Z Quixotics. This is only the 5th ever all-time Octarine core on Dawnbreaker.
This is pretty good. Just lowers your ability cooldowns. 4.5 seconds on Starbreaker is actually pretty crazy. In combo with the talent, because she's already level 25, or she's 27 at this point.
She's very, very strong. Going for a overwhelming blink. Another item that we don't see all that often.
Oh, wait, and even with this facet, too, where you decrease the cooldowns when you hit with a Luminosity. So you're like endlessly Starbreakering in team fights, actually. That's kind of cool. I've never gotten to see a Dawnbreaker this farmed. I hope we get to see like some endless Starbreakers.
Our enemies, of course, will not be hoping for that. They want to kill her as quickly as possible. But like you said, they need the next Aegis to accomplish this. They're going to smoke up on the side of DMS. Nefrit rolling with Problem and this Ogre. The only person who's wandering outside the map right now is this Invoker. Difference could die, but seems to have a good read on the situation. Maybe Dark Willow, though, will be the easier target as she wanders right into danger. But again, somebody has to play support in this map because nobody else wants to. Looks like that responsibility falls to the Hoodwink, to the Dark Willow. Dude, look at her net worth relative to everybody else in this game. She's half the net worth of the Invoker. Everything when it comes to supporting has been put on her back.
Unfortunately for DMS, their supports are also down there with her. Maybe it's time for the new record 50-minute Midas on Ogre to catch back up. I feel like at this point it's clear the game's going very late. I actually wouldn't hate the Midas on Ogre.
One and all at home, settle in. We won't be here for a while. Just try to take it easy. Bro, check this Dawnbreaker. With 8,000 gold in the bank, doesn't know what to buy yet.
I mean, what do you buy in this situation? What do you swap out? I mean, she's thinking Overwhelming Blink, and I'm guessing the Phase Boots, you replace that. But you got to save Buyback, so I don't think you would replace Phase Boots with just a Blink. or a Reaver. So it's until you finish the entire overwhelming blink in one purchase. What is it? 6,800 gold plus buyback.
There's actually a lot of heroes in this game holding on to a huge chunk of change. Hoodwink has 4K, Naga has almost 5, Pudge has 5, Beastmaster has 5.6, Medusa has 7, Dawnbreaker almost has 9. Damn, is everyone saving for some Bitcoin or something, man? I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, Invoker's the only one without buyback, and he's 100 gold off. So we might get a crazy, like, 10-on-10 fight.
Well, it's going to start off by them leading in the charge onto this Ogre, who is very, very dead. He buys back instantly, though. They missed the hook. Whoa was hoping to find that. At the same time, though, Meloyo with the rolling thunder on the backline of the fight. They find the Naga, they kill her. She buys back as well. EMP connects onto a few heroes, but it's not enough damage just yet. Nefrit on the high ground looking towards Triple S. They don't find that kill, and in the meantime, towards the south, whoa. Between himself and Not Me, they're able to find and kill the Hoodwink. No buyback forthcoming just yet from the little squirrel. As the rest of the team leading forward. Whoa, look for a hook onto Meloyol. It misses. Now they don't really have the BKBs, but now they jump in onto whoa. Primal Roar will be there. The right-click damage is in from Shigetsu. And the Pudge will die. Triple S not enough to dissuade them from finding that kill. However, they need to be careful. It is a 4-for-4 with the Naga side that still has the full song at the ready, and all of your BKBs are down. So they need to retreat from this fight. But nonetheless, they get a core. They only sacrifice 2 supports. Feels like it's worth it in the end.
Think so, especially if you can either force that buyback or secure Roche while he's dead, which they don't know the exact spawn, but it's pretty long, so it's getting likely to be up. I think that was looking good for one move. I think that was a bit of a greedy blink forward Pudge hook, kind of put him out of position that his team couldn't really help in. And for a lot of that, Medusa was not actually able to hit people. I think she helped kill off that Naga Siren, but she wasn't reaching the other cores. So it wasn't until Pudge actually kind of came in that she could hit. Hang in here, guys. Don't leave. It's almost up.
Oh no.
Okay. They know it's got to be up soon.
Let's make this perfect.
Ooh,
All right, big man is available.
In position to potentially go for a steal. The roar will happen because they got the last one. They'll have Sunstrike to scout too. Clear up your slots, Not Me. Clear up your slots.
He's made some space, put the wand back in,
too soon, though.
terrorize, but it's too soon. Bedlam damage comes out, but it's not going to be good enough. Yules into the air to delay the inevitable. They even forced him outside the base. Oh, he actually used the OST to get there. I feel like if I was him, I would have just tried to roll the dice, stay inside the Roshan pit, but got out, ends up dead. Does have buyback though, so it's not the worst thing.
Yeah, you have to do it blind. I appreciate his attempt. He was like 1 second off, right? It's very difficult. I do think it's worth taking the risk since he has buyback, and if you could steal the Aegis or any big items, it would have been massive. But unfortunate on getting the timing just a little bit off. It's really tough because you're in this late game scenario. You're like, how quickly does a Divine Rapier Medusa Bloodlusted do Roshan? But it's the 4th Roshan. Like, how fast is this? You don't get to practice this very often. So it's pretty close, all things considered.
Well, now they have to deal with yet another Aegis sitting on this Dusa. An Aegis, another Roshan's banner to have to worry about, another cheese, another refresher. All right, so are we ready for the defense? Pudge is about to respawn. Does have the Aghanim Scepter. Would love to... Dude, he's so close to having the full BKB, but he would be shy of buyback just slightly. You hate to see it. It's always the worst thing when this happens.
Yeah, I wonder if he wants to buy the Blessing first, because... I guess the Ghost Scepter, but you kind of need the Ghost Scepter. The idea is that he'll BKB Ghost Scepter so that it can't be nullified off by the Pango, and then he won't be killed by the Medusa Divine Rapier. But you need both for that. So now, what else are you replacing with the BKB? Maybe Phase Boots?
But even the Phase Boots is... as he's lumbering into the initial portion of the fight. Okay, unless he pops the... Wait, did they change it where if you backpack the phase, you no longer get the active buff?
Oh, I'm not sure. Maybe you could try that, but it's tricky. And then whatever you're swapping in is going to be on the cooldown. unless you do some fancy floor dropping tech.
Oh man, the fact that we have to delve this deep into the bag to try and figure this out is problematic.
Well, I'm guessing he'll probably just end up hoarding his gold. We'll see if this Aegis Divine Rapier push is the one that'll do it. I thought the last one was it. Shows what I know. I guess they'll come in. Last time they got one melee barracks off of it. We'll see if they can get another. Maybe, I don't even know if you need to go finish the mid one. I think you just start on, I guess bottom is a little damaged already, though I guess it doesn't matter with a Divine Rapier. They did it pretty quickly last time.
53 minutes into this game. Shockingly, despite the fact that the one team has this Medusa with a Daedalus, Divine Rapier, Scotty, strongest hero on the map, 42,000 net worth. The balance of the net worth in this game is still fairly even. The balance of levels actually favors the side of one move. Even though Gaben does afford the win probability towards DMS, this is late game Dota, where literally any outcome is as probable as another.
Yeah, it's actually crazy how close this game has been the entire time. I think the net worth difference has never been more than a few thousand. So a very close game. And like you said, beyond, I'd say 45 minutes, it could be a 20k gold lead and it would still be very close at that point because that's just how late game Dota is. So it really comes down to buybacks, who finds a favorable fight positioning wise. And I would kind of throw an advantage to a Pudge at this point. You know, love it or hate it, Hook is really good at this stuff, and you just keep fishing for hooks until you pull someone like way into your base. The odds might be in their favor, but pull the wrong hero like a Divine Rapier Medusa, maybe you're not so happy with that catch.
You know, often I speak to people in my life who aren't necessarily esports people or Dota players. And when I try to explain to them the concept that a team can be winning decisively for 55 minutes, but at that point, you can make one bad play and 3 minutes later you lose. Like, what? That doesn't sound like fun. Like,
Yeah,
it's just Dota, baby.
It's not something you'd see in traditional sports. You can maybe explain it like Quidditch from Harry Potter. You're like, yeah, you can be winning, and then you get the one thing, and it's over.
Oh, they find the hook onto this Pango. They kill him off very, very quickly. They do find the volley onto two heroes. Unfortunately, not enough damage coming in from Shigetsu just yet. Still, though, that is exactly what Wo wanted. That is catching the golden snitch, baby. They're not going to push 4v5, so you've bought yourself another 90 seconds and less time available on that Aegis.
When Pango's in roll-up, he's literally a golden ball. It's actually it.
Oh, dude, he did it. He did it till the end.
The Midas,
Ogre.
yes.
The Midas, baby. Let's go.
Okay, genuinely, the scaling, but we're getting close to 60 minutes. It's going to happen. Let's be real. We're getting to 60-minute items. And the sooner you can guarantee the tier 5 items, that can honestly be the difference. Like, you pick up a couple tier 5s and you immediately force a fight when the enemy doesn't have it. It's a huge difference. Tier 5 items are crazy. They're meant to end the game, although sometimes we see they don't really do that and the game just keeps going longer and longer. But maybe it's what DMS needs to actually close out this game, because it feels like they've been in control. They're often the ones pushing, but they just have not been able to finish it up.
All right, more trivia. Tell me, all time on Ogre Magi, how late is this Midas relative to the all-time purchases?
I bet there's been some that's later. I don't know. That's probably a 98th percentile, though. Something like that. Is this actually the latest Midas? There's no way. It
is the third latest Midas.
2 people later. Everyone else built it earlier. Every other Ogre support was going first item Midas. They never got the chance to do the late game Midas.
Radiant are scanning.
You know, this is what I want from a game of Dota. This game has delivered absolutely everything. Very fun to watch.
See, Pudge, how many stacks he had? Flesh Heap, 11. That's actually not as many as I thought. The kills aren't as high as you might think in a long game like this. But Crimson Guard, when he activates it, is now going to be blocking 161 damage every time.
They're going on to this Invoker. They found him trying to steal a Wisdom Rune, my friend. I thought you'd have learned from what happened at the beginning of the game. We'll end up dead. They do steal the Wisdom Runes, however, but maybe not worth it. At the same time, there was a double Sea Dragon wave pushing into the tier 3 tower, so it's now down to half HP. I don't think overall it's worth it. It's still a pretty big loss, but it's ameliorated somewhat by the externalities that happened.
I mean, the tier 3 has not dropped for DMS yet, but it is pretty significant in the late game. If one tier 3 does fall, it opens the possibility that off of the bad fight, you go straight for the end. The tier 4s into the Ancient. But gotta get one first.
Naga carry just finished her BKB. And we're getting to that stage of the game where the Medusa, as strong as she is, she's not going to scale any longer. She's already eaten the Aghanim Scepter. She can pretty much just get Moonshot next after this, and the Refresher, play with 7 slots, but her scaling is effectively over. So if you can find some degree of solutions to her, she's not going to get much stronger than this.
Triple S made me thinking about the Divine Rapier. What do you replace for the Divine Rapier, though? Maybe the Sange and Yasha? Or maybe you BKB swap it out with Sange and Yasha? How much is the AC really doing against the Medusa? Maybe that one? Well, the armor's doing a lot, actually. The negative armor's not doing much.
You probably have to play around the 7 slots with the BKB. Maybe you like
your support
BKB
farm, man.
Well preemptively, and you try to use it after. I don't know. We'll see.
Let this Dark Willow farm. Dark Willow has so much room for growth. Let the Dark Willow get the money. Okay, I see Dark Willow has a Helm of the Dom queued up. Forget that. Have Triple S do it. Get something, backpack it.
I also just realized Triple S is the biggest waste of potential because he could have named himself Triple H. What can you do? Not nearly enough wrestling fans in Dota, honestly.
Because they're all playing video games instead.
Lots of wrestling video games as well.
Yes, they're pretty different from Dota, though. Do you think you can wrestle for 60 minutes and then suddenly lose? Is that you're winning the whole time? Then I guess you can. Then the judges rule against you. I guess that's not wrestling as much. That's some of the other sports.
All right, we'll see if my true old heads in the chat know this. Kurt Angle versus Brock Lesnar, I think 2004 SmackDown. It was an Iron Man match that actually had a result like this. It was 3-1 until like the last 5 minutes. Then it got turned around. So it can happen. It can happen. Very rare, but it can happen.
Who else is looking to scale up? Hoodwink, she's working on a Daedalus. Getting into the old classic Hoodwink scaling. Get her a Divine Rapier. They're actually just waiting out Roshan. They don't want to push without it. DMS is happy to just wait it out.
Like one move though, they're the ones that are smoked up, but they've been scanned flush. DMS know exactly where they're at. So this trap will not be sprung. But still decide to go towards the top side of the map where they took this twin gate through. They're not showing on the wave just yet, and there's no wards out for one move. But they see the Acorn shot. They know, they found him. Bye-bye, my friend. Trying to get away for now. The Curse Crown will be there. Oh, Tornado, it hits Meloyo before he can find the Rolling Thunder. They are going to be able to kill off the Hoodwink. Shigetsu, now in the middle of all these heroes, gets hooked in towards where, what was that? In the meantime, the Song of the Siren does get popped here. Rain trying to just slow things down. Huge Starbreaker going in onto Shigetsu. They're taking away all of this mana. The Medusa falling lower and lower and lower. Rain not even dead just yet on this Naga Siren. Still alive. Medusa!
They don't have the damage!
She's standing her ground with the Bloodlust, the Inner Beast aura. She just has way too much damage. The mass buybacks coming in from the side of one move. And DMS trying to get themselves out of this fight. But Shigetsu back up to max mana. Back up to max HP. Finding a rampage in this engagement. 2 minutes in the grave for the Pudge without buyback. And they almost had Shigetsu dead to rights. But they lacked that little bit of final punch. Now, Kikadix, we are looking at a mass push. 4 versus 5. How on earth do they defend this high ground?
Oh, without the Pudge, it's going to be really difficult. Don't know if you can, though. I think you just have to cut creep waves. Although Ogre, maybe you can find a quick pick off here. That top lane, Ogre's down.
Big pick.
Although
Back
Dark
in the
Willow is
river,
dead
though.
too.
They found Dark Willow. That's also a dieback on her.
I think she was on the way to do some creep cutting we were just talking about. This game's getting messy.
Dude, Medusa dealt 23,000 damage in that last fight.
That's a lot of damage. It's like all the damage from the rest of the fight when it was so passive.
My God.
I think you just click down, right? You go with this creep wave. Surely they've got a backpacked banner somewhere. Yeah, Ogre's got one.
They have 2 banners. Ogre's got one as well as the Beastmaster.
Okay, yeah, there you go. So it looks like they actually want to go for Megas.
Now this is a 6-slotted Medusa. AD Rune, Moonshot, BKB, Rapier, Manta Style, Scotty. She's got everything she needs. And they're looking for these Megas. What can they do about this? 2 heroes out of commission. I think the game is pretty much over. They're going to go for the safe route. Still take the Megas. Now the focus is coming in onto the tier 4 towers. And they are just melting before them. How on earth do you stop this? Looks like the answer is you don't. He's really thinking about doing something different, but what kind of difference can he actually make? The Pudge is about to respawn here. Not sure it's going to be enough. There's a final tier 4 will drop. There's the song, but Rain is still being right now chain disabled by this young Melo Yo Pangolier. Hook back onto him. Triple S trying to do the damage, but it's not going to be enough. Nefrit found the roll onto Rain. They right-click him down. Shigetsu doing way too much damage. Solar Guardian will come in. There goes Triple S. They find a huge Lawbreaker onto the Medusa.
Out of mana.
He's being held in position. Do they have what it takes to kill her? EMP is down. They got the meatballs on the floor, and there's the kill. Nefrit will come in, finding the Primal Roar onto Triple S, but it will not matter. The main damage dealer is already dead. Now they get to chase everybody else. Hoodwink scurrying away within the trees. Yet again, going to be able to escape last minute. That is going to be 3 big kills. Unfortunately, even though they get the Rapier, it is still full Megas. Who picked it up? Who got it? Who got it? Who got it? Is it
Pudge
the Dawnbreaker?
Pudge has it right now. Medusa has enough money for a second Rapier. Oh, no, wait. She's just a little... No, there's no way. Okay, she... Oh, my God. She had so much money. She bought another Divine Rapier. She still has 10,000. Okay. I think DMS should still be in a good spot because they got Megas. But this was my worry. I think they should have just ended the game. I don't think they needed Megas. I think they got scared after being in this long of a game. They wanted to play it safe. But it actually gave enough time for this final defense. Still in a good spot with Megas, but your base is being whacked. There's now a... Is this the latest Deso? Oh, no, it's a Stygian Deso from Invoker. Okay, okay. Thought he was going for his own record.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
We've got a Stygian Desolator out on this Invoker. They've taken this mid lane of Rax on the range, looking towards the melee. Now you're in this awkward spot as DMS. 1 lane of Rax is certainly not enough to force a buyback out of you at this point. And it looks like they're not even going to lose the full set potentially. They're doing the best with the Dark Willow to clear out the wave. Let the melee Rax maybe be sieged a little bit by these super creeps, but not going to happen. With 400 HP, the melee Rax will stay standing.
Wonder if they should have pushed it harder, but I guess even if you force a buyback, but you're in a bad spot and you lose, at this point you lose. Like, if someone dies, there's no more buybacks. You've been mega. There's nothing delaying the game, right? Any death and a losing team fight is over for 1 move. So they're being extra careful here. We didn't even get to talk about tier 5s because as soon as they came out, it's been non-stop action. I believe all the tier 5s have been collected for 1 move. DMS is still missing a couple, especially for the supports. Actually, they've only got 2 right now, so I think they need to collect those real quick. Looks like they're trying to get Aegis as well. There's just a gem in the trees from earlier. No one ever noticed it.
This random gem is giving me flashbacks to DAC 2015 with the random rapiers dropped by Black just all over the map.
Yeah, I remember some games with it was so late, there's just divine rapiers littering the floor and no one has enough. Perhaps we're on our way because despite everything, it's actually still just 6k at gold lead. That's crazy. It's crazy that one team has full megas and forced 5 buybacks, and we're at a 4k gold difference.
Yep. Even Dota Plus is only giving it 78% win probability for DMS, which is equally absurd given the overall state of the game.
Someone needs to find this amplified damage rune. Someone on one move needs to find it and deny it. If Medusa picks this up, terrifying.
Rain does have some illusions in the mid lane right now. We'll see if he micros them towards the river. Seems like he's just A-clicking them on the ground, however. So, Sadie Rune could very well wind up in the clutches of DMS. That's if Nefrit scouts it. He's in the area. Oh, but he's going back. They're not going to find it. No one's scouting this thing out.
Guys, this rune, it's huge. Shigetsu, get over there. That's the game-winning rune. One move wins, I declare it. If DMS doesn't find that AD rune, this is going to be a one-move victory.
Okay. This time Meloyol is close. Meloyol, just go a bit north, brother. Just a bit. Nope.
Please.
And it expires in the next 30 seconds, so this window is closing when they can pick it up.
I'm kind of joking, but not joking. Like, late game runes are pretty important to keep track of because of how powerful they are, especially the amplify damage rune.
Well, this Pudge is about to pick up level 30, not too far away from that. And it's going to give him a massive influx of additional tankiness with the flesh heap bonuses. Game still on a knife's edge, 68 minutes. And DMS, you were talking about how it's only a 6k gold lead, but the last couple of minutes it's ballooned up to 15k because one move simply cannot leave their base at the moment.
Dark Willow is not having fun. Queue up a Midas, man. You need to scale up. It's so hard to farm because all the waves that come in, the team feels the need to push it out. Fair, but it means a lot of excess gold is going into cores who are already fully slotted. You actually have a lot of scaling potential on Dawnbreaker. I think they need to try to find her farm somehow. Even if that's a Midas, sure. If it's, okay, we think she can farm this creep wave, then you let her farm the creep wave.
They have managed to stall things out long enough that their cooldowns for the buybacks have returned. It's only simply a matter of amassing the correct amount of gold. However, given the game states, you kill one of these DMS cores even once, that'll certainly give you what you need to buy back.
It's true. That's a lot of money.
Only 2 minutes left on this Aegis. DMS. This is the one drawback of having complete megas and all the tier 4s down. There's not actually that much real estate to go and collect. If you want to end the game, you're going to have to commit for a full fight. There's no more poke available for you right now.
It's time for Shigetsu to start buying moon charge for his teammates. I think he may have just done it, actually. He was next to the thing and spent some money. Who got one? Is it Pango? Yeah, he gave Pango a moon charge. Does Pango have a Basher? No. Pango has a late defusal, though, going into the Disperser.
I would be astonished if that's not also a new record by the time he picks up that Disperser.
Probably is.
And also, what happened to his Deso? He sold it so long ago. He felt like this item's actually not doing anything for me, bro. Get rid of it. Jump in. Nefrit, they get the catch out onto the Dawnbreaker. This is Triple S, the most important hero in the fight, but she's still alive. However, the Stone Gaze, with the right clicks, Shigetsu has done it. Triple S caught outside of the base. What a jump from Nefrit, and now they're chasing for more. They find Ryan on the Naga Siren. Song just came back off cooldown. It's going to be utilized. That'll keep Reina alive for now. But Meloyo trying to chase when he gets the stun. He doesn't. Instead, he gets hooked in towards Meloyo, but they don't have the damage. They might have it now because the buyback just came back in for Triple S. Might be able to take this fight into the next phase. But how do they do this? Doesn't have any boots anymore, so Triple S completely bereft of any mobility. And it doesn't seem like DMS are going to go full-throated for this right now. With SSS actually being available on the backline of the fight might be a bit too dangerous. They're going to smoke for it. Shigetsu, they will come across the Dark Willow. She blinks away. Melojo is not here. They don't know that he's not here, though. If they knew, they might have attempted to find a jump, but taking advantage of their lack of information at the moment.
I guess it's fine. It's scary, though. Fights are decided really quickly.
Come forward. They're finding in onto this Dark Willow. Will they kill her in time? Not just yet. Solar Guardian will now come in. Might need to retreat from this. Triple S has overwhelming blink plus the BKB. Now they're going in onto Shigetsu, getting forced off the way. They're trying to keep this Medusa alive. Meloyo running interference on the backline as the Dark Willow did die, but she buys back almost instantly. Meloyo able to get the swashbuckle down onto the low ground. Triple S did manage to hold on to the BKB that entire time. But DMS will be aware of the fact that he still does have it. No Rapier, of course, having died earlier on. Shigetsu looking forward, hoping to find this Pudge. Not going to be able to do so just yet. There's the hook back. Medusa right next to this Ancient. Primal Roar onto the Pudge. She's laying down the right click with the BKB. It's more than enough to bring these heroes very low. They're not dead just yet, but they finally start dying. Pudge is gone, and Boka follows him. Buys back instantly. The Solar Guardian will be there. They really want to hold this. Clipper fortification popped as well. Rain threw in the Song of the Siren. Do they have the right setup? Do they have the right damage? They do not, because they have more than enough to destroy the Ancient. GG, well played is called, and DMS find themselves with the game 1 victory. 72 minutes. What a game. That is how I want to start my day of Dota 2.
That was a wild game, man. I am trying to process it. At the end, when Pudge died, I did a quick check. I think it's like 50 gold short of buyback. So that's painful. Maybe you can get a defense at the very end. Though it felt like Medusa with Divine Rapier should win that game, you know? And there was that earlier fight where I do think if they just went for the win instead of Megas, that game could have ended earlier, but I understand being a little nervous in this kind of late game scenario, so wanting to play it safe. But thanks to that, we get a real exciting start to this best of 3.
Yep. Also, I can officially confirm it was indeed the latest Pangolier disperser of all time, also happening in that game. One thing that's crazy for me, dude, look at the damage numbers on this Medusa. 89,000 damage being dealt out by her. I will say this game ultimately, in my opinion, came down to 2 things, right? Firstly, itemization, because both teams were swapping in and out of their items relative to what the game state looked like, trying to find an advantage in that fashion, whether it be getting gold in towards the cores, whether it be putting in more investment into the supports. I think that really determined a lot. Even the Medusa, had she gone for the butterfly instead of the Skadi, at that point in the game, honestly, I think they lose. But her having the right read, going for that tanky route, surviving and sustaining through those fights changed everything. But also, in retrospect, that like 5 to 10 minute period of the game where the Invoker was roaming around the map, not really getting his own farm, just trying to find pickoffs, especially onto the Medusa. In retrospect, if Medusa was just left alive, but Invoker was also farming, I think they would have had a much better option here on how to approach the late game fights, because we just got to this point where if SSS is dead, they don't have any damage. And I feel like that directly came from that period of the game where Medusa was just bait effectively for the Invoker to sacrifice his farm to go and chase.
It's hard. It's such a long game. That could be true, but at the same time, maybe if he does try that, Medusa hits a sooner timing, and they're able to win off of that. So I don't know. A really wild game for game number 1. I don't even know how much the teams will think about it. Like, I think you just try to do a mental reset going into game 2, as opposed to try to break it down, because I don't even know where you start with that one.
Yeah, it was a wild, chaotic game. And that's only the first one. This is the upper bracket quarterfinal. So sure, the teams do have a second lease on life in the event that they lose this game. However, you definitely want the easier road of going through the upper bracket in order to get yourself towards those grand finals. It is only game 1. DMS and OneMove still have very much an opportunity to make this series turn around. OneMove, of course, will be lamenting some of the decisions of this game, but DMS certainly feeling very confident. Before we go into a break, I want to ask you, fam, do you think there should be any draft adjustments coming in from the side of OneMove? Perhaps picking a different carry hero for the Pudge if he's not going to be as active in the early game?
I would be okay with the Pudge if you adjust the activity level. Maybe you change the item build so that he can get involved more sooner. Do a little bit more balance between Pudge starting things and Invoker starting things, and Invoker's farm looks better. But, you know, maybe you do go a more traditional carry. Maybe that's easier to play. But we see the Dawnbreaker. I mean, she scaled really well. They adjusted the Naga. Maybe she needed Diffusal. I feel like that would have helped a lot versus the Medusa. I don't know. There's a million things you could go for maybe there'll be a draft adjustment. I mean, I'm sure there will. I just could not predict what it's going to be.
Well, of course, none of us can predict what's going to happen, especially in late game Dota, which makes this a very fun series from the off. We will be back for game 2, though, where one move might be able to make this a 3-game series, or will it be the side of DMS solidifying their destiny and progressing into the semifinals of the upper bracket? We're going to be finding out after a very short break. So go get some water, go grab some fresh air, and join us for some more Dota 2 action here for CCT. welcome back one and all for some more CCT action as we continue our 5th season in the second game between One Move and the side of DMS. Game 1, if you didn't manage to catch it, do yourself a favor and go back and watch that replay because it was an extravaganza of thrilling Dota. Of course, the series is not over just yet, so we move into our second draft, hopefully not our last one. My name is Snare, and yet again I'm going to be joined by my brother Z Quixotics. And fam, after a game that exciting, you were talking about how One Move and DMS both need to just reset, clear their minds. They seem to have done that a little bit because they're not like overreacting in the draft. The only hero from the previous game that One Move have decided to ban out is the Medusa. Do you think there's anything else from what we saw in game 1 that should have higher priority in this ban phase?
I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe the Naga did seem good, but ultimately lost. So I guess they feel fine about it. Perhaps now with this Medusa ban, they're going to change their thought process. But it's tough. I mean, that's the thing. Like, even as we were watching the game, let alone you're the one playing it, but 70 minutes is a really long time to be playing. It's really difficult to say, like, where were we? Did we lose the early game? Like, do you guys remember? Like, you know, what was going on? What was the problem there? And you have to think about, oh, it's hard to close because, yeah, there's a Radiance Naga 5. And it's like, well, are they really going to do that again? Is that going to happen a second time? So that's where it gets really tough. And it looks like we've got a very different approach. Because of the change in bans, the Terrorblade actually slips through, which if you haven't been watching the last couple of weeks of Dota, off-lane Terrorblade has been a thing lately. I'm still kind of learning how I feel about it. What do you think, Snare? Do you like it?
I didn't, right? And then not only did I start watching it, I started playing it a bit. It's super legit. It's super legit because you can play it anywhere. Its laning is absolutely absurd. Reflection is a crazy busted spell right now. The new facet with the Sunder is absolutely insane. And the thing I like about it is that no matter where you play it, there's no set item build. Some games you're going to go for the Pipe of Insight. And I mean, even as playing carry, you rush Pipe in some games. Other games you go for like the Orchid Sanjay Nyasha. There's other games you go for Swift Blink into like Manta Skadi. It's, in my opinion, and I've spent many years, most of my Dota life, I've hated Terrorblade. But this is the first time where I'm like, actually, Terrorblade is a fun hero to watch because you legitimately don't know what to expect. And the team can just pick him and decide where he goes later. Dude, this hero can even play as 5 and it's still legit. Honestly, I think, in my opinion, Terrorblade right now, S tier hero, should be 100% pick ban in every game.
Oh, you like it a lot. Okay. Let's see where it ends up. I think offlane is his most popular for the pro scene right now. I think they really only move it to carry if they feel they have to. We'll see what they end up doing. For now, the Dragonite response is pretty nice. We actually used to see this swapped where Dragonite was busted off the Illusion build, Manta Ags, and then Terrorblade support became a thing just to copy the Dragonite with Reflection. Now the Reflection is not as good, and actually the high armor from Dragonite helps to lane versus the offlane Terrorblade, but it will still be nice to steal your own Dragonite Illusion with the Reflection. So it's not... I'd say it's fine for both teams so far. We'll see the other picks. I think One Move, you want some high magic damage since Terrorblade is still weak to that to start. You did mention that Pipe, which we usually see for the offlane, does help him tank up. But until he has that, that's one of the ways you can kill him. So maybe some magic damage, maybe like that Dark Willow we saw in the last game. She had a very rough time that game, but Dark Willow typically does bring that early magic damage to maybe get some kills. For example, on this Terrorblade, I think for offlane Terrorblade, you do lack initiation, like more classic offlaners. You don't build that many auras, so that's something they can look for in their supports. You know, maybe you want an active position 4, maybe someone who doesn't mind building too many auras. I see Naga Siren still in the pool. I know we got a weird build last time, but Naga 5 can typically build a couple different auras for her team if you want to go that route.
Bat Rider. Okay, so we get some early lane pressure, some scaling damage that can come out. Funny enough, I actually saw this hero played position 1 a few days ago in an official game. It did not win. It will surprise you.
But did it look good?
It looked better than you thought. Better than you would think. Much better than you would think. Very entertaining game that I watched there. In this situation, I think one of the reasons why they picked this up is that in the event that the Terrorblade does go into the position 3, then you play this Batrider 5 and you destroy him with the Firefly damage. All that bonus armor that you have in the lane means for nothing if this hero is just on top of you, running you down. And so the Batrider keeps you away from the lane with the threat of killing you, and the DK just farms away in front of your face. You approach the lane, they hit you with the Flame Break, they hit you with the Breathe Fire, you do nothing, you go back. If this is their safe lane, DK Batrider, I do like it a lot into the Terrorblade overall.
I was going to say Shadow Demon would be cool, but already banned out, unfortunately, which is, I think, part of the reason they took the Batrider, because it is difficult to play into. Crystal Maiden's another support that we sometimes see into Batrider, just because it limits what he can do in the laning stage. Like, you yourself have to be careful not to get knocked out and then killed by his magic damage, but when he tries to commit, you can often slow and root him to limit that. They're going to go with Lion, who can do something similar, because you have the Hex and the Stun. You can also mana drain all the mana off of the Batrider, so he doesn't have any mana to do anything with. Though you can do position 4 Lion as well, so it's a little flexible. We'll see what they end up going for the next pick. I'm guessing it might be another support.
Oh.
That should be a support. We sometimes see carry Abaddon, so maybe. But the shield is very good versus the Batrider, regardless of where this position goes. The strong dispel protects you from the lasso, and you yourself can't really be targeted because you'll just pop your ult. You don't even care about Batrider lasso. So it is kind of cool, but we don't see this hero very often. Maybe something they're going to try out with the patch just coming out. Some of the stronger supports being nerfed, so they feel there's room for Abaddon potentially.
This is probably the replacement for like the Treant Protectors, Ogres, these sort of like beefy strength 5s in the lane, I imagine. I would be astonished if this became a core. And oh my gosh, you were memeing. You were joking, fam. Your jokes have become reality. You were saying, what if they run this high pressure lineup with Chen? And here it is. Chen is out, fam.
Dude, maybe you play a 70-minute game, you're tired, you're like, guys, I want to go to bed. Can we do a fast one? Like, I'm going to play Chen. Can you be like Dragonite or something? It's here. So Chen does dictate a very fast pace, right? You can build, we were talking about supports, you can build auras. Chen can do it. And then Dragonite and Pango are actually flexible. So we were talking as if this was a Dragonite carry. You could put a mid, you could put Pango mid or off lane. You could pick a new carry. So I like that flex. But whatever that flex ends up being, you know it's probably aiming towards that early game to mid game, get a really nice aura tempo going. And something I like about that Chen is that you see 3 picks so far from DMS, and none of them are very good at dealing with the Chen army. These supports cannot clear creeps at all. Terrorblade, he doesn't get wrecked by the creeps, but it's not like he clears them out that quickly. So you do need a pick like this Gyro, whose flat cannon can help you kill off creeps, but it honestly takes a little bit, you know, like you don't have the damage right away to clear them out instantly. So even this last pick coming up here, I would say it probably needs to help solve initiation, but also deal with these Chen creeps.
In bygone eras of patches, this would have been an incredible situation to pick up a Kunkka for yourself on the side here of DMS, but don't think it's Kunkka's heyday has gone way back in the past, so probably not going to be seeing him emerge for the mid lane. One thing I would prefer looking at this draft that this DK goes safe lane or mid, just so they maybe safe lane, just so they can get like not just the experience but like the farm. Utilize the level 6 with the Chen push can get pretty crazy. And I do think they do lack a little bit of initiation. And every time of these games where I see DK forced to go Blink Dagger early, feels like unless you're Skeeter. Skeeter is the only DK player who can buy Blink first and be fine in the game. Everybody else feels like the hero falls off for whatever reason. So I think they need both teams in mid laners, it feels like, which makes sense for the bans. And One Move are now feeling very happy about the fact that they already banned the Storm Spirit because there's no catch for him. And DMS, what do you think? They should ban Puck here, right?
Depends what they want for their mid laner. I'm not sure. I like the idea of the Timber, and I think Primal Beast is similar, which in case you're against this Pango or the DK, you would have done well, but you also have tons of AoE damage early on to clear out creeps. Whatever your third best pick in that area, and then the counter to that I think is what you ban. They actually go for the Dawnbreaker, so I guess they're expecting this to be Pango mid, or they weren't sure because they banned the Ember and then Dawnbreaker's the other one. They go for the Puck themselves, which Puck has a decent time versus Pango. I'd say the lane can go roughly even, but later you have the Coil, which is very strong, and you have 2 AoE spells to help clear off creeps. that plus the flat cannon should be okay to draw out the game. But I wonder if you can move Pango to the off lane now and grab a counter to the puck.
Oh, well, I'm not sure if they're going to be putting the Pango off lane, but here is a pseudo counter to the puck. Get ourselves the Night Stalker. In fact, actually, not just to the puck. Crippling Fear owns this game. You jump on puck, you jump on a Baron, you jump on Terrorblade. None of these heroes can do anything about that. And this TB, if he is going to be going into the offlane build, doesn't necessarily angle for the BKB early on, and indeed he is in the offlane. So he's going to be going for pipe long time before he has BKB. I mean, Gyrocopter wants BKB, but you first want to get your Aghanims, your crit stick, and then BKB. So Triple S, dude, this pace that One Move has right now, they are not playing around. They want to make sure that you were saying in the, when we were off camera, you want to get back on schedule. Looks like One Move agrees.
They want to go to bed. Like, oh, we got to win 2 games. Let's go fast. I like the idea. If they have a good time in the lanes, I can see this being very tough for DMS to deal with. I do think Puck is pretty good, and we could see him pop off, rotate around, and I think he has to. I mean, he's the main playmaker for DMS. Lion can sort of help, but you often need a blink before it becomes really easy to do. So Puck needs to have a good game and then help his teammates. And it's a little scary because there's a Chen in this game who could just bring a bunch of creeps over to that mid lane to help out the Pango and slow down this Puck.
Another somewhat scary thing is that if we look at the straight up carry to carry matchup, DK carry into the Gyrocopter, you know, there used to be a time where you would back Gyrocopter all the time, but nowadays you go DK every single day. And unfortunately, there's this weird situation where Gyrocopter always has to use BKB first before the DK because of Breathe Fire. If you get Breathe Fired before you can use your spells, you do so little damage in the fight. So it means that his BKB is always going to be on less cooldown. He also has to be worried about the instant jump initiation because I'm looking at their whole draft. Outside of Lion, right? They don't have any instant stun. Even the Puck, somebody's going to have a BKB, right? Be able to get through some of these spells. So if Lion's not having a good game, all of a sudden I'm worried as Gyro of the enemy carry jumping me, bringing me down to half HP. And even if I pop my BKB, you know, I'm not feeling very comfortable in sticking in the middle of this fight. I do think if this game ends early, then it's going to be a very easy, well, easy, but a more straightforward win for One Move. However, scaling, Puck late game, Gyrocopter late game, Terrorblade late game. This feels kind of terrifying to play into.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And you're right that it can be tough for the Gyro, but this time they do have that Abaddon with that very low cooldown shield, strong dispel on that. So that might help the Gyrocopter hold on to his BKB for longer till he truly wants to use it, and he'll trust the Abaddon to remove the Breathe Fire and other such hassles from him. So we'll see how it goes. We get into the game. It is daytime because we have that Night Rains on the Night Stalker. We'll see if that affects any of these fights coming up here. Looks like they're headed over to protect the Chen's camps to start.
By the way, I never asked you, what role do you play in the game?
I am a support player, position 5 and 4.
I knew it. I could just hear how you talk about the game, that, yep, this man is a support.
Thinking about the game instead of just farming. That's how you know I'm not a core player.
It's actually interesting how few core players are there that are talent. Like, so much of the talent scene is populated by support players all out the wazoo.
Thought too much on that. Giving it a quick thought. I guess there are a good amount of support players.
In this game, we're not going to be having any early shenanigans, unfortunately. I was hoping so. We're just going straight into the game. I'm very intrigued to see how they approach this Chen lane. It feels like this Chen is going to be the one that really opens up the map for them. So he needs to be the one that performs well out the gates. And we're going to have any weird things with the bounties. Nope, everything's fine. All right, let's start the game, baby.
Yeah, I do think... So the idea of Chen and DK, you get some nice early timings, but it also frees up your Chen a lot because Dragonite is such a sturdy carry. You're not worried about leaving a Spectre, Medusa, Drow on their own and they get wrecked. So Chen will be free to roam around or just to farm up a couple of early aura items. We'll see if that comes into play. But I guess Terrorblade, if you leave the Dragonite, Terrorblade's also going to farm up really quickly. Maybe doesn't kill the Dragonite, but it is scary to see you farm Terrorblade off lane.
I still can't believe that this hero starts the game with 9 armor. 9, bro. What the hell?
It's his thing. Nowadays, well, Bounty also starts with a ton of armor. He's encroaching on his territory. Terrorblade used to be like the armor guy for the early game.
So far, we're not seeing anything untoward. I mean, none of these lanes really have kill potential before like level 2, level 3. Top, yeah, you started at nighttime, but realistically, I'm not going to be getting any kills anytime soon with the Aphotic Shield being available for the Abaddon. Mid, it's illegal gameplay for either of these players to die solo to the other at this stage of the game. That should definitely not be happening.
Yeah, I'd say if someone does get a kill, it's usually the Puck off of like harassing Pango a bunch and then getting a silence. But yo, I say that Melajewel dropping real low. Okay, he gets out. He went for the tower trick and ended up taking a ton of damage from the Pango.
He only did it because he knew the courier was on route with the bottle, so he had a little bit more safety to make that play. So he's okay, he's fine. That being said, though, in this early portion of things, one move is being able to get the advantage in terms of the CS department. Top, we have level 2 now, so we can make the dive onto Shigetsu. We've got 6 stacks out. This Batrider trying to put the pressure onto Gyro. A couple more right clicks is all they need, but they've run out of the Firefly. He's gotten back to the tier 1 tower. He will live, but the final right click ensures that till the end will not. First blood drawn by this Batrider in the top lane, and a fantastic start for one move in the off lane.
Is that the smoldering resin buff to Batrider's passive coming into play there?
Oh, and it just got buffed yesterday, or the other day, right?
Yeah, 5% more. So it does 20% of your attack damage as a debuff dot for 2 seconds.
These buffs coming into play right now. Find that kill. That's down bottom. Nefrit has the meta. Just going to use this to farm. No real kills happening there.
That does seem like what Terrorblade offlane ends up doing a lot. It seems like a very farm-oriented pick as opposed to... Like, you used to see kills with meta, but... I don't know, into someone like Dragonite, it's really not going to happen. So, I think it'll just be a farm fest down here.
I'm curious, what do you think about what he builds in this game? Because I don't think this is necessarily the best pipe game in the world. Do you think he maybe goes for the Orchid S&Y build that we see sometimes?
I feel like with Puck and Lion, you might not need the Orchid. I still kind of like the pipe. But maybe you could go for a different aura, because it is more physical damage than magic this game.
Top lane. They're diving in again. This time they go onto the Abaddon himself, and they're going to dive underneath the tower. Triple S wants to put in the pressure. They find themselves a double kill, one move. Certainly want to get to game 3 as quickly as possible. They're not just having a good time in the early game, but they're winning this top lane very, very hard. They're winning this bottom lane quite substantially, or this mid lane quite substantially. It's only really bottom where DMS is finding success, but even there, we're still finding farm for the carry DK.
That's a good start. I thought Abaddon would be better versus the Batrider, because usually Batrider tries to build up the sticky napalm stacks and then you just dispel them, but I don't know if they're slipping up a little bit or being caught off guard. I mean, a smoldering resin buff, I don't know, maybe that's making the difference. But some early kills going towards the Night Stalker. It is about to switch over back to daytime, so life will get a little easier for the Gyrocopter, but this is a strong start for the Night Stalker. He's already 4 3/4, so he'll hit 6 at a decent timing and start to threaten you again.
I love the fact that he started this lane with the aggressive posture and then also built into the Orb of Corrosion so they can keep this madness happening for themselves. Like you mentioned, though, it is daytime, so Shigetsu will be able to farm a bit more, but unfortunately, it's a Baron. As good as the Baron's defensive prowess is, in terms of moving into the lane and putting pressure on the Night Stalker, not really that great at doing that. So, Night Stalker will still be able to farm even in this period where you can't play super aggressively.
Yeah, it really comes down to the carry has to be able to play aggressive, and they get helped by the Abaddon, but he himself, really not the best.
Gyro is doing his best, peppering him with homing missiles as much as possible. However, the support Batrider has actually moved towards middle. They were trying to hope to secure this rune. Unfortunately, it does not go their way. Meliol picks it up, and Batrider can't really put more pressure onto this puck as he wanted to.
Now we see in the bottom lane, it is just them farming. Lion was free to come help with the rune himself. But this is the scary thing. Like, whereas Abaddon doesn't really do anything outside the lane, you know, not worried about him jungling. This Chen, he's just moved on to, like, farming some small camps. Gonna make his way over to some other camps soon, too, I bet. And get pretty rich.
Yep.
What is good this game, actually? Some armor auras would be nice. Get a lot coming from the flat cannon and the Terrorblade. Maybe some magic damage, really reduce what the puck can do in the early game.
The best part about it is that you can leave the DK bottom by himself. Top lane, they're going on to the Night Stalker. They brought through Lion. No! He missed the Earth Spike. Couldn't get the connection, and now we have a rotation from Difference. He comes in with the Rolling Thunder. They drop down the Blood Grenade to slow down the Gyrocopter. Shigetsu is in danger. A Baron will be the first one to die here. And they'll just take that. Shigetsu's like, sorry, buddy. Somebody has to go down, and it certainly ain't going to be me. And they find themselves a quick kill, defend the life of the Night Stalker, and force the Gyrocopter into a big twin gate rotation. All they're going to find bottom is a Chen, but even he moves into the safe area. The Lion is showing. They do get the stun out, though, with the homing missile going out onto WOE. Luo will die. Not taking the threat seriously enough. As he does this, though, Triple S shows up, pops the darkness, trying to go into crippling fear. But where is the follow-up damage? There's no rotation from the Pango. He doesn't have a TP. The DK is already dead, and now they want to just dive onto Raid with the Chen, and the Chen will end up being brought down. Not Me has come back in right now, hoping to bring down this Lion. Lion will be the first one to die, but the damage from the Metamorphosis, look at Nefrit go! They've managed to bring down this Night Stalker. The Dream Coil will not connect onto this Batrider, but they want bigger prey. It's to the south. They want this Pangolier. Will they find him? Difference, skirting himself into the trees. The reflection slows him down, provides a vision, and puts in the damage. And they get a massive fight win for themselves. DMS managed to bring down 4 heroes in the end of that engagement.
That was a really nice rotation from DMS. After the Pango kills you top, but he used his teleport and he used his roll, they quickly go to the Twin Gate knowing that the rotations to help down here will not be strong. And I think one move needed to predict that that could happen and play a little safer, but Dragon Knight was actually being a little bit aggressive, thought he was safe under his tower, but didn't expect the dive from everyone coming in. And man, one move was building up like a 2K-ish gold lead, and all of that just immediately back to an even game for DMS.
Yep. And we get to see one of the other great things about playing this Terrorblade in the offlane. If you manage to muscle out the safe laner, you pop these illusions, and even without the meta, you can mount a push on the tower.
Yeah, looks like he is going for a Yasha first, so you might be right. He maybe doesn't value the pipe all that much this game.
It's also one of those games where you can start with the Yasha and just see how the game is going.
That's true.
So we're about not that far away from having this next nighttime grace upon us. A natural one, of course. We'll see if Triple S wants to gang up with the boys and make something happen. They are relatively well positioned for it. They're building into this, having the diffusal for the Pango. The Chen, not that far away from having the level 6. But they don't even want to wait that long. Immediately as the nighttime will emerge, they smoke. We see the Night Stalker going to take the Twin Gate. They want to try and pressure this Terrorblade. Pango finds him first. He's underneath an Observer Ward, so they know where he's at. They missed a swashbuckle from this Pangolier. Looking for the chain disable though onto Nefrit. Nefrit falling lower and lower. He does have Sunder, but he's been silent. Can't get off the spell. Even with the aphotic shield, he will end up dead.
Dire's top tower
That's a
is
really
under
nice thing
attack.
about Crippling Fear is that it's a persisting silence this game. So no amount of dispels will help you until you pick up a BKB. Maybe you like 4-staff out of it. But Sunder's actually such a short range, you know, he's just gonna actually walk back into silence if you try that. So Triple S had a great game last time. Even though they ended up losing, he was huge on that Dawnbreaker. Night Stalker is another offlaner who can really become that scaling threat, and looks to be in a decent spot so far to do so.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Looking in to get his Blink Dagger quite soon. On top of these phase boots. At the same time, DMS, they've positioned multiple heroes in this mid lane. So it looks like they want to pressure the tier 1 tower. Pangolier 25 seconds away from having access to the Rolling Thunder. So can't really do much to stop this. As off-lane Terrorblade, baby. 11.5 minutes in, he's at your towers, hitting them down with the Metamorphosis. What on earth can you do?
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are
It's like
scanning.
nothing. I think it is pretty tough to fight into the meta this game if you don't have the Blink. So he's just gonna push top instead, get your own tower. The Blink will be on the way soon for the Night Stalker. And how this Blink plays out is very important, because if you get the Blink and you don't get kills, it's quite painful. This is a early game oriented draft. So they do need to be successful with this, but there should be several targets, right? All the supports, Puck, even Terrorblade, all pretty weak to Crippling Fear. So let's see what they can get done. Looks like they're heading bottom first with it.
Night Stalker considering his options, and there he goes. Blink Dagger arriving now. They don't have a smoke nearby though, so it's going to be somewhat difficult to find the correct target. And now he's been scouted. They saw it as he was walking past the range creep. I don't know if they pinged it though, but they should know that this Blink Dagger is available.
Dire are scanning.
And indeed they do. Look where they scan. They're scanning the exact location where they know that Night Stalker would be coming through. It ensures that they stay safe, and they can just keep bombing.
Nothing with the initial Blink reveal, but you still have a period of, I'd say, 5 to 10 minutes where it'll be decent, but you really, hopefully in the next minute or two for their sake, they find a kill with it. You end up just farming with Blink. It's kind of awkward.
Okay.
Looks like a lion.
Well, sometimes if you don't find the kill comes to you. Thank you very much, Lion. We appreciate your efforts, as that's some additional gold for the Night Stalker. And while that was happening, the Batrider also picked up a Blink. And he has the smoke, so would not be surprised to see one move continue to try and press their advantage. And indeed, they do this onto the mid lane, going for the puck. He's been held in position inside this Crippling Fear. The Crippling Fear does end, though, and they haven't dealt enough damage to actually kill the puck. He is still alive. Manages to get himself to safety. Abaddon triggers the ultimate. And by some miracle, despite an incredible initiation, despite 2 ultimates being used, they only find a solitary kill elsewhere on the map. But they're not done just yet. Going back in, they bring down problems once more, but this time the Gyrocopter is there. Batrider does manage to lasso the Gyro away from the main part of the fight, opening up space for this Dragon Knight with the ultimate to rip through the backlines. They manage to bring down this Abaddon. Not everybody dead just yet. Dreamcoil into the Thunder. Look, suddenly it's the Dragon Knight that's out of HP. 2 kills picked up for DMS. They want to chase for more, but so no one managed to find the reach, but they do find the success of getting a DK kill, getting the reveal of 2 Blink Daggers, and still holding your ground and the tier 1 tower.
I think just committing in a little bit too far. Crippling Fear really dictates how much you can do, and it is still level 1, so not the longest duration. Once it ends, you really got to be careful. That's Sunder, so go a little bit too far, lose the DK as a result. They do have a 2k lead. I'm not sure that that's enough for one move, considering that it's a more early game oriented draft.
Yep.
A little worried, but there's still room for them to grow that lead further. It did just become daytime though, which makes it harder for that Night Stalker.
I feel like if you're reaching 15 minutes into the game and you picked Chen DK and you only have one tower on the map, you've got some really big problems. Definitely, I want to see them play a little bit faster, but like you mentioned, there is still time. And maybe it's going to be the next power spike which enables them a bit more. Night Stalker building into BKB, the full SNY on the DK, and the Blink Dagger on the Pangolier. Once those items emerge, they definitely have to make those have an impact on the map.
Gyro in. Is this just to secure the rune? Looks like it. They have been really good about rune control. Puck's had most power runes this game. On the bottom lane, looks like they find the Terrorblade with the Night Stalker ult and Blink Silence. Yeah, there's very little to do about that. Even as he buys a Manta, that's still not going to save him from the crippling Silence.
Dire's top tower is under
I'm surprised he actually went all in for the Manta instead of getting BKB. Maybe he feels that like
another 70-minute game. What's the best farming item to get in position for that?
Mid lane, they're just gonna farm away the life of this Batrider, as Not Me will end up taking a tumble. Also delivering the first line of the Finger of Death Sack on the line.
Didn't go Fist of Death this game. Too bad. I love seeing that one.
It's so funny. You know, it's one of those facets that I'm actually still not convinced if it's good or not, but it's so meme-tastic that it's worth getting every game.
I think the legitimately good part about it, everyone's thinking like scaling damage, all that. Yeah, it's funny. But the actually good part is that you can pick up multiple stacks off of one ult. If you ult someone and then punch another person, you get that second kill. I think that's the true value of that facet, at least for supports. Because that helps you build up more damage, but also at 15, you take that talent to get even more health with it. I think going for the quick ags into right-click item that you sometimes see in pubs is probably not the right way to use that facet.
Right now, we'll see if he's able to use the Mana Drain facet in this upcoming fight. As they're smoked up on the side of one move, but they just could not find the angle of initiation. The Night Stalker is not here. He's looking for his BKB. So their actual jump is reliant on this Batrider. But he doesn't want to jump if he doesn't know exactly where the Abaddon and the Lion are. And unfortunately, both of them sitting right behind the TB. So there's no way you can get the grab onto him.
Yeah, both supports being very good about what they need to do, what they need to look for. They're moving to the bottom. Roche actually is possible. It's a little on the earlier side, but it's doable thanks to having Chen. We'll see if they might just end up forcing it, or it looks like we might end up in a clash here.
Indeed it does. Well, less of a clash and more of a jumping. As they run Mr. Lion's pockets, take him out. Problems down for the count and even further away from the Blink Dagger.
See a ping near Roche. They even have the troll for 2 trolls for Chen's army, so there's a lot of extra damage. Also the Alpha Wolf. Actually, this is so much damage. Surely you can do this easily. How much extra damage is he getting from this?
223 extra damage on the DK, so he's doing 400 damage a hit almost. Good times.
At 20 minutes, that's crazy. Oh, my goodness. That's actually so strong.
400 damage 20 minutes in on a level 16 DK. Seems fair and balanced to me.
It's going to get better too. He's almost at level 18 already. His DK is top net worth. He's been doing a great job farming. It looks like they want to just force down this tower and go steal the Tormentor with the strength of the Aegis.
Oh yeah, they can. It's about 20 minutes, right? If they get lucky enough on the timing, you might be able to get the Tormi and position to steal their Wisdom. That would be amazing.
Yeah, it looks like this is a really well-timed Roche plus Dragonite ult. Like, he'll still have this for the Tormentor right here. So he's still hitting for 400 plus damage. And looks like just a safe Hand of God. You're not sure if one move is coming to fight, which they are.
Question is, how do they initiate this fight? Rolling Thunder already committed right now by a difference. And they find a Baron first. Oh my god, look at the damage he's taking from this DK. He is certainly not going to survive this one. Triple S on the killing spree. He did commit the darkness though, so would certainly love to find a target. However, the rest of his team is like, bro, who cares about these heroes? There is real estate to take. Tier 2 tower, even with the backdoor protection, will not be long for this world.
Oh my goodness.
Tower has fallen.
You got Arsonist on the Bat Rider as well, so just tons of damage. They're going to try to use the Terrorblade Illusions to creep cut in the meantime. I kind of think you have to. I mean, that's a 400 damage Dragon Knight with Aegis. I don't think you're interested in fighting. Looks like he's got the Crystallis on the way as well, so he might legitimately two-shot some supports in a fight coming up here.
Hawk barely escapes after going for a Wisdom Rune steal, failing in that endeavor, but getting out safely. However, with him TPing back to base, it means he is not available to help stall out those push in the mid lane as they manage to bring down the tier 1 tower. Also, we're starting to see some of the economic damage that Night Stalker puts onto the enemy team, because now, because of the crippling fear, 4 stars are required. The Puck himself had to buy a full Hurricane Pike early on in the game.
The crazy thing is that there's 50 more minutes of this game.
You're calling it already?
No, I mean, this is a way bigger lead. What's wild is in that last 70-minute game, I don't think there was an 8K lead until the very end, you know? So this is already a much better start for a much earlier tempo draft. There we go, words. So I do think one move is in a pretty good spot. You do have to be careful going high ground into Coil, Terrorblade, and Gyrocopter. But I think if you just sit behind the Dragon Knight while he hits it, like maybe you're not doing it with his first Aegis. It looks like they're just clearing out the map, seeing if they find something, and if they do, then you can go for more. But otherwise, you're just going to grow a big lead here, get that second Roche, and potentially look to end off of that.
By the way, I'm curious, Sam, since we have a little bit of downtime right now. Do you speak any other languages?
I do not. You'd think I would. My family from Singapore being trilingual, but I only know the English.
Oh, no.
I learned Japanese, but it's kind of slipping.
That still counts. That still counts. The fact that even if you forget it, you learned it at some point, so it's fine. Here comes the push. 10K in favor of the side of one move. This DK chilling on the front lines. Aegis, Chrysalis, SNY, dealing close to 500 damage with all the buffs are on top of him. I see no problems with this.
You gotta respect the reflection damage, though, because of that. Hit yourself pretty hard, too.
Also, why is this spell only a 10 second reflection? That's way too low. Push is still going. They try to make the jump onto the Night Stalker. They do not manage to actually kill him off, unfortunately. The Chen Hen of God makes sure that all the damage from the finger just goes away. And in the meantime, Woe is on the high ground, having already taken the range barracks. Trying to finalize this. DMS, what can they do? They've already committed Dream Coil, Call Down, and the Finger of Death. I don't know how they stop this push. It seems like they don't have any idea either. Just gonna have to let this laner Rax go.
Top barracks has fallen.
I mean, you see them throwing in spells at that Dragon Knight, and he barely ever falls below maybe 2/3 of his health. I think DMS should have just sacrificed that barracks and tried to farm other lanes, like especially the Gyrocopter. If he just goes and farms and you just have Puck blast out the creep waves top, maybe Terrorblade Illusions are also farming. The time to fight is not now. There's a 13K lead. It was Aegis. Right, I think you have to try to finish up a couple more items and hope you can scale a little bit before the next Roshan fight, where the threat of ending the game is at that point. You know, this was just going to be one barracks at most.
I
guess unless you can lose the fight really badly.
I think they will, because they'll be fighting into a BKB on DK, a BKB on Night Stalker, and a Blink Dagger on this Pango. And in the meantime, they only will have a solitary BKB of their own. Maybe they'll have the TB BKB, but with this build at present, he's not going to be as threatening to the team fight as the Night Stalker is going to be. At least not yet. It's going to take a few more minutes before he actually feels like a real threat.
I like this early gem from one move. They're going to look to close out the map, remove as much vision as possible, so that DMS does not feel safe moving around. You do have Terrorblade illusions at least to push out safely, but you kind of need the real heroes out to actually get things.
I mean, on the bright side is that these heroes all can be fairly elusive. Like, if I look at this one move lineup, it takes multiple heroes for them to kill somebody. So if we just keep splashing this map out, split pushing, Puck on one side, Knights, the Terrorblade on the other side, Gyrocopter sitting in the safer parts of the map, we can try and elongate this game as long as humanly possible.
Yeah, like to 70 minutes or something, right?
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, I think that's what they should be aiming for as well, which is kind of why I'm surprised they brought 5 heroes to attempt to defend top. But it can be tough in the heat of the moment. Maybe you think you could fight, then you show up and that Dragon Knight's hitting for 500 damage, you're like, ah, we were wrong.
We were lied to. They're playing aggressively right now, though. They're smoked up, but so other side of one move. Who will find whom first? Spat Rider going towards the south, and so is the Pango. So they've managed to avoid each other completely. Neither side has the best wards in this area of the map. So even if the smokes break, not that easy to find the clean initiation. However, we do have the darkness ready to pop.
They did get a scan that connects.
Smoke now broken. SSS hasn't triggered out the Dark Ascension just yet. He does it now, gets clear vision. He sees all 5 heroes. He jumps in with the silence. They find and eviscerate the Lion. Now they're turning in onto Shigetsu. Look at the Dragon Knight throw.
Massacred.
My man already has a rampage immediately, and they just call it. We want no more of this smoke. This DK is too damn strong. GG, well played, is called by DMS, and we are going to a definitive and deciding game number 3 to decide who moves on into the semifinals.
That was such an insane, explosive ending. It was so tense. Smoke on smoke action. They drop the high ground ward. The smoke breaks, but the Night Stalker is just outside the ward. So they're just confused. They're like, what just happened? Where's their smoke? The Night Stalker, he's processing, is like, wait, press ult, see everything. Jumps, what was it, like 3 heroes in the Crippling Fear. The Dragon Knight comes in with a splash. The roll comes in hitting everyone. The whole team died in a second. That was a massacre to end the game.
This is 27 minutes in, right? And the DK dealt 8,300 damage. That seems pretty fair and balanced. That seems completely fine to me. Wow.
Looking at the end game stats, he did a total of 17,000 damage throughout the entire game. So about half his damage was in those last like 2 seconds, just splashing onto everyone, breathe fire. That's the strength of this hero, right? And why you can go for these early tempo lineups with the Chen. He's such a stable laner. And his scaling is a lot better. We used to think of Dragon Knight as a very early game hero. You got to win early. But after that Manta Ags, he had a good late game. And then they tried to change it up. Still a really good late game with this red dragon facet giving you free damage and free splash.
Kind of the only facet you ever pick. Honestly, Corrosive and Frost, I've played them, they suck. But another big thing about this DK in this game, because of the fact that the Terrorblade went for his Manta style first before getting the BKB, it meant that every fight he shows up, Manta, Meta, breathe fire once, no damage. All of it gone in the middle, right? So it's like, well, I don't have a Crimson Guard or a Pipe to ameliorate their damage. I'm losing all of my damage. My own BKB is not ready just yet. And I think another big thing is they had no real way to contain Triple S. In the previous game, he almost hard carried from the offlane on the Dawnbreaker. This time around, if they don't have as good of a laning phase early on, him in the offlane there, the Night Stalker, who knows if the game goes this well for them, but him being able to play that aggressively, making sure that the Gyrocopter never feels safe advancing in the lane, had a lot of time not spent in the lane itself because he had to leave with the tower dying early. I think Triple S, in my opinion, hard carried this game for one move. And if we were giving MVP votes, I'd definitely give it to him.
Yeah, he did a great job. Like, even though we were just hyping up that Dragon Knight damage, he had a free time. Good lane, farmed up, showed up. It really was the playmaking of the supports of the teams to help make that space, and a lot of great catches by Triple S, like you said. The Crippling Fear, great job. Exactly what you want from a last pick. They identified the lane will be good, the Crippling Fear is going to be amazing, and then he put it into action, because it's one thing to theory craft an idea, and then the second thing is to execute it. But that was fantastic.
Well, One Move have demonstrated their ability to bounce back from a very difficult loss. We're going to be witnessing whether DMS has that same capability as we head on over to our final game of this series. We're going to be taking a small break beforehand, though, so that gives you time to go grab some water, grab some fresh air outside, and then join us in a few minutes to get the final game between One Move and DMS here at CCT Series 5. welcome back one and all to game 3 of One Move versus the side of DMS, where we're going to be witnessing one of these teams progressing into the semifinals and the other one dropping down to face the wrath and fury of the lower bracket run. Been a very entertaining series. Game 1, long extravaganza. Game 2, a quick bruising from the side of One Move. But I have no idea what to expect from game 3. So, Quixotics, the smart one of our pair, you're the being paid for the ideas. Tell me, my friend, what's going to be happening in this third game? What's going to be the adjustments made by DMS?
Am I that guy? Well, I think that early game draft worked really well for them. I think they executed very nicely. I see no reason not to do a similar thing, but part of that, for One Move. But part of that is because DMS revealed kind of a weak support duo back-to-back after their Pango opener. So I think that was very smart on One Move to identify quickly and adjust. But for now, Pango, you could lean either way, right? That was part of that winning draft last game, and it can play fast. It can also be a decent hero to go quite late, so it really doesn't reveal too much. And we're going to see what DMS ends up doing. Looks like it's the Shadow Fiend, which recently I think is mostly a nerf because he lost a lot of damage on Necromastery and some other small nerfs around that. A buff to Feast of Souls, which most people hated so much they just did not level up until the game literally forced them to. So it did need a buff, although the hero overall needed a nerf. That's kind of the crazy part of that hero, right? Literally, you have an ability that no one uses, and you're a top first pick hero, and you still apparently are. But I do think it's so soon after the patch that teams haven't had a chance to try more. So maybe you are just still relying on the things you've already practiced a lot, like the Shadow Fiend. It will be fine versus the Pango. If this ends up being Pango off lane, Shadow Fiend does okay in that lane. The role's a little annoying to deal with, excuse me, until you finish the BKB, but Shadow Fiend usually has such a strong early game that you get to that at a decent timing. So that will be a stronger laner, I think, than what they had last game, right? It did feel like they lost 3 lanes and kind of got rolled. So it's a decent opener. We'll see how One Move adjusts, because you can move this Pango around and pick something else stronger against the SF.
One thing I find very peculiar, and I'm glad this happened, with the advent of the SF pick, you have to ban Clock, right? SF Clock, very good combination. But Clock and Tusk, who in 7.37D were far and away the strongest 5s in the entire game, completely ignored in this entire the best of 3. In fact, this Clockwork ban is the first time either of these heroes have been addressed. And even with this Batrider pick, I am kind of surprised that they haven't angled towards getting themselves a Tusk. I think they can maybe do it second. Then you have Shadow Fiend, Batrider, and Tusk. High activity, lots of magic damage, ways to be able to move around the map. Honestly, I definitely wouldn't mind that, especially into a Pangolier. Make it difficult for him to maneuver around in these fights.
Ooh, the Shadow Demon counter to the Batrider does slip through this time. I do think the Tusk Shadow Fiend combo is strong. It's a classic, but it did get nerfed. Tusk's innate ability used to scale off of tag team / drinking buddies, which you almost always maxed first. So by level 7, you had, I think it was a 60 attack slow, really strong. Now it scales off of Walrus Punch. So at level 6, level 7, it's like 25 or something, like 30 now. So it's much worse than it used to be until you hit level 18, and then it's 75 attack slow, which is stronger, but obviously that's a huge difference from level 18 from level 7 before. I think that might be some of the reason people are a little more hesitant to pick Tusk, but it is still a strong combo because Drinking Buddies does still give a bunch of damage over to Shadow Fiend, the Shard, the Snowball save. Still a lot of utility there. I wouldn't be surprised if, first people are scared of picking Tusk because, it's bad. Then you play a little bit more and you're like, maybe it's still fine. Maybe we can still pick Tusk as long as it looks like a good Tusk game.
Yeah. But it's always happened like this in Dota, right? There's some hero that's completely busted, somewhat overvalued. Everybody's picking it every game. It gets nerfed. People are like, it's not broken anymore. This hero's garbage. It's still pretty good. It's just, you want to play the busted stuff. And then it takes a few games for people to realize that, actually, this is still fine. This is still pretty good to play with. For now, we're not going to be seeing him just yet. We do see the Hoodwink emerging for One Move. So that opens up some possibilities in the offlane. Is it going to be a Hoodwink Centaur, Hoodwink Mars, Hoodwink Night Stalker like we saw in the previous game, picking that up again? So lots of aggressive potential is what I'm imagining will emerge from One Move. And that's generally one of the ways to deal with the Shadow Fiend. force him into a position where he goes into the jungle much earlier than expected. And then you, with heroes like the Pangolier, you can keep hunting him, keep trying to find him. And, well, he does come back right now. Tusk, we will see just how bad the nerfs have been. But at the very least, he's also paired with the Underlord. So now they have 3 heroes that have some form of disable. Then they also have one thing they did not have in the previous game. Just by picking Underlord, you have early game damage into some very tanky heroes. In the event one move go back for like some DK, maybe some Bristleback, you have something to be able to deal with that in some regard.
Yeah, this is DMS. They don't want to get run over again like last game. These are much stronger laning heroes, better early pace. And so looks like one move might be aiming for a more late game draft this time then. They're going to take that Morphling. This can be a little scary into Underlord sometimes, where Underlord picks up a ton of base damage and can deny you a lot. But as long as you play the first few levels a little bit safe, I think Morphling does reach a point where you can just farm quite well in this lane. But the Underlord will be annoying. That percent HP damage and the damage reduction from the passive. It's not the easiest lane for Morphling, but if you can get past that, it does look like a pretty good scaling game for him.
This is one of those games where the Morphling is very reliant on the Shadow Demon to help him bridge the gap from like the breakdown of the laning phase into the mid game, because they do genuinely have a lot of catch for him. You not only have the Lasso, Pit of Malice, as well as the Tusk with all his spells, but you also genuinely have burst damage that Morphling doesn't like to deal with. And as he's morphing into strength, the Firestorm from the Underlord hurts him that much harder, so you can't necessarily rely on that to always save him. So I feel like this is one of those games where I don't pick Morphling unless I really trust my support Shadow Demon to bail me out of a lot of sticky situations.
Yeah, we'll see if DMS can punish it. Like, if you could pick, it's probably a mid laner they need now, unless you want to put SF mid, which we don't really see all that much. But maybe there's like a new build with Feast of Souls. I don't know. But if they are going for a mid laner that can be fast paced, jump that Morphling, I do think someone who can jump the back with silences will be good anyways, because you have this Shadow Demon. You don't want him just freely ruining your game in the back, saving people, purging your Shadow Fiend, stuff like that. Maybe something like Void Spirit in that line. It's got to be kind of... Oh, no, actually, DMS has the final pick. So you get to see what one move is doing, because right now you don't know if Pango's mid or off lane. So one move is going to have to potentially reveal that. There's some flex picks that you can move around. Primal Beast is one, though I don't think it looks that good this game. But there are a couple if you want to try to be real sneaky.
They banned the
I guess you just
Dawn.
need someone else
Okay.
active. I kind of like that.
How would you feel if they're the ones that went for the puck on the side of DMS? In the event that it's not banned, not picked, which I expect DMS to have to deal with, because one move, I feel like they should ban puck. Otherwise, you give away a Silence, you give away the Dream Coil into Requiem, and you give away a hero that can like hunt the Morphling in the early portion of the game when he's just trying to farm in the jungle.
Yeah, I would be up for it. We kind of saw in the last match that Pango ended up doing better against Puck than I think he should have. I think it's still fine. Like, if you want to still go back for Puck, I don't think that last game represents every matchup every time. It is kind of scary against the Morphling, because Morphling can actually copy you and then has a silence to kill you. So that can be kind of the scary part if you're gonna risk that. But I would be open for it if they want to do it.
The other option is potentially Invoker that they go for in the mid lane. Alacrity
Steal
onto
the
the Shadow
Night Stalker.
Demon, Drinking Buddies, and yeah, they just take away the Night Stalker. They're like, well,
Oh, sorry, not steal it. That's, yeah, one
just
move
go
played
back
last
for
time.
it. Yeah, I honestly think Night Stalker would have been decent for them as well on the side of DMS. Would have made their lanes a little bit complicated, but having that, like you said, the instant initiation with the silence, piercing the back lines to find the Shadow Demon. And now, if you do go for the puck, we already saw in the previous game the impact that the Night Stalker can have on the puck. Any of these other bevy of heroes that you want to play mid who are highly elusive. Now that this Night Stalker is here, I do think Invoker is the way to go. EMP, Mana Burn onto the Morphling, your stronger lane into the Pangolier ideally. You play further back from the Night Stalker, and you don't feel as bad going for the super early Hurricane Pike. And of course, you get the Alacrity plus Drinking Buddies / tag team onto the Shadow Fiend. So I think Invoker. What do you think?
I think I'd be up for that. I'm trying to think if there's a mid who's not like who's so sturdy that you don't care about being silenced. Okay, there we go. Timbersaw, he's pretty tanky. Should have a good time versus Pango mid as well. The scary thing for Night Stalker this time, like a key difference from last game. Last game, he was playing into that off-lane Terrorblade and then 2 kind of squishy supports. So there weren't a bunch of auras. If you don't build auras and they don't build auras, then it's fine. If you don't build auras, but they do, that is where you can run into a problem. And this time, this Underlord, he'll be happy to build every single aura in the game. So the silence will be good to prevent the Tusk saves. But if the auras from Underlord can keep the team alive long enough for that silence to end, and then Tusk and Batrider can start doing things again, that's what I'm a little worried about for one move. As they, like, if you try to take that exact same tempo of a game as you did last time, but now you're coming in and they have a Pipe, they have Greaves, maybe there's like a Crimson Guard. I don't know exactly what he's going to go yet, you know, but that makes it a lot harder compared to the last game.
I also think another big difference between game 2 and 3 is that the support duo, in the previous game it was Lion Abaddon, right? Lion wants Blink Dagger ASAP, Abaddon wants to buy like some Solar Crest, some Glimmer, some Drums. In this game they have Batrider Tusk. What do both of these heroes love buying? Force Staff. What is really good against Night Stalker? Force Staff. So they'll have 2 of those available at the earliest possible convenience. You have the tanky hero like you mentioned in the Timber to soak up some of this forward facing damage. And Nefrit's, of course, there with the auras. I don't know if I actually like a lot what they're cooking right now. I feel personally I want to favor the side here of DMS for this 3rd and final game. What's your thoughts?
I'm a little worried about Morphling. Like I wonder if the pace of the game is going to be too fast for him. He's going to have, I think it should be a tough lane into, I don't know, tough, but like I don't think he'll get as much as he would like versus Underlord. And then if this Timber's having a good time and really forcing the tempo while you're still farming, and then Shadow Fiend's free to join because he's a much earlier carry, at least prior to the nerfs. We'll see if that comes into play. That's my concern. I don't know.
Oh, Rain managing to dodge the ice shots, doesn't get caught in. On the Morphling points, my big concern for him is Underlord with Atrophy Aura. Because you as Morphling, you deal damage by being, you know, high agi. And when you're high agi, it's all like, it's not plus damage, it's base damage itself. So Atrophy Aura really, really hurts against this Morphling. Let's see how things go as we get the 3rd game. No more after this. One team will be going down into the lower bracket, the other advancing into the semifinals. Bottom, we already see some lane shenanigans, making sure that the SF forced to farm on the tower. And with level 1 raises, this is tough. He's not going to get as much CS as he wants to on the first wave.
Getting a deny in there too. Yeah, this is a rough start. And this is going to pull the lane back for a Night Stalker who's got 76 damage right now with the nighttime buff. So he should be able to hold the lane out here, which is not really what a Tusk and a Shadow Fiend want. They want space to, 1, get the last hit safely, but then 2, if they want to fight, they want to be able to run you down, get a couple raises. This is a bit of a scary position for them right now.
Certainly not where they want to be. We'll get an ice shot thrown out onto this Hoodwink. Unfortunately, the angle not going to be available for the triple raise combination, so not going to happen. Everyone will just keep chilling, we're fine. How are the other lanes looking at the moment? So if we take a quick gander towards mid, Timbersaw, Pango, still fine in the CS department. The 2 of them are even. Top lane, bit of aggression was flying out, but it's just a Firestorm to get rid of these illusions triggered out by this possession. And Nefrit eating a little bit of damage. They're doing this while they can because they know that very shortly we will be having the 2nd point into the atrophy, and then all the damage from the Morphling goes away.
Yeah, I think it'll get worse before it gets better, especially because Batrider this game should have a better time, and he still found kills in the last game against an Abaddon who can remove his napalm. This game, no one can do that, but you do have some escapes in the waveform and the disruption. This mid lane, it was going okay. It should become easier for Timber as he picks up more levels and Whirling Death starts to have more and more impact. But all you need to do is survive and get level 6, and you can start looking for some plays with roll.
Oh. Nice play down bottom as they manage to dive in and kill off this hoodwink. Will cost the life of the Tusk, but he's trying to buy out. He's fine. He's not even going to die, actually, just yet. He's still alive for now. 20 HP, and he's not dead. Does miss the eye shots. And that sets him up to get voided by this Night Stalker. Came closer than anticipated, but still, they found the first blood. Yeah, the Tusk dies, but still a good start on the side of the Radiant.
And considering where they found it, too, that was like under the tower. I was saying at the start, you know, usually that's good for the off lane. I don't know how that happens.
Game is just hard. So what do you make of how this laning phase overall is developing? The Morphling not finding as much CS, but we sort of anticipated this. Playing into the Underlord lane, what can you do? Mid lane is going favorably for the Timbersaw, but doesn't feel like they've been managed to break the map just yet. Is this still okay for the lineup that has this Night Stalker?
Yeah, I think this is okay. I think it's... I'm looking more to, as level 6s come out, what happens. Are you finding rolls to get kills? Are you Fiends gating into some stuff? That's where Night Stalker becomes a little bit weaker. Maybe Shadow Fiend's able to go around, make a play. Speaking of which, looks like top. Another kill with the Bat Rider, same as last game.
So what happens. Bat Rider at this point in the game. Always wanting to dive forward. And at the very least, though, the wave is back in such a way that bottom will hold that thought as they're diving onto the Shadow Fiend. Nice eye shots.
Oh, the last
preventing them from completing the full chase. Unfortunately, the Razors were off, and now the Bushwhack back into Shigetsu. This Shadow Fiend will die. The chase might still be on from Triple S and the gang, but as they see the TP being drawn in, they decide to let that one go. But nonetheless, not me and Triple S putting that aggression out onto the SF. If he gotten those Razors, probably it's the Night Stalker that dies, but Dota 2 gave a fine margins, that margin favorable for one move. And it's not over yet, though.
Slow nerf?
Going back in. It probably actually was the attack slow nerf, now that you mention it. It's only 15 attack speed slow at the moment.
Yeah, in the last patch, that would have been 30. So maybe it would still be close, but could be one of many future cases we see where the attack slow nerf comes into play.
They're putting in pressure down bottom Tusk. But again with the Bushwhack. And even though they have the Razors, there's no way to dissuade them from jumping. Triple S, yet again, continuing to impress in the early laning phase, finding a quick kill, putting himself in level 4 in the process. Mid lane, there's a Rolling Thunder. They want the Timbersaw kill. Shadow Demon is here, throwing in some poisons, but they don't even need that many. Gonna end up being difference. Well, mid-diff, baby, mid-diff. These Pangos in this lane are just too strong today.
The years continue to go, the patches continue to change, and Pango is still here, getting kills with roll.
They find a kill onto Night Stalker, and Pango is on the way. He wants to find some revenge. It's going to be first this Hoodwink trying to scurry herself away, but she gets to throwing in the right clicks. Finally to find the kill. The Tusk will get swashbuckled and die. But at least it's something, but... Alright, this tepid early laning phase has turned into a bloodbath around the 5.5 minute mark. Everybody wants to start fighting.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Sure seems like it. You got 2 negative armor aura stacks on Shadow Fiend. Maybe you can even continue to find more.
Radiant structures.
Did he get the kills on those? He got one of them, so he does have one permanent soul. Temporary permanent soul.
Temporary permanence.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what it is. You have it forever until you don't.
Check out this top lane. Look what's happening with this Underlord. So he's tanking a lot of damage here, but this is kind of what sucks about the Underlord Morphling matchup. It takes so long to kill him. They don't even manage to do it. He's fine.
Wow.
He's chilled.
Surprised. Thought they would get that. I will say, though, even without getting that kill, this lane's going better for Morphling than I think it should. I don't know if that's the supports impacting it or
It's
what
because
exactly is
Batrider
happening.
spent like
But
2 minutes bottom. He was
I guess
alone
so,
for
yeah.
a long time. Yeah.
now this Morphling off to a pretty solid start. I mean, he's like second on net worth. And that means he's going to be farming
Tower
pretty quickly towards scaling into this game.
7.5 minutes in. No major gold lead for either side. The Underlord, as you said, the bigger loser of this laning phase, given that he was abandoned. The one unfortunate thing is that there's not even that many stacks because the Batrider wasn't around to help him out. It will take a while for this Underlord to fully recover in this side of the map.
Or it's a Batrider too. Batrider also wants stacks. Even if someone else farms it, then at least he gets the lane. That's how you get the fast blink dagger. Now, looks like they're trying to secure the regen rune. Should be able to. But I don't think Timber, we haven't yet felt his impact. He didn't quite shut down the mid. I guess he does still have a lot of early damage.
Well,
Oh,
unfortunately, so do the opposition because they're coming in for him. Crippling Fear will be there. They're finding him. They're killing him. There's no way out for him. And unfortunately, Timbersaws, you really feel bad if you're forced to buy BKB first item. So those kind of kills can continue to happen. Very nicely done. And they're not done with the aggression yet. They smoke immediately, heading to the top lane. They want to kill this Underlord. They've thrown him right now inside this illusions. And should they get this kill, they drop the Underlord ultimate to try and bring in some allies. However, it's not going to be fast enough. And the Dark Rift might still set up for some further damage here. These SF not going to trigger out the full ultimate just yet. Misses the midi raise. They do chase this Pangolier into the ravine with these spells. They have the Flame Break available in just a moment, but it's not going to be good enough. Not needed in the end. They get the kill with the Pangolier. The chase still on from this Timber. Can he find something? Chakram slowing down. Whoa, on the Morphling. Forced to throw in the Adaptive Strike, creating a little bit of space. Disruption is available, but not enough mana on the Shadow Demon. He finally has it available. Doesn't even need to trigger it. Waveform will get the Morphling back to safety. And they will have to content themselves with getting the Pango kill and revenge for losing their Underlord.
The nice thing is that SF is picking up a lot of these. Okay, maybe not quite the kills, but he's involved. So he is pretty rich, and he will be able to help his team out to bring in some of this early damage and maybe take some towers, get something going for themselves. It is going to be nighttime again now, though.
They were thinking about skirmishing middle with difference, but he thought better of it. But like you said, they do have the nighttime Orbital Corrosion available for this Night Stalker. They're pinging bottom, but does feel like they might be finding themselves in a position where the twin gate rotation from Radiant will catch them as they make this move.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
One move. This is a precarious spot to be in for DMS. There's only 2 heroes, but they've now also brought in the Morphling as well. They want to dive under the tower. The Shadow Fiend, he sees the Shadow Demon, gets disrupted. They're closing in on top of him. Bushwhack with the Crippling Fear, but here comes the Timbersaw. They've killed off the Shadow Fiend. They drop out the Requiem as he dies. Still only 1-for-1 for now, though, as the fight does continue. Chakram thrown in on the far side of the fight onto the Hoodwink, unable to find that kill. It's instead going to be the Tusk that ends up dead to this Pangolier. Difference wants a little bit more out of this, especially the tier 1 tower. So they can't reach any more heroes. They'll content themselves making it a 2-for-1 and putting pressure on the tower.
Even though Morphling is more of a late game hero, he has opted for a Vlad, which is actually quite helpful for his Night Stalker and Pango. So he's happy to get involved for now.
He's gonna have to be involved again because of Disruption. Shadow Fiend Demon trying to save himself, but unfortunately, this Timber is here with quite a bit of damage. The Shadow Demon will not end up dead just yet, but his compatriots around him will. They've lost the Pango with the Chakram flowing forward. They're losing life onto the Morphling, but he's still too strong right now. He's able to turn around, bringing down this Timbersaw. Unfortunately for him, that brings him into the waiting arms of the Shadow Fiend. As SF able to help provision the damage that gets the kill onto the Water Boy. Next to fall will be the Shadow Demon. And suddenly we have a 4-hero wipe. DMS responding sternly in the bottom lane, exploiting the fact that at this early game point in the game, they don't actually have any tower siege, even with 4 heroes positioned around the building.
Morphling would be your best. Actually, the fight's still not done. It's really dragging out. Find more fights over here. Now Timbersaw's back in. Gonna get the Night Stalker.
Has fallen.
Okay, that's a combo that we didn't talk about. Pit of Malice into this Twisted Chakram. That's a lot of damage, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be scary. It's gonna use it to clear up some stacks now. So I think Morphling can get involved, but you mainly want it to be for like what it started as, like a 4 diving 2 hero type thing. If it ends up being a full team fight, I don't think Morphling really wants to participate. We saw him copy Timber and he was doing a lot of damage, but he ends up dying for it, you know, and that's kind of the issue of getting involved too soon as a Morphling in the full scale fights.
We just found ourselves using a scan for Radiant side to keep this Underlord alive. He was dead to rights otherwise. And he also just picked up a Rod of Atos. Given the fact that we do not have anything close to a BK beyond Pango, Morphling is still quite a while away from having his Manta. Yet they could actually make some magic happen, having this Roots available. Hell, even on a hero like the Night Stalker, stopping him from being able to just pierce the backlines at his leisure can make such a big difference. And speaking of, they're going onto him. He's trying to fly away. Did manage to fly over this Ice Shot. Rod of Atos, there it is. We just spoke about it. And that will lock him down long enough for some right clicks on the Shadow Fiend. But he didn't go for the triple raise combo. Night Stalker going to be able to fly away as a result.
Your nightmare continues.
They might actually fight on the other side of the map. The Dark Rift did expire, so they can't make the easy way back towards top. They will come in with this Underlord off the TP. Ice Shards holding in Rain. They need to punish this move because they've had their Wisdom Rune stolen. They do find the TP attempts being cancelled out. Rain inside of Chakram and killed. We will find Problem is suffering a similar fate as he loses his life. 2 heroes go down. And I'm not sure that's worth the Wisdom Rune, even though you got both. They need to find this kill on the SF down bottom. And he's without allies right now. Nobody available to help him. Dark Rift still on cooldown. And they managed to find that kill. Also, I just managed to reveal how old I am by calling Fiends get the Dark Rift. What can you do?
It's tough to change names when it's been the same thing for so long. If they were like half a second from making it back to the Fiends Gate. Oh, no time to talk. Lasso onto the Pango.
Will he die from this is the question, and the answer
Shield?
seems to be yes. Despite the fact that he got an absolutely massive shield crash, not gonna enough to keep him alive. That being said, we'll see if the Timber Sword can survive this, as he got caught inside the bushwhack. It canceled the Timber Chain. He got broken by the Sharpshooter and finished off by the rest of this dire lineup. One move will not go gently into the Sweet Night. They're going to make sure that this third and final game is going to be competitive as possible.
Man, I can't believe this is the fastest game. 14 to 13, 15 and a half minutes in. Non-stop fighting. You do get a Pango kill, but yeah, really nice bushwhack into the full combo. Also Shadow Demon, like he's amping it up with his Disseminate. Helps a lot for some of these tanky heroes like Underlord and Timbersaw. With the burst potential from his teammates. Conda did get nerfed. I wonder if we'll still see it on Morphling. I imagine so. But that'll be really nice with the Disseminate. Lots of chunky damage.
Smoke up. Night Stalker activates the Dark Ascension. They want the Shadow Fiend. He triggers out the Requiem. Fiend's Gate dropped in behind him. But it might be... Here come the allies. Will it be enough? They find the Pit of Malice out onto this Night Stalker. He's held in position. Eating some right clicks, but still able to flap his wings away. The disengage is on right now from one move. They do not want to be part of this fight any longer. And they successfully managed to do so. But the big win is for the Shadow Fiend. That he could still farm aggressively where he was. Get allies to help him. And during this, he basically managed to complete the full Hurricane Pike. This is very good news for DMS.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, you really need that Hurricane Pike versus the Night Stalker. Hoodwink.
Hoodwink in a little bit of danger here. Should end up in a very dead position. Nefrit gets credited with that kill. Bro, 28 kills in 16 minutes. Feels like they're letting all their aggression at each other out in this game. They must be very upset.
After game one, man, it's such a long game. You have to be very careful. A new game. Yeah, just send it, guys. Just fight. Just go. We're ready. Keep an eye on this Night Stalker.
Get him. Should end up dead here. Shadow Fiend finding the entire combination of spells. She gets it. Will be nearby for that kill. It does go the way of this Bat Rider. So he's definitely going to be very happy that he's gotten that for himself. But at the same time, Night Stalker, that was a kill. He didn't have his Blink Dagger brought to him just yet. Wait, did he even buy the Blink? Does he have it yet?
For who? The Bat Rider?
The Night Stalker.
Oh, the Night Stalker?
Oh, he went armlet.
No, he went
changed his
armlet.
mind. I see.
Yeah.
I guess he doesn't think the silence, like the blink silence, is as important this game. Maybe some of that is having the Pango roll to also help disrupt the backlines.
Dude, they're actually going anti-Night Stalker here. Rod of Atos already on the Underlord. Hurricane Pike now on the Shadow Fiend. Early BKB for Timber. Forstaff being queued for the Bat Rider. They are making sure that the Triple S is not going to have nearly as good as the game as it did in Game 2. That being said, it's not all doom and gloom for the side of one move right now. Manta Star complete for the Morphling. This Pangolier also just picked up a Blink Dagger as well. So they've been kind of struggling with how to initiate their fights. Just became a lot easier for them to accomplish that.
We'll see what they can find. We're approaching the point where whoever wins a decent fight could take Roche, which could help set up the rest of the game.
They're smoked up right now from the side of DMS. It is a Morphling for Woe that's chilling in the top side of the map. He's TPing out right now. And can they steal this before they're able to sweep across the map from the side of one move?
It might be tough. I don't know if they know where. They do have a ward, but only Shadow Demon's revealing himself on it, so I'm not sure if they have the confidence to go in.
We'll see. They have a deep observer ward just behind the tier 2 tower up north. They could try to exploit this, but instead they TP bottom. They're going to go and try to maybe play a fight into this Morphling. Whoa, trying to force himself into the Strength Morph. Waveforms away. And by some miracle, the tier 1 tower still remains standing. The difference doesn't want any part of this fight. Running very far away on this Pangolier. So yet again, it feels like this is the third time they try to make a move towards the bottom side of the map and been bounced away on every occasion.
They're able to bring in a lot of heroes with the TPs, the Twin Gates. So...
Oh, dude, they're doing it. They're doing it. They're doing it. Look, 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 look. They're going for it. They're going to force it with the tag team. They want Roche right now.
Tusk is there. Only 3 of them. This is not fast enough if they know.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Which... Okay, both teams are unsure what's going on. The scan happens, but it doesn't actually hit anything because the Radiant has already gotten scared and is backed out. So it looks like we're going to posture for Roche. And whoever wins this fight should get it.
You see the Morphling. Force him to waveform away from the Ice Shards. You need to be very careful here. Bat Rider waiting to try and jump them with access to this lasso. Got a Blink Dagger as well. They do one on the high ground. Here comes the first roll. Difference. He's the first one into this fight, but the BKB being popped by the Timber Soul, allowing him to keep going. A lot of right-click damage out onto the Pango, but it's not enough to fully threaten him. That being said, the full Pango roll is finished. As you see the Manta style dodging the lasso. No catch onto the Morphling, but there will be an easy catch onto the Hoodwink. Safe for now by the Disruption, but now they're going back in, looking for Timber. Not enough damage. The Requiem of Souls forcing them away from him as the Bat Rider brought back to try and assist his team. Morphling, he's so low right now. Waveform away, keeps him alive, but the Pit of Malice directly onto this Pangolier, holds him in position. They kill him off. They found the lasso onto the Morph. Morph is gonna die as well. DMS running over this fight as they catch Rain inside the Rod of Atos as well. Buy some additional time with the disruption, but it will not be enough. He dies. It ends up being a 3-for-1 exchange. And after all is said and done, the final reward will be the Roshan and an Aegis for Shigetsu.
So many heroes were falling low, but this is where the team fight of DMS is a little bit better right now. Although it's nerfed, you have the attack slow from tag team, you have the Underlord passive. He actually doesn't have the usual auras that he has right now because he did go for the Atos. He's going to pick them up, but these auras are keeping the team alive. We see here like the SF got so low, but he's got the Hurricane Pike to keep his distance. The pit is making it very difficult for people to navigate these fights. So they're able to actually finish up the kills, whereas one move, they're doing a lot of damage, but just not quite enough to actually finish them.
Yep. Bro, I just realized they have all of their tier 1 towers still alive. They did manage to kill off this Crimson Guard, but they're certainly going to lose heroes for this. They've already gotten themselves Disruption into a Pit of Malice. Hoodwink almost certain to die here, will be brought down. Oh, wait, still alive. One more right click. Okay, there they find it. Shadow Demon also brought down right now. And they still didn't really get the tier 1 tower bottom. Night Stalker goes in with the crippling tier, hoping to catch up to this Batrider, but Pit of Malice holds him in position. He's going to find himself getting eviscerated by the Timber Saw Underlord damage. Man, I'm telling you, this Rod of Atos plus Pit of Malice, if you don't have BKB, you physically cannot play the map as the Night Stalker.
Yeah, I think they just need to farm up. Like, you might even... Maybe you should have just given up that top Roche and farmed up the BKBs. But especially once Roche ends, I think you're just avoiding and trying to farm up, which was sort of happening until he went for that Batrider kill. But Pango and Morphling, for example, they pushed mid, they farmed out the side, they actually steal the Tormentor, which I think is fantastic because their own Tormentor is about to get stolen.
Oh no, they also blocked in this Hoodwink. I don't think they know just how easy
there's a lasso top.
And lasso top, but there is a Fiend's Gate coming in. Immediately they find the quick kill onto this Pango. And that's the scary thing about this kind of map, right? If Batrider alone is just able to hold you long enough, anywhere you are, Fiend's Gate will come in and they have more than enough damage to eviscerate you in a second.
You have to keep dodging. Not only do they have the Aegis, but we still need those BKBs we were talking about. I think Morphling also shifting over, was originally going for a Phylactery. Just realized how hard these fights are without the BKB.
Yep. We will see middle. They're trying to get this kill onto the Tusk. They will succeed in that endeavor. Can they get any more here? Looks like the side of DMS not really interested in pursuing this fight. So that's a nice little grab for themselves. Not the most amount of gold in the world, but you're certainly happy to get basically 700 gold for a support kill.
You're also buying yourself time. You have the Aegis, you're stronger, 8k lead, but that doesn't mean you want to fight 4 versus 5. So even a support kill, even the position 5, if they're dead, you're going to want to wait for them, and that means you've bought yourself 30, 40 seconds of wasting that Aegis. We're getting close to the BKBs too in that time. So Night Stalker needs 1 gold. Okay, you should have it. And then Morphling needs about 500. There's a lasso to finish off that Hoodwink. But it's kind of okay. This is Hoodwink's job. Ideally you live, of course, but if you can draw attention away from the other cores who are working on that BKB, maybe cut a creep wave here and there, that's just like the support job right now.
His sacrifice ensured that they got the double BKB on the Morphling Night Stalker. Absolutely worthwhile. Unfortunately, the gold he gave away also gave the full Crimson over to the Thunderlord. So he's feeling very strong as we now have a tier 2 tower middle being taken. I cannot believe that they've only managed to take 1 tower on the side of 1 move the entire game.
DMS has been they've been putting a lot of priority on it. I think we would have seen other games where people just give up those towers, but they just constantly rotate heroes in to defend it.
It's the old OG playbook, where you rainbow TP the moment you see somebody touch a tower.
It's my tower, not your tower. This Crimson Guard that Underlord has will be really good too. A lot of the damage is right click. It's going to block about 130-ish damage, something like that right now.
Okay. Batrider was right underneath the Sentry Ward, and they were just TPing in with the Hoodwink. If he was there a second sooner, they would have found the Bushwhack, killed Batrider, but unfortunately it doesn't happen. Still though, create some space for the Morphling to still be able to get back, farm the triangle, because he knows where the enemy heroes are. The more dangerous farm will be taken by the Pango now, so they're losing in net worth, but most of the disparity is sitting on the Shadow Fiend. The actual important heroes for 1 move are still finding the farm that they need right now.
Got it.
I think one hero who wishes he could find a little bit more farm is the Shadow Demon, though. I think his abilities are really strong this game to save people with a disruption, but also Demonic Cleanse would be really good. He didn't get the shard, though. Hoodwink ended up with it, which is a bit unfortunate. So now he's got to debate if he's going to buy that, or is it going to be like the Force Staff, the Blinks, like which one. But I think you want to get more gold towards that Shadow Demon because he can do a lot here.
You just pick up an Aghanim Scepter on the Pango. I feel like this could be a huge difference in the upcoming fights. If he's able to leverage this into a short basher afterwards, this could be huge. And especially if they can find a quick kill off of the back of the smoke. They still lack the Blink Dagger on the Night Stalker. However, he does have BKB. Sadly, though, they're really struggling with the angles of initiation. Where do they start things off with, and how do they do so?
Yeah, it looks like DMS also suspected something was happening, so they were playing very safe, not giving any openings. And in fact, they're now going to go for their own smoke. Currently, they're moving away, so this might be 2 smokes that don't find anything. They've changed their mind, actually. They're coming back, so maybe we will see a clash.
They don't have a scan to try and use, and they have revealed that they were smoked. One move will know that, hey, a Chakram appeared out of nowhere. What do we think is happening? Batrider blinks on the high ground, doesn't find anybody, but they do find Rain inside of the Pit of Malice. Rolling Thunder activated by the Pango is going on the backlines. They find the Shadow Fiend. They try to hold him in position, but he activates his PKB now, throwing in the right-click damage. This Pango will die at the end of his roll, and now the Morphling doing his best. With the PKB, though, they're threatening the Shadow Fiend. As the PKB finishes, and he ends up dead. Turns out that it's gonna be Woe who's owning this fight as he waveforms forward, stealing away the Tusk form. He wants the snowball forward. Ice shot, blocking in Nefrit, and now here he goes. Tag team activated. Look at the damage output. With an AD rune, tag team, and the Vladimir's offering, he's able to rip through these heroes, and the Morphling wins the fight. Woe makes sure that his team is ahead. He deals 8,000 damage, and honestly, resets the equilibrium of this game because all of a sudden it seems the Morphling is the big bad hero to take down.
Man, what a time to find an amplified damage rune. And that's with the first BKB. And like you said, that gets so much gold back for his team. Now, DMS still has a 7k lead, but you would expect them to keep winning fights there. So the fact that one move was able to take that, it's going to put some fear back into DMS. They're going to have to be more careful in future fights. I think some of that was the Shadow Fiend got a little bit isolated from the other heroes, again, into the amplified damage rune. Without that, you live probably twice as long. I mean, that's about how much damage you're getting from that amplified damage rune. And maybe your team has time to reconnect. You get to do a little bit more. So perfect time to find that rune, keep themselves in this game.
Top lane. They're going to try and find a fight right now. All they found is Rain so far, but they also get the quick catch onto the Hoodwink. So one down. Rain should be next. Not really much they can do about this. So himself and Problem brought down in a hurry. Unfortunately for the side of DMS, Roshan is going to be in the pit waiting for a respawn for the next 2 minutes. So there's no quick prize for them to claim. But it is still nice to be able to find some quick turnaround. It does feel like we're in this kind of game where for the Dire side, they kind of need all their heroes to be there for these fights. But still, very nice pickup for the Radiants. Mid lane, here in the river. Oh my god. An Underlord already almost dead here. The right-click damage from the Morphling a little bit too much. There was a BKB from the Morphling, so he might need to retreat away from this fight. At the same time, Night Stalker doesn't have that kind of option. He tried to blink to the south, can't escape. And now, speaking of blinks, we found one with the lasso directly onto this Pangolier. Difference does not have access to the Rolling Thunder. Can he escape? 5 seconds with the swashbuckle. He's doing his best. He's trying to get out, but his best is not good enough. He will end up dead. It's a 2-for-1 exchange. 2 cores for the Underlord. And still, they're drawing the line towards north, but the big man is still not available. What bad luck for DMS.
It was a cool idea from one move. So they had an observer on the triangle, so they can actually see those heroes come in. So as Timber saw Timber chained up, they jumped down to fight the Underlord, and there's 4 seconds until Timbersaw can rejoin. I don't know if they saw the Shadow Fiend right behind the Underlord, though. So they do find the Underlord kill, but it ends up costing a little bit more than I think they were hoping for. But at least they should get another chance to fight for Roche if they head up here as soon as the heroes respawn. We'll see if they want to risk that, because it is kind of scary to fight around the pit versus an Underlord who's been doing this well.
Oh, they're on the way right now. They scanned it out. They're running forward. Pango just respawned, TPing to the tier 3 tower. So they will not get a free Roche. And the big man is still down. This was like 40 seconds off of a max respawn timer. And here we go. DMS, they will smoke up as 5. Well, as 4. Fiend's Gate is at the ready for the Underlord to rejoin the engagement.
So tough into the nighttime advantage.
Yeah. So the smoke will break. They jump forward. Instant disruption. Will save the Shadow Fiend Demon's life, but should still end up dead in a hurry. Does have buyback. And they do have this outpost ready for him to TP to. They're buying time though. They see that the Roshan is alive. That did cost a usage of the Fiend's Gate though. That's going to be down, but everything else is still available. DMS. They see the vision. They destroy the Observe Ward. 25 seconds until the Shadow Fiend is back. They go in for the Hoodwink. Get him in with the lasso, bring him back to the team, kill him off, but at the same time, BKB is activated by the Morphling and the Night Stalker. They're trying to kill the Shadow Fiend in the duration. The roll, the swashbuckle, is there enough damage? Eventually, Shigetsu will die. Morphling still alive somehow, but whoa. In the meantime, we see this Night Stalker. He's on the back line, able to kill off the Bat Rider. They're taking the numerical advantage, but now they end up losing the Pangolier inside of the Pit of Malice. Morphling, he came back hoping to try and assassinate and kill off the Tusk. Fails in this endeavor. There's the vision. They almost found the cancel with the Void, but he's out of range. That being said, even though they trade 2 for 2, overall the Morphling is alive, the Shadow Fiend is down, so therefore the side of one move end up winning this fight and can now go and claim an Aegis of their own.
Actually so impressed they won that fight. I really did not think they'd be able to do that.
Morphling?
What's happening here?
Morphling? I'm confused.
They're gonna go for the bottom Roche instead. They're
but don't you marinate the Roshan anyway by like hitting him top before he makes the move?
Well, I guess not without the Morphling. I guess they didn't feel comfortable with how much health the Morphling had and a giant wave pushing in mid. They're worried like if a contest does come in, can't take it. Oh, they TP'd out, so I'm not fully sure.
We're gonna see how this next fight unfolds. Hoodwink trying to scurry herself away, but unfortunately for Problem, gets caught by the ice shots. And remember, this is a Hoodwink that in the previous engagement ended up having to commit quite a lot, so doesn't have buyback available. And all of a sudden, the advantage is switched. DMS, despite losing the Roshan for a fight in the top lane, they're gonna get themselves the Aegis now.
I'm not sure on that one. If one move ends up losing, that is going to be a moment they're going to look back on and reflect if that was correct, because I do think they should have had that top Roche. I know it was a big wave pushing in mid, but I think you can take some chip damage on your mid tower. Even if you lose the mid tower, I think it might be worth it to get the second Roche. So game maybe just got a little bit tougher. It felt like they were clawing their way back in, and it's not out of reach yet, but you now have to survive through SF with Aegis, and you have the banner to help you siege as well.
On the bright side, they did finish the full Kanda butterfly combination on the Morphling, and they feel like this Morph is strong enough to fight. They're going to smoke up, head out onto the map. This time around, they also have the Blink BKB gem on the Night Stalker. So they have several routes of initiation here.
I mean,
unfortunately for them.
They're kind of right. Like, Morphling has an advantage over SF in that you have so much armor that you don't care about the negative armor aura from SF. And especially when you're BKB'd and not affected by Underlord.
Oh, Shivas was already triggered early.
Timber's getting deleted.
He gets eviscerated. Sharpshooter ends out killing him off quite easily. They forced to blink away with everybody else. CP out from the SF. Tusk doesn't seem like he will be so lucky, as he will end up dead. And that Timber, I mean, he thought he was like maybe gonna force some reveal, jump in with the Shiva, see who's on the high ground. Little did he know that they were all ready for him Immediate turnaround, and they blast him into oblivion.
This Morphling does do a ton of damage if you can't get the jump on him, and it's really not that easy because you have what? Lasso? That's really it. Like, Underlord is just roots. You have BKB and Manta. Timbersaw does have a scythe, so maybe if you can get to the Morphling, scythe him into Lasso, you could get him bursted, but that's about it. Like, that's the combo. Otherwise, Morphling is going to be doing tons of damage in these fights. He's reached that point in the late game where he's now the best scaling hero. Hit 25 off that last fight, too. So really tough to keep this hero locked down with, what is this, 7-second waveform?
Dire are scanning.
Dude, look at the level disparity. Morphling is level 25. The highest level on the side of DMS is level 22. He's just been going ham on this game. Whoa. And it's not like he started the game in the easiest way, right? It was a very rough lane. They had a couple deaths onto the Shadow Demon. He was being put under pressure. But here he is performing, carrying for his team. And once he picks up this Lincoln Sphere, you were mentioning this lasso to reposition him. All of a sudden, that's also off the table.
Playing very cautiously this game, though. They're all back in the base, worried about this smoke coming out. And there is an amplified damage on the Shadow Fiend with Aegis, so they're looking to finally try to break some buildings. There's a Fortify. Did they not have the banner? Who has it? Underlord's got it, but it's in his backpack.
My boy Shadow Fiend is dealing, what, 600 damage almost per hit? Good times. Jump in, Morphling gets X'd immediately, but there's the follow-up from this Pangolier. They're able to bring down the life of the Aegis, and now the rest of the team does have to kind of run. Can they find the secondary grab? The bounce from the Pangolier gets the stun before he can find the BKB. They've killed the big bad Shadow Fiend. The rest of them have to get the hell out of here. DMS, multiple TPs out. Unfortunately, Tusk will not be afforded that same luxury as we find a double kill for the Morphling. Yet another hold for the side of one move. And this Morph continues to be incredibly strong. He is effectively God on this map. And they do not have any deity killing weapons on the side of DMS.
I think you need a BKB on this Tusk because he just can't act as the save that he usually is because of Crippling Fear. So once one move goes in, they're just free to go until that ends, and it's like 6 seconds or something, which is more than enough time to kill the SF. We see SF is not that tanky of a hero. This Morphling's damage is very high, especially with a Night Stalker too, also coming in just right-clicking you down. Now they're going to take their turn at hitting the high ground, and Morphling is so fast at it, oh my goodness. Goodbye, Tier 3 tower. Goodbye, range Rex.
Sitting inside the Chakram, sitting inside the Pit of Malice.
I am the AD rune.
Yep, exactly. Okay, we are at that point in a Morphling game where it is now officially a Morphling game. And how you deal with Morphling is being able to burst them in your first round of disables. Unfortunately, because of the Lincolns, disables are harder, but also, outside of the Shadow Fiend, where does burst damage actually come from for a hero like the Morphling?
If you catch him at low health, that's where, like maybe into a Requiem, but it's really tough because off those last few winning fights, Shadow Demon has a blink. He has his shard. He has a lot of defensive tools, and his main job is just to be watching Morphling. If Morphling needs help, I help Morphling. Everyone else, do whatever you need, but I'll just be sitting in the back waiting to blink, protect Morphling. And as you time, you know, you throw Purge out onto the Shadow Fiend, stuff like that, but it is really hard to kill the Morphling. It's like a two-step plan. Step 1, find Shadow Demon, kill him. Step 2, now you find the Morphling. But he's probably pressed BKB at that point as he watches you kill his Shadow Demon, so I don't think you can actually catch him after that.
Now also has a Satanic, so even if you bring him low, if you fail to actually kill him, he pops BKB, pops Satanic, the turnaround is there. Tusk. Boss. Sorry, boss. You are finished.
Pretty much a solo kill for the Morphling, and the gem drops onto the floor as well. Extra value on that kill.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
So things are getting tough now. So you've lost your mid barracks. That's always going to be pushing in. Now you're going to slowly lose the wards you've placed around the map. And there is a Manta on this Morphling. So although we saw him delete the buildings earlier, even if all the heroes are up, he can just send the illusions in. And those illusions hit pretty hard. You have Shadow Demon as well. Shadow Demon could also send in some illusions for you, and you just chip the buildings down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a 1k gold lead. Might not seem substantial, but it's also a 73% win probability in favor of the Dire lineup. One move. Honestly, in my opinion, just one fight / one Aegis away from being able to secure this game. And given that Roche may respawn in the next 40 seconds, it's presumably going to be the latter. You wait around for that one. Most likely going to be a Dire side Roche, if it's a fast one, that is. And if it's a fast one, unlike the previous time when they let it go down bottom, I'm pretty sure now they feel confident enough to kill him within a 30-second window.
Absolutely. We'll see if it ends up being a long spawn. At this point, one move should feel pretty comfortable. I'm not sure what the play can be for DMS. I guess the Tusk has a lot of value, but he doesn't have the best farming speed. He needs the BKB, and then you could get the Aghanims. And the kickback is one way to win. That is 8,000 gold for those two items. It's going to take a long time to reach that point.
Another scary thing is this butterfly. What's the counter? I don't have an MKB. Nobody has Bloodthorn. Unless they hex him, feels like he can just walk around the fight, even if he doesn't have BKB active.
And if you do get hexed, you know that disruption is going to come out. So, yeah, I don't know what the answer is. I don't think there is one. I think they're just biding their time for the Roche, which, a little unlucky. It's quite a long spawn, although that was to their favor last time. So, you know, maybe you win some, you lose some. But
no, look at Morphling. Look at Morph.
Illusions? He's still stuck. Oh, it's a 7-second waveform, whatever. Yeah, I mean, they're just going to be patient, wait for the Roche, get it, send the Morphling in. So we're already like, how do you deal with it? Lincoln, Satanic Butterfly. How do you deal with that twice, Snare? How do you deal with that twice? I don't know. I don't think you can until another 20 minutes from now when Tusk can go in and kick a Shadow Demon away and BKB, Snowball save people. It's going to take so long.
Roche coming up in 90 seconds. Also, I just realized that we had two back-to-back 2-minute plus Roshans. I don't think I've seen that in quite a while in the game.
Morphling getting to work, finishing up the last tier 2. So off of a good fight, they could now get Megas. Though, pretty sure Morphling can end the game within 30 to 40 seconds. So if you kill off DMS heroes, they don't have buyback, I think you can just go straight for the end. He's hitting for what, 500 plus on Morphling? Yeah.
Wow. Just a casual 500 damage, whatever.
As fine. One does.
Yeah.
They're just waiting around. They're like, where the heck is Roche? Do we have the timer wrong? Just stuck
this is
waiting.
Like we're supposed to have a very important meeting, and the one guy, the chairman of the meeting, is late, and you're like, dude.
The guy who set the meeting.
Exactly. You're like, Brody, we need you. And it seems like DMS might be able to exploit this timing as they're coming in with the smoke. This is a Hail Mary play. They get the vision out onto this Pangolier. They see where he's at. He does get off the Rolling Thunder. Turning around, finding the bash onto the Timber Saw. They're trying to hold him in position as Night Stalker coming in on the back lines with the Morphling as they destroy the Tusk almost immediately. Timber Saw trying to hold his ground but forced to retreat as the Batrider also ends up dead. Shadow Fiend now stuck in the worst 1v1 of his life. And of course the Morphling is going to win that fight. They destroy him. He does not have buyback. Timber Saw trying to TP away from safety but not going to be allowed to do so. Found by the Night Stalker, killed by the Morphling. As Woe is able to complete a triple kill for this fight. He might be able to come back for the Tusk. Doesn't even need to. He gets killed off by a problem. Roshan is finally available. And with 4 heroes dead, it looks like one move will be able to put themselves into the position to close out this game and go for the jugular against DMS.
The tricky thing with that Underlord ult is he wanted to come in, but the roll came out so fast. that he no longer felt he could. He thought if he was going to come in, he was just going to die. So he had to wait. And he's the guy with the auras. He's got the passive. He's going to reduce some of the damage. So the fact that he was missing from the first few seconds of the fight, this is where it's tricky as a global hero. You want to be map efficient, but I think there are times you can't be because the few seconds it takes to join the fight safely is just too much, especially versus a Morphling who's killing 2 heroes in 2 seconds. He's going to kill this tier 3 tower in 2 seconds. All right, there's the fortify. They're just going to go for the end, I think. That fortify out?
What do you
I guess
make
they
of
want to
this
play it
Skadi?
safe after how this game went earlier.
What do you make of the Skadi on the Shadow Fiend? Like, I think he bought this perhaps anticipating the Satanic on the Morphling, but do you think maybe MKB might have been a better option for him, given there's only really, not only is there only one hero with this life regen, but he's honestly not even had to use the Satanic? Does the Skadi maybe in retrospect feel like a bit of a mismatch for the game?
Maybe. I think he realized Morphling was the main problem and probably didn't expect the game to get out of control so quickly. So maybe you could do Scotty into MKB. You're covering both fronts and you're tanking up, right? That's something we've seen, that he's been a little bit on the squishy side, this SF. He's been getting killed by this Morphling. So maybe you get the MKB and you can hit the Morphling, but he still kills you first, right? So I think that might have been the idea behind that Scotty first. But then the game got out of control and you never quite got that next item, which he's still dying too quickly, and he's decided to go for the butterfly. Don't think he's going to have time for that. I don't think we're going to see it. I'm pretty sure this is the end of the game. We have some ping issues for some of the players, but we saw how quickly Morphling just deleted those buildings. There's no more fortify for the Radiant. They're playing it safe. They're going to go for that top barracks. It's going to force the fight. I think if you get mega'd in this game, I mean, you play on because, I mean, what do you have to lose? But it's going to be so hard to leave your base once you're mega'd. I think that represents the end of the game. So it's going to force buybacks if it hasn't. And I don't know. If you buy back, I think you do just lose. You're going to get mega'd and then you're going to lose. I don't know. I'm having trouble seeing how DMS can do this.
No buyback on the Shadow Fiend. They do have buyback on Timber, but he's supposed to be up in 16. But 16 seconds is a very, very long time. The Morphling that's this strong inside your base. Who's also consumed the Moonshot, so got that bonus attack speed, got some of that night vision going. Just, how do you kill this guy? Let alone, not even how do you kill him, how do you even force him into a fight that favors your team? This is why Shadow Demon, pretty much the entirety of 6.37, in the first phase of bans, it's Naga Siren, Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon did start to fall down in the pecking order a little bit, but games like this remind you of just why this hero was so valued in the draft.
Yeah, maybe they overestimated the nerf to Shadow Demon. Thought it wasn't going to be as big of an issue, but he has been very effective this game. We see it was starting well for DMS too. I mean, not that they've technically lost yet, but it's looking like it. But while we got to pause, we can watch these replays, and I think it's some of these overextensions where they kind of had a gold lead. We're seeing like 3K, but heroes dying in exchange kept it close enough that one move was able to hold on to the point where they're Morphling. Right? He never really dropped that far behind. He's like 1,000 behind the Shadow Fiend. That's kind of your saving grace. Like, that Morphling will carry us, and boy has he. He's probably gonna end the game once the pauses are done.
Yeah. I mean, these replays that we're watching right now lend credence to what you're saying, right? Because earlier portion of the game, when the Morphling is not that strong, DMS were running over one move, but the moment that this Morphling started to become a real threat, all of a sudden, they don't really have realistic answers for him. Especially because this 1v1 matchup, Shadow Fiend, Morphling, like, even if both are 6 slotted, there's just nothing that the Shadow Fiend can do all by his lonesome. He needs the assistance of everyone in his team.
Yeah, and it's tough because once Morphling and Night Stalker both jump the Shadow Fiend and Crippling Fears out, I think you just have to force staff him out. Like, that's your only play. Force staff him into the snowball. And I don't think they were quite ready for that when they were pushing that top tier 3. That's where this game completely changed. But more on that in a bit, maybe. Teams are going to try.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tier 3 tower.
Tier 3's
Very
down.
quickly taken away, and look at the racks
Melee's
as well.
down.
This will fall. Timbersaw is still not back up. By the time Timbersaw respawns and TP's in, there's full megas available. But they dropped a Pit of Malice on the 2. They might still want to fight for this one. BKB activated by Timber, but only for him to escape this fight. Shadowfiend trying to reach forward, but he just doesn't have the right-click damage for the Morph. He does have enough potentially for this Pangolier. They still have some packet loss, unfortunately, sitting on the side of one move. This Pango, what do you think? 3 more hits from the SF should be able to kill him, right, during this BKB duration?
Looks like it. This Morphling's gonna kill Underlord, though, I think, before Underlord can get out of here. Oh, well, he does have BKB and Crimson. Maybe he lives a little longer.
BKB, Crimson, OST.
Cheese, though. I didn't even realize. So he's gonna be spamming cheese.
Again, it looks like the lasso is going towards the Night Stalker. So yeah, he should be able to get the cheese off. There's no bash available for anybody else. No stuns either. So he definitely gets it off.
Night Stalker's got Refresher for second BKB Nullifier. I don't quite see how they're going to do this. Okay, you don't want to win this way, but literally your hope is that their internet does not reconnect. Because I think you've lost. You're losing in 20 seconds as soon as this game unpauses. But that does not feel good. And, it's not the ideal situation. This is at least upper bracket. I think DMS will learn from this game on how to... I feel like they put themselves in positions to win, and then they just slipped up a little bit, So a little cleaner execution. I think this early draft idea to win before the Morphling was a huge problem was looking good, and then just kind of slipped up on that high ground push. I think maybe you needed to hold a little longer, see if you can get a pick off, grow the lead a little bit more, pick up more saving tools for the Shadowfiend. At this point, I don't think you have the answers for this Morphling, especially now that you've been mega'd. Even if we step back from this and say, what if they just step away, one move just backs out, they don't win here, what's going to change? You're going to be stuck in your base against the Megas. You can't really teleport out with the Fiend's Gate because it shows on the minimap. So you're just stuck. At some point, the Morphling illusions are going to chip you down.
I think another aspect of this game to consider is another lesson that they're going to take away with DMS. Don't deal with Triple S on Night Stalker. If you can find a way to remove this. Because think about his impact early on. He was honestly not looking like he was going to do all that much in this game. But once they picked up that BKB Blink Dagger, he's been in their faces. Despite his relative lack of net worth, my man, he's been chilling and involved in 28 of his team's 32 kills. That is insane amount of activity. Right? Given the late phase especially.
That's true. I do think they did a great job playing around Crippling Fear. I didn't think it was going to work as well this game, but stopping the Tusk seems to have been enough. The fact that Snowball saves can't come out this entire time. He's working on a BKB now. He's not going to get to it.
Yeah. I'm still very perplexed that he didn't opt to buy a Forced Off. I can understand why he wants the Solo Crest for this game, but just given how the game has been going, a Forced Off against the Crippling Fear for the Tusk, I think could have made a pretty big difference.
I think you have cleaner execution. You can get away without the Force Staff, or you trust the Bat Rider. Okay, well, hold that thought.
All right, Cheese now activated by the Pango. He's inside the base, creating some chaos, and they managed to kill off the Underlord. No buyback available for him. Shadowfiend trying to force stuff away, but his BKB is down, and now his life is forfeit. He is dead. You said they're going to lose within 20 seconds of the game restart. It happens even faster as they destroy the team. The GGs are called, and one move transition a very tough early game into a magnificent mid game and secure themselves a spot in the upper bracket semifinals.
Yeah, very well done. I wasn't sure about that Night Stalker pick, but they clearly understood what they wanted from it with that Crippling Fear especially. Did a great job around it. And going back to that point right before the pause, I think if you trust Bat Rider to always Force Staff whoever you need to save, maybe it works. But it's just a lot because you want Bat Rider to be blink lassoing people, and now you're like, wait, I can't do that. I have to sit and only blink Force Staff. That's right. It's weird. So maybe he did need the Force Staff on the Tusk. Maybe he needed to just go like straight blink BKB so that he can actually save people. He could have made it to that, but he went for the Solar Crest. And I get it. If you have a very clean game, it works where you just sit behind the Shadow Fiend, Solar Crest him, but you need a bigger lead. We saw they finally tried to do that, and then they just Crippling Fear killed the Shadow Fiend, and he didn't get to do anything. And that's where you just didn't have a big enough lead because of things that happened earlier in the game.
It's one of those situations that happens in Dota sometimes where sometimes the game is too easy and you end up going down the wrong route because of it. If they were under more pressure early, especially from the Night Stalker, I almost guarantee that he opts for the 4-star as early as humanly possible. But they were crushing for like the first 25 minutes, 30 minutes. So they're like, we're playing cleanly enough. All I have to do is keep this SF alive, make sure that he's able to leverage his right-click damage, and then we will definitely win. So if I give him the shine from the Solar Crest, I blink in to save him with the snowball, we'll be fine, right? And then all of a sudden you lose that one fight in the top lane, they get a massive influx of gold, and then you start to feel under way too much pressure. So DMS, I like what they were doing for the early game. I like how they were moving around the map. I like how much effort they put into shutting down the Morphling, but ultimately they didn't shut him down enough, didn't end the game soon enough, and a Morphling game becomes a Morphling game. What can you do? That being said, it's not over for them just yet. They're only down to the lower bracket, but for the side of one move, they get to progress in the upper bracket. The next opponent is Passion UA. Based on what you've seen in this game, based on what you've seen from Passion's games, give me a quick preview how you think that matchup is going to unfold.
Passion UA. Done. I don't know. I didn't get to see enough of that game. I'm actually not sure. We'll have to find out tomorrow.
Of course, those games are going to be coming up tomorrow. But for tonight, we're not done with the Dota 2 action, as that was only our third series of the day, and we still have one more to bring you. And of course, that'll be the final matchup in the upper bracket quarterfinals between OneWin and Dragon Esports Club. I know a lot of you at home are going to be repping the side of OneWin to go on and win this game, but in Dota 2, as we've witnessed in this series, anything can happen. So in the meantime, go make a cup of tea, get some fresh air, and make sure that you are with us in just a few minutes, because we have our final series of the day. Snare and Zeke Exotics will bring you the side of OneWin versus Dragon Esports Club here for CCT Series 5. Welcome one and all. We are back for some more CCT Series 5 action as we head on into the final series of the day. One win to take on the side of Dragon Esports Club to secure the final and most important slot in the upper bracket semi-final. My name is Snare and I'm joined once more by the last lane bender. It is Z Quixotics. Fam, I'm very much looking forward to this matchup, right? But now you have to earn your paycheck. You have to get the big bucks. Tell me, given how unfavored Dragon Esports Club are in this matchup, what do they need to do to take down one of the favorites for the entire tournament?
The last time I saw them play, so they actually won CCT 4, and they were looking really good at that time. I think things have changed a little bit since then, and they look a little bit shakier, kind of going in the middle of that group stage. So I don't know internally what's going on in the team, but channel what happened in CCT 4 because they were doing really well. They were really cohesive. Maybe they had a draft figured out. That's something they're going to have to resolve now. But if I recall, they had a really good plays around their offlaner. They had some really nice micro. The name was like Mode Cyril, so he's really good micro, just like the StarCraft player. They go for something like that, although some of those heroes were nerfed into this patch. I think what I'm curious about is how One Win is looking, because that team, so first of all, they have someone different for the mid, and then historically, when they have a draft that they're good with, they look extremely clean to me. But it feels like when they get thrown off, that's where their gameplay falters as well. So Dragon Esports, maybe if they can bring in an interesting draft, creative ideas, throw One Win off their game, maybe that's how they could take this best of 3.
Of course, like you mentioned, they are going to be rolling with the same crew that they had last time out when they managed to win the entire tournament. So that's probably going to give them a good degree of confidence on their lineup to try and make sure that they, ride the wave of momentum from the last time. Doesn't always work out that way in these tournaments, unfortunately. There'll need to be some additional work from them to take down this One Win roster who has been running over the entirety of Eastern Europe at the moment. They did make a replacement on the mid laner. We do not have Chira Jr. with us anymore. We have XNE instead, Estonian player. It's unclear whether or not he's standing in right now, whether or not he's a permanent replacement, but the spine and the core of the team is still the same. And I don't know if you agree, but I feel like whenever I was watching One Win, their best games overall is when Cloud and Sweet and Strong are able to do well together. So the fact that those two guys are still staying together, still playing together, I think does still demonstrate that One Win are still serious about winning in the stretch. It's not necessarily just, oh, we don't like this guy, we're kicking him. They kept the things that made this team very strong in the long run for the last year or so. So it feels like it's going to be a very difficult endeavor from the side of Dragon Esports Club to deal with Cloud and Sweet and Strong. However, we'll find out what they do as we do have our first draft for this BO3 available. The Radiant side is going to be One Win with second pick, of course. And then we have Dragon Esports Club on the Dire. Let's talk. Are we going to be seeing Naga Siren banned? Are we going to be seeing Shadow Demon banned? I feel like you have to at least address one of them. And based on what we've seen today, I feel like Shadow Demon might be the one that's actually of higher priority than the Naga at the moment.
Well, draft sneak peek already up. Looks like it's going to be the Naga first. That doesn't mean Shadow Demon will not be banned out next. I do recall Respect being pretty good at Naga. I feel like when that hero was making its way into support, I remember seeing them playing it. Maybe one of the first teams to really give it a go. So Respect on over to Respect, still taking it out. Shadow Demon does seem to be slipping through. Maybe Dragon Esports can decide if they want it or not. I do think it's a hero, though, that has been nerfed enough that you don't have to first pick it. It kind of depends what else you want and how the draft looks. But maybe very strong consideration for a second pick or a second phase pick. So if Dragon Esports is thinking of a hero that is weak to Shadow Demon, then perhaps you do want to ban it out here and pick up whatever that ends up being.
I'm more curious about this Pugna. Very early ban in the first phase here. And, it is one of these heroes that is somewhat of a specialty hero for Mary. He's played a lot of Pugna. But is the hero-player combination that busted that it deserves a first phase? I'm not sure. However, it is gone. They did indeed end up banning out the Shadow Demon at the very end of the first phase, and they open up with a Nyx Assassin for themselves. That way, the enemy team just simply can't pick Chen, they can't pick Enchantress, so you're not going to get run over early in that fashion. Instead, they'll respond with the Clockwork, which is a hero I was calling for in the previous game. It finally does come out in the first phase. The question is, what do you think they're going to pair with this Clockwork? Because they're going to be opening out of the phase in the second part of the picking.
Clockwork is generic enough that he can match with a lot of heroes. You don't need a specific one to go with him. So if they want to leave it for a little later, I wouldn't mind. I don't think I want to see another support right away. I think someone flexible, like a mid offlane type pick, could be good, but you don't want to be weak to Nyx. So like that's the main thing. Heroes that aren't terribly weak to Nyx, you could look for a strong. The issue is, so like if you pick a carry who's strong versus Nyx, but then their offlaner is still available, so then you can pick someone who's strong against your carry. So that's kind of why I think you need to go flex to see a little bit more info. Nyx, I do find interesting. We don't often see him as a first pick. Like you said, it might be to dissuade people from going the Chen and Enchantress type heroes and just bring a super fast tempo. I mean, you can still try it with Clockwork, but it's just different than having those summons heroes.
I guess it's also nice if you have Nyx Assassin and you pair it with like some Storm Spirit, some Puck, one of these heroes that can just move around the map and just hunt. So whatever carry that you end up picking up for one win, you know, normally when you pick Clockwork, you pick one of these safe range carries that wants to go back in the jungle and farm after the lane. Now you get hunted. Maybe they even go for like, there's a hero you mentioned in our first game today, the Nature's Prophet. That all of a sudden becomes an option to play around with this Nyx. I just like how Nyx opens up your draft, gives you a bevy of different strategies, but it does require you to play aggressively. I really don't want to see them play like this more Shelly type of draft after opening up with the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, maybe Dawnbreaker's been really popular. I think Dragon Esports could consider that. One win maybe doesn't want to do it into the Nyx. Okay, so they're gonna go Gyro. So this is a strong laner that would be fine versus Nyx. If you really had to, you could flex it into support though, in case you don't like whatever matchup you end up seeing. So I like that idea of grabbing it here.
The only drawback to the Gyrocopter is that you have a lot of uncontrollable damage, like 3 of your spells, actually technically all 4 of them. Homing Missile you practically never use, but if you get the shot on that, Rocket Barrage, Flak Cannon, Cooldown, all of them susceptible to being hit by the Nyx Assassin with the Spike Carapace. So it's a very confident pick for OneWin to go for this early on, especially because they don't know the lane. And now, like you mentioned, here comes the Dawnbreaker. And here's the thing, you know, normally you have like your Clockwork with the range hero. Gyrocopter's range early on, like in terms of how he plays the lane, he wants to play a lot with the Rocket Barrage. So he's actually going to be playing up in the lane, which leaves him susceptible to being caught in by the Dawnbreaker Nyx Assassin. I really like this response from Dragon Esports.
They will have to be a little careful. Clockwork can interrupt a lot of that Dawnbreaker combo. So now that you see Dawnbreaker and the Nyx, like that's the off lane. So I'm pretty sure Clockwork is fine as a 5 here. Yeah, pick a 4 that is good versus Phoenix. Clockwork would not have been the best. So I think you lock in Clock 5. Pretty sure you can just go for your offlane combo here if you want. Or maybe 4 support and a flex pick.
Do you just try to snag up the Snapfire just so you have some kind of way of playing into the Phoenix Egg?
Usually with a Clockwork, that'd be great. Into Nyx is a little tricky though. Your ultimate can be canceled really easily. I think Muerta is another hero we saw people enjoy versus the Phoenix, the double hit. I think that one wouldn't be too bad. Marcy can also be good. They're going to go for the Doom and Hoodwink. Okay, so not directly addressing the Phoenix through killing the egg, though maybe you could Doom the Phoenix. I do like the idea of the Doom, though, because you prevent healing, and you currently have Dawnbreaker and Phoenix. That's a lot of healing onto whoever you're trying to save. So Doom is going to let you either focus those heroes, get them killed off before they can do anything, or just focus the carry that you want to kill